darker in color. This color difference was not very obvious, and not easily found under such a dimly lit environment. Fan Yuan knelt down, touching the ground, feeling a sense of wetness. No wonder the color was darker, it was wet. But this path was so dry, where was the water coming from? Fan Yuan grinded the soil with his fingers, finding out that the soil on this patch of earth had issues. It was very soft and loose, not lumpy like the dry red soil. Fan Yuan's gaze shone. Experience and intuition told him that this area had the key that the flower wine monk had hidden. And this key was the clue that would allow him to continue moving forward. Fan Yuan began to dig the soil. It was loose, so he did not spend much effort. After digging for around an inch deeper, there was a peculiar fragrance rushing into Fan Yuan's nostrils. This fragrance is thick and luxurious, yet not common. It seems delicate and elegant. Could it be? Fan Yuan's heart moved as he thought of a possibility, his hands moving even faster. While digging, the area under the soil suddenly emitted a faint dark gold light. It really is what I'm thinking of. Fan Yuan's eyes shone, his hand movement becoming more delicate, carefully digging the surrounding soil away, expanding this hole. After a while, a dark gold-colored flower bud that was buried under the ground appeared in front of him. It was 2 inches deep in the ground, around the size of a stone mill, the bud's surface delicate, and with the dark gold color, it appeared to be mysterious and elegant. It really is the Earth Treasury flower goo! Seeing this, Fan Yuan breathed out deeply. He was not eager in peeling away the flower petals, but took a rest on the ground instead, wiping the soil off his hands. Then he slowly stretched his hand and pried open the dark gold-colored petals. The Earth Treasury flower goo was like the combination of a lotus and kale. Its petals were tightly knitted together with numerous thick pieces, slippery when felt. As Fan Yuan opened the petals one by one, it was like revealing thick layers of silk. Once it left the main body, the huge dark gold-colored petals would disperse quickly. It was like snowflakes that melted into the air. After uncovering around 50 to 60 pieces of petals, the bud had shrunk in half, revealing the flower core. The core's petals were smaller and thinner, its texture becoming more smooth and fine. It was no longer like silk, but more like thin pieces of paper. Fan Yuan's movements became gentler and slower, only opening a piece of petal in a few breaths. The petals became increasingly transparent, and after a while, when Fan Yuan had opened the pieces of thin paper-like petals, he stopped his movements. The Earth Treasury flower goo at this moment only had a last layer of petals left. These petals overlapped each other, forming a fist-sized ball. The petals were translucent, thin as paper. Inside these petals contained a golden liquid, and in the middle of this liquid, a goo worm was sleeping inside. Fan Yuan looked intently, but he could only see a blurry shadow of the goo worm, and he could not tell which goo it was. He was close to it, and his breath was blown on the flower core. The spherical flower core began to shake, the golden liquid also moving gently inside the petals. Goo worms would die without food, and only a few goo worms could seal themselves. To protect and conserve goo worms, goo masters have had thought of many methods. The Earth Treasury flower goo was one of them. It was a one-time use type goo, and once implanted on the ground, it could not be moved. Its food was simple, which was earth energy. As long as it was planted on the ground, it would be able to survive with sufficient earth energy. It only had one use, and that is to contain a goo within the flower heart and immerse the goo in the golden liquid. This golden nectar could to an extent imitate the sealing state and let goo worms fall into hibernation. The flower wine monk planted this Earth Treasury flower goo, so the goo within has to be for the inheritor. Fan Yuan stretched out a finger and peeled the remaining petals carefully, revealing an opening. The golden liquid flowed out along his finger, feeling like soybean oil. The flower core began to soften with the loss of the golden liquid. Fan Yuan moved his finger and the petals were split, allowing him to retrieve the slumbering goo worm. It was a cute ladybug, only the size of the thumb's fingernail. Its body was a milky white color, and if overlooked from the back, it was like a circle. Its head only occupied a small area, while the rest of the body was its large fat stomach and bright shiny exoskeleton. Its 6 tiny limbs were also cream-colored, hidden under its stomach. White boar goo! Fan Yuan showed an expression of joy on his face. Chapter 64, Easy to do secretly, difficult to do openly. The temperature these few days had gotten higher. The sun shone intensely in the afternoon, hanging right over everyone's head. The caravan left, and the inn's business fell again. Fan Yuan stepped into the cafeteria, immediately attracting the attention of the shop assistants. A familiar face rushed over and gave him a flattering smile. "Oh, young master, you're here! Please take a seat. Give me a jar of wine and cut me 600 g of beef, and serve a few side dishes." Fan Yuan strode through the cafeteria and approached the window seat that he always sat at. The shop assistant showed a difficult expression. "Young master, my apologies, but during the last time the caravan came, the innkeeper sold all of the green bamboo wine. We do not have this wine here anymore." Fan Yuan nodded, not feeling surprised. "Then give me a jar of rice wine and tell the innkeeper, brew more green bamboo wine this year. I am pre-ordering 100 jars. As for how much the advance payment will be, you can count first and report to me." Now that the liquor worm was exposed and did not gather any suspicion, Fan Yuan did not have to be restrained in buying wine anymore. "All right, I will definitely convey your words. Please be at ease, young master." The shop assistant patted his chest, sounding confident. Soon the dishes were served. Fan Yuan drank and ate while staring out of the window. In such hot weather, especially during meal times, there were few people on the streets. The sunlight shone on the ground and the green-colored bamboo tall houses. A few barefooted mortal farmers carrying cement, steel spades or shoulder poles walked in front. They had just finished their farm work, and were heading home. 2 children held the bamboo frame of their windmill toy and ran about. The one behind chased while crying and shouting. It seems that the boy in front had stolen his windmill toy. At this moment, 2 young Gu masters wearing green belts walked hurriedly on the street. "Get lost, don't block the way!" A Gu master pushed the farmer in front of him. The farmers frantically gave way. "Humph!" The 2 young Gu masters walked through arrogantly. Fan Yuan looked with a distracted gaze in his eyes, as part of his mind was already focused on his aperture. Within the aperture, the water wall continued to flow as his green-copper primeval sea rose with raging waves. The liquor worm was playing around in his primeval sea, at times comfortably rolling around, and at times curling into a ball. The spring-autumn cicada was in deep slumber, hiding its appearance. The round body of the white boar goose spread its wings and drew circles in the sky. The white and black boar goo were equally well known, both being precious and rare rank 1 goo worms. Their market value was even greater than the liquor worm. Although they had the same usage and similar appearance, their future advancement routes were greatly different. The black boar goo and the green silk goo would combine into the rank 2 black mane goo, and then into the rank 3 steel mane goo. But the white boar goo was most compatible with the jade skin goo, where it would turn into rank 2 white jade goo, and later into the rank 3 heavenly mugwort goo. The steel mane goo could let the goo master's hair become tough as steel, raising both offense and defense. The heavenly mugwort goo allowed the goo master's body to become tough as white jade while at the same time reducing the damage from attacks such as the moon blade. Fan Yuan was slightly happy over this. Getting the white boar goo was just one aspect of it, but what made him truly happy was the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. The white boar goo can increase strength. The flower wine monk set a giant rock to block the way, so it seems I need to refine this goo and with enough strength, push the giant rock away and continue forward. This must be the first test. With the flower wine monk's meticulous setup, I can infer that there has to be future inheritance trials, a second or third hurdle. Most importantly, I can confirm that he set this strength inheritance not as a trap, but with true sincerity. With this inheritance, I can reach rank 3 faster and leave this Qingmao mountain, and venture outside, gaining greater opportunities. What does a goo master need most in cultivating? The answer is but one word: resources. Fan Yuan needs to cultivate, thus he needs resources. But the clan's resources are limited, so if he wants more, he needs to fight for it. Not only fighting for resources, he also has to be victorious. To him, the more he fights and the more victories he obtained, the more he would reveal more of his trump cards and make others more wary. Wariness, when accumulated to an extent, would turn into suppression and hurdles blocking his path. Fan Yuan killed the family servant, but why did the Mo family stay indifferent? Robbing the classmates, why did their family not pursue it? Fan Yuan resisted the clan and refused to be part of the system, but why did the clan leader choose to be lenient? It is all because he is weak, because he is C-grade. They feel strong and do not feel like bullying the weak. Under the family's system, being petty with the weak Fan Yuan not only causes them to face humiliation, it also makes others feel that the person is cold and unfeeling, ruining one's social relationships. Weakness was a safety umbrella that Fan Yuan had for now. But with his continued competition for resources, Fan Yuan would appear stronger. This would make everyone start being wary of him, and begin to try recruiting him. No matter which side he chooses, he would face suppression and troubles from the other factions. Suppression and restrictions would drag down his growing speed. Fan Yuan was aware of his predicament. He was in a delicate position. He seemed to have offended everyone, but he had not violated any law in reality. Yet with time, his cultivation level will rise, and conflicts will arise and worsen. Fan Yuan knows that this conflict would escalate, but the later it escalated, the greater benefit he would gain. Thus, the flower wine monk's inheritance was perfectly timed. With this strength inheritance, he would have hidden resources. Using this, he could be free of the system's control and walk his own path, cultivating at his own speed and secretly accumulate strength. Once he was adopted into the system, he would need to side with a faction. Even if he did not want to compete, he would definitely be dragged into the political strife. Inside the system, one is a pawn. You first have to be a proper pawn for others to use you willingly. After they trust and use you, you have the chance to climb upwards, and even during that process, you have to be careful not to become a discarded pawn. Fan Yuan was clear of this procedure, he knew it too well. Even with his vast knowledge, there was nothing he could do to this situation. These were the rules. The more crucial part was his C-grade talent. To the clan, there was no desire in investing in him. Often he would be treated as a discarded pawn. The most optimum progress route was to work alone. This way, he could avoid most competition. Towards the higher-ups in the village, the image he had created earlier would be sustained. This world's matters, it is always easily done secretly, but difficult to do openly. Using the flower wine monk's inheritance, I can cultivate and gather strength secretly without gaining attention and suppression. But the extortion has to continue, for if it stopped abruptly, it would invite suspicion, and I also need primeval stones. Fan Yuan considered his future plans. He really needed primeval stones. Other teenagers of his age had only started refining and feeding a second goo worm. He, however, had also refined the little light goo and recently acquired the white boar goo, thus having a total of 4 goo worms. Previously, he needed around 1 primeval stone a day just to feed the moonlight goo and liquor worm. Now, after calculating, he needed more than 2 pieces every day just as expenditure. If including his cultivating needs and living expenditures, he would need to use around 5 primeval stones a day. 5 primeval stones was enough to feed a family of 3 mortals for 5 months. On hand at the moment, he had several hundred primeval stones, but it was not enough to sustain such an expenditure in the long run. More importantly, the further he got, the greater his expenditure would be. Especially after advancing to rank 2, every time he tried combining goo worms, it would be cost a huge sum. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan felt troubled. The matter of primeval stones was a problem, and by relying on just extortion and the resources on hand, he could only delay this problem from erupting. Moreover, he had another problem, and that was the white boar goo's feeding. The white boar goo's food was pork. Boar obviously referred to pigs. The boar goo series food was all pork. Black and white boar goo had huge appetites. Every 5 days they would need to eat around 1 fully grown pig's amount of meat. Pork in this world was not cheap, and mortals could only afford to slaughter one during the New Year celebration, and enjoy themselves. Without the large-scale cultivation technique of Earth, the price of pork and beef was not something mortals could eat often. At the same time, the topography of the Qingmao mountain was precipitous, the area of residence narrow. How much space could be allocated just for rearing livestock? You eat what you can procure at where you live. The villagers were able to eat pork occasionally because of the hunters hunting wild boars in the mountains. It seems that I have to go hunting myself from now on, for pork. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with a glint. Relying on the village to purchase pork, first was the expenditure of primeval stones, second was that it would attract attention. Even if you loved eating pork, how could a person eat so much in such a short period? If he hunted himself, it would not only resolve this problem, but also alleviate his current financial stress. Shop assistant, bill! Thinking of this, Fan Yuan hesitated no more, and after footing the bill, he left the inn. These few days the academy was on break so that the students could refine their second goo worm. Fan Yuan decided that he could use this time well. He would leave the village and scout the mountains, and then kill some wild boars and get himself some pork. Mugwort, a kind of plant. Chapter 65. Quickly get lost. The mountain forest was boundless, and Fan Yuan walked through patiently. The sunlight permeated through the huge and tall woods, shining and creating a ground of mottled and fragmentary tree shadows. The green grass beside his feet was like a mattress, and the wild flowers bloomed with bright colors. His ears picked up the sound of birds chirping, or the trickling of flowing water. The further he got from the village, walking towards the outer surroundings, the more risky it was. Thus Fan Yuan was even more careful. The wilderness was very dangerous. Gu masters had to have at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to venture the wilds alone and explore. But this did not mean they were safe, as many rank 3 Gu masters died in the wild, sometimes even rank 4s. Wild beasts, poisonous worms, human threats, and at times the weather, these were all causes of death. However, Fan Yuan wanted to kill the wild boars which were often found around the village's peripheral. Otherwise, the village hunters would not be able to catch wild boars. The environment around the village, every now and then, Gu masters from the clan would come out and clear the area. This environment to a rank 1 middle stage like me is still safe. But I still have to be careful. Wild beasts and Gu worms like to move around. With his experience from his previous life, Fan Yuan scouted carefully. Time gradually passed, but Fan Yuan gained nothing. Damn, Qingmao Mountain is still too big for the current me. I have no scouting type Gu and I am not familiar with this environment. Plus Qingmao Mountain is periodically cleared up, so to find a wild boar, it is too difficult. Let's go to the foot of the mountain. Fan Yuan's scouting was unfruitful, thus he changed his mind and went to the mountain foot. Qingmao Mountain has 3 mountain villages. Guyu Village, Xiong Family Village, and Bai Family Village. The Xiong Family Village was on the Fore Mountain, the Guyu Mountain Village was at the mountain waist, and Bai Family Village was at the back mountain waterfall. Other than the 3 villages, there was also tens of tiny villages at the mountain foot, all being inhabited by mortals. The 3 mountain villages split these small villages among themselves, being the ones controlling them behind the scenes. Once they lacked family servants, they would pick from these small villages. But they would not choose Gu masters. Nurturing a Gu master, they would only choose a clansman. Even if they knew that among these mortals were people with talent, although rare, they would still not use them. This world was heavily sided towards bloodline, and holding power among relatives was the political stability that the clan needed. In order to expand in size, many mountain villages had adopted outsiders into their system. Eventually their power flowed out and caused internal conflicts, thus causing the entire clan to break down or weaken. No matter the world, political power was still based off military force, this is the truth. And troops are the brute force department, representing strength. By controlling strength, one gains status and authority. Of course, the clan's rules are not ever constant, they also adopt new blood. Every year, there would be outsiders marrying into the clan, leaving their servant status, and the children they give birth to would be a Guyu, a new generation clansman. This is like connecting a tiny stream into a spring. Do not underestimate this stream, as without it, a spring would be still, and eventually rot. With it, there would be life, and the spring would grow even stronger. Fan Yuan's previous servant Shinshui was betting on this idea of marrying into a Guyu and leaving her servant status. Fan Yuan left the mountain, and after 30 minutes, could see thick smoke rising from under the mountain. After a while, he could see a wide hill in his vision, and a village around that area beside a small river. The small villages around the vicinity were under the rule of the Guyu village. Although they were close by, the small villages were not as safe, thus requiring regular cleanup. For mortals to live in such conditions and manage to survive, to Fan Yuan, he naturally could accept such a fact. Oh! On the mountain path nearing the village, Fan Yuan sensitively found traces on the ground. His past experience told him that this was a wild boar's traces. Chase! Fan Yuan raised his spirits as he followed the clues, getting deeper into the mountains. Green moss spread over the stones, ancient juniper trees and tall pagoda trees completing the great forest. Under the strong light of the sun, the mountain woods of summer was even more profound and serene. The lush underbrush suddenly moved a little. A few deer eating the sumptuous grass looked up, vigilantly staring at the bushes, their ears twitching. The bushes that were half a man's height split apart, and a young man crawled out from within. His skin was pale, and his black hair was short. He was wearing a modest linen shirt. It was Fan Yuan. Swoosh! A few wild deer were frightened, and their 4 thin limbs quickly moved, sprinting away. In a moment they vanished from Fan Yuan's vision. These are female deer, their fur can be shaved to make warm clothing, and deer meat is also some Gu worm's food. If it's a male deer, the antlers are most precious, and some are even necessary ingredients for a goo worm's advancement. The wild was dangerous all over, and at the same time it had great treasures. Fan Yuan looked at the direction that they were escaping in, and retracted his gaze. His target was wild boars, not these deer. He continued moving. There was the sound of buzzing. Nearing these noises, Fan Yuan stopped in his tracks. Beehive. He looked forward and saw a beehive hanging on a tree. The bee's nest was massive, the size was that of a wicker basket. It appeared as a sort of grayish dark yellow color. Outside the bee nest was a few dozen bee soldiers flying around. Occasionally a few worker bees would enter and exit. Beehive has honey, and honey is the bear's strength goo's food. Thus, the Xiong family has great demand for honey. This beehive is only a small-sized one, and the chances of producing a goo isn't high. If I had the bronze-skin goo, I could risk getting stabbed and collect the honey. What a pity! Fan Yuan thought. In this world, not all insects are goo. Goo are the spirit of the world, the body of the laws, how can it be so cheap? Among a swarm of insects, normally only the insect king is a goo. But that depends on their size and development, so if the swarm is too small, there is no goo either. Taking the beehive ahead as an example, because it is too small, there is a low chance of having a goo. Fan Yuan routed around this beehive and continued forward. The traces of the wild boar was getting more evident, and Fan Yuan knew he was getting close to it, thus he became more careful, as wild boars were very dangerous. Wild boars are not reared pig. When a mature wild boar fights with a tiger, the tiger may not win. In this mystical world, wild beasts are not simple too. Oh! This situation! When Fan Yuan finally found the wild boar, he saw that it had fallen into a huge pit. A sharpened green bamboo was situated at the bottom of the pit, where it had pierced the wild boar and was causing it to bleed. Seeing the accumulated blood in the pit, he could tell that the boar had already been in the trap for at least 15 minutes. But this wild boar continued to struggle, whimpering and howling, still full of life. This trap is obviously set by hunters. To think I'm reaping the rewards. Fan Yuan smiled, but his expression was grim. These traps threatened him too. If he had fallen into it, after half a quarter of an hour, he would die. Although the village surroundings were cleared regularly, the hunters often came to hunt and set many traps. Some could be discerned, while others were designed to be hidden, and if Fan Yuan could not discover them, he might fall into the trap. Any area in this mountain could have a trap buried by the hunters. But among hunters, with every trap set they would inform each other on the location. It seems I have to find an old hunter's residence and find out about the trap locations from him. Along with the surrounding wild beast activity area and with these intel, I would not have to search like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Fan Yuan thought internally. This was the problem of not having a scouting type of goo worm. But to find a good scouting type goo, it was not easy. In a short time, he could barely make do with a hunter's intel. With such a thought, Fan Yuan's wrist flicked and a moon blade flew out, easily hitting the wild boar. Whoosh! With a light ring, the entire moon blade cut through the boar's neck and caused a long and slender wound. Then with a plop sound, a blood fountain spewed out from it. The spewing blood caused the wound to become bigger, and thus the blood fountain also enlarged. The boar screeched, thrashing about with the last of its energy, until its movements became smaller and smaller. Fan Yuan silently looked at the scene, his face calm. The wild boar's life faded as its eyes were staring wide and perfectly round, the muscles on its body twitching and the warm blood filling the trap hole, a thick smell of blood permeating the surrounding. Survival or death, this is the theme of nature. He sighed in his heart. At this point, human voices were heard. Second Brother Wang, within our village, no one is better than you at hunting. Especially killing wild boars, your family's old Wang is the hunting king in the entire region. Who would not know of his great name? That's right, Second Brother Wang inherited the old hunter's abilities. To hunt a wild boar, it is naturally as good as caught. Second Brother Wang, why didn't little sister Wang come with you today? After all the bootlicking, a grave and stern voice said, Humph! Hunting a wild boar, how can it show my true abilities? Today I want to kill 3 boars, you'll see. Ergo Dan, stop lusting after my sister, or I'll thrash you. Ergo Dan retorted, Men and women marry when they're of age, what's wrong with liking little sister Wang? Moreover, I'm not the only one, which guy in your village doesn't also fancy her too? Second Brother Wang, in my opinion you are also 19 already, you should marry a wife and have kids already. The voice spoke again. Humph, I'm a true blue man, how can I lust after such a small temptation? One day, I will leave this Jingmao mountain and explore the world and learn about everything under the sky, that will truly be fitting of my manly status. Saying so, the 4 young hunters walked out of the forest. The leader hunter had a tall build, carrying a bow and arrow, his muscles bulging and his eyes full of spirit, showing a powerful aura. When he saw Fan Yuan, he frowned and screamed, Which village are you from, kid? How dare you try to take advantage of me, Wang Er? Quickly get lost. Chapter 66. A person's death is akin to a pig's death. Get lost? Hearing Wang Er's words, Fan Yuan immediately broke into a cold smirk and he brandished his palm in front of him. Swoosh! With a light sound, a blue-colored moon blade shot forward. At the same time, he put strength into his leg and rushed towards the 4 hunters. Gu Master? The hunters were stunned and shouted upon seeing the moon blade. The moon blade had already fired over, and they rushed to evade. Plunk! A person did not evade fast enough, and his right forearm was hit by the moon blade. Immediately his bones and flesh split, the entire wrist and his forearm cut through and fell on the ground. Oh! He laid on the ground, screaming in fear and pain. His left arm was like an eagle claw gripping his right arm. His right limb spewed bright red blood non-stop, quickly dyeing the floor red. Spare me! We did not offend you intentionally. The other 2 mortals, on seeing their companion's state, went pale without a trace of blood in their face. They hurriedly got on all fours and kneeled down, kowtowing to Fan Yuan non-stop. Humph, a bunch of fags, what are you afraid of? It's just a good disciple. Only Wang Er was still standing. Fan Yuan attacked without warning, and this had made him frightened and angry. His arms went behind his back, and with a swift action, he grabbed hold of the bow and arrow in his arms. Stop, come further and I'll shoot you. Wang Er retreated as he readied the arrow while screaming. Oh? Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes. This Wang Er was rather intractable. Normally when mortals saw Gu masters, they would be cowering in fear. Yet this man was able to remain calm, he must be rather bold. Pew! Another moonblade shot out towards Wang Er. Unappreciative bastard! Wang Er snorted and killing intent rose from his heart. He took a side step and evaded the moon blade while shooting an arrow. The arrow was fast, and with a swoosh, it reached Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan ducked, his head lowering slightly and evading the arrow as he continued rushing forward, quickly reaching Wang Er. Wang Er bravely threw away the bow in his hand and clenched his bull-sized fist, rushing towards Fan Yuan. He had a large build, his back strong like a wolf's and his waist like a bee's, and he was at least 50 centimeters taller than Fan Yuan. The sunlight shone from behind him, and as Fan Yuan rushed towards him, he could see a dark shadow hanging over his face, his eyes emitting killing intent like a wolf. No! Stop quickly! The 2 hunters, seeing that the 2 were going to collide into each other, frightfully shouted. Die! Wang Er's eyes were fierce as the muscles on his face twitched, showing his sinister and insane expression, like a bloodthirsty evil wolf. Both his fists flew towards Fan Yuan. Boom! His fist was fast and heavy, even cutting the wind. Fan Yuan could see the fist getting bigger in his eyes, but his expression was unchanging as he took a side step. Swoosh! At the crucial moment, he avoided the fist and forcefully rotated his body, knocking Wang Er's left hand away. Wang Er laughed sinisterly as he waved his fist horizontally, his fist striking first, about to reach Fan Yuan's back. But at this moment, a bright flash of sunlight entered his iris. His back was originally facing the sun, and now that he had turned around, the eye-piercing sunlight temporarily made his eyes hurt, and his vision went blank. Fan Yuan smirked as he backflipped in the air, dodging Wang Er's fist, at the same time waving his right arm. Pew! The 3rd moon blade flew along the sunlight trajectory. Wang Er's senses tingled as he felt unprecedented danger. He turned his head around in the next moment. The eerie blue moon blade flew past. Be careful, brother Wang Er! Did he avoid it? The 2 kneeling on the ground forgot to beg for forgiveness at this moment, staring widely. The piercing sunlight shone on their face. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The surrounding sound vanished, and the world was silent. The afternoon's blazing sun paved a white background, and on this backdrop, Wang Er's body became a black shadow. His body was in the air at an arc, his muscular body stretching in a crescent shape like an open bow, full of masculine appeal. His head lowered as he tried to avoid the moon blade. The moon blade flew like a snail in the air, its eerie blue light almost invisible under the sun's rays. The white background, the black shadow, and the blue moon blade, these three formed a brilliant stage for a moment full of life and death. The moon blade flew over. The shadow that represented Wang Er landed smoothly as it flowed with the trajectory. He was safe and sound. Phew! Seeing this, a young hunter breathed out a sigh of relief. He avoided it. Another hunter was cheering internally. But at this time, a small piece of the shadow's head flew out along with red fluids, separating from the shadow and spewing everywhere. The blue moon blade gradually dissipated in the air. That black shadow was like a broken bough, as the energy accumulated within it disappeared at once. It turned into a beautiful but sad fallen leaf, silently landing on the ground. The two hunters' irises shrunk into pin size. Their mouths were agape, stretching to their bodily limits. Splat! The bright red fluid landed on their faces. The two touched their faces, blood. They jolted awake. In their perception, time had returned to normal, and noise returned. There were birds chirping, water flowing, and their companion screaming while grabbing his broken arms. Second brother Wang. A hunter called, his voice full of horror. All this time, Wang Er was their leader. He's dead. Another hunter cried out, his face grim to the limit. Brother Wang Er is our strongest hunter. A while ago he was still talking with us, but to think the next moment he's dead. He should not have angered that Gu master. We mortals are no match for Gu masters. The two hunters were frightened and shocked. At once they were like statues kneeling on the ground. Fan Yuan got up from the ground. Earlier, to avoid Wang Er's fist, he rotated his body in the air and lost his balance. After shooting the moon blade, he fell to the ground. But this fall was worth it, as Wang Er's fist would have caused him to vomit blood on the spot. After all, Fan Yuan had no defensive Gu, and his body was only a 15-year-old. Now he stood up. Other than his shoulders hurting, he had practically no injuries. This Wang Er is very strong, much stronger than that Mo family's servant Gao Wan. If any other student encountered him, they would lose without doubt. Even a rank 1 upper stage Gu master would lose to him out of carelessness. Fan Yuan stared at the corpse of Wang Er deeply. Gu masters were still threatened by genius mortal martial artists when they are at rank 1 stage. This Wang Er was truly skilled. His archery skill was fast and stable, just relying on this it could match Moon Blade. In fact, the Moon Blade might even be inferior, as the arrow has a larger range. His fighting skill has reached the peak of mortals, a strong body with tough bones, and he was also ruthless. With Fan Yuan's small body, it could not go head-to-head with him. Thus, any other student would lose undoubtedly. Unfortunately for Wang Er, he met Fan Yuan. Once he appeared, Fan Yuan noticed his bow and deduced that he could not fight long range with him. The Moon Blade only had a range of 10 meters. The bow had far greater range than the Moon Blade. Thus Fan Yuan ditched long combat. He quickly got closer and closed the gap between them, showing a physical fighting stance. Wang Er had no choice but to discard his bow and fight physically with Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan did not really think of going close combat with Wang Er. He used the angle of the sun's rays and caused a weakness in Wang Er, before shooting out his third Moon Blade. He was already middle stage now, and with the liquor worm's refinement, the Moon Blade had the attack power of an upper stage Gu master. At such a close range, with Wang Er's weakened vision, his defeat was guaranteed. But this Wang Er is indeed skillful. I wanted to decapitate him, but at the crucial moment, he relied on his senses and reflexes and evaded half of my attack, causing my Moon Blade to cut off only half of his head. Life and death is nature's law. All living beings are equal, and everyone has their right to survive and be killed. There might be royalty and lower beings, but in face of death, a person's death is no different from a pig's. What's the difference? They're both dead. Fan Yuan took a final look at Wang Er's corpse and sighed in his heart. Chapter 67. Don't worry, I'll spare you. The tree roots penetrate into the mountain soil, letting their green hands reach up towards the sky. Thick and solid tree trunks faced each other, looking similar through the distances. The exuberant branches and leaves intertwined in midair. Under the surroundings of these trees was a wooden house. The wooden house was made entirely from the solid thick barks, leaking out a type of genuine firm smell. The wooden house was not a newly built one, but it had gathered many years. Thus the house surface had green moss growing all over, and some of the tree trunks had begun to sprout out tender little branches. Around the wooden house was a tall and great fence constructed from green spear bamboo. The back and front area was all vegetable fields, and in the middle of the fields was a man-made well. At this time, a young and beautiful lady was drawing water from the well. While she wore simple and plain clothing, this was still hard to mask her complexion. She was 16 years of age, and she had a big pair of black eyes, the black and whites of her eyes clearly defined, and pure like crystals. The sunlight penetrated through the overlapping and luxuriant tree leaves, shining onto her face, letting her skin reflect light like it was white snow, also showing a sort of transparent red flush and gentleness on her. Her black hair hung down unruly and half covered her cute earlobes. The pink lips were pursed at the moment, and she was clenching her set of white perfect teeth, her face showing an expression of full concentration. She used all her strength to pull the bucket full of water out of the well. With another breath, she moved the bucket to the ground outside the well. Huff! The young girl wiped her forehead and breathed out, using her pale hand to fan her own face. Hearing the bucket hitting the ground, the wooden house's door opened, and an old man came out. The old man's hair was a mix of black and white, his face having layers of wrinkles. Although his eyes looked tired, they showed a hint of brilliance sometimes. Like an elderly tiger, although old, the tiger's authority was still evident. Lass, this bucket is too heavy, I said let me carry it. Why are you secretly watering the plants behind my back again? The elderly looked at the young girl and showed an expression of doting affection. Father! The young girl sweetly called. You were hunting until late at night yesterday. I wanted you to sleep in later today. It's just a water bucket. Look, I can carry it out, right? You, always loving to act tough. The old man's voice was full of helplessness, but his eyes were once again doting on her. He took a large step and got to the well, stretching out his hand and easily grabbing the bucket. Come, lass, let's water the plants together. The air was full of the smell of wild grass and flowers, and the summer's wind blew warmly and passed by the trees, turning into a gust of refreshing wind. The wooden house on the mountain had a vegetable field, and the girl used the pail, lowering her back to water the plants. The father was in charge of getting the water, rotating between two water buckets. The atmosphere of a loving family was evident in this tiny space. Sire, I am too old, just a few buckets and I am already exhausted. After a while, the old man stood by the well, wiping the sweat off his forehead and sighing deeply. The young girl turned her head back, smiling like flowers, saying, Father, you finally realized it. You're already so old, yet you want to act tough all the time. How many times have I told you, let second brother do the hunting, you should be resting at home enjoying your life at this age. Hee hee. The old man laughed, nodding. Relying on your second brother's abilities, he can roam this mountain easily. With his archery skills, it even surpasses me in my youth. But I still cannot feel at ease, his heart is too wild, and with just martial arts skills he wants to soar. Sigh, young men love to imagine freely, they all have this problem. Father. The young girl dragged her words. The old man laughed even more heartily now, his tone carrying a mischievous hint. Oh yeah, there's still you. You're not young anymore, it's time to get married. I have found a good partner for you, and with your good looks, there's no problems with finding a good family. The girl's face grew red like a tomato. Immediately she felt too embarrassed until she was lost for words. The old man looked at the sky, imagining the great future as he sighed. Once your second brother suffers some setbacks and curbs his nature, I will retire and never go into the mountains. Next I will find you a good family and watch you marry and have children, preferably a chubby boy. Heh, your father wants to take care of his grandson, that's all I want. A person's life is not easy, and as a hunter, how many can have a good ending? Sigh, all my partners and comrades from back then are already gone, I am all that's left. Father, you are wrong. The young girl consoled. What do you mean there's only you left? You still have us. Hee. The old man was laughing and was about to reply, but he suddenly heard a sound and turned his head. The little entrance of the bamboo fence was broken from the outside by someone. You are old man Wang? Fan Yuan's cold expression with his eerie eyes stepped forward with a lump of moonlight in his right arm. The old man was shocked as he looked at the moonlight on Fan Yuan's hand, rapidly kneeling. This old man pays his respects to Lord Gu Master. Old man Wang, your son dared to offend me, I have executed him. Bring his corpse forward. Fan Yuan stood proudly, staring at the kneeling old man as he brought out the main topic. His words had just finished, and two young hunters carried Wang Er's corpse in. Seeing this corpse, old man Wang's body shook. Second brother! The young girl screamed pitifully, rushing forward and grabbing Wang Er's corpse, her face flushed with tears. Wang family's daughter. The two young hunters, seeing the girl they liked crying in front of them, felt terrible. They wanted to console her, but no words came out. Old man Wang, I heard you're a hunter, the best among the few villages. At such an old age, you can still hunt and get a good result every time. This is great. Fan Yuan paused here for a moment, and continued expressionlessly. Draw me a map of all the traps of the nearby mountain area now, as well as the results of your observation of wild beast territories from your hunting experience all these years. Draw it for me and I will spare your son's sin of offending me, if not. Humph. These villages were under Guyu village's control. The villagers were all farmer slaves of the Guyu clan. With Wang Er's offense for offending his master, according to the clan rules, their entire family would be implicated. Old man Wang's body shook again, almost falling to the ground. An impact like this was too sudden and great to him. Murderer, you are the murderer that harmed my brother. You treat human lives like livestock, and you dare to confront us? I will exact revenge for my brother. The young girl screamed, her voice full of hatred and anger towards Fan Yuan, and she rushed towards Fan Yuan. But she was only halfway there when she got stopped by someone. It was not the two young hunters, but her father. Disgraceful wretch! Old man Wang screamed as he gave the young girl a tight slap, sending her to the ground. Your second brother is dead, do you want to die too? Do you want this old father of yours to be old and alone forever? The old man cried profusely saying this, his body trembling furiously. Father! The young girl was awakened by this, and her tears poured out. Her voice was full of sadness, unjust, pity, hatred, and helplessness. The old man turned his body, facing Fan Yuan as he kneeled down and placed his forehead on the ground, prostrating deeply at Fan Yuan's feet. His voice shook as he said, Lord Gu Master, my son offended you and deserved to die. I shall draw the map for you now, please spare us with your magnanimity. Fan Yuan's expression turned milder, he looked at the old man arrogantly, saying, Be at ease, as long as you draw honestly, I will spare you. But don't think of lying to me, for if I find any suspicious points, your lives will be forfeited. I understand, this old man understands. Old man Wang kowtowed non-stop. Please, Lord Gu Master, allow me to retrieve my brush and paper. No need. Fan Yuan waved his hand, looking at the two hunters he had forced along, ordering, Enter the room and find paper and brush, and bring them out. Yes, Lord Gu Master. The two youngsters did not dare to rebel under Fan Yuan's authority. Lord, the paper and brush are on the square table in the kitchen. Old man Wang said. Fan Yuan's eyes shone but he remained silent. The two hunters barged into the house and quickly brought out the paper and brush. In the southern territory, the paper was specially made of bamboo, where the quality was bad and the paper was tough with green overlays. Paper like this was suited to the moist weather of the southern territorial weather. If it was rice paper, it might be destroyed after a week due to moisture. The old man carried the brush and kneeled on the ground, drawing out black lines, curves or dots. He used over 10 bamboo papers, before handing them all to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked through them and split these bamboo papers into two, handing them to the two hunters. Take a look if there's any inappropriate areas. Every mistake, I'll give you one primeval stone. Chapter 68. There is no innocence in nature. The two hunters took the bamboo papers, their hands trembling, eyes shining. This is Hunter Wang's life experience and effort. Us hunters, although we keep in contact, it is all about trap placement, we will not tell others about the wild beast distribution. This bamboo paper, it is all the information that Hunter Wang had gathered since his ancestors. So this valley has a herd of wild deer, haha, after I hunt these wild deer, I won't have to worry about expenses for the next 3 months. Ah, this stream has a cave of mountain bears? How close, I almost hunted at this region last time, note it, I must note it all down. These were precious information, it could be said to be a hunter's rice bowl. Normally not within a generation but all the way from their forefathers, these experiences and information were obtained at the expense of their blood and lives. But Old Man Wang's family had always hunted for a living. When it got to Old Man Wang, he had reached the peak of his family line, the acclaimed #1 hunter. Information in the hands of such a person is the most useful and truthful. The two young hunters checked for nearly 15 minutes, glossing through the map multiple times. Only after Fan Yuan rushed them did they finally hand over the bamboo paper reluctantly. During this period, Old Man Wang was kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the ground as he expressed his respect. The young girl was lying on the ground, as if she had gone lifeless. "There is no problem, Lord. The trap areas in these bamboo papers are all accurate," the two answered. "Lord Goo Master, this concerns me and my daughter's life. I would definitely not lie to you," the old man on the ground shouted as he continued to kowtow. Not bad." Fan Yuan waved the stack of bamboo paper, yet suddenly his words changed. "But I don't believe it." Old Man Wang jolted, raising his head, but only saw an eerie blue moon blade enlarging within the reflection of his iris. Pew! A skull flew into the air, fresh blood spewing all over. "Arg! Lord, this!" The two young hunters were taken by surprise. Shock and disbelief showed on their faces. "Father!" The young girl cried out profusely as she leapt towards Old Man Wang's headless corpse, but midway, a moon blade flew towards her face. Splat! She fell onto the ground, lifeless. Her beautiful face, from her forehead to her chin, slowly showed a thin red line. The line became thicker as fresh red blood oozed out, flowing down along half of her nose and half of her lips. They flowed onto the black soil, dyeing half of her face bright red. The other half of her face, though, was still as beautiful, the skin fair and rosy. Under the bright blue sky, it seemed even more lustrous, like a work of art. "At least she looks decent." Fan Yuan looked at the dead girl blandly, nodding satisfactorily. Using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence, the moon blade could slice goo. Now that he was using upper stage primeval essence, it could break bones and even cut steel. "Wang family's daughter!" A young hunter fell onto the ground in despair after seeing her demise with his own eyes. "Lord Goo Master, spare us!" The other hunter, feeling Fan Yuan's phase, nearly died of shock as he plopped on the ground. "Get up, go inside and search," Fan Yuan ordered. "I know that a hunter's family always keeps a beast skin map. On top of it is the terrain, trap locations, and the beast territories. Find it for me, and I'll let you keep your lives." Yes, we will search immediately." "Give us some time, Lord Goo Master." The two frantically got up and ran into the wooden house. Sounds of wardrobes overturning and falling could be heard from the wooden house. But a moment later, even though the hunters ransacked the house, there was no beast skin map to be found. "Lord, please give me some time, we will find it right now." The two hunters were terrified as they got more desperate, and searched boorishly, smashing many furniture in the process. "Fuck, where is it? Appear, please appear!" They muttered as their bodies shivered, their eyes getting bloodshot. "Useless trash." Fan Yuan slowly walked into the house. Lord! Forgive us, please, Wah." The two young hunters shivered like they were electrified and fell to the ground, begging for their lives. Fan Yuan ignored the two and observed the house. There were 4 rooms in the house, a living room and a kitchen. All the furniture were in a mess, like they were ransacked. Fan Yuan slowly stepped in, his steps producing echoes in the wooden house. "It has indeed been searched, that shouldn't be right. Almost every hunter has a beast skin map inherited throughout the generations, getting refined along the way, recording all the beast's territory and pitfalls. This is the livelihood of a hunter, how can they not have it?" Fan Yuan stood pondering. "Moreover, I tested that old man Wang earlier, purposely getting the two hunters to search for paper and brush. The old man immediately called out the location of the paper and brush, probably worried that they might find the beast skin map, thus it has to be in this house." Fan Yuan observed the house again, and suddenly his inspiration struck as he looked at the fire pit. This fire pit was connected to the chimney, used in winter to gain warmth. There was even some residue charcoal in the fire pit. Fan Yuan walked to the fire pit, slowly squatting down and taking a shovel beside the fire pit, digging out the charcoal. Most of the charcoal still has their wooden shape. They were brittle and easily broken into 2. "Oh!" Fan Yuan inspected, suddenly finding a charcoal block that had a very tough material and was very heavy, not light like the other charcoal blocks. He used the shovel to dig out this charcoal block, smashing it on the ground. The charcoal smashed into bits, revealing a bamboo tube. The two hunters gasped at this scene. Fan Yuan took the bamboo tube and opened it on one side, shaking it, causing a map to fall out. The map was heavier than the stack of bamboo paper, made with a piece of white beast skin. The beast skin was huge, over 1 meter long and half a meter in breadth. There was black, green, red, yellow and blue lines on it, forming a complicated map. Fan Yuan was slightly taken aback looking at it. The map's range was very big, extending far beyond the village's vicinity. As a mortal, it was not easy to map out areas so far away. His gaze focused on 5 spots, those with wild boar herds. 2 were small-sized, 2 were medium-sized, and there was a large-sized boar herd. In the middle of the large-sized herd, there was a giant red cross. Seeing this cross, Fang Yuan snickered. On his bamboo paper, there was no such marking. The 2 young hunters had also seen the bamboo paper, and found no problems. This was their own inexperience, only certain of some areas. This red cross was far beyond the village, and from this, Old Man Wang's cunningness could be seen. This was why Fang Yuan killed them. To hunt for wild boars, he needed such a beast skin map. But he was not convinced by a map drawn by others. Only getting a real map like this, could it be dependable? Fang Yuan had heard of all sorts of remarks in his past life. Just the word scram was not enough reason for him to kill Wang Er. When hearing the 4 hunters' conversation beside the boar trap, Fang Yuan had already planned his murder. Killing Wang Er reduced his opposition, and gave him reason to obtain the map. Why wouldn't he kill him? Fang Yuan would not kill for the sake of killing. Killing is only a method. Using this method, if it can solve the problem, then why not? The old man definitely had to die. Even if he can endure the murder of his son, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. Otherwise, it would be a case of, when cutting down weeds, you must get at the roots. Otherwise, the weeds will return with the spring breeze. What, you said killing the innocent? Hee, no matter which world, as long as one lives in this world, they would be intertwined in karma. How can anyone be innocent? Humans slaughter pigs, aren't the pigs innocent? Big fish eats small fish, and small fish eats shrimps. In nature there is only the food chain, there is no innocence. In this world, anybody can live, anybody can die, but nobody is innocent. Chapter 69. Life is as cheap as grass. The beast skin map was very thick. It was unlike paper that could be folded and carried around easily. Fang Yuan could only roll the beast skin up and put it back into the bamboo tube, where he then tied up both ends of the bamboo tube with hemp rope, and carried it on his back. The 2 hunters stared firmly at the bamboo case, their eyes unavoidably showing signs of greed. They were not idiots after all, they knew the value of the map. This beast skin map is something that Gu masters would not even bother looking at, but to mortals, especially hunters like them, it was the most valuable treasure. The Wang family had begun to pass down this map since the time of their ancestors. Old Man Wang was able to become a famous hunter, his name known throughout the vicinity and beyond. The map had much contribution to this. It was truly an authentic family heirloom. I'm going to ask you, in Old Man Wang's household, is there anyone else? Fang Yuan's gaze was dark, his tone cold as he asked. The 2 young men kneeling on the ground shuddered immediately when they heard this question from Fang Yuan. They thought about what had just conspired earlier, and the greedy expressions from their faces disappeared in an instant, replaced with fear and terror. There is no one else, the entire family is dead, Lord Gu Master. Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but that was decades ago, and she was killed by wild wolves that intruded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. But the oldest son Wang De died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family. This was the immediate reply from the 2 young hunters. Is that so? Fang Yuan narrowed his 2 eyes and he looked at the 2 men kneeling before him, knowing that they were telling the truth. When one's life and death was in the hands of others, the probability of lying was very small. But he asked anyway. Did you lie to me? We would not dare to lie even the slightest, Lord. I thought of something. Old Man Wang actually also has a daughter-in-law, Wang Da's old wife. But after Wang Da disappeared, his wife died due to a broken heart. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But rumor has it that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and she was actually hounded to death by Old Man Wang. When you killed Old Man Wang, Lord, you are helping us citizens, rooting out the evil and bringing people peace. The other hunter quickly added, That's right, that's right. Actually, Lord, we have long found this old Wang unfavorable. Humph, he's nothing special, just that he can hunt better than us. We're all just mortals, yet he thinks he's more special than us and purposely moved out of the village to live here. As the younger generation, we sometimes will ask him to teach us and impart his experiences, but he would just outright chase us away and never allow us to show up again near the wooden house. Fang Yuan listened quietly while nodding. Although these 2 started belittling Old Man Wang in an attempt to keep their lives, He did not sense any resentment from these two men's mouths. Fan Yuan guessed inwardly that these two men asking to consult for hunting matters should be fake. He surmised that they were just over to covet for the Wang family's daughter and her good looks. Yet in the end they were found out by old man Wang and disciplined a few times harshly. Weeding out the wicked and let the law-abiding citizens live in peace. Enough of such bootlicking. This time I killed them because my motive was just for this beast's skin map. Well, both of you have showed a satisfying behavior, you can both go now. Fan Yuan's tone softened, but at the same time the right hand behind his back shone with gloomy moonlight. The two young men kneeling on the ground felt surprise and joy once they heard this. Thank you so much for your mercy, Lord. Lord, your generosity and indulgence, we shall remember in heart forever. They cowed out on the ground, their mucus and tears overflowing. Sounds of dull knocking could be heard. After several knocks they immediately got up and turned to leave. Although Fan Yuan was younger than them in age, but after witnessing firsthand what Fan Yuan was like in doing things, they were beyond fearful and terrified, wishing never to meet Fan Yuan again. Hold it! Just at this moment, a voice suddenly traveled over. The moment it finished there was a swoosh and a Gu master jumped down from a treetop. You both cannot leave, tell me what happened here. All of it. This Gu master that just jumped down was wearing a deep blue uniform, and there was a scarlet belt with a metal plate in the middle. There was a huge 2 word carved onto the metal plate. This rank 2 Gu master had a slim build, his 2 eyes slender. He wore arm protectors on his wrists, and his calves had sturdy leg bindings, his entire being radiating with a highly capable aura. This commoner greets Lord Jianghe. The 2 young men had just got up with the intention to leave, but once they saw this Gu master they instantly knelt down again, prostrating themselves in admiration while greeting. This Gu master was someone they knew. It was the Gu master stationed at the village. Every year to reinforce their control in their surroundings, the Guyu village would dispatch Gu master down into the little villages and hamlets, stationing Gu masters there. This would also prevent the other powers from infiltrating and at the same time strengthen their defenses on their borders. This Gu master named Jiang He did not bother with the 2 hunters kneeling on the ground, instead looking straight at Fan Yuan, asking in a cold tone. I am the Gu master Jiang He of the Guyu clan who has been stationed here, you are? Fan Yuan laughed lightly and stretched his right palm out, where the moonlight Gu was giving out a ball of moonlight in the middle of his palm. When the Gu master Jiang He saw the moonlight in Fan Yuan's hand, his gaze softened considerably. The moonlight Gu was the sign of the Guyu clan. This was something that could not be forged. This matter is simple actually. Old man Wang's second son offended me, so I killed the entire family off in anger. Those 2 can be my witness. Fan Yuan straightforwardly admitted with a bold and confident manner, pointing at the 2 hunters kneeling down at the same time. Fan Yuan was not lying, and these 2 hunters nodded in haste. There was no hesitation. Jiang He stared blankly for a moment before he started laughing loudly. You killed well! Just a bunch of measly peasant servants. To actually dare to offend their masters, they deserve to be killed. But he quickly added with a change in tone, full of emotion and deep meaning. However, young junior, what you've done has also brought problems to me. Although old man Wang resides far away from the masses and stayed here alone with his family, they are still villagers that I am in charge of. I was sent out from the clan and stationed here in this village. This means I'm supposed to protect the villagers and be on the alert as defense. Now that you've killed these few people, the number of villagers will have lessened. During the examination at the end of the year the clan's assessment towards me will drop. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, and he instantly knew that this Jiang He was using this as a pretext to extort money from him. He laughed and said out, This isn't so difficult. Senior, you just have to report the truth back. Just say that this entire family was killed by me, and it has nothing to do with Senior whatsoever. When Jiang He heard this his eyelids twitched, anger rising in his heart towards Fan Yuan who did not know how to appreciate favors. His manner of speaking became extremely solemn. Then I will have to conduct business impartially here. Junior, if you are not afraid of the clan's investigation then report your name. I will record it in detail as how things really are on paper. His words brought a strong implication of threat. If it was any other youngster they would have been frightened by this statement already. But Fan Yuan could see Jiang He's weakness from it, and he instantly said, Then Senior shall report as how it should be. All right, my surname is Guyu, and my name is Fan Yuan. So you're actually Fan Yuan. Jiang He's face evidently showed astonishment for a while. I have been hearing about you all the time from my little brother recently. You thoroughly beat up all your classmates, extorting in front of everyone, getting 60 pieces of primeval stones each time. Every time my little brother speaks of it, he's always jealous of how you can earn money so easily. Not to mention that time when you gambled out a liquor worm and a mud-skin toad consecutively. This sort of luck sure makes people jealous. Oh right, my little brother is Jianya. You both should have met each other long ago. So it's him. Fan Yuan nodded and admitted, yes, every time when I buy moon orchid petals, I would buy them in Jianya's shop. Ha ha ha, since this is the case, then we both are acquaintances. Oh well, let's forget about it, this matter I'll handle it. When he said this, Jiang He clapped his chest with his hands, putting out the appearance of one with the spirit of loyalty and self-sacrifice. He was merely using this favorable circumstance. There was no way he could have really reported the matter. After reporting of such a thing, the clan's assessment towards him would still drop either way. You might as well just do a good turn to Fan Yuan. As for old man Wang's family's death, he could just report that they were invaded and attacked by a wild beast. It's old man Wang's fault for his unconventional ways of insisting to move out of the village, building a wooden house far away from the population. Jiang He was not afraid of the matter being disclosed. There was just a few mortal peasants around. Their lives were cheap as grass. Who cares if they died? Even if the clan found out about the cover-up, they would hardly care about such a small matter. But Junior, you have yet to graduate from the academy and do not have the Gu Master uniform like I am wearing now. If that Wang Er saw this outfit, he'd know about your status as Gu Master and wouldn't offend you. Junior, you are a smart person, don't you think so, hee, said Jiang He again. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Jiang He's words had implicit meaning, and was actually warning himself, do not run out of the academy and wander around for no reason, and you better not come to the area under my jurisdiction here after today to cause trouble and kill people again. In that case, thank you very much for your advice, senior. Fan Yuan cupped his fists in greeting, bidding farewell to Jiang He, immediately taking his leave from here. Chapter 70. Using the white boar Gu. In the black of the night, the moon is shaped like a silver plate, hanging high in the sky, spewing its watery moonlight down. The dense woods lightly unfold their dense green leaves and branches in the summer wind. The waterfalls crash down as they flow, but the sounds are unable to cover the noises of the sandalwood crickets chirping about. Fan Yuan stepped onto the green grass, quietly approaching a mountain boar. This mountain boar had its head buried, puffing and snorting as it digged the emerald earth with its snout, rummaging among the soil and grass to look for worms. The wild boar was an omnivorous animal. It not only ate worms, but also stole bird eggs and was adept at hunting wild rabbits, mice, even venomous creatures such as snakes and scorpions. Fan Yuan crept slowly from behind the boar. Under the bright moonlight, the grayish-black fur coat of the wild pig could be seen clearly. Its body was strong and firm, the forelimbs short and rough. On its back was a long and stiff mane, while atop its ears were sparse fur that was erect like needles. With all four limbs on the ground, each foot had 4 toes, but only the 2 middle ones were digging against the soil. Its tail was thin and short, sometimes flinging about, chasing away the mosquitoes flying around. Suddenly it stopped digging for its meal, rearing its head up. At the same time, the boar's sharp little upright ears quickly trembled a few times. Although Fan Yuan had managed to stop his tracks in time, this mountain boar still found him. It immediately turned around and groaned out with warning sounds. Fan Yuan was not surprised by this. A wild animal was not like a domestic one, they were all very alert. Especially the wild boar, they had acute smell and could find bird nests that were often hidden very well. Even if this mountain boar did not hear any noises, when Fan Yuan neared around 100 meters away from it, it would be able to smell his body odor and will still be able to sense Fan Yuan's presence. Although Fan Yuan had 5 Gu worms on him at the moment, the spring-autumn cicada, liquor worm, moonlight Gu, little light Gu and the white boar Gu, these Gu were all not able to match each other, and were incompatible. If Fan Yuan had a smell-locked Gu that could cover up his body odor, and another quiet steps Gu that concealed the noise of one's footsteps, he could completely and silently reach up to a distance of 10 steps away from the mountain pig. However, if he had these 2 Gu, then Fan Yuan would have been keeping 7 Gu worms. This would cause his primeval essence usage to be too great, and he would have difficulty supporting them. Gu masters in general can only feed 4 to 5 Gu worms of the same rank. Thus Gu masters usually do not move alone, but instead form small groups of 5, or at the very least with 3. Among the groups, there would be someone specially in charge of detection, one responsible for advancement, one bearing the offense role, another responsible for medical treatment, and someone in charge of resisting and holding back hostiles. Fan Yuan continued without stop, getting closer to the wild boar. The wild boar screeched lowly, the white fur on its neck standing, the symbol of its agitation. Finally, when Fan Yuan was near enough, closer than the wild boar's acceptable range, the wild boar's hoofs dug the ground 3 times before spreading its muscular forelimbs, lowered its head and dashed towards Fan Yuan. Its upper jaw was withdrawn, its lower jaw turning upwards, forming 2 white tusks. Under the moonlight, the tusks shone with light as it stabbed towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan had no defensive type of goo worm, and if he was pierced by the tusk, his stomach would be penetrated, his intestines would be punctured, and he would be heavily injured if not dead. Moonlight goo! Fan Yuan's face was calm as he thought in his mind, causing the moonlight goo in his palm to absorb his primeval essence and emit an eerie moonlight glow, interweaving with the moonlight from the night sky. The wild boar charged towards Fan Yuan as his right palm swiped across the air. With a swoosh, the moonblade flew out and hit the wild boar in the face, causing blood to splatter all over. The wild boar cried out loudly, turning its anger into fuel as its charge became even faster, and in the blink of an eye, it reached a few steps before Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan nimbly jumped to the side, rolling and breaking his fall. The wild boar charged right past Fan Yuan, and with a boom, crashed into a tree behind him. The tiny tree was only as thick as a human arm. After getting knocked by the wild boar, it received devastating damage as the tree trunk tore open and split into 2. Fan Yuan stood up, quickly getting close to the wild boar while a moonblade shot out from his right hand at the same time. The eerily blue moonblade drew a straight line across the air as it landed on the wild boar. The wild boar's black fur had several thin cuts on it. The injury was very deep and bright red blood oozed out from it. The moonblade Fan Yuan activated used up upper stage primeval essence, thus it was able to break even a human's toughest bones in one shot. But on the boar, it could only cause such superficial injury, and not damage the bones. A small wild boar like this was so strong, this showed how cruel the living environment was in this world. The wild boar growled, and charged towards Fan Yuan again. In the process of sprinting, its blood-dripping wound continued to tear open, and its warm blood poured out like water. Fan Yuan used the same trick, taking a tumble sideways and dodged its charge. The wild boar, although strong and very ferocious, had one weakness: it could not change directions easily. Its speed was fast, but that meant it could not alter directions easily, so this way, every one of its charges is in a straight line. As long as the goo master is attentive enough, it is not hard to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the wild boar charged, Fan Yuan would shoot a few moonblades, causing its old wounds to be overlapped with new wounds, and the angrier it got, the more blood flowed. After a few times, its movements slowed and its growling also revealed a hint of weakness. Little light goo! This time, Fan Yuan not only activated the moonlight goo, but also deployed his primeval essence and injected it into the little light goo. The moonlight goo, after being refined, had always stayed in Fan Yuan's right palm, turning into a blue crescent moon tattoo. After the little light goo was refined, it also resided in his right palm, turning into the shape of a 5-sided star. At this point, his dark green primeval essence entered the 2 goo, the moonlight emitting an eerie blue moonlight, while the little light goo emitted a milky white glow. The milky white light fused into the moonlight, and the originally small lump of moonlight instantly became twice as big. Go! Fan Yuan's right hand swept, and an enhanced giant moonblade flew out. Using only the moonlight goo, the size was only palm-sized. But with the addition and help of the little light goo, the moonblade's size doubled, and its attack range also doubled as well. Swoosh! The moonblade hit the wild boar on the neck, creeping into its black-gray fur. It emerged from the other end and flew for about 3 to 4 meters before dissipating in the air. Glup glup. The wild boar stood on the spot, frozen for a moment, then blood oozed out from its injuries like a fountain. It abruptly collapsed, half of its head cut off, washed away by the pouring blood, and only a small piece of flesh kept it together with its body. A thick smell of blood gushed out into his nose. Fan Yuan did not dare to hesitate, pointing a finger at the wild boar, and the white boar goo which was residing in his aperture instantly turned into a milky white light and entered the wild boar's body. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, nervously staying alert of the surroundings. Although the beast's skin map said that the area was relatively safe, there were always accidents in nature. What if beasts were attracted by the smell of the blood? After a while, the white boar goo flew back safe and sound. The entire boar had shrunk in half, only leaving behind its black-gray fur and the intestines under its skin. As for the meat, Most of it was eaten by the white boar goo. But the strange thing was, although the white boar goo ate pork nearly 1,000 times its size, it did not change physically. There was not even a drip of blood on it, as it maintained that milky white worm appearance. After this meal, I'll come 5 days later to hunt boars. Fan Yuan kept the white boar goo, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out his knife and extracted the 2 tusks of the boar. The wild boar's body had a few things of value. The first was pork, the second was fur, and the third was its teeth. But now the wild boar meat was mostly eaten by the white boar goo. Its skin was full of holes due to the moon blades, being meaningless even if retrieved. Only this pair of tusks had some value. It could be used as food for certain goo worms which ate teeth as food, or used as a catalyst for some goo worm's advancement. Fan Yuan hid the teeth in the rock crack's secret cave before returning to the hostel. He did not sleep immediately, but sat on his bed and started to cultivate. Within the aperture, the primeval sea acted like waves, rising and falling. Fan Yuan was now a middle-stage goo master, so after using the liquor worm refinement, he had upper-stage primeval essence. Thus, while the people his age had middle-stage pale green primeval essence, Fan Yuan's primeval essence was dark green. Now that he killed a boar, there was only 23% of his primeval essence in his aperture. A rank 1 goo master was not that strong in battle. Or rather, nature's environment was too harsh. Even if the moonblade could break bones, to kill a normal wild boar, Fan Yuan had to use 20% of his upper stage primeval essence. White boar goo. His eyes were shut tight, his spirit immersed into his aperture. In the aperture, a gush of dark green primeval essence rushed up against the flow, injecting into the white boar goo. The white boar goo immediately emitted a bright white light, and the light enveloped Fan Yuan's body. If one looked from the outside, they would see that Fan Yuan's body was emitting a pure white light from the inside. Fan Yuan's every muscle and every inch of skin was soaked in this white light. A feeling of numbness and itchiness was felt by him. As the white light modified his muscles, it allowed strength to be slowly infused into his body, thus gaining roots and never to be lost again. However, after a moment, the numb feeling became pain. This pain was like getting electrocuted, from numbness to sharp pain like getting cut by razor blades. Fan Yuan hurriedly stopped the white boar goo. Anything prolonged was not good. The white boar goo could not be overused, it could be applied about 15 minutes a day. Exceed it, and extreme pain would be felt, increasingly painful. If he continued using it despite that, a person might even die from the pain. Chapter 71. Keeping a low profile even if one's strength can carry a boar. Time flies, and with the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of June. The summer night, with the golden arc of the moon hanging high in the sky, shining its radiance on the green mountain lands. The winds blew and the leaves danced with the moonlight. The song of the cicadas and bullfrogs were simultaneous with each other. At times the sound of a wolf howling could be heard from afar, echoing throughout the green mountain. On a river bank, a creek was scrubbing over a piece of smooth cliff rock. Beside this bank, a battle was ongoing. A mountain boar covered in fine and deep wounds all over kicked its legs and rushed forward once more towards Fan Yuan. The blood was pouring from its wounds, marking a road of fresh red liquid. Fan Yuan wrestled with it, showing no signs of panic. The wild boar was on the verge of death, but it was precisely these moments that wild beasts are the most dangerous. Using the last remaining potential of their lives, their insanity and tenacity could cause one to get gravely injured at any careless moment. Fan Yuan was peaceful, his black iris glowing eerily under the moonlight, showing the light of absolute calmness. He had the experience of 500 years, a part of him was engrossed in combat, while another disengaged from the battle, and remained alert towards the surroundings. Many times when he was hunting wild boars, other animals came to wreak havoc. At times, a wild boar, another time wild wolves, and even once a wandering tiger. As time passed, the wild boar's attacks gradually slowed down. Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly as he took a few strides forward, getting close to the wild boar. Raising strength in his shoulder and arms, he carried and raised the wild boar in one breath. Huff! Fan Yuan growled as his face was puffed red, his arms stretching out, and raising the wild boar high above his head. The wild boar feebly struggled. Fan Yuan's body was unstable, he used all his strength to throw the wild boar. With a boom, the wild boar was thrown onto a large rock by the river bank. It cried pitifully as sounds of its bones breaking could be heard. It fell down from the large rock, blood oozing out from its ears, nose, and mouth. It struggled a few times before drawing its final breath. The surroundings regained its peace. The river water flowed endlessly, carrying the boar's blood along the river to some faraway place. My strength right now can compete with a boar. Tonight I'll go try that giant rock at the passageway. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, breathing in heavily with a hint of excitement flashing across his eyes. These days he had used the white boar goo non-stop to increase the strength of his body. He could feel strongly now that his strength was getting bigger. Back then when he fought wild boars, he could only use a kiting technique with the moon blade, but now he could even carry the wild boar, so the increment of his strength had shown great progress. Of course, the white boar goo would not endless give him strength. The limit was a boar's strength, and once he reached the limit, it would no longer grant him any additional strength. I can carry a wild boar now, but that does not mean I can go head-to-head with a boar, like how a strong man can carry another strong man, but it does not mean they have equal strength. My strength can continue to grow. Feeding all the pork to the white boar goo, Fan Yuan used his hunting knife to retrieve the boar's teeth, and finally diced up the already heavily torn boar skin, before going into the secret cave in the rock crack. As for the boar's corpse, it did not need him to do anything. During the summer night, wild beasts roamed freely, and not long after, there should be wild beasts picking up the scent of the blood and rush here to clean the scene for Fan Yuan. Or rather, even if someone found out, it was inconsequential. The wild boar's injuries were all edited by Fan Yuan, looking nothing like moonblade cuts. Back to the secret cave enveloped in red light, Fan Yuan threw the two wild boar teeth at a corner. The wild boar's teeth collided, causing a crisp sound. At this corner, there was already a pile of wild boar teeth. They were the results of Fan Yuan's hunting. Fan Yuan squirmed into the passageway, once again getting to the end of the tunnel. Walking on the tunnel, his footsteps could be heard echoing in the cave. His vision dyed red due to the light. Everything was unchanged. The giant rock was still there, quietly blocking his path. As for the hole created after digging out the earth treasury flower, it had already been filled up by Fan Yuan. Ha! Fan Yuan walked in front of the giant rock, raised both hands and pushed. Although his face grew red with exertion, and he used all his strength, the giant rock did not move an inch. With my current strength, I can only carry a wild boar. But this giant rock, it is at least the weight of 5 to 6 boars. No wonder I cannot move it. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance is not that easily obtained. Fan Yuan's gaze shone as he estimated in his heart. He did not give up, but instead came out of the tunnel and returned to the secret room upstairs. Taking a bamboo tube from the corner of the wall, Fan Yuan sat on the ground and opened the lid, taking out the beast skin map and sheets of bamboo paper. He opened the beast skin map and started to memorize it, using his fingers to draw on the traces on the map to aid in his memorization. Ever since he had obtained the map, he had been doing this every day. Fan Yuan did not have a storage-type goo, he could not bring the beast skin map with him everywhere. Carrying a bamboo tube on him while battling is inconvenient too. Thus, Fan Yuan put in some effort, and was prepared to stuff the entire beast skin map's content into his head. Some things, even if troublesome, had to be done. In a person's life, those who did not actively resolve problems due to fearing trouble would always face a dangerous predicament at the end. Fan Yuan understood this logic from his previous life. When one is young, their memory sure is good. I have already memorized more than half of this map. If I was old, I would probably forget the content while memorizing this. Of course, if I had a bookworm, I would feed this map to it, and from then on, as long as I do not lose the bookworm, I will be able to recall this map clearly forever. Fan Yuan had the liquor worm, white boar goo, and was now beginning to have insatiable greed, starting to crave the bookworm. The value of the bookworm was quite close to the liquor worm and white boar goo, all being rare species among the rank 1 goo worms. The market price was expensive, and they were often sold out in moments. In his previous life, Fan Yuan did not obtain the liquor worm or white boar goo, but he accidentally obtained a bookworm. This bookworm eventually advanced ranks with him, and accompanied him for a whole 60 years. Forget it, bookworms are rare and low in numbers, I won't be able to get one anytime soon. To speak the truth, my current stage is way better than my previous life at this point. Last time at this period, I was still a rank 1 initial stage, while the others like Fangjing, Qiqing, and Mo Bei were already upper stage, far beyond me. Fan Yuan was not someone who worried over nothing, quickly getting over it. He was rather satisfied with his current progress. He was a middle stage, and the others were also middle stage. With his C grade talent, he could maintain the same speed as these A and B grades. It was not easy. Much effort was given to the liquor worm, as well as Fan Yuan's rich cultivating experience. The other aspect was also due to Fan Yuan. His act of extortion had caused the classmates to bulk up on training their physical fighting skills under the help of their elders. Unknowingly, it caused them to be distracted, reducing the time they spent on nurturing their apertures. This resulted in everyone's cultivation level being even lower than Fan Yuan's past life. But even so, they were not so far from upper stage now. Gu Master's early stage of cultivation was rather easy, seeing effect in a short period of time. Especially Gu Yufangjing, and Mo Chun and Qi Qing, their cultivation level had already creeped and even seemed to surpass Fan Yuan. With constant cultivation, these three with their talent, or the support behind them, had already begun to show their advantage. The lead that Fan Yuan had due to the liquor worm was starting to disappear. Of course, there was also the reason of him hunting recently, and using the white boar Gu to raise his strength, or spending much of his time and effort in doing so. At this rate, before long, someone will advance to upper stage. The first person that achieves upper stage will get a reward of 30 primeval stones. But this reward, I do not intend to contest for it. Fan Yuan had decided long ago. If he abandoned the white boar Gu now and rushed for upper stage, he might have some hopes of winning. But that was not Fan Yuan's goal. 30 primeval stones might be good, but he did not lack primeval stones at the moment. The bigger reason was that he needed to remain concealed and keep a low profile to reduce other people's attention towards him, so that he can inherit the flower wine monk's strength inheritance successfully. This is his real motive. The academy has all sorts of rewards, but it is just carrots to pique the student's interest, and most importantly, it is a part of the family's system. Fighting for these little rewards is not what a wise person would do. Fan Yuan collected his spirits and gazed at the beast skin map again. The beast skin map had 2 pages. One recorded the day while the other recorded the night. Many lines of different colors intertwined on it. These lines, some were straight, some were curved, but they all had their own specific meaning. Only Old Man Wang would be clear of their meaning, but it is a pity he died. But even if he was alive, by forcing him to speak, he might not say the truth. These days, Fan Yuan relied on his knowledge and experience, and according to the bamboo paper's comparison, he had already deciphered it all. The red cross represents danger, a forbidden zone. The area with the red cross seems to be surrounded by wild boars. It is probably a wild boar king there. With my current strength, I'm as good as dead if I encounter one. Humph! Thinking of Old Man Wang, Fan Yuan could not help but snort again. This area marked with a cross was not marked on the bamboo paper. If Fan Yuan really believed the bamboo paper, he would probably die by the fangs of the wild boar king one day. This Old Man Wang was indeed experienced. To avenge his son, he did not have to act himself, but borrowed the wild boar king's strength. This way, even if Fan Yuan dies, he would be able to avoid responsibility. But these 3 spots marked with a red circle, what do they mean? Fan Yuan was perturbed. This was the beast skin map's final suspicious point. 3 red circles, showing 3 very isolated areas. They were also very far apart, and had little surrounding beasts, considered safer areas in the wild. The red cross represents forbidden area, but what does the red circle represent? Fan Yuan fell into deep thoughts. Normally, red is the most alert color. Old Man Wang marked these 3 areas, meaning they are important. It is a pity these areas are far, if not I would inspect them myself and find the reason. Chapter 72. Any organization would also require loyalty. The hot summer sun blazes on, the mountain winds blowing the warm winds around, Qingmao Mountain steaming under the hot air. In the blink of an eye, it was already near the end of June. Gu Yufangjing! In the academy, the family elder called out. Gu Yufangjing got up from his seat and came before the academy elder. Under the admiring gaze of his classmates, Fangjing received a heavy bag of primeval stones. Fangjing, you are the first to advance to upper stage, this is your reward. Good job, continue working hard. Academy elder smiled pleasantly, patting Fangjing's shoulders. Fangjing acknowledged with a grunt, his face full of excitement. He took the money bag over with emotion and returned to his seat. I finally did it. The first to advance to upper stage, do you see that, big brother? I finally beat you for once. His eyes shone with bright light as he swept his gaze over at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was sprawled on the table, sound asleep. Last night he had killed another wild boar, and after returning to the hostel, he used the white boar goo to improve his body and also used the natural essence within the primeval stones to refine his primeval essence using the liquor worm. Finally, he used his upper stage primeval essence to nurture his aperture, all the way until morning. He hurriedly ate breakfast before rushing to class, falling asleep as soon as he settled in. He was too exhausted, and goo master cultivation could not replace sleep. Even if you don't admit it, this is the truth. Big brother, I have finally surpassed you. This is the first, and there will be a second time, a third time. Fang Jing clenched his fists. This success was extremely meaningful to him. He had already broken through the dark clouds in his heart, creating an opening to allow light to penetrate in. Even though this light was thin, it gave Fang Jing hope and encouragement. I actually lost to that Fang Jing. Gu Mo Bei sat on his seat, arms crossed, feeling indignant. This is the advantage of an A grade, damn it, Gu Qiqing said with a dark expression. As he cultivated, he felt strongly the advantages of a good talent. Even with his grandfather Gu Qilian's support, plus his extremely hard work, he was still left behind by Fang Jing. If only I had a liquor worm, plus grandfather's help, I might not lose to Fang Jing. Those accursed Fang family brothers. Little brother is a grade, suppressing us, but the brother being a C grade has a liquor worm. Why did all the good things in this world go to these brothers? Gu Qiqing felt really indignant. This time Fang Jing broke through to upper stage first. Of course, he is a great talent. Yeah, even Mo Bei, Qiqing, and Fan Yuan lost to Fang Jing. Fang Jing has gained all the attention this time. Fan Yuan having the liquor worm is not putting in effort. Wasting his time every day, even sleeping in class, he might as well give his liquor worm to me. The surrounding students discussed, feeling indignant in their hearts, helplessness and envy. The academy elder called them one by one, and students went up continuously to collect their primeval stones allowance, and returned to their seats. Everyone quietened down. After the allowance was given out, the academy elder used his hand to hit the table. All of a sudden, the academy became silent. Now you've all mastered your second goo worm and even so much as broke through into the upper stage. In the past half a year, you have all worked hard, and now you have some basics. It is time for you to train in the wilds. True battles are not scarecrows or puppets, wooden puppets that stand there and await your attacks. The following mid-year examination will be held 3 days later. All students have to attend. The examination content is to hunt wild boars. By collecting wild boar teeth as results to record, those who collect the most wild boar teeth will get better scores. At the end of the examination, each wild boar teeth can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. Furthermore, you are allowed to hunt in groups. The academy elder's words caused a commotion among the students. The mid-year exam is finally here. Every year students study at the academy for a year, and there is always a mid-year exam and an end-of-year exam. Looking at the time, it really is time for the mid-year exam. Every year's examination content is different. To think that this year, our examination is to hunt and acquire wild boar teeth. What should we do? My talent is only D grade, my vital goo isn't an attack type like the moonlight goo, how can I hunt wild boars? Didn't you hear, the family elder said, we are allowed to hunt in groups. For those with talent that can't make it, or those with goo worms that aren't suitable, we can help each other and cooperate. When we get boar teeth, we just need to share with one another, and that would work. Each wild boar teeth can be exchanged for 10 primeval stones. This is the academy encouraging us to hunt more wild boars, and the prize is set for that. For true market value, 1 primeval stone can buy 20 wild boar teeth. The students had varying expressions, some were happy while others fretted, some were eager to go, while others called on companions, even Fan Yuan was slightly moved. It changed. I remember that last year's examination was to collect wildlife honey. To think that it changed to wild boar teeth. Is this the butterfly effect? A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a giant storm on the coast of another ocean. A small change in the initial conditions lead to drastic changes in the results. Ever since his rebirth, Fan Yuan had made many changes. The conditions of his current self was vastly different from his previous life. Back then he had already been left behind by Fang Jing and the others, but now he was adamantly at the top of the student board. In his past life he did not kill Jia Jinsheng, in fact they did not even meet. But this life, he did not only kill Jia Jinsheng, he even excavated the deeper treasures of the flower wine monk's inheritance. These changes are like a butterfly flapping its wings, indirectly causing changes to the environment. The mid-year examination change is only the first of such symptoms. If I continue changing things, will it cause history to become completely unrecognizable as well? In that case, the advantage from my rebirth would be significantly reduced. Fan Yuan looked calm, but was sighing internally. The feeling of inability and pressing urgency roamed his heart, but he quickly adjusted his mood. No matter what, since it has already happened, I can't stop it. What I need to do now is to actively change myself. Even if the events are completely different at the end, I would not slow down my growth just because of such concerns. In my past life I knew nothing about the future. Does that mean that in my current life I lack courage? Even if the world is full of thorns, I will cut through all the thorns in my way and pave out a blood-filled path myself. Every teeth for 10 primeval stones, this price is very high. Should I sell all those wild boar fangs I have stocked up at the cave? But if I do, I might attract suspicion? No, according to the Guyu clan's political situation, if I sell these wild boar teeth publicly, I might get screwed over. Fan Yuan shook his head, the risks were too big. If he really sold these teeth, what could he get in return? A little over 100 primeval stones? Wait, primeval stones aren't important. Maybe I can use this change to construct my image again. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He needed to get rich secretly now, being as low profile as possible. If the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, he might even lose his life. But his current position was awkward. He stood against all his classmates, being outside the system, and among the higher-ups, he was an untamable, unhappy and indignant, intelligent and cold, C-grade talent teenager. This image was not good, it literally portrayed him as unloyal. But a clan requires loyalty, in fact, any organization requires loyalty. No matter which world, loyalty is the value that is most sought after in clans. Loyalty to the clan, loyalty to the country, loyalty to his leader, loyalty to his loved one, loyalty to his friends, etc. As Fan Yuan's cultivation level got higher, the higher-ups would only get more concerned, and if needed, the family may even use hard-handed methods on him. At that point, Fan Yuan would be really thrown into passivity. Fan Yuan did not like passiveness, he liked to have the control of all matters tightly in his grip. Because of a series of events before, Fan Yuan could only operate on the go, relying on outside strength, and this image he constructed was only to protect himself in times of need. But now that he could protect himself, Fan Yuan needed to be stronger. Thus, he needed to change this image, letting the higher-ups think that he had given up and joined the clan system. But this conversation cannot be too abrupt, or it would be suspicious. More importantly, joining this system is only a facade. Fan Yuan would not really join them truly, and be manipulated and restricted. He had too many secrets. He needed large amounts of freedom, and in actuality he was still a loner in operation. But now the mid-year exam was a chance. It seems I have to do some plotting. I'll start from the extortion then. Fan Yuan's gaze became certain as everything fell into his scheme. Chapter 73. The Mysterious Red Circle Marking. You said that during Fan Yuan's extortion this time, although he defeated Fang Jing, Qi Qing and Mo Bei, he left go of them and did not take their primeval stones? Hearing the guard's report, the Academy elder revealed a slightly shocked expression. I dare not lie to Lord, it is indeed like this. The guard kneeling on the ground immediately responded. The Academy elder did not express his opinion, and waved his hand. I have understood this matter, you may go. Your subordinate takes his leave. Once the guard had left, the Academy elder immediately fell into deep thoughts. He was originally concerned with this matter, as he was afraid Fan Yuan would snatch away the 30 primeval stones that Fang Jing had gotten as a reward. If that was the case, the Academy's reward system would have no meaning, they might as well give everything to Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan really did that, the Academy would not allow it, and the Academy elder was already prepared to punish Fan Yuan. But he did not expect that not only did Fan Yuan have no intention to take the 30 primeval stones from Fang Jing, he even let go of Mo Bei and Qi Qing as well. Fan Yuan has hundreds of primeval stones on hand, he might not be too concerned with the 30 primeval stones, that is understandable. But giving up on extorting Mo Bei, Qi Qing and Fang Jing, what is the reason? The Academy elder contemplated, his eyebrows gradually easing. He had understood something. Mo Bei, Qi Qing and Fang Jing, they could be said to represent the 3 factions of the clan. Letting go of them, the meaning was that he was appealing to the 3 different factions. This was understandable, as Fan Yuan's attitude change meant that he was finally willing to lower his head to the clan. Understandable. As he cultivated, Fan Yuan may have the liquor worm, but the situation has gotten clearer to him. The inability of AC grade talent, after a few outbursts, and letting go of the majority of his negative feelings, he is probably rather downhearted and depressed now. It seems the clan leader's words make sense. Fan Yuan is after all a 15-year-old, how can he go against the clan's system? Now that he has started to accept reality, once he finds the position that he belongs to, he would fuse into the clan. Naturally. Thinking of this, the Academy elder breathed out a sigh of relief, his feelings becoming more cheerful. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon, the mid-year exam was here. Faster, faster, I've lured the wild boar out. A youngster ran as he shouted out frantically. On both his legs, there was a light green ring of swirling wind. With these 2 rings, it led to him having above-average speed at such a young age. However, the wild boar chasing after him became faster and faster, and the distance between them was shortening. The scorching sun penetrated the forest and reflected on the wild boar, causing both its teeth to shine brightly. The wild boar is coming, hold the rope tightly. The 4 ambushing youngsters quickly hid in the bushes and pulled the ropes tightly, instantly forming a tripping rope. The speeding youngster leapt lightly, jumping over the road and continued running. But the boar behind him tripped over the rope and fell harshly on the ground, crashing 5 to 6 meters before stopping. Ow! The 4 youngsters were pulled along by the rope, and fell to the ground along with the wild boar. Strike! The youngster running ahead turned around and shouted. The few people lying on the ground frantically stood up, and surrounded the wild boar. Kacha! A small budding tree, under the impact of the wild boar, snapped in half and the tree crown fell to the ground. What a close shave! Guyu Chiching wiped the sweat off his forehead, feeling lingering fear. Luckily I managed to use the dragon pill cricket goo and leapt 3 meters to the left, otherwise this tree would have been my outcome. Pew pew pew! Moonblade danced in the air as it hit the wild boar's body, causing long and shallow cuts. Guyu Mobei's face was excited, his eyes glowing, his spirits immersed in this battle. Half an hour later, the wild boar collapsed due to excessive loss of blood. Guyu Mobei breathed roughly and also sat on the ground, his entire body full of mud and grass, at the same time full of sweat. Fighting against a living being like the wild boar is indeed different from the wooden puppet, grass puppet during practice battles. I spent 30 minutes just to kill a wild boar. I wonder how are the others doing? On a hidden small hill, there was a temporarily built tent. The tent blocked the punishing sun rays and casted an area of cool dark shadowy shade. Under the cover, there was a few chairs and tables, with the academy elder sitting at the main seat. Beside him, there were other clan elders. A few Gu masters were standing behind them. In the surrounding forests around the tent, there were also some hidden Gu masters. At this time, the forest ahead had an abnormal disturbance. Whoosh! A Gu master emerged from the forest like a shadow and quickly ran out, kneeling outside the tentage. How is the situation? Academy elder asked. Reporting to Lord Elder, at this point, there are no casualties among the students. The Gu master quickly answered. Good, good. An afternoon had already gone by since the mid-year exam started. To have no injuries, this is different from the past years. It looks like this is all the Academy Elder's effort. The other clan elders nodded satisfactorily, praising in turns. The Academy Elder shook his head slightly, he knew the reason. This was due to Fan Yuan's emergence, extorting his classmates, causing them to practice hard on basic martial arts, thus having such a performance. He looked towards the kneeling Gu master, and continued asking. Then at this point, whose results are the best? The Gu master answered immediately. Reporting to Lord, at this point, Guyu Fan Yuan, Fan Jing, and Mobei, Qi Qing are leading. Qi Qing killed 3 boars, Fan Jing and Mobei killed 5, and Fan Yuan has the most, at 8. Oh? To think Fan Yuan is leading. In all the years, it is a very rare sight that A and B grade talents are being suppressed by AC grade. He has the liquor worm, right? That means he has upper stage green copper primeval essence, so to have such a result, it is understandable. I believe that from now on, Fan Jing, Mobei and Qi Qing would surpass him. Although he has the liquor worm, his primeval essence recovery rate cannot compare to A, B grade talents. The other clan elders discussed. You may go. Academy elder waved his hand towards the kneeling Gu master. Instruct the others, focus on their protecting job. Especially Fan Jing, Chi-Ching and Mo Bei, pay more attention and ensure their safety. Yes, Lord. The Gu master retreated. These outdoor combats to most students, it was really their first time. Thus, there was danger and the clan naturally has plans. Dozens of rank 2 Gu masters were concealed in the forests, controlling the safety of this entire examination. At the same time, some rank 3 clan elders were staying here to anticipate sudden accidents. The blazing sun slowly descended from the highest point in the sky, gradually nearing the northeast mountains. The sunset glow ignited the clouds. It was the sun's last flow of passion. As the last sunlight shone into the forest, another wild boar fell on the ground. 23rd. Fan Yuan calculated in his heart, and then squatted down, skillfully carving out a wild boar teeth. There was a bag on his back, inside was a large number of wild boar teeth. At the same time, he had another bag, carrying the teeth of those boars he killed last time. These teeth were originally stored in the rock crack's secret cave, and were retrieved by Fan Yuan the previous night, stored into a bag and buried in a secret location. I am familiar with the terrain and wild boar distribution. At the same time I have upper stage primeval essence to use the moonlight goo together with the little light goo. The other's efficiency definitely cannot compare to me. Just with this bag on me, I can get number 1 easily. I wonder what expressions they would show when I take out the other bag later? Hee hee. Fan Yuan looked at the sky. It was time to retrieve the other bag. Thinking of this, in his head, a map showed up. These days he had memorized the beast's skin map. Fan Yuan was clear of his current position. If he turned left and walked along the stream for 15 minutes, he would reach the location where he buried the bag. But when he was about to move, he hesitated. With my current location, I am only 500 to 600 meters away from the nearest red circle marking. Such a rare chance, should I go take a look? Once he had the thought, it was unstoppable. Since he had already won anyway, Fan Yuan had a lot of time left. That beast skin map had 3 red circle markings. These 3 locations were very important to Old Man Wang. It is also the only meaning that I could not decipher on the map. I'll go see. Fan Yuan naturally knew that there were Gu masters controlling the scene, but this was also why he needed evidence. Immediately, he acted like he was going to continue killing wild boars, and moved deeper into the forest. 7 minutes later, he arrived at the red marking location. A treehouse was hidden among the bushes on a huge tree, and if one did not observe closely they would not be able to find it. This is Old Man Wang's temporary residence while hunting? Fan Yuan frowned, his heart getting confused. He climbed into the treehouse. When he saw the sight in the treehouse, his expression changed. Chapter 74. Solving the mystery with knowledge and discovering killing intent. The space in the treehouse isn't large, but there were many items inside, so at one glance it seemed extremely messy. The floor in the center had a thick dark yellow-colored carpet. Inside the house, there was an iron stove beside the wall, and on it there was a bronze kettle. Inside the stove there was black-colored soot, and beside it there was a small pile of unburnt dried firewood. Despite it being summer, the nights in this mountain were still icy cold. The iron stove could maintain the entire treehouse's warmth when lit, despite its small size. The treehouse has 2 sets of windows, 2 to 3 ropes wrapped as the frame of the windows, connecting the 2 together in the middle of the room. On the rope hang several torn pieces of clothing, the torn patches pieced together. It was obviously an adult's clothing and was still slightly damp, not completely dry from the sun yet. The light of the setting sun penetrated the windows and shone inside the treehouse. The treehouse was rather dark internally. At a corner there were axes and hunting knives with beast skin wrapped on the handle. On the blade there was even dark red blood traces. On the other side of the wall, there was a piece of bamboo paper with a dagger stabbed in the middle. There was a young man's face on the bamboo paper. It was Fan Yuan's appearance. This all meant that during this short period, someone had come to the hidden treehouse and lived here. The person's intention was obvious. His target was Fan Yuan. The paper was stabbed by a dagger, and showed his evil intent to the extremes. Such a scenario, even Fan Yuan was taken aback. What does this person want, and why is he against me? No, maybe it isn't me but Fan Jing. Fan Yuan's thoughts flew all over his mind. Fan Jing was an A-grade talent, the only one in the last 3 years of the Guyu clan, and is their only hope. If he could be truly nurtured, he would be the next figure in the clan. But nurturing was a process. During this process, there were calamities and human-made disasters. Ignoring calamities, the most important was human disasters. As everyone knew, Qingmao Mountain did not only have the Guyu clan, but also the Bai clan and Xiong clan. These two forces would not be happy to see the dominating Guyu clan successfully nurturing an A-grade talent. Thus, sending assassins to get rid of him was a common thing. In this world, there are little geniuses, and even less of those who could successfully grow up. A grade talent Gu masters, it was not that they did not exist. 3 years ago, one appeared in the Guyu clan. In even earlier generations, they also appeared on occasions. But on Qingmao Mountain, out of the 3 clans in these years, there was only one successful A-grade talent nurtured, the Bai clan's Bai Ningbing of rank 3 cultivation. Such a scenario was enough to say many things. This person, is he from the Bai clan or the Xiong clan? They want to get rid of Guyu Fangjing so soon? Fan Yuan frowned, staring at the portrait. But why did Old Man Wang's beast skin map indicate this treehouse? Was he a spy from the other forces? No, this person is obviously after me. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. At this moment, he thought of many scenes. The first time, it was beside the trap, and the 4 hunters' conversation. A hunter said, "Second brother Wang, you're almost 19, it is time you got married and have children." Wang Er said, "Humph, as a true man, how can I be lusting after such small beauty? One day, I will walk out of this Qingmao Mountain and roam the world, learn everything in the world and live up to the expectations of my male body." The second time was after he himself acted, Wang Er's peculiar calmness. He pulled his bow and pointed at Fan Yuan. The others were already begging for forgiveness. The third was when Fan Yuan was asking questions. "I ask you, in Old Man Wang's family, who else is there?" A hunter answered. "Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but that was decades ago, and she was killed by wild wolves that intruded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 sons and a daughter. But the oldest son Wang De died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family." I remember. Old Man Wang actually also has a daughter-in-law, Wang Da's old wife. But after Wang De disappeared, his wife died due to a broken heart. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But rumor has it that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and she was actually hounded to death by Old Man Wang. When you killed Old Man Wang, Lord, you are helping us citizens, rooting out the evil and bringing people peace." The other hunter quickly added, That's right. Actually, Lord, we have long found this old Wang unfavorable. Humph, he's nothing special, just that he can hunt better than us. We're all just mortals, yet he thinks he's more special than us and purposely moved out of the village to live here. As the younger generation, we sometimes will ask him to teach us and impart his experiences, but he would just outright chase us away and never allow us to show up again near the wooden house. Old Man Wang's family, moving out of the village, away from people. Eldest son Wang De died on the mountains 3 years ago while hunting. Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, and was forced to commit suicide by Old Man Wang, and obtained a chastity memorial arch. Old Man Wang chased away all the young hunters who were trying to ask for guidance. Old Man Wang tried his best to hide the beast skin map, and on the bamboo paper, there were no such circles. Wang Er was at such a young age, but was calm towards Gu masters. At the same time he did not marry, and had the aspiration to surpass mortal realm in his heart. Most importantly, the circles on the beast skin map indicated a hidden realm. There was obvious human activity in the area. At the same time, this person held strong hatred towards Fan Yuan. All the clues pieced together. If separated, they were not easy to link, but once linked, it was peculiar. The more Fan Yuan thought about it, the more he felt that the mist shrouding this mystery has thinned. The setting sun's afterglow passed through the window and reflected upon his face, the strong light alike to the color of blood. The surroundings had fallen into a deadly silence. Was there someone secretly peeping at him all this time? Suddenly, Fan Yuan's eyes lit up, his vision crossing through time and space. He had seen the truth. Wang De did not die. At this moment, the glow in his eyes radiated the surroundings. Not only did he not die, he even became a demonic Gu master by chance. It was not that mortals had no cultivating talent, but that the clan restricted the cultivation methods from leaking out, and controlled it tightly in their hands. But there was no absolute in this world. Mortals could become Gu masters as well, from accidents in the wild and encountering the Hope Gu, opening their aperture. Or inheriting a certain strength inheritance, or getting the personal guidance from a certain clan's member. But these Gu masters were not accepted into the clan completely, and could only be their henchmen. Thus, they would not be satisfied and became loner Gu masters. Their cultivation is extremely difficult. As time passed, as they competed for resources, they would have to kill, snatch, and murder, turning towards the demonic path. Because of some lucky chance, the highest possibility is that he obtained a large fortune from a certain Gu master's corpse and became a Gu master 3 years ago. To hide from others, he sent out the fake information that he died, but no one had ever seen his corpse. Old Man Wang's family found out about this and moved out of the village, risking the chance that wild beasts might invade, and lived alone, just to hide this truth. But there were some problems that occurred. Wang Da's wife did not agree and might have wanted to report to the Guyu clan. Wang family had no choice but to kill her, and release some seemingly real and fake information to hide the truth. Something about her remarrying, or forcing her to commit suicide to hide the truth under all these rumors. Once in a while, Wang De would return home to stay. Thus, Old Man Wang had to chase those youngsters who were seeking guidance away. Wang Er, after interacting with his brother, had dispelled his fear of Gu masters, and naturally developed the goal of wanting to be a Gu master and explore the greatness of the outside world. Because of the fear that Wang De might be exposed, even at such an old age, Wang Er did not get married. Wang De could not stay in the house, thus Old Man Wang drew 3 red circles on the beast skin map. These 3 locations should be hidden residential areas like this. Having 3 hiding spots, Wang De rotated his stay around the houses, and lived in the fringe of the 3 clans' authority. The meaning of the 3 red circles was finally revealed. Red indicated alertness, but most importantly to Old Man Wang, this was his eldest son's residence. Thus, when Fan Yuan wanted the old man to draw the map, he did not indicate it on the bamboo paper. It was to protect his son. Similarly, he drew fewer red crosses, to avenge the death of his son. Maybe at a certain time each year, Wang De will return home to stay for a while. When he returned, he found that his entire family was dead. After asking around, he found out it was me, thus he used the dagger to pin my portrait on the wall, so that he would exact revenge on me. With his previous life's experience, Fan Yuan was almost certain this was the truth. If it was some other power that wanted to assassinate Fang Jing, they could be much more subtle. They did not have to develop a spy like Old Man Wang. After all, Old Man Wang lived at the mountain foot, not inside the Guyu village. To think that over a beast skin map, I provoked a murderer of the demonic faction. This world really works in wondrous ways. Fan Yuan could not help but snicker. He first killed Wang Er, the Old Man Wang and Wang's daughter, and it was all for the beast skin map. Old Man Wang was the number 1 hunter in the village, so his beast skin map had the greatest value. At that time he was thinking, it's merely 3 mortal lives, what's the big deal, I'll just killing them conveniently. In this world, anyone had the right to live, and anyone could die just as easily. To think that out of nowhere, a demonic Wei Gu master emerged. With regards to this, Fan Yuan did not have a tint of regret, but instead felt at ease. If he had been too merciful at the time, in his goal to obtain the Wang family beast skin map, Wang Er, Old Man Wang and Sister Wang would have been a huge disturbance. To protect Wang Da's secret, they would not give him the real product. Wang Er's battle strength could exterminate an ordinary rank 1 upper stage Gu master. Old Man Wang was even more experienced with age, and in terms of killing strength, he was even more of a threat than Wang Er. Even if he had gotten the real product, Old Man Wang would have informed Wang De, and Wang De would have gotten Fan Yuan's information immediately. No matter how he dealt with it, he would be in the shadows while Fan Yuan was out in the open. Wang De would be having the advantage of being in control of the situation. Good thing I killed them at the start. Regardless of what, I have to control the situation in my own palm. This way, even if I do not get the real item, there is no loss to me, and I can even snatch other hunters. Killing Old Man Wang and that girl caused Wang De to spend a lot of time just to get my intel. Needless to say, those 2 young hunters must have already been silenced. Fan Yuan confirmed in his heart. There was only a few people who knew the situation, and Wang De would not attack Jiang He. Once Jiang He is dead, the clan would send people to investigate. But if those 2 hunters disappeared on the mountain, it was easy to manipulate. Jiang He would not reveal an incident like this as it would affect the clan's evaluation of him, and would even cover up the situation. Glow in his eyes radiated the surroundings as a metaphor. Chapter 75. Resolution of the Demonic Way. The thoughts of Fan Yuan flew all over the place in the tree house. With the knowledge acquired from his previous life, Fan Yuan could sense Wang Da's existence, but how was his strength? Fan Yuan had never seen this Wang Da, But with the information at hand, there was much he could analyze from this. Courage is built upon the basis of strength. He had collected my information and still wants to exact revenge on me. With such a confidence, his cultivation has to be above rank 1. These 3 years he had been moving around the 3 red-circled areas, living on the fringe of the 3 clan villages. Almost every day he faced the risk of getting discovered and purged. This shows he does not have the strength to roam outside, and roaming outside requires rank 3 cultivation. This means that, at first evaluation, he is a rank 2. Fan Yuan's eyes glinted with cold light. Counting the time, he disappeared for 3 years and cultivated to rank 2 now, so he should be a B or C grade talent, and his aperture should have about 40 to 70% primeval essence. These 3 years, he could survive and at the same time, live at home despite Jiang He's observation, so he has to have a stealth type of goo worm at work. Information was the most important thing to a goo master's showdown. Although Fan Yuan had no investigative type goo worm, with his experience and knowledge, he could forcefully reverse engineer Wang Da's cultivation level and goo worms to a highly plausible degree. Very quickly, his mental image of a rank 2 demonic faction goo master appeared, carrying the hatred of his family's murder and lurking somewhere to kill his revenge target. I can kill others, others can naturally come to kill me. This is nothing. Fan Yuan laughed lightly. In this world, anyone had the right to live, and anyone had the chance to die. Those who kill are bound to get killed. Since he committed murder, he should be mentally prepared to get killed. If he was killed like that, then he would die like that. It was nothing much, and definitely no regrets. This was the path he chose. This point, Fan Yuan had great resolve already. This is the resolution of the demonic way. Wang Er wants to kill me, then in this mid-year exam, it is definitely the best chance. Normally, students would reside in the village, and with his rank 2 cultivation, he cannot creep into the village, that is courting death. Maybe he evaluated that I might come out to hunt. But Qing Mao Mountain is so huge, he alone has to hide his traces and also have to search for me, it is too difficult. Now that there's this chance, he is most likely to strike. He is a rank 2 goo master, and one that has struggled for 3 years, living a life of danger and unknown, a demonic faction goo master nurtured like this. With my current battle strength, I am definitely not his match. But this does not mean that I have no chance of survival. Escape. Fan Yuan instantly decided. Nothing is too shameless if it is to survive, so if he can't fight it, run. For a goo master to make a sudden breakthrough is almost never happening. Fighting against a higher realm is possible, but that is built on the base that the goo master has special goo worms. Fan Yuan had a number of goo worms in his possession, but the spring-autumn cicada was hibernating and unusable, while the liquor worm, white boar goo, little light goo and moonlight goo were not trump cards to fight a higher realm. Obviously knowing the enemy was unbeatable, yet resolving to fight to the death, that is a stupid, hot-blooded behavior. Even if he wins, that would not win him the favor of fate. Fan Yuan is cautious his entire life even with trump cards, and if the chances of victory is slim, he would choose to avoid combat. He liked to be in control of the situation, using unscrupulous methods to raise his chances to the limit. He loved fighting assured battles. Only when he has no choice would he engage in a risky fight. Thus, his favorite activity was to bully the weak and snatch resources to get stronger. Strong enough until he surpasses his enemies and then stomp on them afterwards, bullying the weak. There is nothing shameless about this. Those who find challenges just to prove their bravery and risk their lives to fight to the death with strong enemies, that is the real stupidity. But unfortunately, this quality has been praised and recommended, because any organization needed the individual to sacrifice themselves to protect the interests of the ones in power. One just needs to think slightly to know that survival is the prerequisite to all activities. In order to survive and fulfill the ambitions on their heart, this is a person's greatest courage. Dying for aspiration, those are fools. Surviving shamelessly for their ambitions, those are true brave warriors. On Earth, Han Xian endured the shame of crawling through someone's legs. Cao Cao was chased till he shaved his beard and torn his robe. Yu Wang, in order to live, had to eat shit to express his loyalty. That's why, fuck off with honor and reputation, and face. Regardless of organization, they would applaud such a value system. The more that needed to be sacrificed, the more they would be promoted, like a military. Which direction should I go, the one that has the lowest chance of encountering Wang De? A map appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Wang De already knows I have the beast skin map, Now he should be hiding in the forest, searching for me by looking for the wild boar distribution on the map. I cannot go to these places, thus I can only move in reverse to find a chance to survive. Thinking of this, a slightly insane route surfaced in Fan Yuan's mind. Under the sunset in the mountain forest, trees' shadows overlapped, and wild grass grew abundantly. A pair of bloodshot eyes hid deep in the shadows. His eyes burnt with hatred and anger, as if it couldn't be doused even with a tsunami. Fan Yuan, I've finally found you. Wang De gritted his teeth, growling the words out from his mouth. Under his gaze, not far away, a youngster with a thin body and pale face was traversing the forest. With his enemy nearby, Wang De did not act immediately, but turned his gaze to several other positions. From each of these positions, an invigilator Gu master was hidden. To prevent cheating and for immediate treatment of injuries, the area nearby had around a few dozen rank 2 Gu masters hiding. There was even rank 3 clan elders holding the fort on the mountains high up. Wang De carefully moved around the forest and collected a lot of intel. I want to kill Fan Yuan, so I need to get rid of these 3 Gu masters first. Otherwise, once I show myself, I will be disturbed. Maybe with surprise I can kill Fan Yuan, but I will also get killed by the Gu masters that chase after me from there. I have rank 2 middle stage cultivation, and there's 50% primeval essence in my body. I have to act first and kill these 3 Gu masters. It is difficult. I have to strike consecutively in a very short period. Otherwise, once they find their companions dead, they would become alert and my traces will be exposed. Shadow follower Gu. Wang De closed his eyes and called in his heart. Immediately, his body became enshrouded in a lump of darkness and could move among the tree's shadows. All was silent. In a thick bush nearby, the Guyu clan's rank 2 Gu master sprawled inside, yawning out of boredom. So boring, accompanying these junior students, I feel like a nanny. This Gu master complained softly, not feeling the shadow that was slowly creeping around him. A pair of bony hands stretched out from the shadows. This pair of hands was pale to the limit, the joints were huge and the 10 nails were sharp and long. The nails dyed a shade of dark purple and emitted a slightly fishy smell. What smell is this? The Guyu clan Gu master sniffed, frowning subconsciously. He just wanted to investigate, but it was too late. Wang De pounced like a snake, striking at lightning speed. One hand covered the Gu master's mouth and nose, while the other stabbed from the shadows towards his back. His dark purple nails were sharp as blades, his fingers easily entering the Gu master's body and reaching his heart. The fingernails were poisonous, and at that moment it invaded the heart. Through the blood, it spread all over the Gu master's body. The Gu master's body stiffened and lost all signs of life. Although they were both rank 2 Gu masters, one had assaulted abruptly with preparation, so before the battle even begun, it had ended. I used 10% of my primeval essence, 40% left. Wang De checked his aperture, and fused into the shadows once again. A moment later, the second Gu master hiding behind a rock also met his assault. His eyes shrunk to pin size as he collapsed on the ground. The poison invaded his body, and soon he turned purple, and from his nose 2 streams of purple blood flowed out. 30% left. Wang De chanted silently, turning into shadows again. Who is it? The third Gu master was hiding on a tree branch atop a huge tree. At the crucial moment he sensed something wrong, and at the time where Wang De struck, he turned around and grabbed the 2 poisonous hands. Damn it! Wang De laughed sinisterly, his 10 nails growing crazily, at once becoming 5 centimeters long, stabbing the Gu master's forearm and piercing his skin. His forearm bled and the blood quickly turned dark purple. This is the love-life separation? The third Gu master seeing this was shocked beyond doubt. The purple poison had already infected his face. He knew he had no poison resistance Gu worm and was surely dead, thus he showed resolve on his face, shouting, Then let's die together! He opened his mouth and stretched out his tongue. There was a crescent moon tattoo on his tongue. It was the Moonlight Gu. A moonblade shot out and slashed Wang Da's right shoulder, piercing through and coming out from his back. The blood splattered. Wang De grunted, his body swaying a little, but the Gu master had already passed away, with a trace of life left. Correct, this is love-life separation. Wang De stood on the tree branch, slowly standing up, showing a bitter smile. Love-life separation, the number 1 poison among the rank 2 Gu worms. To refine it, one needs the rank 1 life breath grass, widow spider, red needle scorpion and the heart of a lover. To refine this Gu worm, Wang De killed his own wife who loved him deeply, and dug out her heart. It is all for survival, I could only choose strength. This is the resolution of my demonic path. Wang Da's eyes were red as he stared tightly at the nearby youngster. I gave up on love, and only had kinship left, but you took them from me. Fan Yuan, he growled lowly. I want you to regret deeply all that you did. Han Xian, famous general of First Emperor Han Emperor Lu. Cao Cao, famous statesman and general at the end of Han, noted poet and calligrapher, later warlord, founder and first king of Chao Wei, father of Emperor Chao Pai, as well as the main villain of the novel The Romance of Three Kingdoms. Chapter 76. Do you regret it? Kill! Wang De growled, ferociously leaping into the air from the tree branch. As he was about to get near to his mortal enemy, 3 moon blades shot out from nowhere suddenly and intercepted him midway. Why is there a 4th Gu Master? Wang Da's heart sank, twisting his body forcefully in midair, narrowing avoiding 2 moon blades. The remaining one, which he could no longer evade, hit his left leg. Bang! Wang De crashed onto the ground, lowering his head to look at his left leg. There was a wound, deep and long, blood already dripping all over. Damn! Wang De gritted his teeth, his heart thinking. Shadow follower Gu! Immediately, he turned into a lump of dark shadow as his speed rose drastically, moving backwards without a sound. At this moment, a Gu worm flew out from nowhere. At the same time an old and weary voice sounded out. Flash blink Gu explode. The Gu worm exploded on command, turning into a blinding white light. The white light was unavoidable, abruptly appearing and turning the entire dark forest bright. Ah! Wang De shrieked. His body, which had turned into shadows, could not hide anywhere under the bright light, and went back to his human form. Although the Flash Blink Gu was only rank 1 and also a consumable type, it was the complete counter of Wang Da's Shadow Follower Gu. Once the darkness was dispelled by the light, the rank 2 Shadow Follower Gu needed to rest 3 hours before it could be used again. In nature, all beings are equal, one counters another. Although the Shadow Follower Gu had very strong lurking abilities, it also had a great weakness. After he was countered, Wang Da's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. This 4th Gu Master was more experienced. Not only did he know which Gu to use, he also hid himself well, a true foe. More importantly, Wang De could no longer use the Shadow Follower Gu, thus having no way to retreat. I am Gu Yuso, lad. If you surrender now, my clan might still spare your life. A white-haired, silver-bearded rank 2 Gu Master appeared in front of Wang Da's vision. Spare me, humph, I'll kill you first. Wang De knew that if it was dragged, there would be more Gu Masters appearing to deal with him. He had to kill this 4th Gu Master as soon as possible. My primeval essence only has 20% left, be it revenge or preserving my life. I have to kill this meddlesome old fellow first. Wang De picked up his spirits and jumped towards Gu Yu. South Gu Yuso snorted. His entire body, be it hair or poor hair, grew insanely and intertwined, in the blink of an eye forming a snow-white battle armor with a spiky design. Seeing this change, Wang Da's expression changed. The experienced Gu Master was like a porcupine, causing Wang De to not know how to strike. His rank 2 strong poison Gu loved life separation. Although the poison was extremely strong and deadly, it did not have strong attacking abilities, only usable as a sneak attack. Wang De only had love life separation and Shadow Follower Gu. If he had a defensive Gu worm, he would not have gotten hit by the moon blade. Humph, if I cannot deal with you, I'll kill Fan Yuan first. Wang De was not stupid. The 3 years of living had made him cunning and ruthless. He moved quickly, getting around Gu Yuso and attacking the culprit of his family's murder. Dream on! Gu Yuso activated his primeval essence, and his body of spikes immediately shot out 2 sharp pins, spiraling and flying 5 to 6 meters towards Wang De. Wang Da's body shifted, narrowly avoiding the 2 snow-white spikes. On his hands, his 10 nails were half a palm long, purple and dark, the fog state poison circulating them. Die! Wang De was already mad from battle, laughing maniacally as he rushed towards his target. In his eyes, Fan Yuan's face was full of shock and panic. Killing intent had overtaken Wang Da's brain. He could almost hear himself piercing Fan Yuan's skin, and his indignant last breath. You wish! Seeing that he was about to succeed, another person appeared, blocking Wang Da's way. The 5th Gu Master rushed over from nearby. It's actually the love-life separation? This middle-aged man was unmoved by Wang Da's crazy and ferocious demeanor. Rock-skin Gu. The middle-aged man activated his primeval essence, red steel primeval essence gushing out like smoke. His naked arms immediately turned from yellow to gray-white color. At the same time both his arms expanded like balloons, forming a large and thick rock arm. As both parties got closer, Wang Da's expression became more twisted and insane. The middle-aged Gu master had a solemn expression as he stretched out both arms to grab Wang Da. "Trying to get me with this speed?" Wang Da showed a mocking expression. The middle-aged man's limbs were covered by a thick rock skin, even Wang Da's nails could not penetrate. But the arms were really too heavy and slow. Wang Da felt that he could easily evade them. "Really? Jade Wind Wheel!" The middle-aged Gu master shouted, and suddenly a pair of jade-colored cyclones circulated around his rock arm like armbands. The rock arm's speed immediately rose. "How can that be? Ugh!" Wang Da's face was shocked as he was swept by the rock arm and flew away. The middle-aged Gu master was experienced in battle. If he had used the Bigu Jade Wind Wheel from the start, Wang Da might not have fallen so easily. Wang Da was sent flying by the rock arm, falling on the ground in a mess. The chest that was hit felt pain. Puke. He barely got up, but could not help but vomit blood. 5% primeval essence left, I'm gonna die. He checked his aperture, laughing bitterly. Seeing Fan Yuan near him, he showed insane resolve on his face. "Even if I die, you will join me!" Ah! He ignored his injuries and rushed out. "Block him!" The middle-aged Gu master was a pure close-range fighter with no long-range Gu. At once he could do nothing. The old Gu master had already arrived, his body's white hair turning into finger-sized spirals as they flew like nimble snakes, extending 5 to 6 meters and reached from behind, piercing Wang Da's body. But Wang Da did not care, rushing out regardless. "Die!" He screamed loudly, his 10 fingernails already 50 centimeters long. The middle-aged Gu master chased after, and upon seeing this scene, his expression changed as he could no longer stop it. Seeing that Wang Da was about to get his way, a bright blue jade light burst from the other side. "Jade Skin Gu!" Under the pressure of life and death, Fan Jing screamed out loudly. Immediately, his skin was covered by a sturdy layer of jade skin. Wang Da's fingers were like knife blades stabbing at him. Although the love-life separation did not have strong attacking ability, the Jade Skin Gu was only a rank 1 Gu worm and could not block his nails. "Howl!" The elderly Gu master, seeing Fan Jing about to die, shouted frantically and his eyes expanded. Even more snow-white needles shot out and pierced Wang Da's body. After that, the needles worked like snakes, first piercing his back to his chest, then circulating around his neck, his arms and his legs. Boiling blood poured from Wang Da's body, immediately dyeing the white hair red. His entire body was covered by white hair, just like the wild boar who had fallen into a trap of green bamboo spikes, stopping his charge and being unable to move. An intense feeling of dizziness hit him. Wang Da laughed pathetically, he knew that death was impending. How unsatisfying! His vision was dyed blur, and on his death moment, the most vivid memory in his life surfaced again. "Wan Er!" He subconsciously called out his wife's name, as the knife on his hand pierced her body. "Why?" His wife looked at Wang Da, her beautiful face showing confusion and shock, tightly staring at Wang Da's eyes. Wang Da's eyes were red, as his body shivered, forcing out a word from his mouth. "Sorry." His wife smiled slightly, her smile full of love. There was not a single drop of hate. "I understand," she said. She wanted to stretch out her right hand, touching Wang Da's face for the last time before she died. But in the middle, her hand dropped. Killing his wife for her heart, and refining love-life separation. From then on he had strength, and went on the demonic path. "Do you have regrets?" From that day on, he constantly asked himself this. "I regret it." He regretted so much that he would rather die, thus he swore that he had to protect the remaining family members of his. But, if I could start from the beginning again, Wan Er, I would still do the same. Emotional tears poured from Wang Da's red eyes. Fan Jing stared at him, his body glowing with jade light. From start to end, he was in deep confusion and suspicion. An unfamiliar Gu master rushed madly towards himself, and wanted to tear him to bits. But Fan Jing did not know him. Under the thick death aura, Fan Jing could not move an inch. His mind was blank as he only subconsciously activated the jade skin Gu. Wang Da's nails pierced the jade skin and stabbed 1 centimeter in, but did not move anymore. He died. He was full of tears when he died. It's over? Fan Jing breathed roughly, his eyes losing focus and seemed rather hollow. Then, a strong sense of dizziness overcame him. Plop. He also fell on the ground. Love-life separation, the strongest rank 2 poison. Although it did not pierce through all the jade skin, the poison already invaded his body. Chapter 77. An odd coincidence. A wild boar almost as huge as an elephant was lying in the mud pit. It closed its eyes shut, half kneeling and half lying, a pair of tusks clean from soil, shining like sharp blades. The twilight reflected on its dark black fur, its huge stomach was white and with each breath, moved up and down creating a snorting sound. Wild Boar King! Fan Yuan was several hundred meters away from it, but still carefully walked along with the direction of the wind. Even though I can kill wild boars now, against this Wild Boar King, I can only run away. Even an average rank 2 goo master cannot kill it. If he is not clear of the goo worms on its body, he might even fall prey to it. King of the beasts normally have goo worms inhabiting their bodies. On the Wild Boar King's body, there would normally be boar goo, such as pink boar goo or flower boar goo. Other than the boar species, there might also be beast skin goo or spike fur worm. In this world there are all sorts of goo worms. Normally, goo worms reside in the bodies of strong wild beasts, and live alongside the wild beasts. When the wild beast gets attacked, the goo worms will sense the danger and assist the wild beast in resisting the strong foe. This Wild Boar King's body was huge, and its strength greatly exceeded the average wild boar. Fan Yuan was no match against it alone, not to mention there was at least one or more mysterious goo worms in its body. However, Fan Yuan's adventure this time was not to kill the Wild Boar King. It was to avoid Wang Da's pursuit. Wang Da knew that Fan Yuan had the beast skin map, and Fan Yuan used that knowledge to his advantage. Going nowhere but instead heading towards the Wild Boar King's danger marking area. The Wild Boar King, although dangerous, was still a beast after all, and had no human intelligence. Old Man Wang, as a mortal, could venture to this place and retreat safely, so why couldn't Fan Yuan do the same? Going on a reverse path, although seemingly dangerous, hid a way to survive instead. As he moved even further, the Wild Boar King was slowly left behind by Fan Yuan. On the map, it would seem like Fan Yuan took a big circle and went around the red cross, forming a concave curve. Finally, he reached the hill where several clan elders were staying and having the mid-year assessment there on the spot. An hour later, a youngster full of grass bits, his shirt torn in several areas and his feet full of mud, carried a bag and ran up the hill. This pathetic-looking youngster was Fan Yuan. I'm finally safely back here. At this place, there are clan elders to protect me and my safety is assured. But I cannot afford to be careless. Fan Yuan sighed in relief, and slowly ascended the hill. The hill had a simple tentage and tens of students were nearby as the academy's guards were collating the wild boar tusks in their bags. The few clan elders that were stationed here were missing, and only one was left. Why is the atmosphere so weird? Fan Yuan frowned slightly, acutely feeling something important had occurred. When he got near the tentage, he heard the students' discussions. Did you hear there was an assassination earlier, and several rank 2 goo masters died? Are you serious? It's true, I came here early, and I saw Guyu Fangjing carried away by several clan elders, hurrying away. Guyu Fangjing is too unlucky to encounter something like this during the exam. Hee, you don't know, huh? The target was Fangjing, because he is a great talent. I wonder if he'll die. Even if he doesn't die, he's gonna be affected. Maybe his talent might drop after that injury. Fan Yuan's footsteps halted. He was clear in his heart, conjuring the truth of the matter. Wang Da wanted to deal with me and avenge his kin. But after I found the treehouse, I changed my route and went towards the Wild Boar King. Wang Da did not expect this and found Fangjing by accident instead. His source of information came from those hunters, and he did not know that I have a twin brother. He mistook Fangjing as me and wanted to kill me, but was stopped by the surrounding goo masters who were protecting the area. Right now the question is, did Wang Da die? Fan Yuan frowned tightly. Wang Da successfully escaping, Wang Da captured, Wang Da killed, these three possibilities would greatly affect his future plans and actions. Thinking for a while, Fan Yuan decided to follow his original plan. The Academy Elder's expression was ugly. Fangjing was actually assassinated. Without any clues or evidence, he would not be able to guess that Fangjing had become Fan Yuan's scapegoat, but thought of the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Fang Jing was the only A-grade talent that the Guyu clan had for the last 3 years. The Bai clan and Xiong clan would naturally not let him grow. Sending an assassin Gu master to kill him and prevent him from getting stronger, this was normal. Even the Guyu clan would do something like this, secretly sending Gu masters and targeting the other 2 clans' genius students. The assassin was killed on the spot, but I wonder how is Fang Deng's injuries? Academy Elder thought, and at this moment, his attendant brought him a piece of paper. Academy Elder received the paper, reading without paying proper attention. In this year's examination, the results are as follows. Guyu Chiqing 16 tusks, Guyu Mo Bei 14 tusks. The surrounding students' attention were obtained. The results were clear. D-grade students, even if they worked together, they could only obtain 3 to 4 tusks. B and C grades, at most 8 to 9. Those with more than 10 tusks were the good performers. The best was Guyu Chiqing with 16 tusks. Next was Mo Bei, and as for Fang Jing, he had 10. Guyu Chiqing showed a smug expression. He was lucky this time and encountered 2 wild boars fighting each other, thus he got the easy reward. Guyu Mo Bei was indignant, allowing Chiqing to surpass him. The Academy Elder announced. As such, I announce the number 1 student for this examination is. Halt! Fan Yuan stepped out at this moment. Fan Yuan, you are late. The examination ended an hour ago. According to the rules, the wild boar tusks that you obtain will be deducted by 4 as punishment. Chi-Chung immediately shouted. Fan Yuan ignored him and opened the bag on his back, grabbing the bottom of the bag and pouring out the contents. Crash! Dozens of wild boar tusks gathered into a pile by his feet. This! Chi-Chung stared with his mouth agape. And Mo Bei and the others stared their eyeballs out at the pile. How can there be so many? This is too much. The Academy Elder looked at Fan Yuan in disbelief. Fan Yuan, did you hunt all these? Fan Yuan cupped his fists. I only hunted a dozen tusks myself, but I found a bag that could have been hidden by hunters. Inside it were many wild boar tusks. I thought about it. The exam was that we had to obtain as many tusks as possible within a day, and did not specify that we have to kill it ourselves, thus I brought it here. Once he finished, the crowd burst into discussions. How can this be? Way too lucky. This is too fake. Could the questions have leaked thus he cheated? The Academy Elder stared at Fan Yuan, looking for a while, then declared. This exam, Fan Yuan is the first. The family headroom's atmosphere was heavy. Guyu Bo sat at the leading seat, and the other dozen elders sat in 2 rows beside him, their faces full of rage. Guyu Yao Ji, you are the number 1 healer in our clan. I'm asking you, how is Fang Jing now? Guyu Bo asked the clan elder. Guyu Yao Ji was an old woman with a hunchback, her face full of tree bark-like wrinkles. She coughed twice, slowly saying, Reporting to clan head, the situation has stabilized. Fang Jing's life is in no danger, but he is still sleeping. His talent did not drop because of this. Good if the talent didn't drop. Guyu Bo breathed a sigh of relief. He asked the punishment hall's elder. Has the assassin's situation been assessed? The punishment hall elder was not as senior as Guyu Yao Ji, and immediately stood up, lowering his head. Yes, 35 years old, male, identity unknown, possibly a demonic faction Gu master. He has 2 Gu worms, Shadow Follower Gu and Love-Life Separation. Guyu Bo nodded. Seems like an assassin, Love-Life Separation. The rank 2 number 1 poison, no wonder he could kill 3 of my Gu masters. Clan head, we have to investigate further. It's either the Bai clan or the Xiong clan. Guyu Qilian shouted, his eyes almost bursting into flames. Shadow Follower Gu, Love-Life Separation. This is not like the Bai or Xiong clan's pawn pieces. He might be an outside demonic faction Gu master, wanting to get affiliated with the clans, thus being instructed to assassinate Fang Jing to prove his loyalty. Regardless, this matter definitely has to do with the 2 clans. Guyu Mo Chinkoli said. These 2 clan elders in power, although they did not get along. Once an external enemy appears, they would discard their hatred and knit tightly together. Guyu Bo nodded, thinking the same himself. Wang De had disappeared for 3 years, with no traces to be found. The villagers all thought of him to be dead, thus his identity became a mystery. The Guyu higher-ups did not know this. They would not be concerned with the servant's death. They placed all their attentions on the Xiong and Bai clans. At this moment, the Academy Elder walked in. Clan leader. He looked worried and was about to speak when Guyu Bo answered. Academy Elder, Fang Jing is fine, his talent is still a grade. The academy elder's face became relaxed. Oh yes, are the other students safe? And for this examination, how are their results? Which place is Fang Jing? Gu Yubo asked conveniently. The academy elder answered truthfully, and when he said that Fang Yuan had accidentally picked up a bag of wild boar tusks and got first place, Gu Yubo's eyes shone. The hall too went silent. The clan elders, as if they sensed it, subtly observed the atmosphere, and the originally nervous environment became slightly more peculiar. Chapter 78. Great rewards all according to plan. In the discussion room, Gu Yubo expressionlessly sat in the leader's seat with deep, meaningful eyes. The remaining dozen or so clan elders all sat upright, looking down, only using the corner of their eye to sweep the surroundings and discern some clues from their expressions. The atmosphere became delicate. Fan Yuan getting first place, the deeper meaning behind this is definitely not simple. He actually said he found a bag of hidden wild boar tusks. This is too unbelievable. This bag might have been prepared by someone. It is not possible for Fan Yuan to do it himself. That means someone is helping Fan Yuan in the dark. This year's mid-year exam is unlike the previous ones. We had to deploy tens of rank 2 Gu masters to invigilate the exam. Thus the contents of this examination, not only does the academy elder know, but many of the elders in the clan as well. If anyone wanted to prepare this bag in advance, it can only be the clan elders present here now, or even the clan leader. The clan elders were all shrewd foxes. After being in the political field for years, they immediately thought of many things. Fan Jing was an A-grade talent. If he really reached rank 4, what did that mean? That would mean he is the next clan leader. Fan Yuan is Fan Gang's brother. Even if he is only C-grade, with that blood relationship, he is worth investing in. To the clan leader Gu Yubo, if he helped Fan Yuan secretly, that would be bringing him into his faction, and to Fan Jing, it was a good belt to tie him to the leader faction together. To the clan elders, Fan Jing, who is the only A-grade talent in years, has already been absorbed into the clan leader's faction. If he was really nurtured, the clan leader's faction would be even stronger. However, if the clan elders made Fan Yuan into their own, using this layer of blood relation, it would be a good chess piece when dealing in Fan Jing in the future. Thus, the 10 over people in this hall, they all had the motive to help Fan Yuan. But who? Gu Yuqilian thought deeply. I did not recruit Fan Yuan, so who would help him secretly? Is it Mo Chen, that old man? Possible. Although Fan Yuan killed his family's servant, but that's just a servant, even if they all died it wouldn't hurt him. The clan leader is more possible though. He took in Fan Jing, so if he recruited Fan Yuan as well, that would increase his control over Fan Jing. But in previous years, the norm is to recruit them during the year-end exam. Taking his action now during the mid-year, it is breaking the rules. Not exactly breaking the rules, but it really is throwing a curveball. Just exactly who thinks highly of Fan Yuan, even more than me? Gu Mo Chen was also thinking. The truth is, after Fan Yuan killed Gao Wan and sent the minced corpse, he changed his impression of Fan Yuan and had the thoughts of recruiting him. But such actions only happened during the year-end, after the students graduated from the academy. Fan Yuan being recruited in advance, it struck Mo Chen by surprise. Gu Yubo's gaze was focused on Gu Mo Chen and Gu Yuqilian, the 2 elders in power. This clan leader had greater insight. Fan Yuan blatantly said a lie and got the first place. This action had the meaning of being fearless, thus sending a signal to everyone to show them that, I'm protecting Fan Yuan. He is now my member, and you all better not touch him. Then who is this person? The political field in the Gu Yu clan was split into 3. Other than the clan leader faction, it was Gu Yuqilian's Qi family, and Gu Mo Chen's Mo family. Gu Yubo knew that he himself did not take any actions to recruit Fan Yuan. Thus, the greatest suspect was Qilian and Mo Chen. These 2 old fellows, their acting is improving. Seeing their expressions, I really cannot tell. Don't tell me it really isn't them, but some other small faction. Gu Yubo observed carefully as he investigated. He did not know that all the elders were like him, observing, suspecting and deducing. The academy elder was also guessing, but he had always been in a neutral position, outside of politics, thus his thoughts were simpler. So Fan Yuan has been recruited by a clan elder. No wonder he let go of Fan Jing, Mo Bei and Qi Qing while extorting. That means the one who recruited him was either the clan leader, Qilian or Mo Chen. This is good news. It shows that he has accepted reality and has started integrating into the clan. No matter what, he is now a member of the clan, so once he fully integrates, he will contribute his entire life to the clan. After a short silence, Gu Yubo could not see any more clues, thus he spoke. An eye for an eye, since the other party has started targeting Fang Jing, our Guyu clan is not to be trifled with. We will show them. Dark Hall Elder, formulate a plan for this matter and report to me afterwards. Yes, Sir Clan Leader. Dark Hall Elder immediately nodded. As for Guyu Fangjing, I'm afraid his heart might be damaged from such an encounter. He is an A-grade talent, and to our clan, the status is monumental. From now on, I will teach him personally. Guyu Bo said. No clan elders objected. Many people knew that the clan leader had already given much benefits to Guyu Fangjing in the dark. Now that he mentioned this, even though it violated the fairness rule, with sufficient reasoning, the clan elders could not stop him. As for Guyu Fangyuan, Guyu Bo dragged his words. At once, all the clan elders paid their fullest attention. Was the clan leader hinting that he was the one helping Fangyuan secretly? Guyu Bo looked at everyone's expression as his gaze swept through, but he was destined to be disappointed. Thus, he could only continue. With his C-grade talent, he managed to get first place. It is not easy. Thus, in my personal name, I reward him 30 primeval stones. Academy Elder, pass my word and tell him to continue working hard. Yes, clan leader. The Academy Elder bowed as he received his orders. 30 primeval stones, such an ordinary reward, what does this mean? The clan elders frowned. No matter who absorbed Fang Yuan, this 30 primeval stones is my expression of goodwill. After all, there is still the Bai and Xiong clan other than Guyu. Guyu Bo sighed in his heart. Fang Jing was assassinated by external foes. Fang Yuan's cheating was internal conflict. Against external foes, one had to use hard-handed methods to retaliate, but for internal conflict, Guyu Bo chose to use the soft approach, in order to avoid too much internal conflict and result in the entire clan's strength being weakened. Alright, this matter will be settled like this. Everyone may leave and do all your work well. The clan's prosperity has everything to do with your performances. Guyu Bo waved his hand. Yes, clan leader, we will take our leave. The clan elders left one by one, and after a few breaths' time, only Guyu Bo was left in the room. He sighed deeply, using his fingers to rub his 2 temples. As the clan leader, even if he was the person with the most authority in the Guyu clan, it did not mean that he had it easy. He needed to coordinate the interests of the different factions, and could not do as he wished. The clan's forces were dispersed and intertwined through many generations of inheritance, and they all had long history, restricting one another. Against outside forces he had to deal with the arrogant and rude Xiong clan village and the gradually rising Bai clan village. Internally he had to resolve the complicated political conflict in the clan. Although he was middle-aged, he already had white hair all over. These years of being the clan leader, although I had sufficient resources, my cultivation has barely advanced. My heart is tired from all these tiresome clan affairs. Sometimes I really want to be a lone cultivator, free and easy with no burden. That would allow me to move faster and I might travel even further in my cultivation path. Guyu Bo sighed in his heart. As long as one is in the clan system, they had responsibilities on them. Once they had responsibilities, it would not be easy to wholeheartedly cultivate. But on the reverse, if one is not in the system, the clan's resources would not be available to them, and without resources, their cultivation would come to a halt. This formed a contradiction, a weird loop. Because of this loop, many people's futures were ruined, burying an insurmountable number of talents and geniuses. Wang De is dead. 3 days later, Fan Yuan got the news. At the same time, he also heard from Jiang He that the 2 young hunters vanished when hunting in the mountains. As for the hunter whose right hand was broken by Fang Yuan, he committed suicide in his home out of depression. Jiang He looked at Fan Yuan meaningfully when he said the news. He had seen Wang Da's corpse, thus recognizing him. But he did not dare to say Wang Da's true identity. He was the station Gu master, and held responsibility. As long as one is in the system, regardless of position, they had responsibility. Wang Da became a demonic faction cultivator for 3 years, and Jiang He as the village Gu master did not investigate. If they really pursued responsibility, this would become the biggest flaw in his records, and his future in the clan would be ruined. The 3 hunters' peculiar deaths were covered up by him. Fan Yuan, since we're acquaintances, from now on you get a 50% discount when you purchase things from my cousin brother Jiang Ye's shop. During one time, Jiang He said this to Fan Yuan. Everyone else was dead, only Fan Yuan and him knew of this matter. But if the matter was revealed, it did not have a huge impact on Fan Yuan. He only killed 3 village servants, and even if he killed 30, the clan would not pursue it. At most he would pay tens of primeval stones as a punishment. Jiang He's bribery, Fan Yuan took it with ease. To him, this matter was full of surprise and danger, but the result was good. After this matter, Fan Yuan, who had no foundation within the clan, received half an ally and also a non-existent faction supporting him. This mysterious backer became Fan Yuan's second safety net. When he started showing his strength gradually, this safety net would have a crucial impact, at least able to allow him to cultivate until rank 2 without much opposition. At this point, he could feel clearly the Academy elders' changing attitude towards him, into a more amicable one. Over 10 days passed in a flash. After Gu Yu Fangjing and Mo Bei advanced, Fan Yuan and Qi Qing almost simultaneously advanced to rank 1 upper stage successfully. Although extortion continued, he no longer took Fangjing, Mo Bei and Qi Qing's primeval stones, and he started becoming more low-key, while his strength grew rapidly at a speed multiple times of his previous life. Chapter 79. Breakthrough to the 6th Gu in the Inheritance Ground. Time was like a white steed that flitted past the crack, and summer left with the arrival of autumn. In the walled-in path, Fan Yuan stood once more before the giant boulder blocking the way. Due to the weather growing colder, he wore plain and simple garment with long sleeves. But his body figure was no longer the thin sort like how it was a few months ago. His chest, 2 arms and legs, and abdomen all showed obvious muscle. These muscles were not as protruding as a stone, but it showed as a type of streamline, matching up with Fan Yuan's slowly growing body. Matched as well with his white skin, this gave others a type of youthful, full of vitality feeling. Starting from 3 days ago, the white boar Gu stopped supplying me any increase in strength. That means I already have 1 boar's strength, thus reaching the flower wine monk's requirement. Today, I shall try pushing this round rock again. Fan Yuan's eyes shone as he took a step forward with his right leg, his left leg at the back, forming a bow step. His arms touched the surface of the round rock as he took a deep breath in and pushed with all his strength. The large boulder moved under the pressure of both his arms, moving slowly, gradually gaining momentum and rolling forward. The road before the boulder blocking the path was an inclined slope. Being turned into a round rock by the flower wine monk, it was most suitable for rolling. This must have been his intention, to allow the inheritor to push the boulder upwards and move it away. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Fan Yuan slowly progressed, counting in his heart. Last week, I pushed it to 45 steps and that was the limit of my stamina, forcing me to quit. This time, I wonder how far I can push it. 40 steps, 45 steps. A while later, Fan Yuan broke his original record, but that was enough for him to feel unbearably tired. 46 steps, 47 steps. Fan Yuan could feel strongly. At this point his stamina was almost all gone. 48, 49 steps. He mustered all his strength and moved another 2 steps. Finally, he was at his limit, sweating profusely. Using his shoulder and leg to anchor the rock in place, he took a few deep breaths. Should I give up? Fan Yuan could not help but have such thoughts. This inclined slope, when returning he has to expend quite a bit of stamina as well. After all, the rock has to roll down, and he had to slowly release it in the process. If he let go and ran, the rock would roll faster and faster. Fan Yuan did not want to get turned into a pile of flesh after being unable to avoid it. But thinking for a while, Fan Yuan felt indignant. Let's push it a few more steps. 50th step. He suddenly felt that the pressure from the huge rock had lightened. It had actually rolled into a straight platform. Fan Yuan pushed for a few more steps. After routing past the huge rock he found himself in a secret room. This secret room was like the rock crack's secret cave. He temporarily named it the second secret room. There was nothing in the room. The 4 walls were a strange red soil, glowing red. On the other end of the secret room, there was a simple gray-colored rock door. It should be the hurried product of the flower wine monk. Fan Yuan rested for a while but did not immediately open the rock door, as he had a new discovery. He found that the ground before the rock door was slightly damp. Don't tell me! Fan Yuan had a thought. He bent down, stretching out both arms and loosening the soil. The second earth treasury flower. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, carefully peeling the flower petals and retrieving the goo worms slumbering in the golden nectar. Once he deployed his primeval essence, it was instantly refined. This was a jade skin goo. Its appearance was like the bedbug, flat and wide with a small head, and its green body was oval in space, emitting a faint jade-colored glow. I obtained the white boar goo, and was still thinking where could I get a jade skin goo so I could refine it into the white jade goo. To think that the flower wine monk already prepared it for me. Fan Yuan contemplated, thinking about the significance of this jade skin goo. This is Fan Yuan's 6th goo worm. Although he had 5 already, none were defensive. Now that he had the jade skin goo, he could cover up his weakness in defense. At times, defense means offense. This was not hard to understand. Taking for example Fan Yuan's body. Using the white boar goo, his strength grew to 1 boar's strength. Theoretically, with this strength, he could smash a rock in 1 punch, but Fan Yuan never did such a thing. Because he knew his defense was not sufficient, so with 1 punch, the rock would break, but his fists would also turn bloody from the damage. Now that he had the jade skin goo, he could supplement the advantage he had in strength. Obviously, there were advantages and disadvantages. The jade skin goo had a high value, being one of the best defensive rank 1 goo. It was not easy to feed, consuming 2 pieces of jade rock every 10 days. Jade rock's market price was expensive, and the source was often the problem. Fan Jing also has a jade skin goo, but he has the clan leader's backing, providing him with jade rocks. If Fan Yuan wanted jade rocks, he would have to buy them, and that could easily expose him. Originally, in feeding the white boar goo, I had to regularly kill wild boars, and that is already troublesome. With the addition of this jade skin goo, do I have to go dig in mines? Fan Yuan laughed bitterly, seeing a new problem in front of him. Keeping the jade skin goo, temporarily nurturing it in his aperture, Fan Yuan gradually opened the rock door. The rock door was heavy, and if Fan Yuan did not have the white boar goo's boost in strength, he would not be able to move it. But now, with Fan Yuan pushing it, the door slowly opened. The scene that was revealed to Fan Yuan caused his field of vision to expand all of a sudden. It was no longer a narrow tunnel or a secret room, but a large spacious plot of underground stone forest. Fan Yuan estimated at initial approximation, the stone forest size was over 30 mu. On Earth, a standard football field was only 11 mu. I should be inside Qingmao Mountain now, this underground space should be naturally formed. Fan Yuan looked up at the stone walls. The stone walls in this space were over 16 meters tall, and the ceiling was also made of stone. From the top, there were large dark red pillars erected. Each emitted a faint red glow, and so did the walls, just like the tunnel and secret room. The light, although dim, allowed Fan Yuan to see some things at least. Fan Yuan looked far, and each stone pillar was like an upside-down tree, except without branches, and only leaving the stem. The stone pillar's surface was not smooth, and was full of dark, eerie holes. Numerous pillars drooped down, forming an inverted stone forest within the mountain. Nature had its way with things. Fan Yuan, with his immense knowledge, was not shocked, but stared at the dark holes in the pillars, frowning more intensely. He had suddenly understood the flower wine monk's intention in placing the jade skin goo. If I am not wrong. Fan Yuan turned his right hand, and out came a moon blade. The eerie blue moon blade flew through the sky in an arc, precisely hitting a dark hole in the stone pillar. A shrill and angry sound came from the dark hole. With a swoosh, a gray monkey flew out from the cave and leapt towards Fan Yuan. Pow pow pow. Fan Yuan shot 3 moon blades. The monkey was in midair and could not adjust its position, but its tail was extremely agile, sweeping several times and causing its body to flip in midair. After avoiding 2 moon blades, it was finally hit by the 3rd, plopping on the floor dead. It was dead, without a drop of blood. Only its gray body turned to stone, and in a second, its flesh and blood body became a stone monkey statue. The statue's posture and facial expression was just like the monkey right before it died, imitated to perfection. After 2 breaths' time, the stone monkey's surface cracked, and cracks developed all over its body. Finally, with a boom, its entire figure blew up into tiny rock fragments. It really is an underground colony of jade-eye stone monkeys. Fan Yuan knelt down, sweeping the fragments aside and taking out 2 jade green-yellow pearls. These 2 pearls were the jade-eye stone monkey's eyes. This strange animal would turn into gray rock fragments once dead, and only its eyes would turn into 2 jade-green spherical pearls. Each were very heavy, reaching at least 50 grams. This meant that as long as he killed jade-eye stone monkeys, the jade skin goo's food problem would be resolved. I not only have to feed the jade skin goo, I also have to continue the inheritance. Flower Wine Monk's next clue should be hidden in this stone forest. Fan Yuan frowned. Things had become complicated. He tried taking a few steps forward, his eyes peeled to the stone pillar. On his seventh step, on the pillar closest to him, numerous jade-colored glowing eyes could be seen peeking out of the stone holes. At once, a drop of sweat fell from Fan Yuan's forehead. He quickly took a step back, and the numerous eyeballs in the dark holes faded. Evidently, each pair of eyeballs meant a jade-eye stone monkey. The jade-eye stone monkey was terribly agile, and to kill one Fan Yuan had to use 4 mu blades. On a stone pillar there were at least 100 jade-eye stone monkeys, and in the entire forest, who knew how many were there in total? With Fan Yuan's current strength, he would die from being attacked by 4 monkeys. If he included the jade skin goose defense, Fan Yuan could deal with 12 monkeys at once at most. Thankfully, these monkeys usually slept in their dark holes and ate rocks when they were hungry or thirsty. The stone pillar was their home and food. Unless he got within 10 meters of them or provoked them purposely, they would not come out. Using Earth's words, they were a bunch of neat hikikomori monkeys. Note, Mu 1 mu is 666 and 2/3 square meters. Chapter 80. A surge in battle strength. The autumn wind rustled through the air, while the red leaves drifted aimlessly. The wild grass was dried yellow, and brilliant red or orange-yellow wild fruit hung from the tree branches. Harumph! A black-colored wild boar rushed madly with its 4 hooves on the ground, its mane pricking up. There was a thick layer of fallen leaves that accumulated on the surface of the mountain. As the wild boar rushed forward, a gust of wind was wedged between it, and the fallen leaves were sent dancing behind its body. Fan Yuan silently stood there, showing a cold, calculating expression as the wild boar got closer. Kill! He took a huge stride forward, and then both his legs stood firm, not dodging at all, facing the wild boar head-on. The wild boar's 2 snow-white tusks tore through the air with overwhelming killing intent. Fan Yuan turned his body to avoid the tusks, his shoulder knocking onto the wild boar's skull. When they were about to collide, Fan Yuan's shoulder shone with a faint green-colored light. Jade skin goo! Boom! With a loud crash, the two collided. Fan Yuan took 3 steps back, while the wild boar took 1 step back. To be fair, when comparing both sides' strength, Fan Yuan was stronger. But Fan Yuan ran with both legs while the wild boar used 4 to sustain its force, and at the same time the center of gravity of the wild boar was lower and more stable than Fan Yuan. However, after being harshly hit on the head by Fan Yuan, although the wild boar was still standing, its fat body was already wavering. With a roar, Fan Yuan rushed up again, his left hand grabbing the wild boar's tusk, his right hand raising high in the air, the light green-colored jade glow forming a thin layer of protection covering his fist. Bam! His fist crashed strongly downwards and the wild boar screamed in pain, struggling intensely. Fan Yuan's muscles on his left arm tensed, and the green veins popped like centipedes encircling his arm as he restrained the wild boar with all his strength. At the same time, his right fist continued to raise and slam down on the boar. Bam bam bam. Every time his fist hit the wild boar's head, the green-colored glow on his fist would shine once. The wild boar was smashed into oblivion by the fist, and its struggle became weaker. Last strike! Fan Yuan's eyes glowed like lightning. He loosened his upper body, his right arm stretching straight, and raised to the highest point, before smashing down at full force. The green-colored jade light stuck to Fan Yuan's right arm and following his movement, drew a green arc in the air. Bam! Fan Yuan knelt on the ground on one knee, his elbow harshly whacking the wild boar's skull. Even before the wild boar could cry out, its noise came to a stop. An entire pig head turned deformed, the broken white skull pierced through the black skin, exposing outside. Fresh blood and brain matter slowly flowed out, and in the layers of leaf litter, it infected an area of bright redness. The autumn wind blew. Leaves flew about as the scent of the pig blood emanated. Life is splendid just like the flowers of summer. Death is as delicate as the leaves of autumn. Fan Yuan muttered, appreciating this frame of scenery. The survivor lives brilliantly while the dead is lonely and pitiful. Dead or alive, filled with intense difference, it reflected nature's cruelness and the excitement of life. No matter the world, the victor always gets all the fame, while the loser suffers defeat in the unrelentless world. Victory and loss, to me, means life and death. Because I walk on the demonic path, once I lose, it means death awaits. Fan Yuan got close to the corpse and sat on the ground, taking out the white boar goo, letting it consume the meat while his consciousness entered the aperture in his body. Within the aperture, the black-green-colored primeval sea's tides turned and crashed, ebbed and flowed. When the primeval sea is full, it occupied 44% of the space. After an intense battle, Fang Yuan used the jade skin goo multiple times to raise his defense, and some primeval essence was expended, thus there was only 36% primeval essence left. Counting the amount, he only used 8%, not even 10% of his total. But because this was the rank 1 peak stage black-green primeval essence, the expenditure was considered large. Rank 1 initial stage is jade green primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage is pale green primeval essence. Rank 1 upper stage is dark green primeval essence. Rank 1 peak stage is black green primeval essence. The essence was in concentration, the relative amount of a particular substance contained within a solution or mixture or in a particular volume of space. The moonlight goo's activation required 10% of jade green primeval essence, and in terms of pale green primeval essence, it was 5%. For dark green primeval essence, it further halved, and the same went for black green primeval essence. That is to say, 10% of black green primeval essence was equivalent to 20% dark green, 40% pale green, and 80% jade green primeval essence. Using the jade skin goo cost 8% black green primeval essence. If converted to initial stage jade green primeval essence, it would be 64%. If Fang Yuan was still at initial stage, his aperture would only have 44% primeval essence, and halfway through using the goo, his primeval essence would be completely expended. The higher the goo master's cultivation, the stronger their battle strength, and this shows in the primeval essence. The higher the stage, the darker the color of the primeval essence, and the more durable it is. My black-green primeval essence was on the basis of upper stage primeval essence, refined by the liquor worm. It is unlike Fang Jing, who has already rank 1 peak stage cultivation already. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Time flies, it is already late autumn. 2 months had passed since Wang Dao's attempted assassination. Fang Jing was poisoned and was in comatose for 7 days and 7 nights. Once he woke up, he was like a changed man, very hardworking and also cultivated extremely dutifully. Some people say, difficulties in life was wealth just like gold. Regardless of whether this saying is correct, Fang Jing did emerge from this difficulty changed and obtained much experience. He was like a raw jade, and after some polishing, he finally showed the beautiful jade quality inside. He was the first to advance to upper stage, and not long ago, he was the first to advance to peak stage, leaving his classmates in the dust. The advantages of an A-grade talent has finally started showing. I am not far from peak stage either, at most half a month. In fact, I have been nurturing my aperture non-stop every day, but a C-grade talent really cannot compete with A and B grades, and I also have another reason. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly without sound as he thought of it. Once in a few days he would have to kill jade-eye stone monkeys to feed the jade skin goo. At the same time, he had to search inside the stone forest to find the next clue of the flower wine monk's inheritance. The stone forest was complicated with pillars of huge rocks drooping from the ceiling. If Fang Yuan was not careful and got too close to any pillar, he would trigger the attack of all the stone monkeys. A few times, he was chased by tens of stone monkeys and had to escape. The most dangerous time, when retreating, he stepped into another pillar's territory, and ended up having up to 100 monkeys chasing after him. Luckily, these monkeys were sedentary, and every time they chased after him, they would not chase too far. After a distance, they would go back to their homes and continue being sedentary. Even so, Fang Yuan walked on the brink of death several times. During crucial times, the jade skin goo's defense came into good use. Such investigation and exploration caused Fang Yuan to devote much time and effort, and thus became the key reason why his cultivation was advancing so slowly. Even so, this is way better than my previous life. The stone forest exploration is not without results either. At least I already know that the walls around the forest have no problems. That means that the next clue of the strength inheritance should be somewhere in the forest. Fang Yuan continued thinking, but suddenly a shadow stepped over the dried branches and got close. This is a wandering old wolf. It had a brown fur coat, limping, and had one eye was damaged. Only the danger and alertness of its left eye remained. It stared at Fang Yuan tightly, its nose twitching. Wolves and dogs were the same, using their keen sense of smell. It must have been attracted by the pig blood. Wolves were often in packs, but there were also lone wolves like this. There were competition in wolf packs as well, and to maintain the atmosphere in the pack, they would sometimes get rid of those crippled old wolves. Fan Yuan quickly stood up and silently looked at this old wolf. Back then, when he killed a wild boar, there would be little primeval essence left in his body, and that caused his fighting strength to greatly reduce. Thus, when he encountered other wild beasts, he would choose to avoid them. But these few months, his battle strength had increased tremendously, and with the jade skin goo against the crippled wolf, it was more than enough. The unrestrained mountain trees were everywhere with their red leaves. The setting sun illuminated the dark hour. A person and a wolf distanced 50 steps away, silently observed each other. In the wolf's eye, green light shone as it showed a cruel and cunning expression. Fan Yuan's eyes, however, were dark and eerie, his black iris emanating chilling intent. The white boar goo came out. It was full and returned to Fan Yuan's aperture satisfied. The old wolf looked at the wild boar. It had only bones and skin left. The meat was all eaten by the white boar goo. The wolf's eyes shone with green light and contracted. It first took a few steps back, then jumped into the bushes. This wolf was still alive till today. It definitely had some intelligence. It keenly felt Fan Yuan's danger, and decided to retreat. Its entry and exit were both fast and abrupt. Without the wild boar's crashing sound, and without the tiger's growling. Against Fan Yuan, without a sound, the battle had started and ended. The main theme of life and death, such excitement born from great nature. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, and did not give chase. This wolf did not have anything worth Fan Yuan's attack. Aie. But the next moment, the old wolf's crying was heard. The wolf's howling suddenly erupted and ended suddenly. Even so, there was a thick surge of death aura overflowing. Crack, crack. In the bush, there were sounds of twigs being stepped on. The sound was fearless and got closer, causing Fan Yuan's iris to shrink. Able to get rid of that sneaky old wolf in a second. His gaze became more and more chilly. Chapter 81. Rank 2 Initial Stage. The footsteps got closer, and soon the dark green trees at the side of the slope were forcefully separated. A tall man stepped forward, appearing in Fan Yuan's vision. He had black short hair, each strand standing straight up. The upper half of his body was naked. He had a large and thick body, the entirety of his body muscles bright red color. He was almost 2 meters tall, and during the cold autumn, he gave off the feeling of a mobile cauldron, his every breath able to raise the surrounding temperature. On his waist, several wild beast corpses were hanged. There were foxes, wild rabbits and chickens, not to forget the old wolf who had just left. Seeing Fan Yuan, he was slightly shocked, but quickly took large steps and walked past Fan Yuan. Gu Yuqi Shan. Seeing the large man's back leaving, Fan Yuan thought of his name. He was a representative of the Qi faction, having rank 2 upper stage cultivation. His experiences were similar to Fan Yuan even. This person was also very talented, having very great strength from young. At 10 he accidentally beat a family servant to death, and at 12 he could hold a heavy stone grinder and played it like a frisbee. Back then, the family all thought well of him, thinking he was an A grade. But during the awakening ceremony, they tested that his talent was only B grade. He had an originally wild and untamable nature, looking down on everyone. But he quickly changed after this experience, becoming more mature. Even with B-grade talent, he was the top student in his level. After a year of studying, he graduated from the academy and fought his way to the top. Years later, he had already become an elite among the clan's rank 2 Gu masters. Happiness cannot teach a person life's true meaning, while only pain and suffering can. In the clan, a youngster attends the awakening ceremony at 15 and enters the academy. At 16, they graduate from the academy and form a 5-person group and complete the clan's missions, at the same time inheriting the family fortune. From 16, they will fight and compete while continually raising their cultivation. As the missions get more dangerous, their status will also increase. Some die and some live. Some get injured, and their cultivation level drops, living a plain life thereafter. Some become a rank 3 Gu master after all the hardship and advance to clan elder, being one of the higher-ups. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, thinking of many things. The more a Gu master cultivates, the harder it gets, and advancing becomes way more difficult. Coupled with dangerous and tough living environment, those that can advance to rank 3 are few to none. Speaking of which, it is almost winter. That means I've spent almost a year at the academy. Each year there are 2 examinations. The first is the mid-year exam, with different contents each year. The second is the year-end exam, and the contents never change, being arena fights. After the arena fight, I would no longer be able to stay at the hostel, and I would need to move out. Move out, but stay where? Fan Yuan could not live with his aunt and uncle, which was what they wanted. In this world, 16 meant adulthood, the age to start reproduction. Coupled with Fan Yuan's numerous secrets, he needed to live independently. In my previous life, after leaving the academy, I was only rank 1 middle stage. This time, the situation is much better. I would be rank 1 peak stage by then. But with AC grade talent, coming this far is really an achievement. Although it had its costs, expending much of my primeval stones. Fan Yuan's eyebrows raised. He did not have many primeval stones left. Restricted by his talent, the primeval stones he expended for cultivation was much more than Fan Jing, Qi Qing or Mo Bei. He raised 6 goo worms by himself. Furthermore, the liquor worm's refinement, nurturing the aperture, using the white boar goo to increase strength, they all needed primeval essence. After the primeval essence was used up, with AC grade recovery speed, it could not satisfy his needs, so he could only use primeval stones and retrieve the natural essence within to replenish. Luckily, he had the spring-autumn cicada, and also retrieved 2 goo from earth treasury flowers, thus refining goo worms did not expend much of his primeval stones. This made him feel slightly better. But after this, when he leaves the academy, he needs to rent a house and get some income. After peak stage, it was to push for rank 2. This process would spend a lot of primeval stones. After rank 2, he still had to combine goo worms, and each combination attempt was a hefty cost. With all these factors, he was even clearer that his financial situation could no longer support him. Furthermore, he still had to continue feeding his goo worms and continue cultivating. If it wasn't for the mid-year exam where he used the wild boar tusks to exchange for quite some primeval stones and alleviated the pressure, he would not have survived till now. Primeval stones, primeval stones. The flower wine monk did not give any primeval stones in his inheritance. What a shame. Extorting my classmates is still my most important source of income. But after graduating, the academy's allowance would stop, and I cannot continue extorting. But if I get first for the year-end exam, I can get 150 primeval stones as reward. Fan Yuan contemplated in his heart. If he could get first place, the 150 primeval stones would alleviate his financial difficulty for a while. Time flies, autumn leaves, and winter comes. On the arena in the academy, 3 stages had already been built. Beside the stage, near the bamboo walls of the arena, there were tents and long tables and chairs. The academy elder, clan leader, and a few other clan elders were sitting below the tentage cover. There was a little snow in the sky. 57 students stood straight on the arena. Each of their noses were bright red from the weather, and every breath they took had steam coming out of their noses. The academy elder spoke loudly. In a flash, a year has ended. During this year you were trained in the academy, and have started to grasp the qualities of a goo master. Tomorrow, you will have the year-end examination to test the fruits of your hard work. Not only will the clan leader and clan elders come personally to watch, your family elders and seniors will also come to observe to pick excellent performing students to join their small teams. Your performances tomorrow will to a large extent affect your future. Getting first place, not only is it 150 primeval stones, but you also get an advantage in picking goo worms. Now, start the final cultivation check in your academic life. Saying so, the academy elder nodded to a goo master beside him. The female goo master received the instructions and called out the name from the list. Gu Eugene Ju. A young girl walked towards the goo master with a nervous expression. The goo master stretched out her hand, touching the young girl's abdomen. She closed her eyes to feel, then opened her eyes and declared, Gu Eugene Ju, rank 1 middle stage. Next, Gu Yupun. One after another, youngsters went up to check. Then they walked back down and returned to the group. Their expressions varied, some were happy while others were upset. The worst result was naturally rank 1 initial stage, all being the D grade talents. A large number of the students were rank 1 middle stage, and little of them were B grade, mostly C grades. Gu Yu Chi Ching. The middle-aged female goo master called. From the group, the shortest Gu Yu Chi Ching puffed his chest and walked out. After checking, the female goo master opened her eyes. Gu Yu Chi Cheng, rank 1 peak stage. Up till now, this was the first rank 1 peak stage goo master. The clan elders present turned their heads. Some elders recognized, saying lightly, This is Qilian's grandson, having B-grade talent, no wonder. Outside the tent, the youngsters also commented. Qi Qing is rank 1 peak stage, I wonder if Mo Bei is too? They are rivals after all. Being able to advance to peak stage, they are all A and B grades. Sigh, we C and D grades encounter bitterness that cannot be envied. Humph. Guyu Mo Bei snorted, seeing Qi Qing's proud expression, he was annoyed. Guyu Fangjing clenched his fists, his lips tightly shut, as if he was stifling in his emotions. Guyu Mo Bei. Soon the examiner called. The horse-faced Mo Bei quickly walked out. Guyu Mo Bei, rank 1 peak stage. With this declaration, he walked back and stared defiantly at Guyu Qi Qing when returning. The examination continued, and the snow in the sky became smaller, until it vanished. The cold, chilly air was rather refreshing. Guyu Fan Yuan. The middle-aged female Gu master called. Fan Yuan walked up expressionlessly. Soon after, she opened her eyes, looking at Fan Yuan in shock, before declaring, Guyu Fan Yuan, rank 1 peak stage. Rank 1 peak stage, did I hear wrongly? Fan Yuan cultivated to this level? The youngsters were shocked. Sigh, he's just lucky, having the liquor worm to nurture his aperture. Even against the A and B grades, with his C grade he isn't at a disadvantage. Some youngsters said with envy. Especially those C grade talents, they sourly said to console themselves. This isn't much. The liquor worm cannot refine rank 2 primeval essence. Fan Yuan would no longer have such an advantage anymore. Even if he is peak stage, he is still a C grade, this is of no concern to us. Mo Bei and Qi Qing stared at Fan Yuan, but quickly turned their attention to Fan Jing, who was still waiting for his turn. In their hearts, only the A-grade talent Fan Jing was a competitor. Brother, you've caught me by surprise. But from now on, watch carefully. Fan Jing looked at Fan Yuan walking down, his eyes shone and revealed an anticipating expression. Guyu Fan Jing. The female Gu master finally said. The A-grade talent? The clan elders focused their attention to Fan Jing. Fan Jing walked out from the crowd. He could feel the pressure that these gazes were bringing him, causing him to become slightly nervous. But when he saw the clan leader Gu Yubo's smile, the nervousness in his heart melted. He walked in front of the female Gu master. She shut her eyes, and then abruptly opened her eyes, saying in shock, Guyu Fangjing, cultivation level, rank 2 initial stage. Boom. The youngsters erupted into a wave of discussions. What, he reached rank 2? As expected of the A-grade talent genius. Incredible, he left Mo Bei, Qi Qing, and Fan Yuan in the dust. This Fang Zheng. At once, Mo Bei and Qi Qing stared at Fan Jing in shock. He, actually higher than in my previous life. Fan Yuan's eyelids drooped down as he laughed. He was not surprised, and after observing Fan Zheng's expression earlier, he could guess the result. A great talent after all. The hope of our clan. This is the credit of clan leaders' nurturing. The clan elders praised. At once, Fan Jing became the center of attention. Half a year ago, Gu Yubo gave him a jade skin Gu and asked him to be the first person to advance to rank 2. He did it. Clan leader, I did not disappoint you, I did it. From now on, I will achieve even more, getting the approval of the clan elders and the people around me. Brother, I've left you behind, you are no longer the shadow in my heart. I, Guyu Fangjing, am no longer the one from back then. Fangjing yelled in his heart, his eyes shining with a kind of brilliance. This brilliance is called confidence. Chapter 82. Start of the year-end examination. The sun was bright after the snow passed. Gu Master streamed into the academy in the morning. The annual year-end exam has begun again. I wonder if the scene I saw from more than a decade ago, when I graduated, will be seen again. A middle-aged Gu Master with long green hair cascading down his back stood outside the academy, reminiscing. Leader, get in, you love reminiscing. The young female Gu Master beside him had blood-red lips, her hands placed in the pockets of her pants. There was a blade of grass in her mouth, and she rolled her eyes. Yao Hong, don't rush. We have to get in anyway. Since the clan leader had arranged it already, our new members have been decided long ago. The green-haired Gu Master laughed. The A-grade talent Fang Zheng? The female Gu Master Gu Yao Hong tooted in her mouth, saying unhappily, the clan leader's idea is to get us to babysit him. But this babysitting mission is not easy to accomplish. The green-haired male Gu Master sighed. Never mind, let's go in. As time passed, more and more Gu masters entered the academy doors and stood in the arena. These were male and female Gu masters. There were young faces, middle-aged, and old people as well. Gu masters after graduating would come out and form small teams to complete the clan missions. The Gu masters that came to the arena were all the representatives of their groups, to assess the performances of the students and absorb them into their own teams. To the small groups, this was injecting fresh blood and expanding their group. To the newly joined members, under the guidance and teaching of the older members, they can swiftly adapt to the new environment and more effectively complete the clan missions and result in lesser deaths. The sun gradually rose as the students entered the fray. So many people today, the youngsters proclaimed. Quickly see, that is Lord Qin Shu. He is our Guyu clan's #1 person among the rank 2, and he is known for his mild and amiable temper. A person pointed at the green-haired male Gu master and shouted. Qishan Sr. is here too. That is the Mo family's little Miss Mo Yen. Qin Shu, Qishan, and Mo Yen were the rising stars of the Gu masters, known by all students. Sigh, their teams are too hard to get in. I am only D-grade, and my vital Gu is a gentle silk spider. I am meant to be a support staff. A youngster sighed, then asked his friend. You? Oh, I got it settled with relationships. Through the godson of my uncle's cousin's sister. As the students observed the Gu masters, Qin Shu, Qishan, and Mo Yen also observed the students. Oh? There are 2 Guyu Fangjings. Yao Hong saw Fan Yuan and Fan Jing, shouting out subconsciously. The green-hair male Gu master Guyu Qin Shu helplessly sighed. Did you see the information I gave you yesterday? Fan Jing has a twin brother. They look very similar in appearance, but his brother is only C-grade talent. Oh, so that's the case. I seem to have heard that the one who made poems when he was young was Fan Yuan. Are we getting him into the team? Yao Hong patted her forehead with her palm, saying whatever she thought of. Qing Mao shook his head. The clan leader specifically mentioned, do not recruit him. He seems to be wanting to observe something. The brothers don't have a good relationship anyway. Even if we want to recruit him, Fan Yuan probably wouldn't join. Yao Hong did not think much of it, muttering. Among the groups, we are the publicly acclaimed #1. Joining us means a bright future. Any student would be interested. How could he be unwilling? Qin Shu laughed lightly. That's because you don't know him. Look at the information I sent you first. At this time, the clan leader Guyu Bo, and the authoritative clan elders Guyu Qi Lian and Guyu Mo Qin entered, getting into the seats under the tentage. Not only the clan leader, but also Lord Qi Lian and Lord Mo Bei are attending this year. Seeing this, not only the students but also the Gu masters were excited. This did not happen in previous years. Nothing strange, Qi Lian and Mo Chen's grandsons are all in this year's class. Fan Jing is the clan leader's successor, the hope of the future to go against Bai Ningbing. The clan leader naturally has to observe carefully. Discussions were aplenty among the people. Perform well, brother. Mo Yen looked at Mo Bei among the people, silently praying in her heart. Her group had the most people. It was of the largest scale. Thus there were a bunch of Gu masters around her, showing her imposing aura. As her most intense rival, Guyu Qishan from the Qi faction was standing alone, his huge figure easily acting like a giant red tower in a sea of people, standing out extensively. After checking out Qi Cheng, he retracted his vision. With a speech from the clan leader, the year-end exam began. The 3 stages held fights at the same time. At once, shouting noises, sounds of moonblades flying, and the sounds of punches and kicks as well as the discussions of the Gu masters below the stages fused into a loud banter. This year's physical fighting skills is high. Soon Yao Hong saw the difference. He, all thanks to Fan Yuan. Guyu Qin Shu laughed. What do you mean? Yao Hong did not understand. Qin Shu explained to her. Yao Hong exclaimed in shock after listening. Fan Yuan, this lad, he's really daring, almost to the point of fearless. He, bullying even his own brother. This is interesting. She looked towards Fan Yuan and Fan Zheng from the crowd, thinking internally, which is the elder brother and which is the younger one? Next, Guyu Jin Zhu against Guyu Mo Bei. On the arena, the hosting Gu master shouted. Guyu Mo Bei leapt upwards, and Jin Zhu walked up the stage with a serious expression. The two paid respects to each other and said no more, fighting at once. Mu blades danced in the air. The two continued to shoot and at the same time, moving and evading non-stop. Although a girl, Jinju had good basic skills and was able to fight equally with Mo-Bei for a while. But as time passed, her stamina could not keep up, and she started to be suppressed. Finally, with her body full of sweat and having no energy left, she surrendered. Mo-Bei, on the other hand, was not even phased. Increasing endurance Gu-Ha, probably the yellow camel longhorn beetle Gu. Below the stage, Fan Yuan observed, quickly seeing through Mo-Bei. Fan Yuan had 6 Gu worms, but that was an exception. Among the people of his age, they all had 1 or 2 Gu worms. Not only because of the financial stress of feeding Gu worms, but also because the Gu worms' usage needed constant practice to accumulate experience. Greed for more would backfire. The students only started interacting with Gu worms, and just began on their cultivation journey. 2 Gu worms were enough for them to practice. Only an exception like Fan Yuan, with his rich experience from his previous life, could easily grasp every Gu worm that comes into possession and use them to the very best he can. The exam continued. Damn, jumping like a rabbit! On another stage, a youngster angrily shouted, Guyu Chi-Ching, you're not a man, do you dare to fight with me physically? TSK, only a fool would fight close range with you. On the stage, Guyu Chi-Ching laughed in disdain. He used the Scarlet Pill Cricket Gu and jumped around, his body being very agile. His opponent only had a Flower Boar Gu. Even if he could temporarily raise his strength by 1 boar, it was useless. Chi-Ching would not go hand to hand with him. Finally, he got hit by a moon blade from Chi-Ching and lost too much blood, retiring from the fight. The healing Gu masters below the stage quickly rushed up and treated his injuries. As time passed, more and more students were mercilessly eliminated, and many youngsters also started to show their abilities. Chi-Ching, Mo-Bei, Fan Yuan, Fan Jing. Until noon. The D-grade talents were all eliminated. They had limited talent and all chose support-type Gu worms for production line or transport, which suited their lives. Thus, they had little help in battles. Little junior sister, your vital Gu is a life breath grass right. My group needs a healer Gu master. Senior, I wish to join your group. My vital Gu is a moonlight Gu. Sorry, we are not lacking any attack-type Gu master. The small groups quickly recruited newbies, and the students also chose the groups they wanted. The fights on the stage did not have much visual appeal, and after a few rounds, there were not many highlights. It was even boring. This was because most people chose the Moonlight Gu, and to most people, the fight would start with shooting moon blades. Whoever expended their primeval essence first would lose. If both parties had no more primeval essence, they would fight with punches and kicks. At the end, one will fall. Be it students, Gu masters, or clan elders, they got bored watching and some were about to fall asleep. Until evening, there were only less than 10 students left on the stage. Finally ending. Some Gu masters lifted their spirits, shrugging off the sleepiness. At this moment, the Gu master shouted, Next round, Guyu Fangjing vs Guyu Mo-Bei. Chapter 83. Sweeping strong foes, Fangjing displays his skills. Fangjing and Mo-Chun both walked up the stage. Fangjing, don't think that I will lose just because you have rank 2 cultivation. Today I will challenge and beat a higher realm. Mo-Bei gritted his teeth, his expression solemn, cheering for himself in his heart. Against the rank 2 Fangjing, he indeed felt a strong sense of pressure. Come! Fangjing roared, rushing out ferociously. Mo-Bei's heart jumped. This Fangjing wasn't acting according to plan. Normally, they would first shoot moon blades before using hand-to-hand combat. But this time, he actually rushed up immediately, and wants to fight physically. Isn't he afraid of getting injured by my moon blade when exchanging punches and kicks? Mo-Bei was perturbed. He was naturally not worried for Fangjing's safety, but knew that if they engaged in close combat, with such a short distance, if Fangjing shot a moon blade, it was unavoidable. Mo-Bei quickly took a step back, attempting to pull some distance. At the same time, he shot out a moon blade with a flick of his wrist. Fangjing was unfazed, taking a tumble and avoiding the moon blade, continuing his pursuit. At the same time, a lump of lunar energy collected in his palm. Mo-Bei looked at the moonlight in his hands that hasn't been fired and felt tense in his heart, quickly taking steps back. Although he worked hard in close combat, and also trained his moon blade, he was still inferior to Fangjing, who was nurtured personally by the clan leader. Mo-Bei was not suited to this style of combat, and quickly fell into disadvantage. That side is interesting. The battle on this arena attracted much attention. They're actually fighting so closely, This Fan Jing has guts. Yao Hong could now discern who is Fan Yuan and Fan Jing. Fan Yuan had a cold expression and emitted an aura of maturity, while Fan Jing was steel-willed, radiating a sunny aura. It must be the clan leader's teaching. Normally when students fight, they would be 10 meters apart. Further than this distance and the moon blade would dissipate. If they fought closer than this distance, the students would not react in time. Gu Yuqingshu's gaze shone. Fan Jing's battle distance now has shrunk to 6 meters, but his ability to avoid the moon blade is proficient. It seems that not only is the clan leader helping Fan Jing, but Fan Jing also put in some hard work and went through much hardship. Little brother. Mo Yen, seeing Mo Bei forced into a corner by Fan Jing, showed worry and panic on her face. She really wanted to go in and help out, giving Fan Jing a good beating. Qi Shan, however, was expressionless, only watching and not speaking. After Fan Jing got close to Mo Bei and shortened the distance to 6 meters, he no longer got closer, but used the moonlight goo and entered a firing contest. Mo Bei tried hard to improvise. His actions were in a mess, and many times he was almost hit by the moon blades, constantly in danger. Fan Jing, on the other hand, already had his winning formula. Even if he could not evade in time, he still had the jade skin goo, and as long as he uses the jade green glow in time, he would be able to block the moon blade. Seeing how Mo Bei was defenselessly beaten by himself, Fan Jing's thoughts flew back to a time in the past. Under the moonlight, the clan leader taught him the evasion movements step by step, unreservedly imparting him all the experience he had. Clan leader, I will not let you down. Fan Jing's eyes shimmered with hope. He was getting braver as he fought. Fan Jing, you have the talent and the endurance, studiously training. The result is all because of your blood and sweat. This is the fruits of your hard work. Continue like this, Fan Jing. Using this aura, go and show your brilliance. Under the tentage, the clan leader excitedly cheered on inwardly. Even though he looked like he was quietly watching the fight, his lips curled into a smile. Although Mo Bei struggled furiously, resisting adamantly, but after 15 minutes, his entire body was full of injuries, the blood oozing out and dyeing his shirt red. The organizing Gu master, upon seeing such a scene, announced, "The victory goes to Gu Fan Jing. I haven't lost yet." Mo Bei shouted loudly, his entire bloodbath body wavering in the air. But after struggling to no end, he was forced to receive treatment by the healing Gu masters. A battle of such an intensity is already beyond the graduating standard. An A-grade talent is after all a genius. I heard he received personal guidance from the clan leader. Can he not be amazing? Seeing such a result, the Gu masters below the stage praised endlessly. Gu Fan Jing panted as he walked down the stage. 3 Gu masters came to him and healed him, while also providing free primeval stones to allow him to quickly recover his primeval essence. After resting for a while, he recovered to his peak condition and ascended the stage again. This time, he was against Gu Qiqing. Qiqing looked at Fan Jing, laughing dryly. Very good. Fan Jing, you defeated Mo Bei, that rascal. If I defeat you now, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He seemed very confident. Fan Jing's lips remained tight, as he said nothing but rushed towards him. Dragonpill Cricket Gu! Qiqing's thought flashed, and immediately an orange-red-colored glow came from both his legs. He leapt lightly and instantly retreated 10 meters away. The distance that Fan Jing had just shortened was immediately lengthened. Qiqing got smug and laughed. Fan Jing, you have no speed-increasing Gu, and with your 2 legs, you cannot catch me. Although this stage isn't big, it is enough for me to maneuver. Your tactic might have worked on Mo Bei, but against me it is ineffective. Is that so? Fan Jing stopped his movements and stood on the spot, staring intently at Qiqing. He smiled, his eyes showing iron will, shouting loudly. Continue dodging like that, but every time you use the Dragonpill Cricket Gu, you have to use a certain amount of primeval essence. You have merely rank 1 peak stage green copper primeval essence, but I am already at rank 2 red steel primeval essence, 3 times your endurance. Your talent is inferior to me as well. At the end, you would run out of primeval essence and the loser will be you. You! Qiqing was shocked. He only saw his advantage but did not notice his weakness. Right now, he could not help but agree with Fan Jing, and his fighting spirit dampened. What, Fan Jing is rank 2? The surrounding Gu masters gasped. The examination results were only obtained the day before, thus they were only spread among certain people, so most of the crowd did not know about it yet. An A-grade talent, no doubt. Amazing. This Fang Jing might really be the rising star of our clan. Bai clan has that Bai Ningbing. He is really too powerful. If Fang Jing can grow up, he might be able to resist Bai Ningbing. This lad is interesting. Getting to rank 2 in the academy, and with such solid basic skills, this is such an uncommon scene. No wonder the clan leader poured so much effort into him. Yao Hong muttered. Qin Shu replied. The clan leader's guidance is only part of it. Don't look down on this lad. Ever since he survived the assassination incident, he has become very hardworking, cultivating to the best of his limits. He is a good seedling, with both talent and hard work. If he can grow up, sigh, I feel like my burden is increasing. Clan leader Gu Yubo laughed lightly. Qi Cheng's weak nature was analyzed by him to Fang Jing. Now that he saw Fang Jing using it to his advantage, Gu Yubo was very pleased. It seems that Fang Jing is this year's number 1. Beside the clan leader, Gu Yu Emochin said. Du Yu Qi Lian snorted, staring at the scene intently. He obviously wished for his grandson to win and defeat Fang Jing, that way he would win honor for the Qi faction. But things do not go as he wished, and on the stage after getting demoralized, Qi Qing could no longer display his 100% ability against Fang Jing, and made continuous mistakes. Eventually, Qi Qing was caught with a fatal flaw, and was swept down the stage. Gu Yu Fang Jing wins, Gu Master announced. Gu Yu Qilian's face was black. At once, Fang Jing was famous, getting all the attention from the clan people. Fang Jing beat Mo Bei and Qi Qing simultaneously with wits and courage. It seems he is the first place this year. Some people praised. Makes sense, I think well of him as well. Too bad he cannot join our group. As the groups choose students, students are also choosing groups. A seated student like Fang Jing was already long booked. Fang Jing is the clan leader's faction, while Mo Bei, Qi Qing are the Mo faction, Qi faction's future leaders. This way, it seems that the Gu Yu clan would be heavily dominated by the clan leader faction, suppressing the 2 clan elders. Some people could see even further. On the other 2 stages, the battles continued. Fang Jing walked down the stage long ago, hearing the people's praises, his heart roaring as he felt himself being reborn. Different, it was very different from before. His heart was filled with the excitement of recognition, the anticipation of being appreciated, and the joy of being commended. A gust of winter wind blew, and although he felt the chilly wind, Fang Jing could only feel the sense of warmth like the summer day. Last match, Gu Yu Fang Jing vs Gu Yu Fang Yuan. A while later, an announcer shouted. Chapter 84. Trample ruthlessly, the final battle, Gu Yu Fang Jing vs Gu Yu Fang Yuan. Oh, interesting. To think that at the end, it is a showdown between brothers. Fang Jing. Seeing this, the clan leader's smile faded slightly. The greatest obstacle in your heart is your brother Fang Yuan. Go ahead and defeat him. You have Red Steel Primeval Essence while also having the Jade Skin Goo. With both offense and defense, you have the greatest advantage. Break apart this obstacle in your way, and you shall be reborn. The final match finally started. The 2 brothers stood on the same arena, staring at each other. The last remaining sunrays were like blood. The light of the sunset was like a luxurious carpet for the arena. 2 very similar faces. The little brother's fighting spirit burned on, while the older brother's gaze was deep as the abyss. Brother. Fang Jing's fists were clenched as he stared intently at Fang Yuan, speaking with a firm voice. Admit defeat. I am already rank 2, and I have over 80% Red Steel Primeval Essence. Your Green Bronze Primeval Essence is only 44%, you have no chance. Fang Yuan lightly looked at his brother. You are surely clear about my Primeval Essence. But it's better if you don't spout nonsense. If Primeval Essence can decide the victory, what's the point of fighting? Fang Jing was stunned, but soon he raised his spirits, and his vigor could be seen burning in his eyes. In truth, in the deepest part of his heart, he also did not want Fang Yuan to admit defeat. But Fang Yuan was his older brother after all, thus in view of their relationship he had to say it. If not, that would be too cruel. Since Big Brother is so determined, then I have no choice but to attack. Before he finished his sentence, Fang Jing rushed towards Fang Yuan. This again. Below the stage, Mo Bei, looking at this scene, gritted his teeth. He made up his mind to harshly train himself after going back and return this humiliation tenfold to Fang Jing. Fang Yuan is finished, he does not have my Dragapil cricket goo. Qi Qing folded his arms and smirked, enjoying Fang Yuan's troubles. Fang Jing sprinted and instantly shortened the distance. In his hand there was a ball of moonlight. Fan Yuan's expression was like steel. There was not a single change as he looked at the charging Fang Jing. He did not take a single step away, but blue-colored moonlight also gathered in his right palm. Suddenly, Fan Yuan took a firm step after stomping the ground, and moved towards Fang Jing instead of backing away. Fang Jing did not expect Fan Yuan's movement. He panicked internally and quickly fired a moon blade. Fan Yuan rushed quickly and twisted his body, avoiding the moon blade by a hair's breadth. His expression was cold, without any shouting or aggression. But in his silence, there was an aura of absolute iciness emitting from him. Fang Jing subconsciously took a few steps back. His limit was 6 meters, but now Fan Yuan was 5 meters away from him. This time he had to be the one trying to increase their distance. Dun dun dun. Fang Jing retreated while flicking his right wrist several times, sending moon blades flying to try and push Fan Yuan back. Fan Yuan took fluid steps that were one after another, his body extremely agile. He moved intensely, and every time he managed to avoid the moon blade with no margin for error. "This Fan Yuan is even more daring!" Yao Hong shouted. "Such a battle, they've disregarded death already," Qin Shu also exclaimed. "Another battle maniac!" And Mo Yen gritted her teeth, giving a glance at Qi Shan, who was not far away. Qi Shan was expressionless, but his eyes glimmered occasionally. The noise from the audience stopped. They were all captivated by the battle on the stage. The moonblades and Fan Yuan brushed past each other. From time to time there was a blue light that would reflect upon Fan Yuan's face. His cold expression remained as it was without any change, and each time he narrowly evaded death, showing his extreme battle talent. The clan leader and clan elders all showed a serious expression. Qi Qing and Mo Bei stared with their mouths wide open, looking at Fan Yuan dodging every single moon blade in an impossible manner. How did he do it? Numerous students had a giant question mark on their heads. Fan Yuan, who had 500 years of battle experience, how can he be compared to Fang Jing, who was only taught for a year by a rank 4 Gu master? In Fan Yuan's eyes, Fang Jing was as thin as a clear stream. No matter how the stream flowed, or turned its way among the mountain rocks, he could see through it clearly to the bottom of the river. The moonblade's every attack was not instant, it needed a process. Fang Jing had to flick his wrist, and that was the greatest foretelling. In Fan Yuan's eyes, Fang Jing's shoulder movement, the movement of his wrist, every step he took provided a large amount of information. Fang Jing's every attack, evasion and dodging was easily seen through by Fan Yuan. Even as to what was going on in Fang Jing's head, Fan Yuan could guess to a degree. Fang Jing's mind right now was flabbergasted. Fan Yuan was the obstacle in his heart for more than 10 years, the shadow quickly expanding into darkness, dragging him into the abyss. The nervous emotion made him forget to use the jade skin goo. Fan Yuan's strong approach caused him to panic, and he was unable to regain his tempo, thus not allowing him time to think. This was the difference in experience. This was the difference between inside knowledge. In Fan Yuan's perspective, his inside information was even more important than the spring-autumn cicada. It was his greatest reliance. He was able to not rely on the clan leader, family, friends, or Gu worms. He had always and only relied on himself. In this world, only oneself is the most reliable. Those teammates and battle partners, they were just the masks of weaklings, the excuse to anticipate help from others. He finally reached near Fang Jing. Bam! Fan Yuan's punch was pulled from a hidden angle, smashing right into Fang Deng's stomach. Fang Jing's body curled as the force of the fist almost caused him to vomit. He quickly protected his head with his arms and took a large step back. At the crucial moment, it showed his steady basic skills. Where is he? Fang Jing's eyes stared wide, looking around from the gap between his arms, trying to find Fan Yuan's location. Behind! With this thought, Fang Jing felt a strong force at his waist. He lost his center of gravity and fell on the ground. But Fang Jing had gone through tough training. With this movement he flipped around on the ground and at the same time, shot out a moon blade from his palm towards his back. This movement was the battle experience imparted by the clan leader. If it was a normal person, they might follow closely behind Fang Jing. If they could not react in time, they would be hit by the moon blade. Even if the moon blade did not hit, they would be forced back. But who was Fan Yuan? Even Gu Yubo could not compete with him in terms of experience. Fan Yuan moved steadily, not giving chase. Instead, he moved in a circle and got near to Fang Jing. The moon blade only managed to hit air. Fang Jing thought he was able to pull some distance, and quickly stood up. He was about to reorganize himself, but he suddenly heard a swoosh sound. This is the gust of a punch! At that split second, Fang Jing had such a thought. Immediately after, he was harshly hit in the ear by Fang Yuan's fist. Bam! He immediately felt his vision darken, and a strong sense of dizziness caused him to lose balance, completely collapsing on the ground. He sprawled on the ground for over 2 breaths' time, and finally he recovered slightly. His vision became clearer, seeing Fang Yuan's 2 feet right beside him. He suddenly understood how ugly his situation was. He was sprawled on the ground like a dog while Fang Yuan stared at him from that high position. Damn it! Fang Jing was furious and tried to get up. Under everyone's eyes, Fang Yuan lifted his right leg and stepped down firmly. Bam! Fang Jing's head was harshly stepped on, like a rock hitting the stage, making a loud sound. Fuck! Fang Jing raged and tried to get up again. Fang Yuan stared coldly, trampling down once again. Bam! Fang Jing's head hit the stage again. His scalp knocked open and blood bled nonstop. Damn! Damn it! Fang Jing's teeth were about to be crushed from his clenching, and the rage in his chest burned through his entire body. He raised his head again, trying to get up. Bam! Fang Yuan's third step came down. This time he continued to step on his head, not letting go. Under the immense force, Fang Jing's face was harshly squeezed on the stage floor. Fang Jing's face was almost deformed, and he breathed raggedly, struggling to no avail. He felt that on his head, there was a huge rock that would not move no matter how he struggled. Right, how could I forget? I have the moonlight goo! Under the despair, Fang Geng's inspiration struck, and he thought of the moonlight goo. His right palm gathered moonlight again. But how could Fang Yuan not notice? With a light sound, he shot out a moon blade onto Fang Jing's right palm. Arg! Fang Jing cried out, the immense pain sending his body into a spasm like he was struck by lightning. His palm was almost pierced through by Fang Yuan, showing his white bones. The moonlight goo on his palm was already struck a great blow. It was on the brink of death. Chapter 85. Hot-blooded and cold-blooded. These 2 brothers really aren't on good terms. Yao Hong mumbled. This Fang Yuan is too cruel, treating his brother like this. Many people frowned unhappily. Fang Yuan is too savage, extorting our primeval stones for an entire year. Now he's treating his brother like this. The students gritted their teeth. Fang Yuan's coldness forced out their hatred towards a common enemy. Fang Jing, stand up, stand up! Defeat Fang Yuan! Some unknown student shouted. Defeat Fang Yuan! Defeat Fang Yuan! Instantly, many youngsters shouted. This Fang Yuan is indeed a hated person. And Mo Yen snorted, enjoy his predicament. Fang Jing, hang in there, stand up! Defeat this monster Fang Yuan! Fang Jing, stand up. We're with you. Fang Jing, you can do it, you can do it! The crowd cheered on fiercely, and sounds of encouragement entered Fang Geng's ears. Huff! 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 Fang Jing gasped heavily. As the sounds entered his heart, it gave him an unimaginable strength. The scenes of the past played in his head. On the streets, the clansmen's comments. That's Fang Yuan, the future genius, he is not to be underestimated. Who's that behind him? Oh, probably his brother, who knows what his name is. Uncle and aunt laughed. Fang Yuan, now the entire village is discussing the new poem you wrote. This is very good, uncle and aunt are proud of you. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying calmly, I only made those on a whim. Uncle and aunt nodded, saying to Fang Jing, learn well from your brother, if you are half as talented as your brother, we would not have to worry. Under the moonlight, deep in the courtyard, clan leader Gu Yubo looked at Fang Jing, saying gently, Fang Jing, have confidence. You must find your purpose, believe in yourself. But, Sir Clan Leader. Gu Yubo patted his shoulders, encouraging. The shadow in your heart, others cannot dispel it for you. You can only rely on yourself. I await that day. The night before the year-end exam. Xin Shui looked at Fang Jing with love in her gaze under the lamp lights. Young master, I believe that you can get number 1. I have always believed it. Work hard. The morning before departure. Uncle and aunt stood at the doorstep. Fang Jing, after the year-end exam, you would be leaving the academy. Seeing your growth, we are very happy. Go and show everyone the strength of an A grade. And, under the setting sun, in a dark corner, a female classmate cried profusely. The allowance is only 3 primeval stones, but Fan Yuan snatched a piece away, leaving me with 2. I am almost unable to feed my moonlight goo at this rate. Fang Zheng's heart softened. This is my primeval stone, I'll lend it to you. The female classmate took the primeval stone, saying with tears, Fang Jing, you are too nice, please defeat your brother and end his tyranny in the academy. Fang Zheng was silent. A bunch of classmates appeared in front of him. Fang Jing, you are an A-grade talent, you can do it. Fan Yuan is too much, constantly bullying us, you are our only hope. Fang Jing, from today onwards we're with you, we will always support you. Everyone. Fang Jing observed the surroundings, seeing the concerned pairs of eyes, and felt extremely touched. Everyone. Everyone has expectations of me. My classmates, uncle, aunt, Shin Shui, and Sir Clan Leader. Everyone is waiting for me, looking at me, supporting me. How can I lose? How can I fall here? How can I? Boom, 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 boom. His heart pounded in his chest, and Fang Geng's eyes shone with brilliance. I cannot fall here. I will dispel the shadow and stand up. Fang Zheng's fists were tightly clenched, no longer feeling any pain at this point. He felt a lion in his chest, awakening from its sleep and opening its huge mouth to roar. Hot blood boiled in his body. Stand up, stand up. Break the shadows, break the darkness. Ardhar. Fang Jing opened his mouth wide to shout, his body starting to emit a green jade light. What's that? The crowd silenced. Jade skin goo! Someone shouted. Bam! The students roared towards the heavens. Fang Jing, you can do it! Fang Jing, we have your back! Finally, only one last cheer remained. Stand up! Stand up! Everyone! I can hear your voices! Fang Jing clenched his fist, his teeth almost crushed. Fan Yuan's pressure was no longer so imposing, he could finally get up, slowly and steadily. The shouting intensified. He's burning with anger! He's going to do a comeback! Gu masters, hearing such cheers and excitement from the crowd, were all starting to feel moved. That's right, Fang Zheng, that's right! Stand up, abandon the past, dispel the shadow and stand up, you will become a new person! Clan leader's eyes shone with bright light as he cheered Fang Zheng on in his heart. Jade skin goo! Fan Yuan's eyelids drooped. He pulled back his leg and saw Fang Zheng stand up slowly, the jade skin goo's radiance turning his face green. Fang Zheng had always been hiding this trump card up till now and did not reveal it to anyone, thus nobody knew about it. Fang Zheng got up! The crowd's cheers exploded. He stood up. Clan leader was moved, uncontrollably standing up from his seat. At this moment, he saw the rise of an A-grade talent. He saw the future of the Guyu clan. I stood up, brother, I will defeat you! Fang Zheng's eyes burned with determination, his entire body enveloped in bright green light like he was wearing jade armor. Oh wow, this defense, even the moon blade can't pierce it. It seems Fang Jing wins. Yao Hong raised her brows, blowing a whistle. Indeed, even with the little light goo's reinforcement, hitting on this barrier, it would only cause Fang Zheng's primeval essence to be consumed faster. But comparing primeval essence expenditure, Fan Yuan is no match for Fang Jing. After this match, Fang Jing is going to rise. Qing Shu laughed lightly. Fang Jing had a jade skin goo, but only used it now. It seems Fang Yuan's earlier attacks confused him. But now, victory is already waving towards him. Mo Yen folded her arms, her gaze slightly uncertain. Time seemed to have paused. On the stage, the brothers faced each other. The two's distance was so close yet so far. Fan Geng's firm determination, Fan Yuan's eternal indifference. Little brother. He looked at Fang Jing peacefully, his lips curling into a smirk. Thinking of defeating me, you're still far from it. He raised his right hand, his right arm flexing, pulling into a bow shape. Big brother, you've lost. Fang Jing felt amused in his heart seeing Fan Yuan's raised fist. As long as he had primeval essence, even with the little light goo's reinforcement, the moon blade could not break the jade color barrier, not to mention his fist. Unless he used the flower boar goo or the brute force longhorn beetle goo to raise his strength. But even so, he would need a defensive type goo. Fan Yuan did not say anything, but he used his fist to give the most straightforward answer. The next moment, the right fist flew in the air and hit Fang Jing harshly on the cheeks. Bam! After a loud crash, blood spilled as the jade light smashed to bits like broken mirror fragments dancing in the sky before vanishing. What? Fang Jing was hit by such a shock once again, and after a stunned moment, his neck was almost broken as he hurriedly retreated. Fan Yuan followed up closely, using a bow step and raising his left fist, pulling back and striking again upwards. Bam! Fang Jing's other half of his face was hit by the impact, his head rising high up with blood and broken jade light flying in the air. Bam, bam, bam! He took 3 steps backwards, his ears buzzing as a dizziness 10 times greater than before assaulted him. How can this be? His vision darkened, and he collapsed on the arena, plop. Fang Jing fell on the ground, the light dissipating on his body as he fainted in the next moment. The shouts and cheers came to an abrupt end. The happy, excited expressions of the students were still glued on their faces, unable to change due to such a shock. The entire arena was silent. Fan Yuan's fists were bloody, to the point his bloody finger bones could be seen. Drops of blood fell and dripped on the stage. Swoosh! A cold winter wind blew, freezing away all the hot-bloodedness. Fan Yuan's hair wavered in the air as he stood still on the stage. It was almost as if the heavily injured person with both his fists, almost crippled, was not him. He looked coldly at the surroundings with a calm expression. Everyone was silent. In the tentage, the clan leader was still standing, staring dumbfoundedly. Sorry, I've let you all disappointed, Fan Yuan said lightly. Chapter 86. Suspicion and Probing. On the stage, Fang Jing fainted on the ground with no more movements from him. Fan Yuan, however, continued with his cold expression, standing in the middle of the stage. After a momentary silence, the crowds erupted. How can this be? Some people hugged their heads, revealing an expression of disbelief. 2 punches breaking the jade skin goose defense, this. Some people were tongue-tied. Too savage, even the jade light got smashed by him. Does he not feel pain? Some female goo masters took in a chilly breath. Without any defensive goo worm and using his bare hands to break the jade light, this is true blue self-harm. Even male goo masters' eyes twitched upon seeing Fan Yuan's hands, and were shocked by his ruthlessness. Being ruthless to others, that is easy, but being ruthless to yourself, that is hard. Fan Yuan using his bare hands to break the jade skin goo's defense, it was not only savage to his younger brother, but even harsher on himself. I'll go take a look. The academy elder could no longer stand it, and after saying so, he jumped onto the stage. He first squatted down and observed the fainted Fang Jing, sighing in relief as he found that Fang Jing was not in a critical condition. His head just had a huge impact, causing him to fall unconscious. Unbelievable, with the jade skin goose defense, he still suffered such heavy injuries from someone using their bare hands. The academy elder was shocked internally, raising his head and looking at Fan Yuan, his eyes shining with a fierce light. Fan Yuan, I'll heal you. The academy elder stood up, taking a few huge strides towards Fan Yuan and grabbing his forearm. Fan Yuan's arms were in terrible condition. Not only was the blood and skin vaguely mashed, even his bones were revealed. Because of the huge impact, there were also cracks on the bones. How intense this pain is, yet he didn't even frown a bit. Even if it was the academy elder, his heart shuddered seeing such injuries. His tone was complicated, saying to Fan Yuan, "Endure it, the healing is very itchy and also very painful." Saying so, his 5 fingers spread open and emitted a wave of blue moonlight. The moonlight got brighter and caused the academy elder's right hand to be translucent from the shine. At a glance, the academy elder's entire right hand was like a piece of blue jade. The blood vessels and bones were all turned into jade. The academy elder lightly raised his right hand and covered Fan Yuan's injured fist. It was just like a piece of cold jade touching on an injury that was mashed with blood and flesh. Fan Yuan felt a heart-piercing pain, but he gritted his teeth and did not make a sound. The academy elder's hand emitted gentle moonlight, and the moonlight nourished Fan Yuan's injured spot. On the bones, the cracks started to mend, and the flesh and skin started to grow rapidly and heal. Fan Yuan felt an intense itching, causing him to breathe heavily. The academy elder's expression was calm. While healing Fan Yuan, he diverted a part of his concentration towards Fan Yuan's arm, and also inspected his aperture. In the aperture, the black-green-colored copper primeval essence was raging like waves in the sea. A white and fat liquor worm was swimming and playing in the primeval sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were all made of white-colored crystal walls. This showed Fan Yuan's rank 1 peak stage cultivation clearly. The Academy elder did not look away, but continued to scan Fang Yuan's body. Finally, he found that on Fang Yuan's palm, there was the moonlight goo and little light goo. No other goo worms. Did Fang Yuan really use his own strength to break the defense of the jade skin goo? Such strength is far beyond a mortal adult. He is only 15 years old. How can he have such strength? The Academy elder's eyes shone with suspicion. Clan elder, thank you for your treatment. Fang Yuan took back his arm from the Academy elder and shook it around. Although there was still some pain, the injury had already healed. If this was back on Earth, such an injury would have taken a year or two to heal and would even leave some serious side effects. This was the magical aspect of this world. Now that Fang Yuan's arms were healed, although he still felt like they were weak when he grabbed the air or waved them around, 7 or 8 days later, the strengthless side effect would disappear. But Fang Yuan was not grateful to the Academy elder. His injury could also be healed by other healing goo masters, and he was well aware the Academy elder's motive was to inspect his aperture. Fang Yuan had expected this from the start, so he left the white boar goo and jade skin goo in the second secret cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, with its rank 6 status, if it wanted to hide, even the rank 4 goo yubo would not find it if he inspected personally. The Academy elder did not find anything, and that caused him to frown. Although he was still suspicious in his heart, but in front of so many people, he did not have the proper opportunity to ask. Fang Yuan, you performed well, continue working hard. Finally, the Academy elder patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and declared loudly, this year's final exam, the first place goes to Fang Yuan. Ever since the Academy elder's ascension to the stage, the audience watched quietly. After hearing his announcement, they started discussing fervently. To think that at the end, Fang Yuan had the last laugh. He's merely a C grade, but he beat the rank 2 Fang Zheng who has a jade skin goo. Did he cheat? Probably not, from the Academy elder's personal treatment and probing. If he did not find any problems, Fang Yuan probably did not cheat. Fang Yuan's fists were greatly injured, that's normal. But as a 15-year-old, having such strength that surpasses an adult by far, isn't it suspicious? What is there to be suspicious about? There are always people who are born with strange talents. Either super strength, or super smart. Actually, Fang Yuan's strength isn't that scary. Think about that guy. The speaking goo master indicated at the standing Qishan. People were immediately enlightened. Oh yes. When Qishan was still a kid, his strength was already greater than an adult. Is Fang Yuan also such a monster? That has to be it. When Fang Yuan was young, he could make poems. Those poems were famous around the village back then. We thought he was an A grade, but he turned out to be C grade. But it seems heaven has other plans and compensated him with strength. He is still a C grade anyway. If he was B grade, he would be another Qishan. Humph, nothing to be envious about. A goo master's cultivation relies on their talent. If I can get a black boar goo in the future, I would have even greater strength than him. That is nothing much, he can only be arrogant for a while. Some people shrugged, speaking unconcernedly. Fang Yuan walked down the stage, his eyes picking up the people's discussions as he smirked coldly inside his heart. The liquor worm's origin was already perfectly explained by Fang Yuan, but once the jade skin goo was exposed, Fang Yuan would not be able to explain it. Thus, he had to keep this secret and could not use it in public. As for these people's thoughts and explanations, it was the direction Fang Yuan wanted them to go. Or rather, even if the higher-ups were suspicious, they would only be suspicious of his mysterious backer. Half a year ago, I risked the danger and used the wild boar tusks to create a second layer of protection at the camp. It is finally coming into play. Fang Yuan's eyes were dark like the abyss. The Guyu clan leader did not sit down. He kept on standing and frowning deeply. This matter had developed out of his control. Fang Yuan getting first place, he did not really care much. It was just the year-end exam's first place. It was nothing significant. He was worried about Guyu Fangjing. Undeniably, today's impact was too great on Fangjing. If Fangjing was beaten completely from the start and lost the fight, so be it. But it just had to be at the point where he used his full strength and got a huge confidence boost, that he was sent sprawling by Fang Yuan's 2 fists. Such a psychological trauma might negatively impact his growth. Under my guidance and arrangement, Fangjing was the first to advance to upper stage, peak stage and rank 2 initial stage, continuously gaining success and confidence. But this confidence is probably gone by now. Sigh, my hard work has all gone up like smoke. Gu Yubo sighed deeply, naturally gaining a little sense of disgust and loathing towards Fan Yuan. If Fan Yuan had lost to Fang Jing, everything would have been perfect. But he actually won, that is too infuriating. Not only the clan leader, but the other clan elders were also full of solemn and complex gazes. Fan Yuan's strength is actually so huge. Is he really a monster like Qishan? Actually, he was strange from young, making poems when he was younger than 10, so his strength getting larger as he grew up is nothing strange. But there is another possibility, and that is human action. Fan Yuan has a mysterious backer, maybe the backer assisted him. But the person behind him, who could it be? The clan elders' hearts were overturning, but their expressions said otherwise. Clan leader Gu Yubo went silent before revealing a smile, saying, Fan Yuan, getting first place with a C-grade talent, this is an unprecedented grand feat. Becoming first place, you have 100 primeval stones as reward and also Gu Worm choosing priority. Now I shall reward you further, you can choose any small group you want and join it. Regardless of the group, whichever one you want, just say it and you can join. Upon saying so, all the rank 2 Gu masters and students stared at Fan Yuan in envy. Small groups had their differences too, and joining a good group meant a bright future. Gu Yubo's reward was very generous. Although I made this decision on the spot, I believe the clan elders here would agree with me. Gu Yubo smiled even more intensely, looking at the clan elders beside him. With Gu Yu Qilian and Gu Yu Mo Chin as the head of the clan elders, all of their faces were grim and some even frowned, but no one stopped him. Fan Yuan's heart jumped. Trouble had come. Chapter 87. Attitude is the mask of the heart. Fan Yuan could see the intentions behind such an action. This was a small probing from the clan leader. His gaze swept through the arena. The entire clan's best performing 3 groups were here. The clan leader's faction's Jingshu group, Qi faction's Qishan group, and Mo faction's Mo Yen group. If it was a regular student, joining any of the 3 groups meant getting a huge backer, representing a bright future. But to Fan Yuan, it was the reverse. In the clan's higher-ups' perception, he was already part of a mysterious faction. Joining any of the 3 spelled trouble. For example, if he joined the Qishan faction, the Qi family obviously know they did not recruit him, so their first thought would be, Fan Yuan is a pawn of another family. But now that he's joining our group, what intentions does he have? Next they would think, the mysterious faction that recruited Fan Yuan earlier had already broken the rules, and now that Fan Yuan is present here, the clan leader would think that we were the ones who recruited him, so isn't this carrying the fault for them? That will not do, we have to arrest Fan Yuan, keep a close eye on him and investigate him. We shall find concrete evidence, and reveal the mysterious backer of his. But the truth was, Fan Yuan has no backer. Once I join any of the 3 groups, it means I am offending one out of the 3 biggest factions in this clan. That will definitely not do. Sigh, I originally wanted to keep a low profile and join Jiang He's group, but Jiang He's group is backed by the Punishment Hall Elder. Under everyone's watchful eye, if I join abruptly, that is inappropriate as well. Fan Yuan inevitably hesitated. Gu Yubo's smile became even more intense, continuing. Fan Yuan, if you don't choose, I'll select for you. The clan elders beside him watched quietly with an unmoving expression, each of them standing like statues. Forcing me? Fan Yuan's gaze shone, immediately guessing Gu Yubo's next words, either throwing him to Qishan's group or Mo Yan's group. Gu Yubo knew in his heart that he did not recruit Fan Yuan. To him, this act can not only remove suspicion on him but also weaken his foe, as well as reveal the mysterious faction. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. It was a play that could divert the problem away, although seemingly simple. It was a strategic move showing Gu Yubo's experienced political ability. No, I must not let him dictate it. It seems I can only choose a crappy group. Fan Yuan was about to open his mouth and speak. Suddenly at this moment, someone spoke. Why don't you join our team? Our group is lacking an attacker. Who said that? At once, everyone turned around towards the source of the voice. The person speaking was either tall or short, with dark yellow skin that made him look sickly. A pair of triangular eyes shone with brilliance. It's the sickly snake Guyu Jiao-san. Someone pointed out his identity. Guyu Jiao-san? It's just a trash team with no background. The clan leader and clan elders all showed a disappointed expression. Jiao-san. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with an undetectable dark shine. He and this Guyu Jiao-san person had never met or spoken before, and he had no memories of such a person. Why did Jiao San open his mouth and invite him into his team? Was it purely because he had gotten first place in the examination? How can that be? Only someone as childish as Fang Jing would have such a naive thought. But, since Jiao San opened his mouth and invited Fan Yuan personally, such a situation was a good breakthrough point. The clan's higher-ups must be very disappointed now. Hee hee. Fan Yuan smiled thinking of this, his eyes looking downwards, hiding the brilliance in his expression. Then I'll join your group. Fan Yuan agreed on the spot, blocking Gu Yubo's upcoming words. Is this Fan Yuan retarded? Ignoring those top-performing groups and joining the sickly snakes group? He must be bonkers, Jiao San's personality, hee hee hee. The students and Gu masters started to discuss, looking at Fan Yuan like he was a fool. The clan leaders and elders' expression turned dim. Today's probing was thwarted by this Gu Jiao San. No. Maybe this Jiao San is also a pawn in this game, but no matter what, they must investigate on this Gu Jiao San. 3 days later. It had already been snowing for a day, and now that it was gradually getting smaller, pieces of snowflakes flew in the air gliding with the wind. On Qingmao Mountain, there was a layer of white color over it. Many branches were naked with no leaves, except the evergreen pine trees and Qingmao bamboo, which had retained their original colors standing proudly in the snow. A group of 5 people ran in the snow. The leading person was neither short nor tall, bearing a sickly yellow skin. It was Gu Jiao San. As he ran, he turned towards the quiet Fan Yuan, smiling gently with kindness. Fan Yuan, don't be nervous. Although this is your first clan mission, the contents are simple. Just follow us and learn along the way. Yes, Fan Yuan lightly replied, staring forward with a solemn expression. It was already winter. Running on the snow, the chilly winter winds were even more intense. Every breath was like eating snow dust, chilling his entire chest. Fan Yuan's face was originally very white, and now that the snow shone on it, it appeared even paler. In the process of running, the snow kept falling on his short black hair, his shoulders and forehead. What was different than before was that Fan Yuan had changed his clothes. This was a dark blue-colored battle attire. The attire had long sleeves and long pants, with bamboo sheets tied on his legs as wrappings, and bamboo shoes adorned his feet. On his head there was a bright blue headband, and the headband fluttered in the air as Fan Yuan ran. On his waist there was a loose belt. The belt was navy blue with a bronze plate on it, carved with the number 1. It was very much eye-striking. This was a Gu master's attire, showing Fan Yuan's status as a rank 1 Gu master. The youngsters had to stay a year in the academy and graduate before they were allowed to wear this. This attire had much meaning. Once worn, it meant that one has transcended the realm of mortals, leaving the lowly life and stepping into the upper society, being the middle class of the entire human race. Even if rank 1 Gu masters were the bottom of this tier, from now on any mortal had to give way to Fan Yuan and pay respects to him. Gu Jiao San's gaze continued to shine. This battle attire, when worn by Fan Yuan, coupled with his cold expression, showed the atmosphere of a cool and collected person. While running, he continued asking Fan Yuan, "We are out on a mission, and normally we would have to rush when traveling, so running is a common thing. Are you used to it?" "I can cope." Fan Yuan's words were precious like gold, using the corner of his eye to look at Gu Jiao San. Jiao San's warm and kind expression caused him to think about the legend of Renzu. Words have it that Renzu used the rules and regulation Gu and obtained strength but lost wisdom, leaving behind 3 Gu worms. One was suspicion, one was trust, and another was attitude. Renzu grabbed the attitude Gu. Attitude Gu followed the betting rules, submitting to Renzu, telling him, "Human, you caught me, I can only curse my bad luck. From now on, I will be at your command. Wear me and you will be able to use my ability." Attitude Gu's appearance was like a mask. Renzu put it on his face, but in the end he could not wear it. Even if he used a rope to tie it, it would still fall off. "What's going on?" Renzu was troubled. Attitude Gu laughed. "I know, human, you have no heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart, so without a heart, how can you wear me?" Renzu realized at once, he had already given his heart to hope. He was heartless. Someone who is heartless cannot wear the attitude mask. In other words, to someone with a heart and intention, their attitude is a mask. This kind and warm attitude is only Gu Jiao San's mask. What is his real intention? Fan Yuan pondered. while the person's sickly snake. Jiao San observed Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was also secretly observing him. Guyu Jiao Shan. His name Jiao Shan means 3 angles, probably referring to his triangular eyes. Chapter 88. Initial display of authority, picking on, and suppression. On the snow, 5 small groups were running. Guyu Jiao San looked at the sky, saying, "The sky is getting dark. Our mission this time is to collect permafrost-decayed soil. Although it is easy, it consumes too much time. We have to speed up. Everyone follow me. Try not to get left behind. Fan Yuan, if you are unable to keep up, just inform us. Don't worry, you are a newcomer. We will take care of you." Guyu Jiao San smiled very amicably. Fan Yuan nodded silently. The other 3 members exchanged glances. The sky was actually still bright. Jiao San had no need to say this. In reality, he wanted to give Fan Yuan an initial display of authority. The 3 knew this deep down, but did not expose him. In actuality, these kind of authoritative displays were common. When a new member joins, the older members would usually exert their authority to get rid of the younger members' arrogance so that it would be easier to command and control them. "Let's go," Jiao San said lightly, taking huge steps and being the first to rush out. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, heading out with the same speed as the other 3, following closely behind. The bamboo shoes stepped on the snow, leaving behind traces of footprints. The mountain road was full of obstacles, being difficult to maneuver. Especially with a layer of thick snow, it was even easier to fall down. At the same time, due to the snow cover, who knew if underneath it was sharp rocks or pitfalls? If one stepped into a hunter's trap, they would be even more unlucky. Living in this world was tough. Traveling seemed easy, but in fact it had much to do with experience. Many newcomers suffered due to this. Only through a long period of training, having gone through much hardship, a Gu master that has accumulated much experience would be able to avoid these obstacles. The chilly winter winds blew directly towards their faces as Fan Yuan strode through the snow. At times he took small leaps, at times he ran long distances. Sometimes he sidestepped, sometimes he climbed, following closely behind Jiao San. The entire Qingmao was covered by a layer of snow coat, and many of the trees had naked branches, without a single leaf. At times, squirrels or wild deer were frightened by these people and ran away quickly. 30 minutes later, Jiao San stopped in his tracks as he had reached his destination. He turned over his head, looking at Fan Yuan, smiling and praising. "Good job! You truly are this year's champion, following behind me and not losing your pace once." Fan Yuan smiled silently. This kind of authoritative display, he was clear of it. In fact, sprinting in the snow had become a traditional event. Many small groups used this to suppress the newcomer's arrogance. The 2 stood on the spot and waited until the remaining 3 members arrived. Puff, huff, puff. They took deep breaths, their foreheads full of sweat, their faces red as they placed their hands on their weights, the last members plopping on the ground. Jiao San harshly stared at them, barking, "Stand straight! Haven't you embarrassed us enough? Look at Fan Yuan, then look at yourselves. Humph, after this mission, go back and reflect on yourselves." The 3 immediately stood up straight, but lowered their heads. They were chided by Jiao San until they did not dare to raise their heads or rebuke him. Only their gaze towards Fan Yuan changed. "How strange! How can this Fan Yuan be so experienced? I did not see him fall even once. Sigh, we only have normal strength. How can we compete with this monster? Humph, not only did we not get a show to watch, we even became the sacrificial lambs. This guy. Enough, buck up." Jiao San pointed forward. "This small-sized valley is our destination. Inside, there are large amounts of permafrost-decayed soil for us to collect. Let's split up here and harvest the frozen earth. An hour later, we will gather here. Kong Jing, distribute the tools." Jiao San had just spoken, and the male member called Guyu Kong Jing stood up. He opened his palm wide and a yellow light shot out from the aperture in his abdomen, landing on his palm. The yellow light dispersed, showing its true form. A frog with a golden back. This golden frog was plump with a giant snow-white belly, causing its entire body to look like a ball when inflated. The frog's mouth and eyes were all at the top of its head due to this belly, being squeezed into a spot. Fan Yuan's gaze shone, recognizing this gu worm. This was the rank 2 gu worm, large belly frog. Soon after, Kong Jing's hands emitted traces of red steel primeval essence, and were absorbed by the frog. Ribbit. The large belly frog screeched, opening its mouth to vomit out a steel spade. The steel spade flew in the sky, turning large quickly. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, becoming a large steel spade half the size of a person. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. It called for several times, throwing up a tool each time. Eventually, the snowfield in front of everyone had 5 steel spades, and 5 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes all had 2 ropes for carrying. Goo Master feeding goo worms was a large burden. Thus, goo worms were limited in numbers. During the initial stages, it was hard to single-handedly deal with different environments, and with different intensity of troubles, goo masters thus often worked in groups. In a small group, there was someone doing reconnaissance, someone for offense, someone in charge of defense, someone healing, and someone as logistics support. The goo master who stood up, Kong Jing, was a logistics support goo master. He controlled this large belly frog, which was a support goo worm, where its belly had another space that could be used as storage space. Of course, every goo had its strengths and weaknesses. The large belly frog's weakness was that not only was the storage space limited, every time it vomited an item, it had to croak once, and this was irritating. Especially when a goo master is hiding in the battlefield, if handled poorly, it would reveal one's location. Another thing was, the large belly frog could not store goo worms, and it was not immune to poison, unable to store poisonous objects. After distributing the tools, each of the group members had a steel spade and a box in their hands. Let's set off. Jiao Sen waved his hand, leading the party into the valley. Fan Yuan held the steel spade and carried the wooden box, choosing another direction. He is after all a newbie, rushing in like that. Hee. Is the permafrost decayed soil so easy to harvest? If he cannot differentiate it, he might get normal frozen earth, wasting his efforts. The truth is, it is really difficult to differentiate. The permafrost decayed soil's color is around the same as normal frozen earth, especially under the cover of all the accumulated snow, so newbies can only dig relying on their luck. The 3 members seeing Fan Yuan's back laughed internally. An hour later they saw that Fan Yuan returned with an entire box of permafrost decayed soil, and were all stunned. Including Jiao San, all their wooden boxes were only half filled with permafrost decayed soil. Seeing Fan Yuan's wooden box, they were almost ashamed to show their results. It is all permafrost decayed soil. A member observed carefully and was even more shocked. Fan Yuan, how did you gather so much frozen earth? A female member could not hold in her curiosity and asked. Fan Yuan's brows raised, and the snowlight shone on his iris, showing a clear and transparent gaze. He laughed lightly. The Academy Elder said before, the permafrost decayed soil is a fertilizer created when the snow freezes the swamp. It has a tint of purple in the blackness, and is actually very smelly, but because it is frozen by the snow, it cannot be smelled. It is the smelly fart fatworm's food. At the same time it is also very fertile, often mixed in the soil to grow crops, fruits and vegetables. The clan sending out this mission is probably because they want to use it in the underground cave and fertilize the moon orchid flowers. His words caused the 4 to be frozen on the spot. These theories are obviously learnt in the academy. But theory and reality are very difficult to be linked. Has Fan Yuan collected permafrost decayed soil before? The 3 members looked at each other in shock. Guyu Jiao San's gaze shone, saying, Good job, Fan Yuan. As he praised, his usual warm and kind smile became a little forced. Jiao San turned around, saying to the rest, This way, our mission is completed. Everyone pass your spades and boxes to Kong Jing, and let's return. When they got back to the village, it was already afternoon. The 5 walked out of the Internal Affairs Hall, Jiao San distributing the 6 primeval stones they earned. He got 2 pieces, while the rest of the members got 1. The primeval stones were so easily earned, so the members all broke into a smile. Fan Yuan kept his primeval stones stealthily. Only in his heart did he think. When a newcomer joins a small group, the clan would usually give a large reward for the mission as a form of supporting the newcomer. Collecting the permafrost decayed soil mission, the reward was at most 2 primeval stones, but because of me there were 3 times more. According to logic, I should have gotten more stones. If the snow sprinting was an authoritative display, then having us purposely collect the frozen soil alone was a sign of picking on me, and the distribution of primeval stones is suppression already. 1 or 2 primeval was not a concern for Fan Yuan. He was only wondering strangely, he and Guyu Jiao San never had any interactions, so why was he suppressing him? Unless An inspiration struck Fan Yuan. Chapter 89. A sickly snake coiling around the legs. The five stood on the walkway. Guyu Jiao-san laughed kindly and said to Fan Yuan, "Little brother Fan Yuan, your performance really impressed all of us. It seems we did a correct thing inviting you to join us. You have just graduated from the academy, and might be unclear of some things. Let me introduce you to them. Firstly, the clan missions. Each Gu master must complete at least one a month. The more you complete and the more perfect it is, the higher your evaluation. Secondly, the missions are distributed by the Internal Affairs Hall or the External Affair Hall. Each Gu master can only accept one. Once accepted, they must complete it. Thirdly, under special conditions, a Gu master may choose to abandon a mission, but that will cause their evaluation to fall greatly. At the same time, rank 1 Gu masters have no rights to give up, and only rank 2 Gu masters do. But they can only abandon one mission a year. Fourth, the clan's evaluation is very important. It concerns your future in the clan, and the higher your evaluation, the greater your future, and the brighter it is." Fan Yuan listened, nodding. These things were already memorized by him. Guyu Jiao-san was right and did not misdirect him, but many key contents were not spoken. Alright, the permafrost decayed soils mission has just been completed. Next, I accepted a wild deer hunting mission. The danger is low, so it is suitable for you to practice. Jiao-san said to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart but said, "Thank you for your concern, group leader." Guyu Kongjing immediately followed up. "Little brother Fan Yuan, you should really properly thank the group leader. Although simple missions are easily completed, they have a small reward. The group leader's actions are to take care of you." The other two female Gu masters also spoke. Yeah, little brother Fan Yuan, action speaks louder than words. Why don't you thank the group leader by treating him to lunch? Little brother Fan Yuan, you just left the academy, society is complicated. Human relationship is very important. If you don't know anything, just ask us during lunch. Guyu Jiao-san laughed, purposely waving his hand. Don't put him in a spot, he just left the academy, he must be tied on primeval stones. How can that be? Besides, just being the first place in the year-end exam gave him 100 primeval stones as reward, right? A female Gu master purposely said, and then showed an expression of envy. I'm really envious of you, 100 primeval stones is a huge sum even to us. Group leader, you've mistaken our little brother Fan Yuan. How can he be so stingy? Am I right, little brother Fan Yuan? Guyu Kongjing laughed heartily, as if he was very happy. Another female Gu master got nearer to Fan Yuan, as if they had a close relationship, saying, Little brother Fan Yuan, a word of advice. You can choose not to suck up to us, but the group leader you have to. You know, our group's evaluation has a portion written by the group leader. If he says you're outstanding, you're outstanding. If he says you performed badly, it means you really performed badly. That's right. Evaluation is very important to us Gu masters. We need at least an outstanding evaluation to be noticed by the higher-ups. In the future where we have sufficient achievements, we would be able to work for several years less. Kongjing immediately followed up. Throughout the entire process, Guyu Jiao-san was smiling and watching. Finally he waved his hand with a kind expression and laughingly said, don't speak nonsense. I am always impartial when writing my evaluation, and will not be easily bribed by you. But don't worry Fan Yuan, you are a newcomer, so now that you're in our group, I will take good care of your evaluation. If it were a normal teenager they would have been led by the nose by these few people, feeling touched secretly. They are bullying a newcomer's ignorance and naivety. But Fan Yuan's iris was calm as the sea. Group leader being involved in the members' evaluation, that was the truth. This is the clan's system, giving the authority to the group leader, so that they can manage each small group. But it is not as severe as these people said. For the clan evaluation, the group leader's evaluation is only a very small portion, and it is still mostly attributed to the clan's internal affairs hall. Or rather, even if the group leader had a great influence on it, so what? Fan Yuan didn't give a damn about the evaluation. He had already decided, quickly raise his cultivation, reach rank 3, and then leave this place. He had never thought of staying in this clan for over 100 years to slog his life away. To these ignorant and lowly peasants, the evaluation was the most important thing. But to Fan Yuan, it was lower than dog shit. Thus, their somewhat threatening tone was of no use to Fan Yuan. I understand what you all have said. I still have something on, so I'll take my leave. Fan Yuan, after being quiet for a while, said. Eh? At once, the 4 Gu masters showed a shocked expression. What is the meaning of this? Did you not hear what we said earlier? A female Gu master stared with her eyes wide, screaming in her heart. Is your comprehension ability really okay? Gu Yukong Jing at this moment really wanted to grab Fan Yuan by the collar and ask him. Jiao San's mouth twitched. Fan Yuan's indifference caused their self-directed performance to look like a joke. It made the scheme that they set up become a laughingstock. Seeing Fan Yuan turning around and walking away, the fury in his heart blazed on. Come on, Fan Yuan, don't leave so quickly, don't listen to their nonsense. Jiao San controlled his temper and conjured a smile, quickly chasing up and blocking Fan Yuan. You're going to rent a house, right? Let us go with you. I have some personal relations, I am more familiar with the rental situation. I am indeed going to rent a house, I can't stay at the hostel anymore, do you have any ideas? Fan Yuan raised his eyebrows, asking calmly. I know a few houses that are considerably cheap, and with good location. Jiao San smiled, leading the way. My house, 15 primeval stones a month, no second price. Pfft, renting my house with 8 primeval stones? In your dreams. You must pay a deposit, 25% deposit. Other vendors are doing this too. My house has good feng shui, and it's quiet at night. More importantly, it is facing the clan leader's pavilion, you know how good the location is. It is really cheap, only 25 primeval stones a month. All the way until night time, Fan Yuan did not find a house to stay. Little brother Fan Yuan, you're too stingy. The village is only so big, the prices are all like this. In my opinion, you should get the house near the clan leader's pavilion, the second floor is very spacious and the scenery is nice. Little brother Fan Yuan, don't be so thrifty, it is only 25 primeval stones. The reward that you got is enough for you to stay 4 months. The 2 female Gu masters continued to urge him on with ill intent. Fan Yuan shook his head. I do not have many primeval stones, I cannot be wasteful. Then rent an underground apartment, it's cheaper. Gu Yukong Jing's eyes shone with cold brilliance, suggesting. Fan Yuan snorted in his heart, this Kong Jing has such a vile heart. The village is already high in precipitation, and now that it is winter, the underground apartments would have poor airflow, and tenants would easily catch a cold. Even if there aren't diseases, it would cause problems in the long term. Seeing that Fan Yuan kept his silence, Jiao San said, actually the big hall's first floor is good too. Co-staying with other people causes the rent to reduce as well. Fan Yuan shook his head. I want to stay alone, I do not like to stay with others. Gu Yukong Jing snorted, saying unhappily, you don't want this, you don't want that. I'm not trying to scold you, little brother Fan Yuan, but you're too picky and expect too much. With such high standards, it is not realistic. Fan Yuan listened, laughing coldly in his heart while thinking. Even if they fulfill the criteria, I would not accept any house you recommend. His act of pacifying them was just for the sake of being careful, finding out if there are any traps. Just as Fan Yuan was about to leave, Mother Shen appeared. Young Master Fan Yuan, I finally found you. The academy can no longer be stayed at, and the old master and his wife have already prepared a banquet, specifically asking me to invite you home. Staying at home is so much better, there is no need for you to go about renting houses outside, she urged. Finally here. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, this Mother Shen really found a good time. Finding him here at once, someone must have notified her. Just as he had expected, the masterminds were his uncle and aunt. And Jiao San was the chain that his uncle and aunt created to bind him. Fan Yuan's silence looked like hesitation. Fan Yuan, why don't you stay at your uncle and aunt's house? Why make life difficult? Renting a house will spend a lot of primeval stones. Guyu Jiao San spoke in a concerned manner at an appropriate juncture as he looked at Fan Yuan, his eyes shining ominously. Chapter 90. It's just a little wind frost. In the hall, the lights shone brightly. On the round dining table, the wine was already cold, and the dishes were cool. The brilliant red candle flickered and danced, projecting the shadows of aunt and uncle onto the wall. The 2 figures' shadow combined into one, and swayed gloomily with the candlelight. In front of them, Mother Shen was kneeling. Uncle broke the silence. To think this Fan Yuan is dead bent on going against me. Sigh, I wanted to calm him down with nice words and keep him in the house first before finding a reason to chase him out of the house. To think that he did not fall for it. He has made up his mind, rejecting my invitation without a single way to negotiate. Not even taking a step into my house. Aunt gritted her teeth, her expression slightly flustered. This scoundrel is already 16 years old, so if he wants the family fortune now we cannot deny it to him. Years ago we obtained that family fortune, and it was clearly recorded in the Inner Affairs Hall. Now that we cannot deny it, what shall we do now? Leave first. Uncle waved at Motherson to withdraw, laughing coldly. Don't be anxious. Throughout the year, I have already been planning for this. First, to get back the assets, he needs to have rank 1 middle stage cultivation. He already achieved this and is even at peak stage, and gotten number 1 in the exam. That is very impressive. Hee hee. But to successfully obtain his family fortune, it is not so easy. Rank 1 middle stage cultivation is only a precondition. To split the assets, Fan Yuan has to apply for it, and the Internal Affairs Hall has to approve it, and send him a mission to test if he has the qualifications. This is to prevent the clan from splitting family assets nonsensically, causing internal strifes and weakening the clan. Ant was enlightened. This means that he has to complete the mission before he can get his parents' inheritance. That's right. Uncle laughed sinisterly. But the Internal Affairs Hall's missions are sent to groups. The family asset mission will be the same. If Fan Yuan wants to complete it, he would have to rely on the group. He cannot do it alone. The family does this to make sure that the small groups stay united and increase their cohesiveness. Aunt laughed loudly. Husband, you're too smart. Getting Jiao San to recruit Fan Yuan this way, if Fan Yuan wants to accomplish the mission, he would need their strength. But Jiao San is on our side, so Fan Yuan can never accomplish this mission. Uncle's eyes shone smugly. Humph, even if he cannot get him into the group, I have other ways to deal with him. Not to mention completing the mission, even if he wants to apply for the splitting of the fortune and receive the mission, it might not be possible. Nightfall arrived and the snow stopped. Fan Yuan walked on the streets. The bamboo houses along the way were all covered by a layer of white snow. The snow that he stepped on emitted a light sound. The cold air entered his respiratory system, causing Fan Yuan's brain to be extremely awake. After rejecting Motherson, Fan Yuan disregarded Jiao San and the group's advice and said goodbye to everyone, leaving by himself. So that's it. He walked and thought. Uncle and Aunt are trying to trap and delay me, causing me to lose the chance to take back my inheritance. After the new year, I would be 16 years old and be qualified to split the assets. My parents are dead, and my brother has new parents. If I am successful, the entire inheritance is mine. But to take back the inheritance, there are 2 crucial steps, each being extremely important. The first is to apply for the mission at the Internal Affairs Hall without any other missions at hand. The second is to complete the mission to earn the rights to inherit the asset. Jiao San is in cahoots with Uncle and Aunt. Leaving aside the second step, he's already trying to trap me at the first step. The clan rules state that Gu Masters can only be on one mission at a time. This is to prevent Gu Masters from hogging and causing negative competition in the clan. Jiao San received missions consecutively. After finishing the Permafrost Decayed Soil mission, he immediately accepted a new mission for catching wild deer. The clan's missions were all given to groups, that is to say, according to clan rules, Fan Yuan has to finish the deer capturing mission before applying for his asset splitting mission. But at that point, I believe Jiao San would just accept another new mission. As the leader, when accepting missions, he will always be a step ahead of me, causing me to be unable to accept my mission, thus always stopping me. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan's eyes shone ominously. These plots and schemes were irritating, like an invisible rope blocking Fan Yuan's progress. But Fan Yuan did not regret entering this group. At the arena, he was backed into a corner. Jiao San's invitation became a way for him to be free from the predicament. If he did not enter the team, his uncle and aunt would have other ways to deal with him. This cannot be prevented and will be hard to defend against. But now that he is in the group, he can clearly see their schemes and easily counterattack. Solving this problem, I have my ways. The easiest way is to just eliminate Jiao San, or assassinate uncle and aunt, then no one would compete with me over the family assets. But this way is too risky, they are all rank 2 Gu Masters and my cultivation is still too low. Even if I kill them I cannot get out of the troublesome aftermath. Unless there is a good chance for me to take advantage of. But these chances are usually by luck. Fan Yuan could kill the servant Gao Wan and could kill Old Man Wang, but that was because they were mortals and servants, with life cheap as grass. Killing them was akin to killing a dog or pulling off weed, it was insignificant. but assassinating Gu masters is very troublesome. Gu masters were all Guyu clansmen. No matter which one dies, the punishment hall would investigate. Fan Yuan evaluated his own strength and knew there was too much risk in killing them now. He might even get killed. Even if he kills them, the punishment hall's investigation is even more troublesome. His future actions would be spied on, and they might even find out the flower wine monk's inheritance. Attracting a much larger problem when eliminating a small problem, that is not what a wise person does. "Oh, I'm here." Fan Yuan spoke lightly, stopping at a worn-out bamboo building. This bamboo building was torn and worn out, like an old man about to die, panting for his last breath in the cold, harsh winter. Seeing this bamboo building, Fan Yuan's face showed a trace of reminiscence. This was the room he rented in his previous life. In his previous life, after being thrown out by his uncle and aunt, he had less than 15 primeval stones left and had to sleep in the streets for a few days before finding this place. This place was too worn out and had much lower rent than other places. In addition, while other places counted the rent by months, this place calculated it by days. I do not know about other places, whether or not they have uncle and aunt's traps. But my previous life's memories tell me that at least this place is safe. Fan Yuan rang on the door. After half an hour, he established the renting terms and was brought to the second floor by the owner. The floors were old, emitting dangerous and concerning sounds when stepped on. The room had only one bed and a blanket. The blanket had many patches but was still riddled with some holes, and the yellow cotton wadding leaked out from inside. The head of the bed had an oil lamp. The landlord left after lighting the lamp. Fan Yuan did not sleep, but sat on the bed and started cultivating. As his primeval sea raged on in the aperture, every drop of primeval essence was black-green. The aperture's 4 walls were a white crystal color, in a translucent state. Rank 1 peak stage. Suddenly, the green-bronze primeval sea started to have currents, like wild beasts raging and suiciding towards the 4 aperture walls. Bam bam bam. The huge waves crashed onto the aperture walls, causing the little ripples to break into small droplets before dissipating. After a while, the 44% primeval essence sea was quickly expended, with large amounts of primeval essence used up. On the sturdy aperture walls, there was lines of cracks. But just cracks were not enough. Fan Yuan wanted to break through rank 1 peak stage and reach rank 2, thus he needed to break this aperture wall completely, evolving through its destruction. Black-green primeval essence continued to attack the crystal wall, and the cracks increased, forming a giant piece. At some places, the cracks were even deeper, forming very evident lines. As he used up the primeval essence, he did not continue to use primeval essence to attack, and the crystal walls started to heal, causing the cracks to vanish. Fan Yuan was not surprised, collecting his spirits and opening his eyes. The oil lamp had gone out already. There was not much oil anyway. The room was dark, with only the window providing a little bit of light through the crack. The room had no fire pit and was not warm. Fan Yuan had sat on the bed for a long time without moving, and felt that the chilliness had intensified. His dark iris fused with the darkness. To break through Jiao San's lock, there is an easier and safer method. That is to advance to rank 2. Rank 1 Gu Masters have no right to give up on missions, but rank 2 Gu Masters can do it once a year. If I advance to rank 2, I can give up on my mission and apply for the asset splitting. But to break through to rank 2, it is not an easy task. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan sighed. Coming down from his bed, he strolled around in the tiny room. From initial stage to middle stage to upper stage, these are all small realms. From rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 initial stage, that is breaking through a large realm. Between these two cases there was an extremely different difficulty. Simply put, to break the crystal wall, it needed explosive strength, forming a strong impact in a short time to smash the wall. But Fan Yuan only had C-grade talent, and the primeval sea is only at 44%. If he used his entire force to attack the wall, his primeval essence would be used up immediately. Just like earlier, after his primeval essence was exhausted, he would no longer have the strength to continue. And the wall had recovery ability, so before long, it would heal up. Whatever Fan Yuan did earlier would have been wasted. Breaking the wall and reaching rank 2 without special situations, one needs 55% black-green primeval essence. But my talent is limited, having only 44%, thus people say that talent is the key in a Gu Master's cultivation. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan slowed in his steps. Unknowingly, he had moved to the window, thus he opened the windows casually. Every gust of wind shook the bamboo lattice window, and when opened the snow-covered mountain greets one's eye. Under the moonlight, the snow was like white jade, spreading out and letting the world resemble a crystal palace before one's eyes, untainted by dust. The snowlight shone onto Fan Yuan's youthful features. His expression was peaceful and calm, his brow smooth, his pair of orbs looking like the ancient spring underneath the moon. As the cold winds blew onto his face, the young man laughed. It is merely a small bit of wind frost. Chapter 91. Fan Yuan, we're very worried about you. It was a night without sleep, and once day came, Fan Yuan stepped out of the room and started to purchase stuff wantonly. The room was poorly furnished, and the blankets were torn. If he lived there for long, the chill would enter his body and cause him to get sick. Fan Yuan's primeval stones were already half used up, but he still had to purchase the necessary equipment. He could not scrimp on these things. Firstly was a blanket. He had to get a large blanket stuffed with cotton, or at least two. He also needed bed sheets and a mattress. He needed another oil lamp so that it could illuminate the room, and he needed at least 2 pots of lamp oil. Thinking about it, although the room was small, it could still hold a table and a chair, thus he bought those as well. Most importantly, it was a stove. In the winter, if he did not have a stove to warm himself when sleeping in the room, he would still get shocked awake by the cold. Other than these, he also bought some dry rations and some water to last around 7 days' worth. The winter sun slowly rose, giving out languid rays of light. Guyu Jiao-san and the other Gu masters stood at the north door of the village, waiting anxiously. Something's not right. Last night we agreed to meet at this time and place. But it has already been 15 minutes, and this Fan Yuan still hasn't shown up. A female Gu master asked. Calm down and just wait. It is inevitable that a newcomer is late. Jiao Sa laughed. He had been fretting over not having any reasons to fault Fan Yuan with, but to think he faltered on the second day. Never mind that we are waiting. Even the group leader has to wait for him. This lad thinks too much of himself. Gu Yukong-jing complained, his tone indignant. Half an hour later, Fan Yuan was still nowhere to be found. Jiao San's face was darker than night. This scumbag, did he remember the wrong location? We said clearly that we are meeting at the northern door. Kong Jing said suspiciously. I'll wait here, you guys go look around the different doors. Jiao San instructed, and the three obliged. 15 minutes later, they returned with no fruit. Did this Fan Yuan see through our ploy and left the group directly? A female Gu master asked. You think too highly of him. Even if he is the first place in the year-end exam, he is still a young newbie. His age is apparent. Kong Jing said. Jiao San's face was grim. It is secondary to whether he has seen through us. The crucial thing is to find him now. I am afraid that he has left us behind and is trying to break through to rank 2 on his own. Once he reaches rank 2, he can abandon this mission and apply for the splitting of assets from the Internal Affairs Hall. Find him. Go and find him. The village is only so big and there are only that many rental houses. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to rank 2. Yes. In the room, Fan Yuan sat on the bed. In front of him were a few money bags, and inside them was all primeval stones. Not enough primeval stones. Fan Yuan sighed, his expression grim. Primeval stones are the driving force behind a Gu master's advancement, and if they are lacking, the Gu masters would need to rely on their own recovery speed for primeval essence, which would greatly reduce their cultivation speed. At the same time, without sufficient food, the Gu worms would die of hunger. Fan Yuan's primeval stones, during his time at the academy, it had reached the peak of being slightly above 1,000. But it could not stand up to the expenditure over time. A same-stage Gu master up till now only has 3 Gu worms. But Fan Yuan, after getting number 1 in the year-end exam, entered the Gu hall and chose another little light Gu for free. He must choose, for if he gave up, it would invite suspicion. Like this, he had 7 Gu worms on hand. Undeniably, this was a huge financial burden. If this continues, I can only hold out for 2 months. I must get back my family assets, that is the greatest financial support. But to get them back, the first step is to advance to rank 2. Fan Yuan's gaze was dark. To Fan Yuan, advancing to rank 2 was not easy. For a Gu master's cultivation, first was resources, second was talent. Without talent, the path of cultivation would be difficult and their accomplishments in the future would be lower. Talent is split according to D, C, B and a grade. But this is only a rough distribution. In fact, every grade has another specific differentiation. Taking a C grade for example, the primeval essence storage in the aperture would be around 40 to 59%. Fan Yuan's primeval essence was 44%, so in the C grade range, he was only middle-lower class. Rushing to rank 2, he needed at least 55% black-green primeval essence. To an A and B grade Gu Master, this was not difficult, and to the 55 to 59% C grade Gu Masters, they could pass as well. Thus, for C grade Gu Masters, once they reach a certain accumulation, most of them would advance to rank 2. Only very few can attain rank 3. Thus, the talent could determine most people's achievements in their lives. Fan Yuan being given the cold shoulder, he could not blame the people for being biased. Although my C grade talent is only 44%, if I want to break the wall and reach a new height, attaining rank 2, it is still not impossible. The easiest way is to find a talent-raising Gu worm. Secondary, I can get a support-type Gu like the liquor worm, and that can help to break the barrier as well. Lastly, I can attain the help of a higher-ranking Gu Master, but using external primeval essence has a huge backlash, unless I can get the cleansing Gu in future to eliminate the external presence. Fan Yuan thought about it while using both hands to take out a primeval stone, using his fingers to rub the smooth surface of the stone. But the above methods are not recommended for me. I do not have any friendly Gu Master to help, and even if I do I will not let my aperture be at their mercy. Gu worms like the liquor worm are too rare, even getting the liquor worm was my extreme luck. As for talent-raising Gu worm, I got it in my previous life and attained rank 6 cultivation, and I also know where to find them, but I cannot go to those places now with my current cultivation. Even if I get them, I cannot keep them, or even use them. But other than these methods, there is a final most stupid method. Using primeval stones to force it. Thinking so, Fan Yuan's eyes flashed as he gripped the primeval stone tightly. Gu Master cultivation, first was resources, second was talent. Without sufficient talent, one can compensate using resources to a degree. My primeval essence is only 44%, I do not have enough to break the aperture walls. But if I absorb primeval essence while attacking the walls, I can hold on much longer, and in about 4 to 5 days, I would be able to smash the walls. Making up his mind, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, his heart sinking into his aperture. Green copper primeval sea raged on as the waves crashed into the aperture walls. But this time, to prevent his primeval essence from drying up and becoming insufficient to maintain the cracks and causing the aperture to recover, Fan Yuan purposely slowed the attacking speed. This way, the green-bronze primeval essence expenditure would be greatly reduced, but the crack formation would also slow down. Despite so, Fan Yuan continued to absorb the natural essence of the primeval stones. Primeval essence recovery has to be slightly above the crack recovery speed. This way, even if it is slow, showing less than 1% progress, there would be hope as time passes. The only thing about this method would be that other than eating and shitting, Fan Yuan had to cultivate non-stop. The more time he wasted, the more primeval stones would go down the drain and the more his hard work would squander. He could stop for a maximum of 15 minutes, and after that if there isn't any primeval essence to continue attacking, the aperture would fully recover. Thus, once the attack began, he had to persevere until he succeeded, and cannot be disturbed. Once he stopped for too long, he would have to restart the process. Fan Yuan did not have so many primeval stones on hand to do it multiple times. Time flies when cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, the sun set. Under the setting sun, Jiao San with a cold expression said, "After finding for a day, you still haven't found him?" "No, group leader." Kong Jing wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "That lad, he did not go to any of the houses we recommended, we have no idea where he is hiding." "Humph. Continue searching tomorrow, we have to find him. Remember to search the inn as well, I do not believe that we cannot find him. The village is only so big, no matter where he is hiding, there has to be a trace." Jiao San walked away in fury. Until the afternoon of the second day, their search finally bore fruit. A female Gu Master walked to Jiao San excitedly, reporting, "Found him, found him. Fan Yuan is at a worn-out bamboo building, and has rented the second floor. According to the owner's description, it should be him." "Humph, as I expected, he really hid himself, and is trying to break through to rank 2. Jiao San laughed sinisterly. "Let's go and make ourselves guests in his room and show him some concern. He is a newcomer after all." He. The others also started smirking. The four immediately came to Fan Yuan's residence. There was a paper on the door. Jiao San took it down and read it. It was Fan Yuan's handwriting, saying that he needed to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days and will not leave, as he would be attempting to break through to rank 2. If others saw it, they should not disturb him. If Jiao San saw it, it was a request of absence application. Jiao San snorted, throwing the paper away. How can I let you advance to rank 2 so successfully? He laughed coldly, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Little brother Fan Yuan, are you here? He purposely said loudly. We are here to see you. How could you not tell us about your closed-door cultivation, seriously? There was no reply. Knock, knock, knock. Jiao San knocked loudly. Little brother Fan Yuan, it's not that I want to nag at you. But you are making decisions on your own. Now that you are our group member, you should listen to instructions and obey orders, moving together. We have already accepted the wild deer hunting mission. This is specifically for you to train, so why don't you stop first and complete the mission with us, then cultivate? Jiao San's eyes squinted as he said in a gentle tone, although his expression was dark. There was still no reply. Jiao San suddenly raised his voice. Little brother Fan Yuan, why are you not replying? Did something happen to you? It is not so easy breaking through to rank 2, you can ask us for experience. Fan Yuan! Did you hear me? Oh no, could it be that you fainted? Jiao San talked to himself, smirking coldly, but his voice was full of concern and anxiety. The other 3 members observed the show. Kong Jing interrupted at an appropriate timing. Leader, you might be right. Fan Yuan hasn't responded after so long. Let's go in and save him. Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan, quickly open the door. We're really worried if you keep silent. If you don't open the door, we will break in. You are our newest member. We cannot let you be in danger. Jiao San shouted loudly. Still, there was no reply. Jiao San's mouth curled, indicating to Kong Jing. Kong Jing acknowledged and raised his foot. With a loud BM sound, the entire door was sent flying, crashing onto the bed. Chapter 92. The future is in sight. Hang in there, Fan Yuan, we're coming to help you. Jiao San shouted with a concerned expression, taking huge steps into the room. But the next moment, he was dumbfounded. The room was empty, Fan Yuan was not inside. The 4 became silent. How can this be? Where is he? Jiao Sa broke the silence, saying frustratingly. He performed outside the room for such a long time, but it turned out to be a one-man performance as Fan Yuan was never inside. The 3 looked at each other, not expecting such a result. This is weird. If Fan Yuan isn't here, why would he paste that paper on the door? Kong Jing said carefully. Get the landlord here now. Jiao Sa raised his foot and sent the door flying. You looking for me? Humph, I was just about to find you. Coming to my house and raising a huge ruckus, even breaking down my door. Young man, you sure are capable. The landlord was an old man, but his tone was very firm. Being able to own additional houses in the Guyu village and renting it out, he was obviously a Gu master. A Gu master's strength and status supersedes a mortal. Mortals do not dare to operate such a business. In fact, they do not own property. The entire village's property is owned by the Guyu clan. The mortals who live here are the farmers and servants of the clan. Senior, we are here to find a young man. He is our group member. Facing the landlord, Jiao San controlled his temper. An old Gu master like the landlord, even if he is old and no longer striving for his career, he still has strong relationships and connections. Even if he is retired, his ability is still not to be underestimated. Those without human relationships and trump cards, how would they dare to do business? This is not a peaceful era, it is full of violence and plunder. The landlord shook his head, his tone rigid. I do not care about my tenants' whereabouts, but I do know that you broke my door. You need to compensate me. This is our fault, it is only right that we compensate you. Jiao Sa laughed dryly. Although he was furious inside, he still forced himself to compensate some primeval stones and even gave some extra. The landlord's expression turned slightly better. If the young man who rented this room is who you are finding, then I must tell you that he has not turned in for a day. After paying a month's rent, he bought a huge amount of things yesterday and asked me which place sold coal cheaply. I told him that there was no need to buy coal, as there is a valley outside the village towards the north. A mine is situated there where he can excavate the coal. After thanking me, he left and never returned. So that's it. Jiao San looked at the decorations in the room. Indeed, the mattress and bedding was new. The table and chairs were old goods bought by Fan Yuan that were seemingly firm. The stove was empty, it indeed did not have coal. Jiao San breathed out slowly, being at ease. It seems Fan Yuan was delayed by excavating coal. Never mind, let's come again tomorrow. He walked out of the room first. But on the third day, Fan Yuan still did not show up. Jiao San and the others stood outside the room, hesitant. Digging for coal, it does not need so much time. Fan Yuan wants to do closed-door cultivation, so maybe he dug more. But it's been so long, could something have had happened to him while he was excavating? Kong Jing conjured. Jiao San nodded unnoticeably, pointing towards the bed and stove. This lad is very stingy. He paid a month's rent all of a sudden and even bought so many things, and especially pasting that paper on the wall, he probably wanted to cultivate here. Too bad he was unlucky. These days the wolf hordes have gotten bigger, and the wild beasts around the village have gotten more active. He might have encountered some wild beasts. Leader is wise. The two female Gu masters said at the same time, flattering him. Jiao San laughed while raising his head. Ha ha, I was still fretting over how to deal with him. Though we have that deer-catching mission, let's not rush out to do it. If we meet him in the wilds, we are forced to save him, right? The other three members started laughing. Day 4. In the aperture, waves of black-green primeval essence hit against the crystal walls relentlessly. The translucent white crystal wall was already full of cracks, crisscrossing each other. This is Fan Yuan's result after working hard non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. At most, when he really could not take it anymore, he would quickly take a meal and settle his bowels. These days, Fan Yuan had purposely slowed the wave crashing process, and at the same time he drew more primeval essence from his primeval stones. Thus, after such a long time, the green copper primeval sea had only dropped from the 44% limit to around 20%. As time passed, when there was only about 13% primeval essence left, the wall could no longer hold up, and had reached its limit. Crack, crack. The originally sturdy crystal wall broke into pieces, and the fragments fell into the primeval sea, causing ripples and waves. After that, it turned into white dots and vanished into thin air. What replaced the crystal wall was a brand new white light wall. This was the rank 2 light wall. Although there was not much difference, and it still emitted white light, it was much more glimmering than the rank 1 light wall. At the same time, traces of red primeval essence were produced in the sea and it mixed around with the black-green primeval sea in the aperture. This was the rank 2 initial stage red steel primeval essence. Finally I did it, I broke through to rank 2. Fan Yuan opened his eyes abruptly, the room immediately brightening up. But a second later, a strong wave of nausea hit him. I went through 4 days and 3 nights of non-stop cultivating. It is too intense and my body is going to collapse soon. Fan Yuan laughed bitterly, slowly lying down. My cultivation was not disturbed at all. It seems that my setup at the rental house had worked. It was worth spending this sum. Next I shall rest well for the night and return to the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, intense sleepiness assaulted him. Fan Yuan forced his eyes to stay open and used his intense will to cover himself with the blanket. After closing his eyes, in a few seconds he fell soundly asleep. The cultivation earlier had used up most of his spirit. He slept until the afternoon of the second day. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, feeling his spirit recovering to around half, but he was still feeling weakness in his body. He opened the door, walking out of the room for the first time in 5 days. This attracted a person. This person had slim long eyes with a thin body. It was Jian Ye's brother Jian He. Seeing Fan Yuan, he exhaled in relief, saying, "You're finally out. Humph, I would have broken into the room if you still did not come out after the next few days. After all, if you die here, I'd be held responsible." Fan Yuan laughed, but did not say anything. The winter sunlight broke through the window, shining onto his face, amplifying the trace of pale white weakness on his features. 5 days ago, he purposely asked the landlord and gave Jiao San the clues of his coal story. After that he left the Guyu village and went to the hamlet at the mountain foot. Because of old man Wang previously, Jian He was half an alliance mate of his. Using this relationship, Fan Yuan stayed a few days in the village and advanced to rank 2 without any interruption. Of course, the rock crack secret cave was much more elusive than Jian He's place, but it was not completely safe. Fan Yuan had to consider the possibility of Jiao San and the others relentlessly finding him, and might find the rock crack's secret cave. Although chances were slim, if the flower wine monk's inheritance was found out, Fan Yuan's life would be in danger. Fan Yuan was a very cautious person, and he naturally would not take such risks. At the same time, it was safer at Jiang He's place. Even if they had a shared secret, Jiang He would not kill him to silence him. The risks and troubles of killing a Gu master was too great. Without sufficient benefits, Jiang He had no motivation to do it. In fact, to preserve the secret, Jiang He would even have to worry about Fan Yuan's safety. After all, if the clan's punishment hall investigates Fan Yuan's death, they might find out about Old Man Wang's secret. Seeing Fan Yuan safe, Jiang He was really relieved. But quickly, he felt the aura of Fan Yuan and his expression changed. To think that you really succeeded, reaching rank 2 in one go! He was shocked in his heart. 5 days ago, when Fan Yuan approached him and stated his intentions, he was actually feeling disdainful in his heart. Absorbing the primeval essence from the primeval stones and breaking through to rank 2, this kind of multitasking method was very draining on the spirit. Normally speaking, Gu masters needed a very strong will, patience, and years of cultivating experience. Only with the experience, a Gu master could treat the extraction of primeval essence from the stones as an instinct. At the same time, manipulating the primeval sea skillfully and causing the impact to be controlled at a degree, and it had to be perfectly calculated, just enough to match the recovery rate of the primeval essence so that the process could be sustained. In Jiang He's opinion, Fan Yuan had no chance of success. But to think, he did it in one go. Fan Yuan laughed indifferently. I was lucky. I plan to return to the village today, but before that, it would be nice if I can have a meal. He, little brother Fan Yuan, since you're here, of course I'm taking care of your meals. Jiang He patted his chest, his attitude even more friendly than before. Although he did not think well of Fan Yuan's future, but now that he has advanced to rank 2, it meant that he had gone through a difficult hurdle and has the qualifications to be on par with him now. After a scrumptious meal, Jiang He brought Fan Yuan to the entrance of the small village personally. Little brother Fan Yuan, be careful this time. Recently the wolf nest area has gotten slightly fiercer, causing the wild beasts to become more active. It is snowing. Jiang He paused, then continued. My opinion is, don't go now. How about you stay here for another night? After Fan Yuan reached rank 2, he became really friendly. But Fan Yuan was insistent on leaving, thus saying goodbye to Jiang He. The snowflakes fell calmly, just like pure white fur that was floating down slowly. The light of the setting sun turned the snow into a golden yellow. Flake by flake, the snow drifted onto Fan Yuan's head and shoulders. In the far distance, the Guyu village stood upright over the mountain waste, watching over quietly. Chapter 93. Small Beast Horde. Run faster, don't fall behind! The clansmen in front are fighting a bloody battle, they are waiting for our backup. Follow closely, or you will easily lose your direction in the midst of battle at night. Newcomers better pay special attention. On the way back to the village, there would be a 5-man group from time to time running hurriedly past Fan Yuan's side. Did something happen? He had not walked for more than 500 meters when Fan Yuan saw the 13th group. He could not help but contemplate, but to be quite honest, with 500 years' worth of memories it was just too superfluous and messy. Mentioning this, although Fan Yuan was reborn, he had never given up any of his old memories. Yet, much of his memories were enshrouded in a layer of thick fog, and if he tried to retrieve them by force, he would only get lost in the fog, getting more losses than benefits. Only a few deep and powerful memories that were like sparkling and translucent pearls ran through his previous life's 500 years like a connected thread. It was evident that what was happening right now was in fact not in any of these pearls. The life of his in the Guyu village was just the beginning of the preceding period, it was just way too long ago. Besides, there's a possibility that this never happened in my previous life, but because of my change, a butterfly effect happened and caused changes to the surroundings. Just like that, he walked while pondering. Subconsciously, Fan Yuan reached the northern gate of the village. By chance, there was another group about to set off. On seeing Fan Yuan, only one person from this group stopped in his tracks. Fan Yuan, why are you still here? What's wrong? Fan Yuan raised his eyes and looked at this person. It was no other than his fellow schoolmate, Guyu Qiqing. Qiqing immediately frowned and said, Oh geez, you still don't know yet? There's been a small-scale beast tide that formed near the village. If we let it be, it will slowly become a big-scale beast tide. When that happens, the villages at the foot of the mountain will be crushed. Without those lowly mortals and slaves, we'd also be in a difficult position sometimes. Oh, so it's like this? Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. Being reminded like this, he was able to remember that such a thing did happen in his memories. In this world, it was hard for humanity to survive. Every few years a beast tide would happen. Humans need resources and living space. This is no different from wild beasts and insects, they also needed such things. To explain the beast tide as a war between wild beasts and humanity, perhaps this will be easier to understand. Taking Qingmao Mountain for example, every 3 years there would be a large-scale wolf tide that attacks each of the big mountain villages. According to my calculations, the real outburst of the wolf tide will happen next year. However, this small-scale beast tide is a subsidiary of that. The wolf group will continue growing stronger and bigger, and this will cause the other beast groups around the area to lose their living space. As this effect accumulates, when it reaches the maximum limit, it will cause the migration of beast groups. Migrating beast groups will naturally influence other beast groups. Under such an intertwined influence, there is a chance that the influence would be expanded and cause all sorts of beast groups to relocate, causing the beast tide to be formed from this matter. If this problem is not controlled in time, the tide would only get bigger. Although it is still unable to endanger the existence of the Guyu village, if we leave it alone, the village's power would be greatly reduced. Wait. If this is the case. Hehehehe. There was a sudden flash in his eyes, but Fan Yuan promptly cast his gaze down, hiding away the change in his eyes. Seeing that Fan Yuan had not said anything, Qi continued to speak. At the present time, the Internal Affairs Hall and External Affairs Hall have both already given out the order to mobilize. They proclaimed this as an urgent mission. Fan Yuan, don't you think of goofing off. Your group has already left in the morning, you must also go. But, as he spoke up to this point, Qi purposely dragged out his intonation. Danger lurks everywhere during a beast wave. All kinds of wild beasts roam about, and most of all a battle in the night is way more dangerous than the day. You're just a small little rank 1 Gu master, unlike a rank 2 like me, you should be careful. Hehehe. As he said this, he purposely held his head high and puffed his chest out, stroking his own belt, his expression joyfully satisfied and proud. His belt was no longer the green-colored rank 1 belt, but a rank 2 Gu master's red-colored belt. At the same time, on top of the metal plate on the belt, there was a 2 word. It was thanks to his grandfather Gu Yuqilian's help that he ascended to rank 2 not long ago. I just heard about this news, but since this is the case. Fan Yuan suddenly smiled and said, then I'll follow you guys and set out together. Once on the front lines, I'll leave the team and return to mine. What? Ugh, who wants to bring you? Qi folded his arms, his mouth twitching disdainfully. Fan Yuan's tone was distant. The clan rule states, Gu masters that are left behind must merge into the closest group to their location. They have an obligation to continue fighting. Qi, you don't even know this point? You. Qi glared, just about to flare up. Indeed, this is the case. Qi Shan, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke. His body stature was close to 2 meters tall, and his figure was powerful and strong. His upper body was bare, the muscles hard and tough like metal. His entire body was covered in fiery red skin that seemed to faintly emit hot air. Undoubtedly, he was the leader of this group. Seeing him speak, even Qi, who was the Qi faction's inheritor, kept his mouth shut. Qi Shan expressionlessly looked at Fan Yuan, continuing, let us depart, you keep up. His voice was low and deep, his words short and simple. There was an aura of him that caused people to hardly question him. Fan Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, taking it as agreeing. Qi laughed coldly, his gaze harboring malicious intentions as he looked at Fan Yuan, speaking in an emphasized, peculiar tone. Then you had better keep up. Fan Yuan did not reply to him. Humph, why do we have to drag him around? Just a rank 1 Gu master. Qi mumbled to himself angrily, but since he was hindered by Qi Shan's authority, he did not dare act impudent. At once, a group of 6 people set out from the entrance, following the mountain road and running down the slope. Gu Qi Shan took the lead. He may be big-sized, but his speed was also not slow. Besides him and Qi, there were also 2 men and 1 female, their facial expressions indifferent. As they ran, Qi Shan's group started to display the graceful bearing of being one of the 3 strongest groups. Each of them had rhythmic breathing, their footsteps fast and easy. Only Chi-Ching seemed to be in a difficult situation, but he would use his scarlet pill cricket goo from time to time, catching up reluctantly. Yet it could also be seen that he had received good teaching, for although he often staggered along the way, at least he never fell down. When they reached the mountain foot, with one hand gesture from Chi-Shan, the group swiftly stopped in their tracks. Huff huff. Chi-Ching had fallen behind by 300 meters, and he was the last to catch up. His face was pale and he panted heavily, his gaze inconceivable as he looked at Fan Yuan. During the journey Fan Yuan had always been following tightly behind, and up till now his breathing was only slightly heavy. He did not look the least bit like a newcomer who just graduated. Chi-Ching, remember, regulate your physical strength. Chi-Shan looked back and advised Chi-Ching. Then he swept his gaze past Fan Yuan, his eyes showing a hint of praise. The looks that the other few group members gave towards Fan Yuan had also softened a little. We will be nearing the beast tied down there. Chi-Ching and Fan Yuan, come towards the middle of the team. Chi-Shan looked at the pitch-black mountain forest before him as he spoke. This sentence let Fan Yuan reevaluate Chi-Shan. This huge boulder of a man sure had tolerance. The middle of a group is often the safest spot. Although Fan Yuan was not a person of the Mo bloodline, Chi-Shan still maintained the manner of protecting a newcomer. To compare him to the sickly snake Jiao San, the latter would immediately pale in comparison. The sky had already become completely dark, and the black clouds were in layers, causing the accumulated snow to also become dark and gloomy. Chi-Shan's group had already changed their group formation. Their speed dropped greatly as they ran slowly through the complicated terrain of the mountain forest. Fan Yuan and Chi-Ching were in the middle part of the group, where on the left side was the huge Chi-Shan, while the right side was an old man. Behind them was a young woman with a head of watery blue-colored long hair. And in front of them was a male Gu master called Shi. He was the reconnaissance Gu master of this group, and he gave out hissing noises. From time to time he would stick his tongue out into the air. Right now his tongue had a small divide in between, becoming the bright red forked tongue of a snake. As they entered deeper into the mountain forest, their surroundings started to show wild beasts violently running about wildly. Suddenly Chi opened his mouth and spoke. Before us, 3 medium-sized animals have appeared. Suspected to be wild deer. Drive it away. Chi-Shan's expression was unchanging as he immediately gave the order. The 6-man group did not change their direction. They continued pursuing forward. 3 wild deer appeared before them, quickly changing their direction and dispersing. Not long after, Chi-Chi's expression changed. A group of medium-sized creatures. Suspected to be turtleback apes. Shift, Chi-Shan said. The small group immediately broke to the left side, bypassing this group of troublesome apes. This was the benefit of having a reconnaissance Gu master. He was able to anticipate and inform earlier, letting them make accurate decisions from it. Chi is probably using the snake tongue Gu. This rank 2 Gu worm can sense heat temperatures. But it has 3 very obvious flaws. Firstly, the perception radius is small. Secondly, it is easily interfered with. Thirdly, it cannot detect cold-blooded creatures. Yet no matter what, it is better than not having any detection. I have reached rank 2 now, and in future to survive in the wild, I will also need a detection type of Gu. Fan Yuan thought. Suddenly Chi urgently spoke. A middle-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It's found us and is quickly approaching. Engage. Chi-Shan's tone was calm and collected. Roar. A fierce tiger jumped out from the thicket in front of them, and the group met it head-on. Without Chi-Chi's warning in advance, perhaps they would be caught unprepared. But right now, the group had long anticipated. Firstly, the old Gu master on the right suddenly drummed up his cheeks and then spit out a white-colored, viscous substance. The substance abruptly expanded in midair, becoming a huge spider net. It used its strong viscosity and trapped the white tiger full in the face. The white tiger struggled fiercely in the net, and Chi-Shan immediately stepped forward and brandished his fist, pounding onto the tiger's head. His fist had a golden luster flashing through, and with a bang, the tiger's head was smashed into pieces. The white tiger died in one breath. The group did not stop to stay behind, but instead walked over the tiger's body and continued forward. Chi took Chi-Shan's place again and ran in front, taking the lead. Through the entire process it was like moving clouds and flowing water. All the group members displayed mutual understanding. That entire process did not take more than 3 seconds. If it was me right now who was taking on that tiger alone, I would need at least 5 minutes to contend with. Fan Yuan's gaze was flashing. These goo masters were also rank 2 like him, but the main disparity was still goo worms. They all used rank 2 goo worms, and this enabled them to bring out the best in each other. However, all the goo in Fan Yuan's hands were still rank 1. Goo master, the word goo is before the word master, signifying that goo worms have a huge impact on a goo master's fighting power. Although I have advanced to rank 2, I still need to have rank 2 goo to be able to display the fighting power of a rank 2 goo master. However, right now I do not have many primeval stones on me. I have used up a huge portion from breaking into rank 2. Refining 2 goo worms together will also use up a considerable amount of primeval stones. As Fan Yuan thought of this, Qi Shi, who was in front of him, suddenly said, I found the sickly snakes group. The Chinese like to repeat things sometimes when emphasizing something. Goo master, goo master. Goo and master. Goo is before master, goo is so important. Chapter 94. Suddenly withdrawing strength. Found the sickly snake group in front. They are currently contesting with a large-sized wild beast. Only half a second later, Qi Shi said again, this time more specific. What's the situation? Qi Shan frowned. There's no mistake. Qi Shi's snake tongue continued to stretch and shrink. Jiao San's red lava python is the only one in the entire village, and now they are fighting against Wild Boar King. Everyone's expression changed. Wild Boar King. If I want to combine goo worms, I require the wild boar's tusks. Undoubtedly, the Wild Boar King's tusks are the most suitable. Fan Yuan's heart stirred, and in actuality he had the intention to kill the Wild Boar King from the start. That Wild Boar King? Watery blue-hair female goo master raised her brows. Other than that one, there is no other in the vicinity. But relying on just the strength of the sickly snake group to reap the Wild Boar King, their appetite is too big. The old goo master sneered in disdain. If old man Wang could grasp the terrain of the mountain himself, these rank 2 goo masters who were always roaming around on Qingmao Mountain would obviously be more familiar with it. Not eliminating the Wild Boar King before this, they had their reasons. Qi Shan pondered, then said, Go support them. Hee, I'm afraid they might not reciprocate. The old goo master laughed coldly. Even if we do not go and support them, we still have to send someone over, right? Qi Qing looked at Fan Yuan, saying in an unhappy tone. The team's direction steered towards the left. Although Qi Shan and the rest always looked down and did not like Guyu Jiao San, but as clansmen, towards outside foes, even if they had amnesty normally, they would group up and work together. This is the cohesiveness of a clan in this world. And especially relying on this cohesiveness could a 100-year-old clan sustain itself without dying out, even becoming a 1,000-year-old clan. Everyone moved through the jungle in the darkness, heading towards a low-lying land. Sickly snake group's 4 goo masters were surrounding the Wild Boar King, engaging in fierce combat. In the center, the elephant-like Wild Boar King was fighting with a thin and long red-colored python. This red giant python had dark red rock pieces all over its body, the temperature very high. It was like a thick chain coiling around the Wild Boar King. The Wild Boar King cried out angrily, constantly rolling on the ground, its snow-white tusks piercing the darkness and drawing cold light in the air. Its body was full of big and small injuries, its tail already broken. While flipping around, it revealed its fresh red injuries, stuck to the red lava python's body and scalded by the high temperature. The Qi Shan group did not get closer, but observed from a distance. Taking a few looks, the old goo master was enlightened. I say, how did the sickly snake have this courage? Looks like the Wild Boar King was actually injured already, TSK. He sure picked up the cheap goods. This scoundrel got lucky. Do you guys think that this Wild Boar King's body would have the black boar goo? Qi Qing excitedly said with glowing eyes. Fan Yuan's expression was unchanged as he watched silently. At this time, Jiao San and his gang also realized the situation of being watched, and immediately the support goo master Gu Yukong Jing, who was the furthest away from the Wild Boar King, left the battlefield and ran over. Oh, it is Lord Qi Shan. There's no problems here now, we can handle it. There are many wild beast groups in front, they need your support. Kong Jing said to the people. Humph, what do you mean you can handle it? You're clearly lying through your teeth. I can see that this python isn't going to hang in there much longer. The old goo master's experienced gaze revealed this situation at once. You're just afraid of us wanting to split the rewards after helping. The watery blue long-haired female Goo Master immediately pointed out Jiao San and his gang's intention. "This wild boar king is yours," Qishan said, looking at the old Goo Master. The old Goo Master snorted, but he still bent down, vomiting out a piece of white sticky spider web. The spider web expanded in the air and spread out, enveloping the wild boar king. The wild boar king struggled intensely in the web, breaking threads after threads, but it could not get free quickly. During this period, sickly snake Jiao San quickly got the red lava python to retreat. After that, together with the healing female Goo Master in the group, they underwent emergency battle healing on the python. In the fierce battle earlier, the red lava python's rock body already had some cracks. Through the healing, the cracks mended, shrinking until they disappeared. "Fan Yuan, you should go back. You still want to depend on our group?" Qi said in annoyance. Fan Yuan took a step out and walked out from behind Qishan. Gu Yukong Jing was blocked by Qishan's huge body earlier and did not see him. At the moment when he saw Fan Yuan, his expression turned weird. Jiao San turned his head around and upon seeing Fan Yuan, was overjoyed at once. "Fan Yuan, you're finally here! Quick, the spider web is not going to hold, you have huge strength, go and restrain the wild boar king and buy us time. We need time to heal the red lava python. Without a defensive goo and only with rank 1 cultivation, getting close to the wild boar king was nothing but risky." Qishan took a look at Fan Yuan and said, "Go." Saying so, he took a huge step and left the place. He kept his word. Although the wild boar king had much value, he turned around and left without hesitation. Seeing Qishan's group leaving, Jiao San and the gang breathed a sigh of relief. From start to finish, they did not say a word of thanks. Jiao San continued shouting, "Fan Yuan, hurry, the wild boar king's strength is huge, the spider web is not going to hold out. If you perform well this time, I will not pursue the matter of you leaving the team on your own." "Okay." Fan Yuan agreed, quickly getting to the wild boar king and grabbing its 2 huge tusks. He used all his strength and pulled, causing the wild boar king to be suppressed. Its struggling suddenly diminished. "Good job," Jiao San praised, but his eyes shone with cold light. This Fan Yuan came at a good time. The small beast horde was the perfect chance. Jiao San had never thought of killing Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was his member, and if he died, the clan's evaluation of him would drop. This did not suit his interests. He only promised his uncle Gu Yudong to slow Fan Yuan's growth. If he could drag it beyond 16 years old, he would obtain a fortune promised by Gu Yudong Tuesday. The truth is, even with his scheming and intolerant nature, he did not think of killing Fan Yuan before. This is not just because after a Gu Master dies, the punishment hall would hold a thorough investigation, thus being risky, but also because of the clan's belief, blood is thicker than water, family comes first. This notion is ingrained into the people's hearts. Unless there is a feud of killing one's parents or stealing one's wife, there is no such phenomenon of disputes. Like how the Guyu clan leader once taught the academy elder, not only does the system and rules hold the clan together, there is also the thick family relationships. Any organization would need to have a system and values as their basic core. Using this opportunity, I'll let Fan Yuan get injured and return to the village to nurse his injuries. Let's see if he can cultivate to rank 2 like that. Of course, I cannot strike personally. If I get discovered, that would be bad. Since there are so many beasts in the horde anyway, I'll borrow from their strength." Guyu Jiao San laughed coldly in his heart, but he asked, "Fan Yuan, how long can you hold out?" "A while more, don't worry, group leader." Fan Yuan replied with much strength. "Very good, Hua Xing, go and plant the corrosion blood grass Gu," Jiao San instructed while healing the red lava python. "Yes." A female Gu master walked up. She came to the side of the wild boar king and stretched out both hands, giving a thumbs up on both hands. The nails on her thumbs had a purple vine insignia coiling around. Light red-colored red steel primeval essence gushed out and surrounded her white thumb and entered the insignia. The vines were brought alive immediately, extending a delicate tentacle from her nails. The tentacles moved like snakes, extending to the wild boar king's mouth, and then along its teeth, going deep into its stomach. He! Fan Yuan covered his mouth in the darkness as it curled into a devious angle. Others would think about kinship and not have killing intent on their clansmen. This was going against the traditional moral values of the clan. But he did not put these values into his heart. The strength he placed on the wild boar king's tusk suddenly vanished. The wild boar king furiously growled and summoned all its strength. Its tusks swung in the air as Fan Yuan, who was holding on to both tusks, was brought along with the force and was thrown away. The wild boar king once again turned its head, and the tusks swept through. The female Gu master was beside it, and could not react quickly enough to such a change. She was hit by the tusks and screamed in agony. Then her slim body, after getting hit by the tusks, broke into two with a snap. The female Gu master flew away like a broken bag. She was swept high into the sky, and then plopped down again. She landed on the ground, her eyes wide open. She was dead on the spot. Chapter 95. Garbage Teammate. The female Gu master's body was like a ragdoll. From the waist and across it was broken, and her upper body laid on the ground, displayed at an odd angle against her lower body, the arms parallel to the ground while her legs were pointing towards the sky. From afar, Fan Yuan also started to descend. First, he hit the tree canopy and broke many branches before landing on the snowy ground. He turned his body nimbly, and stood up on the snowy ground. Because he had utilized the jade skin goo earlier, other than some pain in his back, he was unscathed. On the battlefield, after a momentary silence, Jiao San's angry howl could be heard. Fan Yuan, didn't you say you could hold on? Fan Yuan laughed coldly in the dark, but suddenly his body twisted and he almost fell down. He used his hand to hold on to the tree trunk as support, and was able to maintain his body balance. He pretended to limp as if he could not walk, but his gaze swept across the surroundings to see if there was any other Gu masters. Against the beast horde, the Gu masters were fighting with all they had, and could not be free enough or even have the mood to observe Fan Yuan. Even though he had been observing in secret and found no Gu masters nearby, Fan Yuan still discreetly chose to hide himself. From the other side, intense battle noises could be heard again. Evidently, the wild boar king had escaped its entrapment, and was fighting once again with the red lava python. Fan Yuan shifted step by step towards them with a face of anxiety, almost falling onto the ground a few times. Dirt, soil, grass and snow were all over his body, making him appear battered and exhausted. He finally got back to the fringe of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 people and a pig were fighting. The red lava python coiled around the body of the wild boar king, and its 2 hind legs. The wild boar king's 2 front legs could only thrash around randomly, causing it to roll on the ground, sometimes struggling. With the movement of its 2 front legs, it knocked and crashed into things randomly. There were even more injuries on its body now. The boiling pig blood had dyed the floor red. Seeing Fan Yuan, the outermost position Gu Yukong Jing said, "Fan Yuan, you scum, you caused Hua Xian to die." I didn't mean it. But I really couldn't hold it," Fan Yuan shouted. "Fuck, then why did you promise so confidently if you couldn't?" "No means no, giving false promises like this will kill us all," Gu Yukong Jing furiously screamed. If he was not in combat at the moment, he would go up and give Fan Yuan 2 tight slaps. Sorry, I won't do it again," Fan Yuan quickly yelled back. "Fan Yuan, we'll talk about this later," sickly snake Jiao San roared, feeling his pressure intensify. The almost dead wild boar king had flown into madness, and the red lava python had injuries and cracks all over its body. "Kong Jing, don't bother with Fan Yuan. Quickly take out the knife-scale web." When Jiao San saw that the red lava python was almost at its breaking point, he shouted in panic with cold sweat all over. "Yes." Kong Jing quickly retrieved the big belly frog and used his primeval essence, vomiting a piece of steel web. On this steel web, there were sharp spikes and apparent blades. "Fan Yuan, grab the other end and rush up with me, we'll entangle the wild boar king," Kong Jing said. "But my leg is injured, I cannot walk," Fan Yuan said with an anxious expression, crippling his way there. "Useless thing!" Kong Jing, with no other choice, had to do it himself, his hands dragging the knife-scale's web and throwing it at the wild boar king. The wild boar king was covered by the knife-scale web, causing it to cry out as fresh blood splattered. It had predicted that its death was impending, and struggled even more fiercely. As its struggle intensified, the knife-scale web's entanglement got tighter, and its injuries worsened. As for the red lava python, because of its rock body, it did not take much damage from this knife-scale web. "What a waste of this fur," Jiao San said in pity. "Finally settled." Kong Jing breathed out in relief. At this time, Fan Yuan shouted, "Let me help you guys!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Numerous moonblades flew out and hit the knife-scale web, causing the steel threads to be torn apart. With the Wild Boar King's intense struggle, the hole got even bigger, and the knife-scale web was torn into pieces, allowing the Wild Boar King to escape. At once, Kong Jing stared with bulging eyes, lost for words. What? What the fuck? Another female Goo Master could no longer care about her feminine image and swore loudly. It seems I messed up. I wanted to help, Fan Yuan said, sounding very sincere and innocent. Jiao San dodged the Wild Boar King's charge, rolling on the floor. Before he even got up, he shouted, Fan Yuan! You dumb piece of shit, see what you did! You're simply garbage for a teammate. Leader, you must trust me, I didn't mean it. Fan Yuan defended himself. Shut the fuck up, from now on, do nothing, wait at the corner. Jiao San shouted, rolling again and dodging the Wild Boar King's trample. Fan Yuan snickered, but still obediently took tens of steps back. All of you get back! Jiao San shouted, finally showing his true trump card as 2 strands of poisonous yellow air came out from his nostrils. The poisonous air continued to come out from his nose, growing more and more until they gathered into a lump of yellow poisonous cloud. The Wild Boar King and Jiao San's shadow could be seen outside the poisonous cloud. Kong Jing, Fan Yuan and the others observed outside the yellow cloud. Fan Yuan said to the remaining female Goo Master, Heal my leg, it's injured. The female Goo Master flew into a rage. My good sister is dead, and your leg is only stumped. Why don't you go and die? Fan Yuan said in grievance. I didn't want this to happen either. But his eyes shone with a trace of sharpness. Should I act, and eliminate these people? It is a chance to act now. In their subconscious minds, they would not expect me to have killing intention. If the sickly snake group is exterminated, there would be fewer restrictions on me. But if any Goo Master saw this process, I would fall into the abyss. The crime of killing a clansman is the most unforgivable in this world. Not only will I be executed, I would also have to face all sorts of torture for 7 days and 7 nights. Death is not scary, but for such a small group, it is not worth the risk. A pity the Wild Boar King is dying. After this battle, the sickly snake group would be greatly weakened and their battle strength would be at the lowest. They would definitely leave the battlefield. What a pity, this was a godsend opportunity. Fan Yuan felt regret and pity in his heart. But he had done it to the greatest limit, and if he exceeded this, the feeling of sabotage would thicken. The others were not stupid, they would notice, and if other Goo Masters saw this, the risk would intensify. 5 minutes later, the Wild Boar King plopped onto the ground. The yellow cloud dissipated, and Jiao San breathed loudly with a pale face. He had used his final trump card, and now he had little to no primeval essence left. All of you come here and dissect the corpse quickly, we will retreat after taking the spoils of the battle, Jiao San shouted. Fan Yuan surrounded the Wild Boar King and quickly began to dissect the corpse. The Wild Boar King's blood was still hot, and the smell of blood was thick. Throughout the surrounding forest that was enshrouded in darkness, there were continuous howls from wild beasts and intense battle noises. But there were no wild beasts in this tiny battlefield. This was the authority of the Beast King. There were rules among the wild beasts. The thick aura of the Wild Boar King caused other wild beasts to shrink in fear, and if the beast horde came here, they would find their way around this region. Of course, if it was another stronger beast horde or another Beast King, they would not care about the Wild Boar King's aura. At this time, pairs of blue eyes glowed in the surrounding darkness. From other places, blood-curdling screeches and alarmed cries of Goo Masters could be heard. It's the wolves, the wolf pack! The lightning wolf pack actually appeared! Damn it, why is there a wolf pack here? It is still not the time for the outburst of the wolf tide, right? Retreat, forget the Wild Boar King, we have to retreat quickly! Jiao San shouted, and the faces of the surrounding people also turned white. One lightning wolf was not scary. But a pack of lightning wolves, even the Wild Boar King would have to run. Most importantly, the lightning wolves' durability and endurance were high. They also had great speed, being most proficient at chasing. At such a critical moment, Jiao San could no longer care about the others, abandoning the 3 and running for his life. Group leader, wait for me! Kong Jing shouted in panic, catching up to him. I do not have a goo worm that enhances my speed, I can't escape. Jiao San and the others have no primeval essence left, so even if they have a speed-type goo, they can't escape the chase of the lightning wolves. Under the danger of death, Fan Yuan evaluated calmly. He quickly hit the neck of the female goo master near him, who was in a daze, causing her to faint. Next, by dragging her, he burrowed into the wild boar king's stomach that was cut open. The wild boar king's stomach was already cut open with a huge wound. Fan Yuan squeezed his way into the bloody wild boar's body, at the same time using the female goo master's body to block away the entrance and cover up his body. The wolf pack quickly descended, mostly chasing after Jiao San and Kong Jing, while a portion of them surrounded the wild boar king and feasted. While Fan Yuan was inside the wild boar's body, he could hear the wolves chewing and swallowing, as well as their biting, causing vibrations in the corpse. To think that the first beast horde had lightning wolves, this is a surprise. The clan would definitely send reinforcements. The wild boar king's body is huge, so if the lightning wolves want to eat it completely, they would still need some time. As long as I can hold out, I would be spared from them. Fan Yuan pondered deeply. Without accident, Jiao San and Kong Jing should be dead meat. They had little primeval essence and were not speed-oriented, so with such a small distance, they would definitely get slaughtered by the wolves. When people panic, they would make dumb decisions. Under the pressure of death, there are little who can remain as calm as Fan Yuan and make the most appropriate decisions. Even if the wild boar king's flesh was all eaten, exposing Fan Yuan who was hiding, the amount of lightning wolves that Fan Yuan would have to deal with is definitely lesser than the others. According to his experience, at most 5 would appear, which would be his limit. He had much greater chance of surviving. The lightning wolves continued to chew and bite, the sound indicating that they were getting closer. The wild boar king's flesh had mostly gone into the lightning wolf's stomach. If a normal person was in such a predicament, they would feel as if the seconds that were passing by were like an eternity. But instead Fan Yuan closed his eyes and took out his primeval stones, fighting against time to recover his primeval essence. Chapter 96. For the sake of those who died. The primeval essence that Fan Yuan recovered while in the boar's stomach went unused ultimately. The beast horde this time was under the supervision of the Guyu higher-ups, and the lightning wolf gang was just a small accident. Quickly, the Guyu higher-ups gave their response. 3 clan elders led their respective teams and swiftly grasped the situation. Merely 10 minutes later, Fan Yuan could hear fighting sounds from outside the boar's stomach, as well as the cries of the lightning wolves. He quickly kicked the female Gu master out, and crawled out with blood stains all over him. Fan Yuan was naturally not afraid of the lightning wolves, but he was afraid of getting caught in the battle. If a Gu master accidentally attacked the corpse, wouldn't he be too unlucky? By then who can he hold responsibility for? With a big living person suddenly crawling out from the boar's stomach, this caused the few Gu masters fighting the lightning wolves to be taken aback. Fan Yuan's entire body was a bloody mess, and his leg was still entangled in the wild boar king's intestines. His entire body emitted a nose-piercing bloody smell, and the few Gu masters frowned in response. But Fan Yuan paid no heed to that. He breathed deeply in enjoyance, extending his limbs and observing the battlefield. As he had predicted, there were 5 lightning wolves. But these lightning wolves were either old or injured. They were the bottom of the pack's hierarchy. As the wolf pack got stronger and bigger, in order to protect the young and healthy lightning wolves, the Wolf King would expel all these old and sickly wolves in order to allocate resources efficiently. These lightning wolves gathered together and rushed towards the surrounding beast groups, and under each other's influence, eventually formed this small beast horde. The 5 lightning wolves quickly had casualties under the Gu master's attacks. They were too full from eating, and their stomachs expanded, affecting their battle strength. At the same time, new arriving Gu masters had sufficient primeval essence in their aperture, and had their peak battle strength, unlike Jiao San and the rest. Primeval essence was especially important to Gu masters. A weakened phoenix is inferior to a chicken. With less primeval essence, a Gu master's battle strength would fall rapidly. And without primeval essence, they were even inferior to mortals. Why do you think, for example, the liquor worm, black and white boar Gu, these Gu were so precious? It had to do with this fact. Firstly, with the liquor worm, it can refine primeval essence and allow Gu masters to store much more primeval essence. Remember that higher tier essence is essentially double of the previous tier. 88% mid-tier equals 44% upper tier, and the black and white boar Gu worms gave Gu masters strength. Without requiring primeval essence, they can unleash their worth. And for the black and white boar Gu, once one person has used them, they can be given to another person to use, showing great collective value in a group. The battle continued for a while and stopped. The 5 lightning wolves continued to fall, and the new reinforcement group did not venture further. Their primeval essence had been used up nearly, and their battle strength had been greatly reduced. To be safe, they stopped on the spot. As they recovered, they awaited further reinforcements. A group of 5, with the reconnaissance Goo Master keeping alert, while the other 3 used primeval stones to recover their primeval essence. The healing Goo Master bent down and observed the female Goo Master's corpse. "She's dead." Healing Goo Master sighed deeply. Seeing his sad expression, it seemed like he knew the female Goo Master. Fan Yuan watched coldly. This female Goo Master which he had knocked unconscious was blocking in front of him. Now she had lost her right chest and a leg. Her arm was also greatly injured by the wolves, eaten until the bones could be seen. But these injuries and the massive loss of blood was not the true cause of her death. What caused her demise was cardiac arrest. The lightning wolves' bites carried electric currents with them. The currents flowed into the female Goo Master's body while she was unconscious, and caused her to have a heart attack. The originally beautiful and sexy body was now lying on the ground, still and unmoving. Her previous glamour was nowhere to be found, being just an ugly dead corpse now. "She's dead, and it is all your fault. As a man, why did you hide behind a woman? You're a disgrace to men." The healing Goo Master looked up, staring at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan shrugged emotionlessly, his expression calm. "The truth is, she competed with me over the spot, but eventually I won, so I'm very glad about the results." "Scumbag!" The healing Goo Master rushed up. Bam! Fan Yuan raised his feet and sent him flying. Healing Goo Masters were normally weak at combat, and because of the clan rules, he did not dare to use his Goo Worms. Just competing with physical strength, how can he be Fan Yuan's match? This detestable guy! Healing Goo Master crawled up with a dusty face and wanted to rush up again, but was stopped by the reconnaissance Goo Master. "If you think I committed a crime and caused her to die, you can report it to the punishment hall, I'll take it," Fan Yuan said lightly as he stared at the healing Goo Master, and left. "Damn! Damn it!" The healing Goo Master's eyes were blowing fire as he stared at Fan Yuan's back, urging to rush up but was restrained by his teammates. "Calm the hell down! Even if you report it to the punishment hall, the clan won't punish him. We know you liked her, but although the clan cannot punish him, we can spread this matter out." Under the urging of his teammates, the healing Goo Master calmed down and lowered his head, crying. A boat encountered trouble, a man grabbed onto a wooden plank and was temporarily saved. At this time, another man swam up and wanted to grab the plank as well, but this plank can only hold the weight of one man, so the first man pushed the second man away so that he could be safe, causing the other person to drown in the sea. The rescued man was later tried in court but declared not guilty. This is the wooden plank incident on Earth. Meaning, to save oneself under forced circumstances, endangering another person's life is no crime. On Earth, it is the necessity law. In this world, there are similar clan rules. This means, even if the healing Goo Master reports it to the punishment hall, I will not be punished. But Fan Yuan continued to walk as he pondered. He moved in a steady pace without any rush. Along the path that had been cleared, Fan Yuan would discover corpses, the majority of these being wild beasts of all kinds of varieties, and in the mix were some Goo Master corpses. At the same time, there were small rescue groups rushing to the front lines. When they met Fan Yuan on the way, they would look at this bloody young man with curious and confused gazes. Fan Yuan paid no attention to them. His eyes were a dark abyss, continuing his train of thought. But if the fact that I knocked the female Goo Master unconscious was found out, I would be tried for harming a clansman. Yet at that time, nobody should have seen it. Jiao San and Kong Jing were all looking at a different direction and rushing for their lives. Fan Yuan's footsteps came to a halt. He saw the corpses of Kong Jing and Jiao San. The former's body had already been eaten until it was unrecognizable, while the latter's corpse was still well preserved. The red lava python was already a pile of lava rocks, completely dead. And beside the sickly snake, there were a few lightning wolves' corpses. Evidently Jiao San's final struggle caused a huge battle. Good, that means that other than me, everyone else is dead. Fan Yuan evaluated internally, feeling joy. This means I would have fewer restrictions around me. Fan Yuan stopped. He saw Jiao San's finger twitch softly. Not dead, what a stubborn life. Fan Yuan snickered, killing intent rising again. At this point, there was tens of healing Goo Masters coming from the front. Quick, save the injured! They are our clansmen, we have to save what we can! If they are confirmed dead, retrieve their goo worms. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated. What to do? They were so close, he would have to take a huge risk to kill Jiao San. Whether using strangulation or a moon blade, there will be traces. In front of these goo masters, he had no time to clear the traces, so let him live? Even if Jiao San is treated now, he might not survive. No! If I can exterminate Jiao San, there would be a lot lesser opposition in my way. Such an opportunity, if lost, I would have a hard time finding another one. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan had an inspiration. He gradually half-kneeled beside Jiao San, removing his upper shirt and covering Jiao San's face and upper body. He was inside the boar's stomach for a long time, so the pig's blood had soaked his shirt, causing it to be heavy and wet. He put the upperwear on Jiao San's nose and mouth, preventing him from breathing. Fan Yuan half-kneeled, silently watching, his expression solemn and pained. At this point, a goo master came over. Little lad, I am the medicine hall's goo master, let me take a look. Scram! Fan Yuan growled angrily, pushing him away. The goo master fell on the ground, but he was not angry, instead consoling him. Little brother, my condolences. I know how you feel right now, and I know how it feels to see the clansmen that you live with die in front of you. But you are covered in blood now, you must be heavily injured. For the sake of these sacrificed clansmen, you have to live properly. Come, let me heal you. Fan Yuan did not open his mouth. He remained silent, the lower half of his face covered in a dark shadow. He allowed this goo master to check his body. The result was rather surprising. Although Fan Yuan was bathed in blood, appearing terrifying to everyone, he actually had no injuries at all. But the goo master quickly collected his spirits, concentrating on Jiao San. I'm very sorry, the clan needs to take back the goo worms. The goo master sincerely looked at Fan Yuan, then he lifted the bloody shirt slowly off Jiao San. Jiao San's eyes were half open without any life in them. The goo master professionally used his finger to prop open Jiao San's eyelids, looking at his iris and then touching his neck. But he felt no pulse. Dead. Completely dead. The goo master did not suspect anything. He sighed and placed his hand on Jiao San's stomach. His stomach still had some warmth and the aperture was slowly disappearing. There were no goo worms inside. The goo master looked at Fan Yuan, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Every goo master's goo worm is stated in writing, and after a goo master dies, his goo worms will be treated as an inheritance for his inheritor. Taking it for oneself is against the clan rules. Fan Yuan was fearless, staring right at the goo master. Of course I know that. You suspect that I took the group leader's goo worms? Taking these goo worms involved risks and trouble. If his secrets were dragged out, they would bring more loss than gain. Fan Yuan knew this. Even if with the spring-autumn cicada he could instantly refine any goo, it was difficult to do in the clan. It was not worth inviting such troubles for these minute gains. Apart from this, there was another point. With his financial status now, even if he got them, he might not be able to feed them. To Fan Yuan's question, the goo master laughed quickly. I did not mean that. People cannot come back to life after dying, so please restrain your grief, little brother. For the sake of the deceased, you have to live even better. Fan Yuan gradually stood up. He used an extremely sad and pained expression, staring at sickly Snake's corpse with rapt attention. The night wind howled in his ears. You are right. After a while, Fan Yuan broke the silence, his gaze determined, saying with an intentional meaning, for the sake of those who died, I have to live even better than before. Chapter 97. Devils Run Amok. Internal Affairs Hall, Interrogation Room. The light of the winter sun shone on the ground through the only window. Fine dust particles slowly floated on the light pillar. The light pillar enshrouded a chair. Fan Yuan was sitting on that chair, bathing in the sunshine. In the darkness ahead of him was a long table where 3 elders were seated. The interrogation had already continued for an hour. Fan Yuan, are you sure there are no mistakes in your narration? An elder asked. Yes. Fan Yuan's eyes were down, looking at his toes. The sunshine shone on his fair face, making him look like a white sculpture. He had already expected this situation. After all his group members had died except him. In fact, every goo master would go through a certain degree of interrogation which conveniently helped the clan to gather battle statistics. But Fan Yuan was continuously interrogated for an hour. Clearly, someone was making it difficult for him from behind the scenes. This was completely understandable. As long as one was human and had social relations, there would be series of people involved. Then narrate your account on the battle situation at that time again. The elder continued to ask. Okay. I used several days to break through to rank 2. Upon returning to the village gate, I met Qishan group, and reunited with Jiao San group after finding them. At that time, they were having a fierce fight with the Wild Boar King. Fan Yuan calmly narrated. He took the initiative to reveal his breakthrough to rank 2. With no concealing goo worm, he wouldn't be able to conceal his rank 2 aura. Now the sickly snake and the team were dead, so he naturally fabricated the events. But he could only conceal some main details and narrate the majority of the events as they were. This was already the 5th time Fan Yuan narrated the events. The 3 elders frowned as they listened. They couldn't find any holes, but they knew if it was fabricated, then there would be unnecessary details. After one kept on talking about it several times, there would naturally be holes. But after 5 times, although there were some differences in how Fan Yuan narrated the events, the contents were the same. It should be true. The 3 elders communicated with each other using eye signals. But one elder was not satisfied. Her daughter was the sickly snake group's healing goo master whom she loved dearly but ended up dying a cruel death in the wolves' mouths. Thus she was very angry and her gaze carried coldness as she looked at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you cut the knife scales net with your moon blades. Why did you do it? This middle-aged female elder spoke sternly. Because I wanted to have some contributions, but it ended up being a bad move. Fan Yuan replied. Then let me ask you, did you intentionally use your teammate the female goo master as a shield when you hid in the boar's stomach? The elder asked again. I don't know. I was very scared at that time and hurriedly tried to hide inside the boar king, but she also entered inside and fought me for the inside position. She couldn't defeat me and was bitten to death by the lightning wolves. I am ashamed. Fan Yuan answered. The middle-aged female elder grinded her teeth. Fan Yuan's answer was cunning. He only stated the fact but didn't mention his subjective intentions at all. This made the elders who wanted to suppress him not find any handle on him. Their hearts were filled with anger but they couldn't do anything. Under such situation, they couldn't judge Fan Yuan guilty. It had already been 3 days since the small beast died. The statistics of the casualties made all the higher-ups have ugly expressions. There were losses in the past small beast tides too, but they were definitely not as grave as this. The cause was the lightning wolves pack. Before, these lightning wolves packs would only appear after at least 3 waves of small beast tide. The environment was dangerous in this world, survival, difficult. From a human standpoint, to survive, apart from fighting with other humans for resources, they still had to struggle against fierce beasts and nasty weathers. And these struggles were often very difficult. The small beast tide was still only a prelude. The real terror would be the large wolf tide, a year after. Tens of thousands of lightning wolves would charge towards the village with the terrifyingly powerful lightning wolf king. The female elder continued to ask several questions but she had to finally give up under Fan Yuan's invulnerable answers. Then Fan Yuan, what do you plan to do from now on? Another elder asked with deep intention. I plan to apply for the family assets, inheriting and continuing my family's heritage. Fan Yuan spoke openly, there was no need to conceal it. Sickly Snake Group was destroyed and now only Fan Yuan was left. Because of this, he didn't have to use rank 2 Goo Master's right to give up a mission and could accept the family assets mission. The elder nodded his head then shook his head. You didn't understand my meaning. Apart from you, your group is no more. I can give you a suggestion, join another group. Internal Affairs Hall's mission's difficulty is designed for groups. It is very difficult for a lone person to complete them. Whether it is your family inheritance mission or the compulsory monthly missions, they are both like this. Fan Yuan was silent. This elder continued. Of course, there is another option. You are already a rank 2 Goo Master. You have the qualifications to become a group captain. You just need to pass the examination mission and you can build your own group. Which do you want to choose? Fan Yuan blinked his eyes. I don't know yet, I need some time to consider. Then you can leave. Think it over as soon as possible. After a few days pass, it will be difficult for you to join a group. The elder said concernedly. Fan Yuan sneered inwardly, he wouldn't choose any of these 2 paths. He had a lot of secrets. Only by himself could he be safe and do things properly. Otherwise, wouldn't he be annoyed to death if there were others with him all the time? Leaving this interrogation room, Fan Yuan didn't immediately leave the Internal Affairs Hall but instead applied for the family inheritance mission. However, he was informed that he could only take it after 3 days due to the busy events recently. Coming out of the Internal Affairs Hall, he gazed at the sky. It was just an ordinary winter afternoon. The winter was bleak along with biting wind. The sky seemed to be pervaded with deep grief. Today is Group Memorial Assembly. Gu Jinju is dead, did you know, Fan Yuan? Mo Bei, along with a group of youths, were walking through the path. Other than Mo Bei, there were Fan Jing, Qi Qing and others. Mo Bei and Qi Qing normally hated each other very much, but today, they seemed to forget this grievance and walked together. Big brother, Jinju studied with us for a year. Come with us, Fan Zheng said. Gu Jinju. A girl's image immediately appeared in Fan Yuan's mind. Previously, she had been evenly matched with Mo Bei on the arena but lost because of her lacking stamina. She was a hard-working girl. But death didn't discriminate between beauty and ugly. Most people would feel pity, but Fan Yuan was indifferent as usual. Ah, she is dead? But dying of old or sickness, they are both normal events. After seeing it many times, you'll be indifferent to it. You guys go, I am busy. Fan Yuan brushed past the group. This guy. At once, many among the group were angered. He is really cold-blooded and heartless. He simply doesn't have a feeling of friendship. There's a rumor going around recently. You should have all heard it, right? The reason Fan Yuan survived was because he hid inside a boar's stomach and used his female Gu Master teammate as a shield. He is really a disgrace with no worth. He doesn't even have the manners of a man. Qi Qing folded his arms and laughed coldly. Big brother. Fan Jing lowered his head and grinded his teeth. Hearing these discussions, as Fan Yuan's little brother, he felt shame. Fan Yuan left, and as he walked farther, the mockeries behind him gradually couldn't be heard anymore. His heart was calm. Why would insults matter to me? Insults were insults, what could they do? A superficial person would be angry due to curses and would be happy due to praises. These were just bystanders' way of looking at you. Those who lived according to others' point of view were really pitiful. In fact, some people had deliberately spread the rumors to degrade Fan Yuan's name. Sacrificing a female teammate to protect oneself wouldn't be subjected to punishment, but would be criticized by moral consensus. But this was the exact situation Fan Yuan wanted. Once one enters the system, one would be a pawn with no freedom and must follow the system's rules. To Fan Yuan, it was a huge obstacle. He needed resources and even more needed to be solitary. So, he wanted to be a loner. What if you were rejected by the crowd? Haha, only weak-hearted people would be afraid of being rejected. If this happened on Earth, no matter who, they would end up dead. After all, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, social connections were the way to survival. But in this world, if the cultivation was strong, one person could beat 10, hundreds and thousands of enemies. So what if you were rejected? Just kill the ones who block your path. If you don't have resources, snatch them. Every world had different rules and regulations. The society structure was also bound to be different, causing the difference in human behaviors. And in a world of martial arts, group thoughts were rather weak. So in this world, devils run amok. Chapter 98. Difficulty of refining Gu. What? That lad, he's a rank 2 Gu master now, and even applied for the asset-splitting mission from the Internal Affairs Hall. Uncle Gu Yudong Tu's furious and shocked voice reverbed throughout the main hall. That is indeed so. Although I accepted your primeval stones, I cannot do much to stop him. I only managed to tell him to collect the mission in 3 days. I can only stall that long for you, that is my limit. The middle-aged Gu master beside him said. Gu Yudong Tu snorted in his heart. He could sense the hidden meaning in the Internal Affairs Hall's Gu master's words. Stall for 3 days, it is the limit. Such words were merely an excuse to extort even more money. But top priority now is still to do all I can to retain the assets. This rascal is really too troubling. Gu Yudong Tu's sweat poured from his forehead as Fan Yuan's growth was so rapid it gave him the feeling of a heart attack. I came here especially to tell you this, so I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged man stood up to depart. Don't be in such a rush, brother. There are some things I still need for you to assist me a little with. Gu Yudong Tu hurriedly stood up, retrieving a money bag and stuffing it into the middle-aged Gu master's hand. The male Gu master took the entire bag of primeval stones and stuffed it into his chest pocket, his tone quickly changing, laughing loudly. Brother Dong Tu, you are too polite. We have such a great relationship, we've known each other for over 10 years. Don't worry, I will prepare the toughest mission for Fan Yuan, but he might employ other goo masters to help him. You have to watch out for this. You can be rest assured. Although I have retired, I still have my relationships. I've sent people to observe him. If that lad employs outsiders, that is against the clan rules, and I am still waiting to get a hold of his weakness. Then I am at ease, goodbye. Let me send you out. It is okay, please stay. Gu Yudong too stared at the leaving Gu master, his smile slowly collapsing. This Fan Yuan, he is only C grade, how can he advance to rank 2 so soon? Damn it, what were Jiao San and the others doing? Can't even guard against the newbie. Sigh, now Jiao San and the team were all killed by the beast horde, what incompetent fools. Fan Yuan also advanced to rank 2, this way he can definitely receive the family asset mission. My previous methods to block him will no longer work. But he is now working alone, and aiming to complete the asset inheritance mission alone is really difficult. No! This lad's luck is absurd. First I got Jiao San and the rest to suppress him, and immediately the beast horde came. If he relies on this luck again and completes the mission, what then? I have to prepare for the worst. An old sly fox, Gu Yudong too being able to enter and leave the fighting life peacefully and live up until now, it represented success already. Compared to the newly independent Fan Yuan, his interpersonal relationships were much stronger. Collecting honey wine? When Fan Yuan received the asset mission, his eyes shone with cold glimmer. This mission was very troublesome. It was to collect 5 liang of golden bees honey wine. Golden bees were all fist-sized with gold and black stripes, and they had a sharp stinger packed with a strong attack. That was not all. Among normal small hives, there was only honey. Only those large or medium hives had the precious honey wine made from a large accumulation of honey. This mission, even for a 5-man group, is very difficult. Because the number of people no longer matter, the Gu master collecting honey wine has to have a defensive type Gu to withstand the stings. It seems that Uncle's relationship has struck and is bullying my lack of a defensive Gu worm. Unfortunately for him. Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. At this point, it showed the inherent benefits of the flower wine monk's inheritance. Easy to do things secretly, difficult to do things openly. The more one worked openly, the more their trump cards get revealed, and they become easier to trap. Conversely, working secretly helps to hide trump cards and lets others be unable to assess your situation, thus not being able to nip the problem in the bud. But if I want to collect honey wine, the Jade Skin Gu isn't enough. Jade Skin Gu is only a rank 1 Gu, but if it can advance to the rank 2 White Jade Gu, I would be able to do it easily. Without the need to attempt to take risks, his rich life experience allowed him to take less pointless steps. Speaking of which, Fan Yuan is already a rank 2 initial stage Gu master, but the Gu worms on him, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all rank 1 Gu worms. This situation is like a grown man who is able to wield a halberd only holding a small dagger. The dagger is unable to display the full extent of the man's strength, and only with a halberd is it the most suitable. Fan Yuan had 7 Gu worms in his possession. The vital Gu's spring-autumn cicada, moonlight Gu, liquor worm, white boar Gu, jade skin Gu and 2 little light Gu. In this mix, the moonlight Gu can fuse with the 2 little light Gu to form the moonglow Gu. The white boar Gu and jade skin Gu can fuse into white jade Gu. Moonglow Gu represents a surge in attack power, while white jade Gu is an increase in defense. If Fan Yuan had enough primeval stones, he would choose to refine them both. But not long ago, in order to push his cultivation to rank 2, he expended most of his primeval stones. Now, with the primeval stones on hand, it was only enough for one use. Undoubtedly, choosing to refine the white jade Gu is a better choice. With the white jade Gu, I can retrieve the honey wine. And with the white jade Gu, I can advance better in the flower wine monk's inheritance. But if this fusion fails, the results will be dire. My finances are on the brink of collapse, so without the white jade Gu, I cannot get my parents' assets. Stuck at this point, it will greatly slow my growth. Fan Yuan felt a subtle pressure. He knew that he was at a crossroad, and if this fusion succeeds, the future is bright. If he fails, then he would fall into the abyss. To get back to the current point, he would need even more effort in management, and spend a longer time. Gu masters use their primeval C as the base, and Gu worms as the method. Gu is a Gu master's necessity. Without Gu they are not Gu masters. Other than their own cultivation, Gu masters also have to refine, nurture and use Gu. In the room, clan leader Gu Yubo meticulously explained to Fang Jing. Refine, nurture, and use. These three aspects, whichever one is also a huge knowledge trove. Even if you spend an entire lifetime, you cannot completely finish it. On the aspect of refining Gu, you already know how to refine a Gu and make it yours. But this is only a single refinement. There is also the more important aspect of fusion. Through fusion, you can fuse multiple Gu worms into one with a higher rank. This is the evolution of life. Fang Jing, you are already a rank 2 Gu master, but your Gu worms are all rank 1. It is time you refine a rank 2 Gu worm. Fang Jing asked. Clan leader, how do I do fusion? Gyubo said. To fuse, you have to know the recipe. Some Gu worms cannot be fused together. Through many eons of trial and error, and endless failures, our ancestors have come up with several recipes. Our Guyu clan has the most in-depth research with the Moonlight Gu, and we now have 2 rank 5 recipes on hand. What is a rank 5 recipe? In accordance to this recipe, through multiple fusions, one can finally refine up to a rank 5 Gu worm. Fang Jing, you have 1 Jade Skin Gu and a Moonlight Gu on hand. It satisfies the condition for one of the rank 5 recipes. If you follow this recipe, you will get the rank 5 Gu eventually, Moonlight Treasure King Gu. Moonlight Treasure King Gu? Fang Jing's face was full of desire. Telling you about a rank 5 Gu now is still too early. Come, take out your Jade Skin and Moonlight Gu. I'll teach you how to fuse these 2 Gu into the rank 2 Moon Raiment. Saying so, Gu Yubo's expression turned solemn. The most important thing about fusing Gu is parallel thinking, fusing your consciousness. The Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu in your hands now have no wild consciousness anymore, overwritten by your own consciousness. What you have to do now is to fuse these 2 thoughts together. Fuse together? Fang Jing blinked, confused. Gu Yubo smiled. No worries, practice more, you will be able to grab hold of this feeling. Let's begin. Fang Jing nodded, and under Gu Yubo's guidance, his light red-colored red steel primeval essence rose like smoke, enveloping the Jade Skin Gu and the Moonlight Gu in midair. Fang Jing shut his eyes, feeling and manipulating the 2 Gu worms' consciousness. Gu Yubo was outside watching, and saw the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu circling each other like 2 planets. As the consciousness fused, the distance between the 2 Gu worms shortened. After 3 hours of continuous tries, their consciousness was finally controlled by Fang Jing, and fused together perfectly. At once, the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu both erupted in a bright white light. The 2 lights linked together, forming a lump as big as a face. Maintain this condition, and throw primeval stones into the light. Gu Yubo advised. Fang Jing took out a primeval stone and threw it into the light. Strangely, after throwing the primeval stones in, the stones turned into a surge of pure natural essence, completely fusing with the lump of light. Only rock powder remained scattering on the bed. Continue throwing until the rank 2 Gu is complete. Gu Yubo said. Fang Jing was about to throw a second piece, but at this point, the light disappeared, and the 2 Gu flew in 2 opposite directions like they were pushed away ruthlessly by each other. The fusion failed. Damn, I forgot to maintain the fusion of the consciousness earlier. Fang Jing immediately realized his mistake. No worries, failing at the start is normal. Gu Yubo consoled, but reminded. But be careful, you cannot fail too many times, if not both the Moonlight and Jade Skin Gu will perish. Fang Jing recalled back the Jade Skin Gu and Moonlight Gu, and found cracks on the Moonlight Gu's surface, while the Jade Skin Gu looked like it was weakened. His heart sank, feeling the difficulty of refining Gu. Note, Liang 1 Liang is 31.25 grams. Chapter 99. Human, not God. Crash. Great waves tumbled in the primeval sea, rising up and down. The sea was light red in color. This was not the green copper sea of a rank 1, but a red steel sea. The aperture was covered with a layer of light coating. This was the appearance of rank 2 initial stage. The whole red steel primeval essence sea occupied 44% of the aperture. Above the sea, the spring-autumn cicada appeared. After going through a year of recuperation, it had already somewhat recovered. Previously, there was no shine from its body, it looked rough and dim like withered wood. Now, it had some gloss to it. Its 2 wings had been like the yellowed and withered leaves of autumn, and the tips had been damaged. Now, there was some green to it, and there were black leaf lines on its tips, making a complete arc without any previous defect. Spring-autumn cicada, spring and autumn. I see now, it needs to experience the changes of spring and autumn to recover. Since rebirth, a year has passed by, which means a turn of spring and autumn, and so it has recovered. Fan Yuan looked at the spring-autumn cicada, and this thought rose within him, increasing his understanding of the spring-autumn cicada by another stage. A Gu master needs to refine, nurture, and use Gu. Among them, use was further classified and contained myriads of variations. Fan Yuan had been in contact with the spring-autumn cicada all the time. His comprehension of the spring-autumn cicada was slowly accumulating and deepening. But the spring-autumn cicada is still weak, it has only moved a few steps away from nearing death. I can only use its aura to suppress Gu worms and increase the efficiency of single refining. As for fusing, it won't be of any help. There were mystical Gu worms that raised the success rate of fusion. Everything had their own specialties. The spring-autumn cicada possessed the ability of rebirth. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, there was the fat liquor worm, which was curled up in a round ball, floating and playing around in the sea. The ladybug-like white boar Gu and the jade skin Gu, which had green jade color, were revolving around each other. Fan Yuan opened his eyes and slowly unfolded his right palm. In it were the imprints of a crescent moon and 2 5-sided stars. They were precisely the residents of the moonlight Gu and the 2 little light Gu. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his line of sight falling on the bed sheet. There were 3 money bags on the bed sheet. 2 were bulging and 1 was mostly thinned out. Apart from this, there was also a snow-white tusk from the wild boar king. It looked like an elephant's tusk, lying close to Fan Yuan's leg on the bed sheet. Sickly Snake Group had used all their strength to kill the wild boar king, but they met with the lightning wolf pack's attacks, and the majority of the skin and flesh of the wild boar king had been eaten away by the lightning wolves. The 2 snow-white tusks were thus the most valuable spoils of war. According to the clan's rules and regulations, Fan Yuan, being one of the members and killing the wild boar king, received one of the wild boar king's tusks. Fan Yuan looked at these items, his expression was heavy. I don't have much primeval stones left, and it is only enough for 1 fusion. After this fusion, no matter success or failure, my financial condition will drop. But if I don't fuse it now, my primeval stones will only last for 12 or so days, and I will even lose the chance to fuse. Fan Yuan was raising 7 Gu worms, so he had a large financial burden. And because of his C-grade aptitude, he had to repeatedly use the liquor worm to quickly improve his cultivation. Thus, his primeval stone consumption was more than an ordinary Gu master's. Recently, he no longer used primeval stones to recover the primeval essence in his aperture. The red steel C in his body now was all recovered by its natural self-recovery rate. Fan Yuan was already beginning to cut the primeval stone's consumption. He couldn't misuse them after calculating his expenditures. The current situation was like he was about to fall off a cliff. He could only grab onto the wild grass at the side of the cliff to stabilize his body without falling. But as time passed, these lifelines would be continuously used up. If he didn't take any risks, it wouldn't take long for him to fall off the cliff. What he had to do now was to use these lifelines and climb up the cliff with all his strength. If he succeeded, he could seize the opportunity to obtain the family inheritance and ascend to another level, and it would be a whole new scene in front of him. If he lost, he would drop down, and in trying to climb up to this stage again, he would need to spend large amount of time and energy. No matter what happens, let's begin. Fan Yuan took in a deep breath and focused his gaze. White boar Gu, jade skin Gu. The 2 Gu worms followed his will, drilling out of his aperture and floating in front of Fan Yuan. Fuse! Fan Yuan shouted inwardly. White boar Gu and jade skin Gu suddenly emitted dazzling lights and directly bumped into each other. This was a silent bump, but it created a ball of light. The white light was more dazzling than before. This showed that Fan Yuan's 2 consciousness were fusing. Fan Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the white ball of light, taking out primeval stones from the bag and throwing them into the ball of light. The primeval stones were engulfed by the ball of light, and only rock powders remained, scattering on the bed. Each time the ball of light swallowed a primeval stone, its edges would expand a little. The ball of light absorbed the natural primeval essence and became bigger and bigger. Gradually, it changed from the size of a washbowl to a grindstone's size. Almost there. Fan Yuan narrowed his eyes. He decisively threw the wild boar king's snow-white tusk into the ball of light. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would be astonished. The secret recipe of fusing white boar Gu and jade skin Gu to form white jade Gu was well known and circulated for over 1,000 years, but no one had ever heard of adding in a wild boar king's snowy tusk. However, not being used in the past doesn't mean that it won't be in the future. 150 years from now, a goo master would improvise this recipe. He discovered that adding a wild boar's tusk would greatly increase the fusion success rate. Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience. He naturally knew of this trick. The snowy tusk was thrown into the ball of light, and a fantastic transformation happened immediately. The previously dazzling light turned softer. The light that was blindly shooting off everywhere now had a movement pattern to it, naturally changing between light and dark. Under Fan Yuan's gaze, the ball of light slowly shrunk and finally dissipated into the air. Instead of the jade skin goo and white boar goo, there was now a completely new goo worm calmly hovering in front of Fan Yuan. It was like an oval pebble. Its whole body was completely white. This white was not pale like Xian paper and was not milky white like milk, but was a kind of moist white like that of the luster of jade. This was rank 2 white jade goo. Only now did Fan Yuan let out a mouthful of turbid air, his heart relieved. You might think that this process looks simple. It is not. First, the consciousness merging needed multitasking. Drawing a circle with one hand and a square with another is called dual tasking. A lot of people cannot even do this, let alone the highly difficult multitasking. One can only achieve multitasking after years of hard cultivation, suffering through countless defeats and setbacks, and even then one would still need some talent. Fan Yuan could do this so proficiently because of his 500 years of deep experience. Not a hint of his experience was fake or forged. Second, was understanding and knowledge of goo worms. The deeper the goo master's understanding of goo worms, the higher the success rate of fusing. This point, in about 300 years from now, would be a widely recognized knowledge. Thus, the longer you use goo worms, the greater the probability of success in goo fusion. Third, was the correct and original recipe. For example, this time, adding the snowy tusk was like the finishing touch, increasing the success rate by 20%. Its efficiency was extraordinary. Some recipes were widely spread in this world, but there were many recipes which people would collect and weren't circulated. Such as in the Guyu village, the recipe of refining moonlight goo was held by a small number of elders and successive generations of clan leaders. Especially those rank 5 and above recipes. They would be hidden and treasured like their lives. Many goo masters would not spread these recipes until death. But even with these 3 points, there was no absolute guarantee of success. Even a person like Fan Yuan, who had 500 years of memories, plentiful experiences, deep understanding of goo worms, could multitask and knew a lot of recipes, had a possibility of failure when fusing goo worms. One can only say that his failure rate is lower. Fusing goo worms was an evolution of life, a type of creation. It condensed time to the extreme, making the long evolution process bear fruit in an instant. On Earth, only gods could do this. This was no doubt a miracle of life. Goo masters making divine intervention with a mortal body. How could it succeed every time? If it succeeded every time, that would not be human, but God. Chapter 100. White Jade Goo. In the blink of an eye, 10 more days passed. Deep in the mountain, in the underground rock forest. Squeak! Tens of jade-eye stone monkeys jumped in the air with blurred silhouettes. They continued to leap and attacked Fan Yuan aggressively. If it was like before, Fan Yuan would retreat without a doubt. But now, he stood on the spot with a cold expression, still like a rock. The stone monkeys slammed, scratched, and bit Fan Yuan's body, but a crisp ding-ding sound could be heard, as if they were not attacking a person, but a sturdy jade pillar. A bright white jade light covered the area as it attached itself to Fan Yuan's body. This light, although it was thinner than the jade skin goo's jade green glow, it had more than twice of the defensive power. Jade skin goo's defense can only handle up to 16 monkeys' simultaneous attack, but now Fan Yuan could face off against more than 30 monkeys alone. On the arena, I could break Fang Jing's jade skin goo's defense with my bare fists, but if Fang Jing used this white jade goo, even if I broke my wrist bone, I would not be able to penetrate his defenses. Fan Yuan pondered while diverting a part of his thoughts towards his aperture sea. In the red steel primeval sea, the white jade goo sank to the bottom of the sea, constantly absorbing primeval essence. Its surface also emitted a faint white jade glow, like a light bulb. Every time the stone monkeys attacked Fan Yuan, the white jade goo's surface, which resembled an oval pebble, would flash faintly. At the same time, Fan Yuan could feel a trace of his primeval essence being expended. White jade goo's defense is the same type as the jade skin goo, They both require a continuous source of primeval essence. At the same time, the greater the intensity of the attack, the more primeval essence is expended. Fan Yuan concluded in his heart. At the same time, he counterattacked. Punches and kicks kicked up a sandstorm. His strikes were simple, yet brutal and effective with an imposing aura. Although the white boar goo was gone, the strength it gave to Fan Yuan still remained in his body. Endless monkeys were hit by Fan Yuan. Some were kicked away, knocking on the stone pillar. Some were killed in midair, turning into stone and breaking into fragments when they landed on the ground. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, Fan Yuan sent moonblades flying around, like the scythe of the reaper, harvesting the lives of the stone monkeys. With the supply of red steel primeval essence, the rank 1 moonlight goo could cause the greatest attack damage to the monkeys with every hit. Squeak squeak. The stone monkeys screamed in fright, retreating. Fan Yuan had exterminated the stone monkeys in a short moment of counterattack, with only 5 or 6 remaining. Fan Yuan killed another, and the remaining stone monkeys broke down, frantically running around and escaping deep into the stone forest. Fan Yuan did not chase these escapees, but continued forwards deeper into the stone forest. These days he had been working hard to find the next clue for the inheritance. With continuous exploring, he had stepped foot on most of the areas around the stone forest, but did not find anything. He had a hunch, vaguely guessing the flower wine monk's idea. He felt that the next step of the inheritance was likely linked to the most central area of the stone forest. The deeper he got into the forest, the larger the stone pillars were, and the more stone monkeys lived inside them. Fan Yuan walked as he observed. At the center of the stone forest, there was a large stone pillar. Its circumference was wider than tens of men surrounding it and attempting to hug it. This stone pillar was his objective. But the deeper he got, the larger the monkey gangs, and the higher the difficulty. Fan Yuan took a crucial step out and entered the alert zone of a group of monkeys. Squeak squeak squeak. The black caves in the stone pillar had emerging furious jade-eye stone monkeys, and up to 100 jumped in Fan Yuan's direction. Fan Yuan ran for his life. Against so many monkeys, even with the white jade goo, he could not massacre them. The stone monkeys chased Fan Yuan for a while, then some started to abandon the chase and turned around, going back to their caves. Eventually, only 30 or so monkeys trailed after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, seeing the time was right, turned around and fought. After a round of fighting, the last few monkeys ran and escaped, not even daring to return to their original caves. After a few rounds, Fan Yuan killed over 100 stone monkeys. On the road there were traces of broken stones from the corpses of the stone monkeys. Insufficient primeval essence. Fan Yuan inspected his primeval sea and sighed, forced to stop in his tracks. If it was before, he would use his primeval stones to recover swiftly, but now, after fusing the white jade goo, he had a severe lack of primeval stones, or rather his entire finance was on the brink of collapsing. Fan Yuan picked up the jade rock eyeballs and stuffed them into his bag. It should be at the bottom of the center of that rock pillar. But to reach there, I have to open a path. This feeling was getting more intense. Fan Yuan gave it one last look before opening the stone door and returning to the second secret room. At the corner of the hidden room, there were some items. A small bag with hundreds of eyeball jades. Fan Yuan opened the bag and poured his loot in from today. The jade pearls collided with one another, emitting a crisp sound. There was another bag, and wild boar tusks were inside. But now Fan Yuan no longer needed to slaughter wild boars. He used the white boar goo and the jade skin goo to refine the white jade goo. The white boar goo had disappeared, and reduced his necessity for pork to 0. The new white jade goo was more like the jade skin goo, it consumed jade rocks. Jade skin goo needed 2 liang of jade rocks every 10 days. While the white jade goo needed 8 liang of jade rocks every 20 days. Normally speaking, the higher the rank, the longer interval there is for each meal. Rank 2 goo usually feed every half a month, while rank 3 goo feed every month, or longer. Of course, higher ranking goo also consume more food. On average, the white jade goo consumed more in cost than the jade skin goo and the white boar goo combined. But to Fan Yuan, he had this rock forest, and did not lack jade rocks. At the same time he did not need pork, so he did not need to kill wild boars, thus this saved him a lot of trouble and a lot of time. Tying the little bag up, Fan Yuan picked up a bullskin water sack. Inside the water sack, there was golden honey wine inside. A few days ago, Fan Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo and endured the bees' attacks, and gathered enough honey wine. I only have 2.5 primeval stones left. It is time to go to the Internal Affairs Hall and turn in the mission. Fan Yuan kept the water sack well and returned to the tunnel, squeezing out of the rock crack and returning to the outside world. It was sunset now. The golden sunset of winter was in fact not cold, the weather bright and fair. The setting sun emerged with comfortable rays of a red-orange color, the exquisite sunlight passing through the crown of pine trees and shining onto the mountain floor. Walking alone, he headed towards the village. Yet Fan Yuan did not go directly, but took a few reroutes to prevent the rock crack from being found out. Winter wind blew on his face. This was the smell of freedom. Back in the academy, he could only sneak out at night. Now that he was rank 2, he could move about freely in the day without any suspicion. More importantly, the death of Sickly Snake and the others allowed Fan Yuan to move alone with fewer restraints. The only thing is, Fan Yuan was now alone without any supporting group members. The following clan mission, which occurs monthly, he had to complete one at least, and that would be difficult. Now, after the small beast horde, all the groups had regrouped. Fan Yuan had missed the chance. Because of his reputation, Fan Yuan was also ostracized by the Gu masters. Joining other small groups was not going to be easy. So what if I'm left out? The more I float around at the brink, the less attention is on me, and the more advantageous it is for me. As for the clan mission, it is mandatory, so I have to take it. But, thinking of this, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with cold light. He had plans already. The clan mandates that every Gu master had to accept a mission every month, but did not force them to complete it. Being unable to complete the mission will result in falling evaluation. This was something no Gu master wanted to see, thus they did their all to complete the missions. But to Fan Yuan, this evaluation was crap. Walking into the village, there was an endless stream of people walking along the limestone paths of the streets. At this time, it is normally the peak period. Many Gu masters complete their missions with injuries and whatnot, returning to the village. After working for a day, farmers drag their muddy feet and tired bodies, quietly moving along. In this world, living was not easy, it was full of pain and suffering. The setting sun slowly dropped below the mountain top, giving out the last ray of warm light. This light would be diminished by the unevenly crisscrossed branches of the withering trees, becoming the fragments of time scattered upon the green jade walls of bamboo houses. "Oh no, my toy!" a girl cried out, chasing her spinning top among the crowd. The spinning top rolled to Fan Yuan's feet, and the girl also hit Fan Yuan's leg, falling on the ground. Sorry! For offending Lord Gu Master, please pardon us!" The little girl's father hurried over. When he saw Fan Yuan's clothing, his expression was white as paper, bringing the little girl and kneeling down, kowtowing to Fan Yuan. The girl cried out of shock, pearls of tears trailing down her white and rosy face. The walking mortals, upon seeing this scene, turned away and avoided them like the plague. Some Gu masters stared coldly, before turning away and leaving. "Stop crying, you troublemaker!" The father was frightened, angry and afraid, moving his hand to give her a slap, but Fan Yuan grabbed his hand, not allowing any movement. "Just a small matter, no worries." Fan Yuan laughed lightly, touching the little girl's head, softly consoling. "Don't be afraid, it is okay." The girl stopped crying, using her teary eyes to look at Fan Yuan, thinking this big brother was really gentle. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness." The girl's father was overjoyed, kowtowing to Fan Yuan without a break. Fan Yuan continued forward. His rented house was not far away. And on the ground floor of that bamboo house, his uncle Gu Yudong too stood, staring at Fan Yuan, who was still a distance away, evidently waiting for him. Chapter 101. The person is as old as his heart has aged. With his abilities, Gu Yudong too could easily find Fan Yuan's residence. He was wearing the Gu master's uniform, which he rarely wore. He had leg wrappings around his legs and was wearing a red belt around his waist. Everything was neat and clean, and gave off a faint feeling of majesty. He looked at Fan Yuan, who was slowly coming over, and his line of sight fell on the latter's belt. Deep emotions emerged in his heart. Only see great aptitude, but he has already broken to rank 2 at 16, it is truly surprising. I really don't know how he succeeded. However, this quick speed should be mostly attributed to the liquor worm. Pity that liquor worm has no use at rank 2. Following that, he saw the faint smile hanging on Fan Yuan's mouth. This smile made Gu Yudong too's heart chill. Anger rushed through his mind. This kid acts so calm, does he think he has me trapped within his palm? Fan Yuan slowly walked over and stopped in front of Gu Yudong too. He knew the latter was definitely here for him. Sure enough, Gu Yudong too opened his mouth. Fan Yuan, I think we can have a talk. What do you want to talk about? Fan Yuan slightly frowned. Gu Yudong too laughed but then talked of another thing. Do you know, I was the same as you. I became a Gu master when I was 15. It was right at the time of Wolf Tide. There was a large number of casualties and we students also had no choice but to fight. I had great aptitude. I reached rank 2 initial stage at 16, upper stage at 17 and peak stage at 18. When I was 19, I was already beginning my charge to rank 3. At that time, I believed I could be a rank 3 Gu master at 20. Ha, I was too frivolous. I thought I was above everyone else and thought I could accomplish anything. I even thought I was omnipotent. I simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. It was when I was 20. I went out to do a mission and was beaten by a Xiong village's Gu master. I was on the brink of death but fortunately, Medicine Hall's elder personally moved and saved me. But after that event, my aptitude dropped down to C grade. I couldn't recover from this shock for a whole of 8 years. At my 29th birthday, I started to have another look at myself and this world. I discovered that a single person's strength was limited. So what if I had broken through to rank 3? Living in this society, the most important thing is not individual strength, but the connections with others. I began my life anew when I was 30. I stepped down from the front lines when I was 45. 100 Gu masters jointly petitioned to elect me as an elder dozens of times. Even though I only had the cultivation of rank 2 peak stage, I couldn't take that final step but there was also no need. I had already achieved success. Clan members call me as the hidden elder. Most of my peers have already passed away but my life sailed smoothly. I still have influence on many Gu masters. After giving a lengthy report, Gu Yudong too returned to the main topic. He looked at Fan Yuan, his mouth curved up. Fan Yuan, you are too young and inexperienced, just like I was back then. Believing you can accomplish anything and finish everything by yourself. Hee. Gu Yudong too shook his head and continued. But when you gain more experience, you will understand that human is a social animal and not a lone beast. Sometimes we need to lower our heads and take a step back. Being an extremist and arrogant person will only bring isolation and destruction. I believe you have already felt it. No group will take you and everyone is leaving you out. Even if you receive the family inheritance mission, what would that do? As a person who has been left out by everyone, you definitely won't have the chance to finish the task. Give up. Fan Yuan indifferently looked at the middle-aged man, his expression calm. I wonder what expression he will show if he knew I have 500 years of experience. Fan Yuan's eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of smile when he thought this. Actually, his uncle's way of thoughts had been his life's concept for a long period of time in his previous life. Thus, he had created the Bloodwing Demon sect, relying on the system and human emotions to create an enormous influence. 10,000s would come forth with his one call, seizing resources and fighting enemies. However, when he broke through to rank 6, he saw a completely new scene. Gu masters up to rank 5 were mortals but rank 6 were immortals. When he stood at that height and looked at the world, he suddenly comprehended, an enormous influence was indeed a powerful help but at the same time was an enormous burden. No matter which world, there was only one thing which one could truly rely on, that was oneself. Only that such people were usually weak. People couldn't endure loneliness and liked chasing after family love, friendship and romance to fill in their spirit. They indulged in being in a group and were afraid of being alone. When they received setbacks, they would hide in the group, complain to relatives and share with friends. They didn't dare to confront their fears and defeats by themselves. When there was pain, they would be busy sharing it. When there was something good, they would be anxious to boast of it. Gu Yudong too succeeded? No doubt he succeeded. He couldn't walk his original path, so he went in another path and left for a new scene. But at the same time, he was also a failure. He had lowered his head because of one setback. He was no more than a coward, but he was content with his running away. Gu Yudong too didn't know Fan Yuan had already labeled him as a coward. He saw Fan Yuan made no reply, so he thought the latter was absorbed in his speech. He continued, Fan Yuan, I won't beat around the bush, you are not Fan Zheng. If you give up your idea of inheriting the family assets, you will receive my friendship and you can use all my connections. I will also give you 1,000 primeval stones. I know you are hard-pressed for money these days and you are even late in paying the rent by 2 days, right? Fan Yuan indifferently smiled and spoke. Uncle, you don't wear these clothes often, right? Gu Yudong too was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fan Yuan would suddenly talk about this. Fan Yuan was indeed correct. He had already been retired for a long time now. This uniform was usually stored deep in a box. He had worn this uniform especially to meet Fan Yuan today. It was to increase his persuasion and deterrence power. Fan Yuan sighed. He sized up Gu Yudong Tu's clothes and continued. A Gu master's uniform isn't so clean and neat. It would be covered with sweat, mud and blood. It would be in shreds and patches. That is the smell of a Gu master. You are old, uncle. Your great ambitions and aspirations have already disappeared from your youth. These years, you have lived an easy life and it has corrupted your heart. You are vying for the family assets, not for cultivation but to maintain your rich life. With such a mentality, how could you obstruct me? Gu Yudong Tu's face instantly turned ashen, anger surging through his mind. There was always a group of old people in this world. They touted their social experience everywhere. They considered others' dreams as illusions, considered others' passions as frivolous, considered others' persistence as arrogance. They would seek their own existence and superiority by lecturing the later generations. No doubt, Gu Yudong Tu was such a person. He wanted to educate Fan Yuan, but he had never thought that Fan Yuan not only didn't listen to him or yield to him, but would instead lecture him. Fan Yuan! Gu Yudong Tu shouted. I wanted to guide and persuade you with good intentions as your elder, but you don't know what's good from bad. Humph, since you want to go against me, then so be it. I am not afraid to tell you that I already know the contents of your family inheritance mission. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Haha, I really want to see how you will complete this mission. Fan Yuan had a ridiculing smile on his face. There was no need to conceal now. Anyway, they could no longer reconcile, so there was no harm in enjoying Gu Yudong Tu's upcoming wonderful expression. Thereupon, he took out the bullskin water bag and opened it. A fragrance that was specific to honey wine floated out. What do you think is in here? He asked. Gu Yudong Tu turned pale with fright. His mood immediately sank to an all-time low. How can this be? Where did you get this honey wine? He roared. A stunned expression appeared on his face. Fan Yuan ignored him, closed the cap, put the water bag back and walked towards the Internal Affairs Hall. Gu Yudong Tu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, many thoughts surging in his mind. Where did he get the honey wine? I already made sure that as long as he looks for other groups, I would get the news the very first moment. Could he have done this alone? No, that's not possible. He doesn't have a defense Gu worm. Someone definitely helped him. No. The point now is not finding the reason. This kid already has the honey wine. He is going to hand over the mission. Gu Yudong Tu was already panicking as he thought this and no longer had the calm appearance from moments ago. He quickly chased after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, wait, everything can be discussed. Fan Yuan didn't speak and continued to walk. Gu Yudong Tu could only follow beside him. If 1,000 primeval stones won't do, then how about 2,000? No, 2,500. Gu Yudong Tu kept on increasing the offer. Fan Yuan turned a deaf ear to Gu Yudong Tu, instead increasingly having some expectations towards the family assets. On seeing how Gu Yudong Tu was so anxious and was continuously raising the offer, the real family assets should definitely be very good. Gu Yudong Tu was perspiring. He saw Fan Yuan was not moved. His face revealed a fierce look and he threatened. Fan Yuan, think this through clearly. What end will you have if you offend me? Humph, don't blame uncle for being cold-hearted if you miss an arm or a leg in the future. Fan Yuan laughed. This Gu Yudong Tu was really a lamentable person. He was bound by rules and regulations. The water bag was clearly within his reach, but he didn't dare to snatch it. If he didn't even have this much guts, how could he succeed in fighting for the benefits? Riches and danger went together. No matter which world, if you want to obtain something, you need to pay its price. Fan Yuan, you think everything will be well after you get the family assets. You are too young, you don't have a clue about society and its dangers. Gu Yudong Tu snarled by Fan Yuan's ear. Fan Yuan shook his head and ignored him, walking into the Internal Affairs Hall in front of his glaring eyes. Actually, he didn't hate, or even loathe this uncle of his. He had seen a lot of such people and understood this type of people. If Fan Yuan had enough primeval stones to support his cultivation, he wouldn't even fight for the family assets. But what good will giving such insignificant benefits to uncle do? For what reason was he reborn? It was not for this momentary period, but to step to the highest peak. This type of passerby, as long as they didn't interfere with this and only raged from the side, Fan Yuan would disdain to even step on them. But unfortunately, this Gu Yudong too obstructed Fan Yuan's path. Since it was so, then he will stamp on this obstacle and move forward. Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan! Uncle Gu Yudong too watched on as Fan Yuan stepped into the Internal Affairs Hall. His whole body shook and veins bulged up on his forehead. The light of the setting sun shone on his hair, which was already turning white. He was indeed old. When he sustained that injury at the age of 20, he had already aged. Chapter 102. Spring comes after the winter winds. Fan Yuan arrived at the Internal Affairs Hall and turned in the golden honey wine. The middle-aged male Gu master in charge was very surprised. While holding his pen, he asked, "You completed the asset mission already?" "What do you think?" Fan Yuan retorted. The middle-aged male Gu master frowned. This was the mission he chose specifically to make life difficult for Fan Yuan. To think he completed it so quickly. He looked at Fan Yuan, his eyes threatening, saying solemnly, "Young man, answer whatever I ask you. If you do not reply honestly, it will affect your evaluation. Let me ask you, did you complete this mission alone? Say the truth, we will investigate thoroughly." "Of course I finished it myself," Fan Yuan replied. "Good, I will note that down." The middle-aged Gu master recorded while laughing internally, "You're just a newbie, how could you complete it alone? Such a falseful report, the clan would definitely investigate. You will have trouble then." But unexpectedly Fan Yuan continued, "But this situation is slightly peculiar. That day I only went to scout out the area, but to think the bear was digging the beehive. Using that chance, I retrieved this honey wine." "What?" The middle-aged man's pen stopped, raising his head to look at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan shrugged, smiling. "What, did you think I could accomplish this mission alone? To say the truth, this is all thanks to you, finding this mission for me." The middle-aged Gu master was stunned on the spot, a complex and unexplainable feeling in his heart, as he laughed dryly and continued to record in the book. Fan Yuan stared at this man calmly, knowing full well that his extremely difficult asset mission was all thanks to this man. Unfortunately, he had already completed the mission. Even if the clan investigates, Fan Yuan had the appropriate setup already. He could stall Fan Yuan no longer. Even if this matter was handled by him. This is the grief of being in the system. Your status is the chain that restricts your actions. Alright, your mission is complete, you can inherit the family asset already. Except, your asset is all controlled by your uncle and aunt. The Internal Affairs Hall will retrieve it for you, come back in 3 days. After recording, the middle-aged man said. Fan Yuan nodded, he knew this rule, but he stared at the middle-aged man's record paper, saying, "According to the clan rules, the Internal Affairs mission record needs to be confirmed by the accomplisher on the spot. Please let me see this record." The middle-aged man's expression changed. He did not expect Fan Yuan to be so familiar with the process. He snorted lightly while handing the report to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan looked at the record without any problems. A few hundred words with the final evaluation, good. He could immediately see the relationship between Gu Yudong Tu and this Gu master. This evaluation was definitely fair, showing that the middle-aged Gu master did not give up on his work ethics just because of Gu Yudong Tu. The reason he helped Dong Tu was only because of their friendship and the transaction between them. It was the taking money to settle problems for others type of transaction. Giving the report back to the middle-aged Gu master, Fan Yuan left the Internal Affairs Hall. Outside, Gu Yudong Tu was already gone. Fan Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. Gu Yudong Tu's influence was not big enough to affect the Internal Affairs Hall. Even if Gu Yubo the clan leader wanted to do this, he would have to go against the immense pressure from the clan elder circle and pay a huge price in his political career. There was a phrase on earth, called "those who live in the society has to follow its rules." There were rules in the society, and that is a form of system. Those who follow the rules, being anyone's pawn piece, restrict each other, and it is not up to them to control. Unless an individual's strength has reached the point where it can oppose the entire organization, otherwise, joining an organization and wanting to retain freedom was a pointless dream. Borrowing the power of the clan system, Fan Yuan had already affirmed the truth of getting back his assets. Regardless of Gu Yudong Tu or the clan leader, they will not pay the political price for interfering with such a small matter. In the guest hall. "Brother Dong Tu, there is nothing I can do anymore." The middle-aged Gu master sighed, standing in front of Gu Yudong Tuesday. Gu Yudong Tu's face was grim as he remained silent on his seat. Are there really no more methods? Beside him, and fearfully asked in an anxious and indignant tone. The middle-aged man shook his head. The results are set in stone and have entered the Internal Affairs Hall's procedure. Unless the two clan elders in power or the clan leader interferes. Brother Dong Tu, this Internal Affairs Hall's inventory list states clearly the inheritance items and amount. Please return them all and don't make my life difficult. Saying so, he took out the inventory list. The inventory had a ton of records, from expensive items like estates to cheap tables or chairs. Other than that, there were also the Gu worms that Fan Yuan's parents had left behind. After a Gu master dies of battle, their Gu worms would be retrieved as an inheritance for their successor. This was a political move by the clan. Anne took a look at the list, before losing her composure. Damn it, you cannot do this! This is all ours, so yours. Hubby, say something, think of something. Without these assets, what do we have left? Even our servants will be gone by half, we cannot afford it. Slap! Gu Yudong Tu stood up and sent his palm flying towards Aunt, sending her to the ground from her seat. Noisy bitch! Uncle flew into a rage, scolding in an agitated tone. Frog in the well, the clan rules are there, you think you can choose not to return them? Dumb, ignorant! And used her hand to cover her cheeks, beaten into stupidity, lying on the ground in shock, staring at her husband blankly. Humph! Gu Yudong Tu grabbed the inventory list, gritting his teeth, scanning through. His eyes were filled with blood traces as he breathed heavily, saying with hatred, Return! All these things. I will return. Not a thing less. But... His veins popped from his forehead, the muscles on his face twitching, his expression full of ruthlessness. But Fan Yuan, I cannot stop the Internal Affairs Hall, yet I can deal with you. Don't think everything is well and alive now that you have these assets, humph. 3 days later, Fan Yuan walked out from the Internal Affairs Hall with a stack of house and land deeds and sold human contracts in his hands. To think this inheritance is so abundant. He was slightly stunned. Even though Fan Yuan had some estimations, after receiving this asset list, it was way out of his expectations. Over 10 mu of farmland, 8 family servants and 3 bamboo buildings, and a wine tavern. No wonder Uncle was so insistent, thinking of all ways to stop me. Fan Yuan could understand Gu Yudong Tu's actions. With such a large family asset, even in this world, one could live like a king. 10 mu of farmland, 8 family servants, put this aside first. Those 3 bamboo buildings were property assets, even if they were only rented out, every month, the rental amount was enough to support Fan Yuan's current cultivation. Other than that, there is also a wine tavern. Note that there is only 4 wine-selling areas in the entire village. Such an asset, if on Earth, would be equivalent to having several mansions and a hotel. It is an aristocrat life with multiple servants. What's worth mentioning is, this world's living conditions was way more ruthless and difficult, thus the village being the safest location, priced the property assets even more expensively than on Earth. It is said that my Fang family, 3 generations ago, had a clan elder who held power and left much inheritance for his future generations. With these family assets, the 7 Gu worms aside, even if that number doubled, I can still afford them. But the crucial point isn't this. It is this grass Gu. At this point, there was a grass Gu lying quietly in Fan Yuan's palm. It was dainty and delicate, the emerald green roots resembling a ginseng's beard. There were some semi-transparent stolon that was like jadeite. 9 pieces of round-shaped leaves that were jade green covered and reflected each other, forming the shape of a round plate. This was the 9-leaf vitality grass, the healing-type rank 2 Gu worm. If it came to normal healing, it had no difference from the life breath grass. The true value of the 9-leaf vitality grass lay in its leaves. Every one of the leaves torn from it was a vitality leaf. Vitality leaf is also a type of grass Gu. At rank 1, it is an expendable type, disappearing after 1 use. It had another flaw, and that was when a piece of vitality leaf is used to heal injuries, within the next hour, other vitality leaves had no more healing effect on the person. But all in all, it was easy to refine, and instantaneous healing together with the easy feeding of it made it the most popular healing technique among rank 2 Gu masters. Healing Gu master, every group needed one. But in times where multiple Gu masters were injured, what can a single Gu master do? If the healing Gu master was the one who died, or got lost, what happens to the rest? Thus, Gu masters always prepared some healing methods for themselves, and the vitality leaf was the best method. Every Gu master that roamed outside needed to prepare at least one or two. After I refined the 9-leaf vitality grass, every piece of leaf torn out would be a vitality leaf. Using the primeval essence to inject into the grass, I can make it grow new leaves. Thus, this 9-leaf vitality grass can be said to be a moving gold mine. The most important asset of all. Without exception. Having this 9-leaf vitality grass is an avenue of business. In this dangerous world, which Gu master does not get injured on their missions? They have a perpetual need for the vitality leaf. No wonder Gu Yudong Tu was known as the Hidden Elder even after he retired many years ago. He still held great influence outside. So the reason was this 9-leaf vitality grass. Gu masters needed the vitality leaf, and Gu Yudong Tu sold the leaf. With such a relationship, it is no question that his influence remained. Fan Yuan was enlightened. Only in this world are clan relationships raised to such a level, restraining uncle and aunt. If this was Earth, with such a conflict of interest, Fang Jing and I would already have had been killed by them. This is not good. It seems I have some trouble ahead. Uncle and aunt will not let go so easily. But I have already grown up with rank 2 cultivation. If they want to deal with me and also consider the clan regulations, they would be highly restricted. Regardless of what they do, just show me what you've got. Dealing with it as it comes, I will handle them all. Fan Yuan walked on the street, his eyes glimmering in brilliance. A gust of winter wind blew on his face. It was still far from spring, but Fan Yuan knew that spring, start of his new life, had already come. Chapter 103. The larger your ambitions, the smaller the world. The wine tavern wasn't big, but it was in a good location. It was at the eastern side of the village near the eastern gate. The flow of people was the largest at the eastern and northern gates. Thus, the wine tavern's business was pretty good whether it was day or night. Young lord, please take a seat. An old man lowered his head to Fan Yuan. Few waiters wiped the benches and tables with a fawning and flattering smile towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan shook his head. He didn't sit, but walked around the tavern, sizing everything. He thought inwardly. This is my wine tavern. This wine tavern only had one floor, but it had an underground wine cellar. Huge and square black tiles covered the floor. There were 8 square tables. 2 tables were set against the wall and other 6 tables were surrounded by 4 benches. A dark brown, long sales counter could be seen immediately upon entering the wine tavern. There were papers, brush, inkstones and also an abacus on the counter. Behind the counter was the liquor cabinet where all sizes of wine jars were displayed. Some of these were large wine jars of black pottery, and some were small and bright porcelain wine bottles. Fan Yuan was walking around as he wished. The old man and waiters didn't dare to sit, they could only follow close behind. They were restless, the news of the landlord changing was too abrupt. The previous landlord Gu Yudong Tu was cunning as a ghost, he was strict and acrimonious. They were under a lot of pressure. This boy in front of them was actually able to take the wine tavern from Gu Yudong Tu's hands. Such a method of snatching was shocking. So these people's gazes towards Fan Yuan carried unease and fear. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped. It is good. But this store is a bit small. The old man immediately walked forward and bowed to answer. Young lord, we put sheds outside every summer and lay tables and benches. But it is winter now and the wind is biting cold, no one would sit outside even if we put up sheds. So we took them down. Fan Yuan slightly turned. He glanced at this old man. You are the shopkeeper? The old bent his waist even lower and said even more respectfully. I dare not, I dare not. Young lord, this wine tavern is yours, whoever you choose as a shopkeeper is the shopkeeper. Fan Yuan nodded then glanced at the waiters. They all seemed to be competent. If it was on Earth, he would be anxious that this shopkeeper and the waiters would team up and scheme against him, the owner. But in this world, Gu masters were high and mighty, killing mortals would only require a thought. Even if uncle and aunt egged them, these mortals wouldn't dare to go against Fan Yuan. All right, bring the accounting books and bring me a pot of tea. Fan Yuan sat down. Yes, young lord. The shopkeeper and waiters moved hurriedly. There were as much as 16 account books, and every book used bamboo papers which had a light green hue. The bamboo papers were more brittle than Xian paper and were suitable for the damp atmosphere of the southern border. Fan Yuan casually picked up a few books and skimmed over them, asking some questions occasionally. The shopkeeper gave prompt replies. Soon, his forehead was covered with sweat. Fan Yuan had created the Bloodwing Demon sect and taught countless people in his previous life. He was rich in experience, and his eyes were shrewd. Others might be confused and dazzled when they see the account books, but in his eyes, all the doubtful points were as clear as crystal. This wine tavern was the second biggest asset after the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fan Yuan naturally wanted to firmly grasp it. There were only some small problems in the account books which could be attributed to mistakes and negligence. These mortals didn't dare to be presumptuous. However, when Fan Yuan turned to the last page, he saw that this month's income had already been taken by Gu Yudong Tuesday. Young lord, the previous landlord personally took it. We didn't dare to resist, the shopkeeper replied while wiping his sweat. His aged body was already trembling, and his face had become very pale. Fan Yuan was silent. He put down the account books on the table and glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately felt a huge pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. He was scared witless, kneeling on the ground. Seeing the shopkeeper kneeling down, the waiters also astutely knelt down one by one. Fan Yuan calmly sat and turned his gaze towards them. The waiters immediately felt like they were in a world of ice. They couldn't resist Fan Yuan's aura. They were all silent. To these mortals, the wine tavern's work was both stable and safe, the ideal job. They didn't want to lose this job. Fan Yuan stopped upon seeing that his authority had been established. Going too far could end up being detrimental. He slowly spoke. I won't bother about the past matters. I saw that your wages are somewhat low. Waiters' wages will be raised by 20% and the shopkeepers by 40% from now on. Work properly and you will get more benefits. Fan Yuan stood up and walked to the entrance. The group of people kneeling on the ground were stunned for a good while before coming back to their senses. All of their eyes brimmed with tears that flowed down their faces. Thank you, young lord, for your great kindness. Young lord is compassionate. We will definitely work with all our strength. Young lord, you are our benefactor. Please take care. Tearful sounds came from behind. There were also crisp sounds of foreheads smashing on the black tiles from continuous kowtowing. Use might alongside mercy. This was the only way the top controlled its subordinates no matter in which world. Might was the foundation, and under this might, any small kindness would be magnified by countless times. A benefit without might would only give a title of a good Samaritan. But as time passed, people would no longer feel grateful for such kindness, and it would instead result in greed and disaster. But these ways to control people are all unorthodox methods. It would be highly esteemed on earth, but in this world, raising one's own strength is the one true way. No, even on earth, strength is first. Fan Yuan thought of the Scarlet-Red Imperial Ancestor. In those days, the Scarlet-Red Imperial Ancestor had gone through and experienced a trial, and he had come to a conclusion. Political power comes from guns. This was the naked truth. Strength was the foundation of any political power. So-called authority is only an accessory to strength. Actually, not only authority, wealth and beauties were also derivatives of strength. Fan Yuan headed towards the 3 bamboo houses after leaving the wine tavern. These 3 bamboo houses were rented out by uncle and aunt. They were practically full. This world paid attention to more birth. To the ever-growing huge population, the space in the village seemed narrow. The clan had the system of the eldest son inheriting the property. Other sons and daughters would have to rely on their effort. Even if a lot of people relied on clan politics to get a meager split of the family assets and work hard outside, they might not even be able to save enough to buy a bamboo house in their whole life. On one hand, raising gu consumed a lot, and on the other, the village had limited space, so the house prices were very expensive. They could naturally build house outside the village, but that was not safe. Wild beasts and snakes would always roam around and could intrude into the houses. Above all, every time a beast tide occurred, all the houses outside the village would be destroyed. Extending the village was the only way to solve this. But extending meant the area to defend would increase and the village wouldn't be able to defend against beast tide's attacks. Moreover, if the area was big, then it would be difficult to guard against and search for infiltrating gu masters of other villages. Guyu village had extended several times in history but had been devastated by beast tides. After learning from this lesson, the current village size was already the largest. Fan Yuan skimmed through it, and after understanding some situations, he already got the picture. These 3 bamboo houses were operated very well by uncle and aunt. The rent was also customized to get more profits, so he might as well just let it run like that. He calculated that the earnings from these 3 bamboo houses were not as much as the wine tavern, but the difference was not much. The overall situation was much better than Fan Yuan's original expectations. Just the day before yesterday, he was left with nothing and had become so poor that his primeval stones count didn't even reach 5. But now, all of a sudden, he rose to the list of richest people in the clan. The female tenants in these rented houses were all rank 2 female Gu masters in difficulty. After knowing Fan Yuan's identity, their gaze towards him turned amorous. If they could be near to Fan Yuan and get married to him, then they would no longer have to rush about facing danger. Their lives would be smooth and steady. Such a life was what they were pursuing and using all their strength to fight for. That is to say that if Fan Yuan wanted, he could retire and live a rich life now like his uncle used to. With a tap of a finger, many female Gu masters would flock to him. But that is not what I want. Fan Yuan stood at the second floor of the bamboo house, letting female Gu masters' provocative gazes fall upon his body. He frowned as he held the railings and gazed afar. Far away, stretched of green mountains went on continuously, looking like a sleeping giant with the gray-blue sky as its quilt. The endless rivers and boundless earth, when can I move unhindered on them? Amidst the winds of change, dragons and snakes rise from the lands, when can I look down upon all living things? Since rebirth, I have been drifting with the waves like a rootless duckweed. I spared no effort to get the family assets. With this base, I can be said to have become independent and gained my footing. Next would be to unearth the flower wine monk's inheritance and put all my effort in cultivating to rank 3, then I can leave this village and go out to the wide world. Fire burned in Fan Yuan's deep black eyes. Qing Mao Mountain was one of the countless mountains in the southern border. And the southern border was only a corner of this world. Too small, too small. How could such a place sustain his lofty ambitions? Compared to his ambitions, these family assets which others were cracking their brains to obtain, which was a thing of yearning, was as tiny as dust. Big brother, come down, I need to talk to you. At some point in time, Guyu Fangjing had reached the bamboo house. He looked up at Fan Yuan and yelled. Fan Yuan's train of thoughts were broken. He looked down at Fangjing with an indifferent look. The brothers' eyes met. It was silent. Younger brother Fangjing was downstairs and was shrouded by the shadow of another house. He was facing up. His eyebrows were raised and his 2 eyes were flickering with light. Big brother Fan Yuan was upstairs. Sunlight shone on him. His slightly drooping eyes had pupils as dark as night. Similar faces reflected in each other's eyes. As to his little brother's appearance, Fan Yuan wasn't surprised. Fangjing was a weapon of uncle and aunt to fight for family assets. And yet, so what? Fan Yuan looked down at Fangjing, sighing inwardly. A great aptitude, but is nothing more than a pawn, truly insignificant. Scarlet-red imperial ancestor. It's referring to Chairman Mao. Writing his name directly in Chinese texts are taboo, it seems. Chapter 104. Want to buy the liquor worm? Eventually, Fan Yuan did not go downstairs, and his brother did not go up. The two persisted, and the distance between the floors indicated that the distance between the brothers were enlarging. The talk was not smooth. Brother, you are just too much. To think that you are such a person. Downstairs, Fangjing stood, his brows creasing tightly as he screamed. Fan Yuan was not angry, but laughed lightly. Oh, what kind of person am I? Brother! Fangjing sighed deeply. After our parents died, uncle and aunt adopted us. They have the gratitude of raising us. To think that you are so heartless, returning favor with revenge. Big brother, is your heart made of stone? Saying so, Fangjing's tone was slightly trembling. So strange, this inheritance is rightfully mine, what is there to be said about revenge and favor? Fan Yuan retorted unenthusiastically. Fangjing gritted his teeth, acknowledging. Yes. I know, this inheritance is from our parents. But you cannot take them all, you have to at least leave some for aunt and uncle to let them enjoy their life in retirement, right? Doing so, you really are making our hearts bitterly disappointed, you let me look down on you. Pausing, he continued. Did you ever return home to see the living conditions that they are in now? Half the servants at home were already retrenched, they cannot afford it. Brother, how can you be so cruel? Fangjing's eyes were red, clutching his fist, he screamed at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. He knew that uncle and aunt had controlled the assets all these years and must have amassed a huge fortune. Even if this was not so, just with the profits at the end of the month from the wine tavern, they would be able to afford all those servants. They are only pretending to be poor so Fangjing would come and find trouble. Fan Yuan used his gaze to size up Fangjing and said directly, My adorable little brother, if I insist on not returning the assets, what can you do? Although you are 16, you have already acknowledged them as parents, don't forget that. You have lost the rights to the inheritance. I know. Fan Zheng's gaze had a divine light. That's why I am here to challenge you to a written war challenge. On the arena, let's have a match to decide victory. If I win, return a portion of the family asset to mother and father. This world's Gu battles were like the Earth's martial arts competitions. Between clansmen, if they had unresolvable conflict, they could use this method to settle the problem. There were many types of Gu battles: 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, battle of arts, battle of strength, and life and death battle. Of course, Fan Yuan and Fan Jing would not be so serious as to fight to the death if they had a Gu battle. Seeing the brothers' determined expression, Fan Yuan suddenly laughed. It seems that before this, uncle and aunt specifically told you, huh? But as someone who lost to me before, you have such confidence of winning me? Fan Jing squinted, unwillingly thinking of what happened not long ago, the humiliation on the arena. Ever since, every time he thought about it, rage would rise from his heart. This rage was directed towards Fan Yuan as well as himself. He hated himself for being useless, being frantic at the critical moment. As a matter of fact, he had underperformed in that battle. His tempo was taken away by Fan Yuan, and he only thought of using the jade skin Gu at the last moment. In the end, he lost abruptly and very indignantly. Fan Zheng's anger towards himself fueled even more intense indignance. Thus, unavoidably, he had such a thought. If I could redo it, I can definitely perform better and defeat my older brother. Thus, when uncle and aunt complained to him, Fan Jing not only wanted to take back the inheritance for the two of them, but also wanted to fight Fan Yuan again to prove himself. Things are different now, brother. Fan Jing looked at Fan Yuan, his eyes burning with determination, fires blazing around him. Last time, I performed badly and lost to you. This time, I have successfully refined the rank 2 Gu worm moon raiment. You cannot break my defense anymore. Saying so, he emitted a vague light blue fog around his body. The fog enveloped him, and in the mist, it eventually formed into a long floating ribbon. The ribbon looped around his waist and coiled around his two limbs. The middle section of the ribbon drifted above his head, causing Fan Jing to give out a sort of graceful and mysterious magical breath. Indeed, it is the moon raiment. How foolish, revealing your trump card like that. Fan Yuan stood on the stairs, seeing this scene, his gaze twinkled. Moon raiment was a rank 2 Gu worm with defensive properties. Although the defense was slightly lower than the white jade Gu, it could assist others in defending and had greater contribution towards small group fights. With this Gu in his hands, Fan Yuan really could not break Fan Geng's defense with his bare fists. Sending the fist over was like hitting cotton, absolutely losing its kinetic force. Even if he used the Moonlight Gu, he could not break through unless it was the Moonglow Gu. Thus if Fan Jing wanted to fight and invited Fan Yuan to a Gu battle, according to the clan rules he has to accept. Without revealing the white jade Gu, Fan Yuan might really lose. A grade is a grade, and with the clan leader's nurture, Fan Jing is growing rapidly. It could be said that, during the academy phase, Fan Yuan suppressed Fan Zheng. But now he had to admit, Fan Jing was starting to show the brilliance of a genius, and was showing imposing threat to Fan Yuan. But you think I did not expect this? Fan Yuan stared down at his brother, his lips curling. He said to Fan Zheng, "My persistent little brother, of course you can challenge me. But have you gotten the approval of your teammates? If during the battle your group has to go on a mission, how would you choose?" Fan Jing paused. Indeed, he did not think of this. He had to admit, his brother was right. The group had to work together, and if teammates wanted to go on individual operations, they would need to report first. Thus, you might as well go back, find that leader Gu Yuqing Shu of yours, and explain the situation. I'll wait for you guys at the Northern Gates Wine Tavern, Fan Yuan said. Fan Jing hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth. I'll go now, brother. But let me tell you, delay tactics don't work. He came to Gu Yuqing Shu's residence, and the family servant led him in. Gu Yuqing Shu was practicing using his Gu. His body was moving around in the garden's arena stage, extremely agile and fit. Green vine Gu, he lightly said, and from his right palm, a green vine shot out. It was around 15 meters. Qing Shu grabbed the vine and used it as a whip, splitting, coiling and sweeping around. Pow pow pow! The shadow of the whip swept across the floor, sending the concrete on the broken ground flying. Pine needle Gu! He suddenly kept the vine whip, and flipped his long green hair. Immediately, from among the hair pine needles shot out like rain. The pine needles hit the wooden puppet not far away, piercing its entire body and creating close and numerous pinholes. Moonworld Goo! Next, he placed out his left palm, and a green-colored crescent insignia glowed in a bright green light. With a flick of his wrist, the green moon blade was sent flying. Different from the trajectory of a normal moon blade, this green moon blade was more curved. While flying in the air, it traveled in an arc, making it harder for enemies to predict. As expected of the number 1 Goo Master among the rank 2, Senior Qin Shu. With such an attack, I can't even last for 10 breaths. He's really too strong. Fang Jing stared with his mouth wide open, forgetting his original intention in the first place. Oh? Fang Jing, why are you here? The previous mission just ended, you have to rest more, got to keep that balance between work and rest. Gu Qin Shu, upon noticing Fang Jing, kept away his fighting aura and smiled gently. Senior Qin Shu. Fang Jing bowed to him respectfully. This respect was sincerely from his heart. Ever since he joined the group, Fang Jing had been attentively taken care of by Qin Shu, and in Fang Jing's eyes, Qin Shu was like an elder brother. Oh Fang Jing, it seems you have business with me? Qin Shu wiped the sweat off his forehead while going towards Fang Jing with a smile. It's like this. Fang Jing said his intentions, as well as the entire story. Hearing so, Qin Shu's eyebrows slightly rose. The truth is that he had heard a lot about Fang Yuan, and when compared to Fang Jing, he was more interested in Fang Yuan. Might as well meet him for once. Thinking so, Gu Qin Shu nodded. I have something to discuss with your brother as well. In that case, let's go together. Fang Jing was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior. He, no need to thank me, we're in the same group. Qin Shu patted Fang Jing's shoulders. Fang Jing could feel warmth in his heart, his eyes unwillingly turning red. The two got to the tavern. A shop assistant had been expecting them all along, and brought them inside. On a square table by the window, there were several side dishes and 2 wine cups, and a pot of wine. Fang Yuan sat on one side, and when he saw Gu Qin Shu, he smiled and extended his hand. Please sit. Gu Qin Shu nodded to Fang Yuan. He took his seat, then said to Fang Jing, Fang Jing, go take a stroll around, I'll talk with your brother. He was a smart person. Upon seeing only 2 wine cups, he knew that Fang Yuan wanted to have a chat alone. The truth is, he had such intentions as well. Fang Jing acknowledged and left the shop indignantly. I know you, Fang Yuan. Qin Shu smiled, opening the wine pot skillfully, pouring a cup for Fang Yuan and one for himself. You are a very interesting, smart person. Saying so, he raised his cup towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed and raised his cup as well to return the toast. The two drank it in one shot together. Qin Shu poured another for Fang Yuan again, as well as for himself. As he poured, he said, There's no point beating about the bush when talking to a smart person. I'll be open, I want to buy your liquor worm, how much would you sell it? He did not ask Fang Yuan if he was selling it, but asked directly, how much, showing his immense confidence. He was the number 1 rank 2 Gu Master. At a young age, he reached rank 2 peak stage, overpowering the rank 2 upper stage Jishan and Mo Yen. Once he appeared, he took the initiative and poured the wine and toasted Fang Yuan. His confidence together with his gentle smile formed a unique aura. It was not overbearing and forceful, which could make people disgusted, but it made others feel his persistence. His long green hair, and the winter sunlight shining through the window and onto his fair, gently streaked face. This let Fang Yuan subconsciously think of the bright and beautiful radiance of spring. A truly talented person. What a shame, Fang Yuan thought. He was not bothered by Qin Shu's act of taking over the initiative. In fact, Fang Yuan was slightly appreciative of him, and he sighed lightly. Chapter 105. I will lose extremely terribly. Gu Qin Shu was also an orphan like Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. His parents had died in a wolf tide when he was young. He was personally raised by clan leader Gu Yubo. After he was tested to have B-grade aptitude, he received Gu Yubo's personal guidance. His aptitude was outstanding and could be said to be at the top among the B grades. It could even be called false A grade. Gu Yubo had been raising him as a clan leader candidate. Gu Qin Shu had a warm temperament and was amicable. He was highly praised and received well by the clan members. He was also very loyal to the clan. Fang Jing's arrival cut off his hopes of inheriting the clan leader position, but he was instead happy and wholeheartedly took care of Fang Jing. On Earth, Yufei, Wei Jing and Bao Jing were people with such character. Unfortunately, in the Wolf Tide a year later, the northern gate would fall. To block this gap and protect the clan members, he stepped forward. In the end, he forcefully used the rank 3 Gu with his rank 2 cultivation, becoming an impenetrable fortress and successfully defending the village. However, his aperture was destroyed because of this, and he finally turned into a treeman and died. Thus, Gu Yuqingshu had left a profound impression on Fang Yuan. When he saw Fang Yuan sighing, Gu Yuqingshu naturally didn't think that Fang Yuan was looking back on his death and thought Fang Yuan was vexed due to the liquor worm. He smiled. Fang Yuan, you should already be clear on the limits of liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 Gu worm and can only refine rank 1 green copper essence. But you are already a rank 2 Gu master. The liquor worm has no use towards red steel primeval essence. Although you have a wine tavern now and can easily raise the liquor worm, why would you vainly raise something that has no use to you? He switched the thread of discussion. The liquor worm has no use to you, but it is useful to other rank 1 Gu masters. Especially in the awakening ceremony next spring, there will be a new batch of students and the liquor worm will be of great help to them. So you might as well just sell the liquor worm to the clan and contribute to clan's strength. Fang Yuan didn't reply. Qin Shu pondered, guessing Fang Yuan's intention. I understand now. You are reluctant to part with the liquor worm, you even want to fuse it. If I am not wrong, you should be thinking of going the route of the rank 2 white chrysalis, then the rank 3 mist perspiring butterfly fusion route, right? This is the most widespread and also the most practical recipe. The mist perspiring butterfly is a great Gu worm. But the white chrysalis has no ability. This fusion route wouldn't have much value to you. You have C-grade aptitude and now have rank 2 cultivation. White chrysalis doesn't have any ability, and will only squander food, it will be of no help to you. What is the possibility of you reaching rank 3? Even if you succeeded in advancing to rank 3, you will probably be middle-aged by then. Will you raise the useless white chrysalis for tens of years? It will be better to use the expenses of raising white chrysalis on nurturing Gu worms. That is more practical and will be more helpful to you, am I wrong? Liquor worm's true value lies in refining primeval essence and raising a small realm. If you go through this fusion, you will only be treating the liquor worm as a material. Won't that be a pity? All Gu worms had only one ability. For instance, the spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu, but it only had the ability of rebirth. The new Gu worm that comes from fusion usually took an ability from one Gu worm and enhanced it. White Jade Gu, for instance, took the defensive ability of Jade Skin Gu and enhanced it, while losing the White Boar Gu's ability to gain increased strength. That is to say, if someone obtained White Jade Gu, it would only help in defense and couldn't increase the Gu master's strength. Qin Shu was correct, the liquor worm's value was in refining primeval essence and raising its stage by a small realm. To Gu masters, this was another form of increasing their primeval essence reserves while also being an enormous help in nourishing their aperture and increasing their cultivation speed. If one went through white chrysalis, mist perspiring butterfly fusion route, the resulting Gu worms won't have the ability to refine primeval essence, which would truly be a pity. In fact, Flower Wine Monk took this route and refined the mist perspiring butterfly from the liquor worm, using it to enchant women and commit evil acts. After his death, the mist perspiring butterfly continued to degenerate due to not having sufficient food and finally reverted back to liquor worm. Qin Shu's eyes flashed upon seeing the silent Fang Yuan and continued. Actually, our clan has a recipe. This recipe raises liquor worm to rank 2 Moon Harbinger Gu than the rank 3 7 Fragrances liquor worm. 7 Fragrances liquor worm has the ability to refine primeval essence. Fang Yuan, if you don't want to sell the liquor worm, then we could change it to a business transaction. You will sell the liquor worm to the clan, and if the clan can refine it to the 7 Fragrances liquor worm, you will have the right to use it for 5 years. If it fails, the clan will compensate for it. What do you think? Doing this meant the clan will bear all the risks for the fusion. With such a superior condition, others might eagerly agree to it. But Fang Yuan only sneered coldly in his heart. He knew himself. With his 44% C-grade aptitude, advancing to rank 3 was almost impossible. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had stalled at rank 2 for over 100 years before finally and coincidentally obtaining a talent-raising Gu worm and becoming a rank 3 Gu master. 5 years of using rites sounded wonderful, but to Fang Yuan, it was like trying to catch the moon's reflection in water. Gu Yuqingshu had said so because he saw Fang Yuan's ambitions to charge to rank 3, so he intentionally threw this sweet bait to lure Fang Yuan. But he had miscalculated from the start. In Fang Yuan's memories, there was the best recipe for the liquor worm fusion. First was advancing the liquor worm to rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm, then to the rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. Whether it was 4 flavors liquor worm or 7 fragrances liquor worm, both had the ability to refine primeval essence. However, it was not easy to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. First of all, its fusion required 2 liquor worms. Fang Yuan only had 1 currently. Next, the fusion required 4 types of wine, and these 4 wines should be of 4 different flavors: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Let's not talk about the difficulty in purchasing a liquor worm with there being hardly any supply of it in the market. Let's look at these 4 wines first. Spicy wines were the most common. Ordinary white spirit wine were all of this type. For sour wines, you could get bayberry wine and grape wines. Rice wines could fit the sweet wine criteria. But as for the bitter wines, it needed some thinking to be done. From what Fang Yuan knew, there was a type of green bitter wine which was brewed by using AI grass. Unfortunately, the AI village was immeasurably far away. How would he obtain it? Fang Yuan had detained the liquor worm not because he wanted to wait and sell it for a high price. Rather, Fang Yuan had all along wanted to go through this fusion route. Using any other fusion routes could be counted as ruining the liquor worm. How could Gu Yuqingshu know what Fang Yuan had in mind? Seeing Fang Yuan not making any moves to agree at all, he threw his trump card. Fang Yuan, if you sell the liquor worm, I can mediate between you and Fang Jing. At least, he won't use the family assets to challenge you to a Gu battle. You also know the clan rules. The challenge must be accepted. Even if the Gu battle request is not approved by the higher-ups, it must first be accepted. Even if you are sure of your defeat and don't want to go to the arena, directly throwing in the towel, you still need to accept the challenge. This world promoted martial spirit. Clans didn't need cowards. If there was a challenge, Gu masters must accept them. Accepting the challenge proves that you are not a coward. Even if you admit your defeat in front of the public, that too would be a conduct of courage. Under the oppression of the ruthless environment, this had automatically turned and formed into a system of values. The clan's higher-ups would arbitrate according to the results of the Gu battles and resolve any problems and disputes. The premise of a Gu battle was to have a reason. The challenger should be in the right and the challenge should be reasonable, or the two parties could both make an agreement similar to betting. Only then would the Gu battle be approved. Fang Jing's Gu battle request is reasonable and fair. It will be approved. If this happens, no matter the result, whether loss or win will be judged by the elders. Who do you think the elders will side with between you and Fang Zheng? Qing Shu's smile became bigger. He looked at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze and continued to add pressure. Fang Yuan, if you win, you will simply have to part with a tiny bit less of the family assets. But if you sell the liquor worm to the clan, you will be contributing to the clan. The clan will remember you. I can also guarantee that Fang Jing would never challenge you on the basis of family assets. The implication was that Fang Jing could still challenge Fang Yuan with different reasons. This was one of the things Gu Yuqingshu and Gu Yubo would be happy to see. They hoped Fang Jing would defeat Fang Yuan and break the shadow in his heart to build up his self-confidence. Fang Yuan suddenly smiled. He had been listening to Gu Yuqingshu's chatters from the beginning. And now, he finally spoke. You think I will lose if we fight? Fang Yuan asked Qin Shu. Qin Shu also smiled. Fights are full of variations. No one can foretell what might happen. However, I need to remind you, Fang Jing has already refined the rank 2 Moonveil Gu. You won't have much of an advantage. Ha! Fang Yuan shook his head, and the smile on his face became bigger. I will lose, I definitely lose. Qin Shu stared blankly. Fang Yuan stared into his eyes and continued. Not only will I lose, I will even lose very miserably. I will hand over all my parents' inheritance, and from then on I will sleep on the street and wander about begging in the village. You! Gu Yuqingshu was smart. He understood Fang Yuan's true intentions. His expression became grave. No longer was it confident and graceful. Fang Yuan's words were a bare threat. Fang Jing was being raised as the next clan leader. If it was made known that he had recognized others as his parents, used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his big brother, snatching the inheritance, then there would be a devastating damage to his reputation. Even on Earth, a person who did this would be shamed and disdained by people. Let alone in this world where the values of family love was raised to a whole new level. It wouldn't be anything if Fang Jing wanted to become a devil. But he was going to become a clan leader, a leader of the righteous path, and that meant he needed to uphold virtue and cherish it. For a moment, Gu Yuqingshu looked dazedly at Fan Yuan. He discovered that despite hearing a lot about Fan Yuan, he had still underestimated the latter. The dominance that he built up from his many sentences since the moment they met had now crumbled with a bang. Fan Yuan hit the nail on the head, directly indicating the main part to Gu Yuqingshu. If it was another person, Fan Yuan would have spoken differently. But Gu Yuqingshu was someone who had extreme loyalty to the clan, and in Fan Yuan's previous life, he would rather sacrifice himself to protect the clan. Thus, he had no choice but to worry because of Fan Yuan's threat. However, he quickly calmed down, his eyes staring at Fan Yuan as he spoke between clenched teeth. But you won't do this. Because the inheritance has been your goal all along, how will you cultivate if you give up the inheritance? Fan Yuan wasn't afraid. He met Qingshu's gaze, his lips curled up in a smile. That's why I believe you will give up the notion of buying the liquor worm and also persuade Fang Jing to not challenge me. Am I wrong? Others might not be able to persuade Fang Jing, but Gu Yuqingshu had this capability. Fan Yuan had no doubt on this. The situation was in a deadlock. After a moment, Gu Yuqingshu lowered his eyes. He stared at the wine cup in his hand for a while and suddenly laughed. Interesting, we will do just that. His tone carried a hint of melancholy. Yu Fei. General. Wei Jingtang, politician and historian, notorious as a critic, editor of history of the Sui dynasty. Bao Jing. Northern Song official renowned for his honesty. Chapter 106. Half his life savings gone to dust, only his vitality remains for eternity. A day later. On the futon, Fan Yuan sat cross-legged. A large face-sized white light was an arm's distance from his face, silently floating. Fan Yuan took out piece after piece of primeval stones from his money bag and threw them into the light ball. The white light contracted, but became more eye-piercing. When it shrunk to a fist size, the white light was glaring, and Fan Yuan could only squint his eyes to observe it. Probably the last piece. Fan Yuan played around with the primeval stone in his hand, knowing that the critical moment was here. He tossed the primeval stone into the light ball. He could vaguely see the primeval stone floating around in the light ball, like snow dropping into boiling water, constantly melting away. A large amount of rock powder fell on the ground. The primeval stone vanished, and the light ball exploded. With a bam, the 3 goo worms flew in 3 directions. One fell on the bed, while the other 2 flew to the walls, and then dropped to the ground. Refining the moonglow goo had failed. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He quickly moved his finger, calling back his goo worms. The moonlight goo and little light goo wavered their way to Fan Yuan as they floated around, slowly landing in his palm, but the other little light goo had no response. It laid on the ground, its milky white 5-star-shaped body gradually dissipating into the air. After a few breaths' time, it had completely vanished with no lingering traces. This was the price of a failed fusion. According to the different fusing recipes, the goo worm might get injured as a result, or when unlucky, might even die. Even with his rich experience, adding on to the fact that Fan Yuan could multitask and had the right recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fan Yuan was not upset. He had seen such an event many times. He had already performed to his best, and if the result still failed, it could only be attributed to luck. Luckily, it was not the moonlight goo that died, but the little light goo. I can just buy another one from the shop, it is easy to replenish. If the moonlight goo died, it would not be easy trying to get another one. He had lots of cash now, even if one little light goo died, he could just purchase another one. Next, he inspected the moonlight goo and the remaining little light goo. On the surface of both goo, it was slightly dimmer than usual. This was the result of an injured goo due to fusion failure. Once a goo worm gets injured, the chances of a successful fusion would drop drastically. I have to wait for them to recover before I continue trying. Fan Yuan knew that haste does not bring success, and quickly kept the 2 goo. He estimated the time. Around at least 3 days later would he be able to perform another try. Cultivation did not end there. Fan Yuan opened his right palm. His left hand was pale, and on his palm, there was a green insignia with a grass pattern, like a dark green tattoo. Fan Yuan's thought moved, and the primeval essence in his aperture began to move, like light red fog flowing towards the insignia on his left arm. The green insignia was instantly brought alive. From Fan Yuan's palm, the tip of the grass emerged, followed by the round leaves of 9 dark green leaves, lastly followed by the jade-green transparent stem. As for the roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the original dark green tattoo was gone, only leaving behind traces of dark green lines. It represented the intertwining of the grass with Fan Yuan's palm. It was the rank 2 grass gu, 9-leaf vitality grass. Right now, Fan Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and a 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on top of it, like the exquisite art made of jade stone carvings. Fan Yuan stretched out his right hand's finger and plucked the leaves. With every piece of round leaf that he plucked, Fan Yuan could feel a slight pain himself, like the feeling of pulling his hair. After the 9 pieces were plucked and placed at the bedside by Fan Yuan, there was only the bare stem of the 9-leaf vitality grass left on his palm. Fan Yuan continued to deploy his primeval essence. The light red-colored rank 2 primeval essence continued to rise from his palm like a cloud of mist, and covered the jade-green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and eventually a bud started to grow from deep within the stem. This budding was pinkish-green, small, delicate and very fragile, breaking upon contact. Fan Yuan continued to use his primeval essence, and the bud grew bigger, its color deepening. Eventually it grew into a piece of dark green color, a completely mature leaf. I used up 20% of my primeval essence. Fan Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded. He only had 44% primeval essence in his sea. That meant that he could only create 2 vitality leaves at one go. After creating another piece, Fan Yuan grabbed a piece of primeval stone and rapidly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When the primeval essence rose to 40%, he nurtured the vitality leaf again. Rinsing and repeating like this after half a day, he had finally made the 9-leaf vitality grass grow back to 9 full leaves. He did not pluck the leaves this time, but with a thought, kept the 9-leaf vitality grass back into his left palm, turning it back into a green insignia. He took the leaves that he plucked and placed them into a small bag, bringing it with him. A piece of vitality leaf was a rank 1 gu worm, each worth around 50 primeval stones in the market. This meant that with just these 9 leaves, it could allow Fan Yuan to earn 450 primeval stones. Of course, he incurred costs in creating them, but excluding costs, he still profited around 400 primeval stones. Among all of the family assets, the most valuable one was no doubt this 9-leaf vitality grass. Owning it was tantamount to owning a gold mine. And this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage too: it was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive, thus there was virtually no cost in raising it. To Fan Yuan, he could give up all the other family assets, but for this 9-leaf vitality grass, he needed to grasp it firmly in his hands. Of course, this type of 9-leaf vitality grass gu was not owned by Fan Yuan alone. In the village, others held this grass gu as well. In fact, there were 5 9-leaf vitality grass gu that was collective property owned by the clan. Every day there were specialized gu masters whose missions were to create large numbers of vitality leaves. To Fan Yuan, this is a good thing. If he alone had the 9-leaf vitality grass, the clan would definitely strike and buy this grass gu by force. Just like how Gu Yuqing Shu represented the clan and came to buy his liquor worm. Precious gu like liquor worm, black and white boar gu and the 9-leaf vitality grass, the clan higher-ups all wanted to control it and make it useful for the whole clan. 3 days later, a light ball under Fan Yuan's supervision suddenly exploded, and a new gu worm floated in midair slowly. It was sparkling and translucent, bent like a crescent, resembling a piece of water-blue crystal. In a nutshell, it was like the moonlight gu that was enlarged in size by twofold. Yet it was not the moonlight gu, but the higher-ranking rank 2 moonglow gu. This time, Fan Yuan's fusion succeeded. The moonglow gu is made by fusing a moonlight gu and 2 little light gu. A little light gu can raise the power of the moon blade by 100%, but 2 little light gus still raised its power by 100%. This boost was not additive. But the refined rank 2 moonglow gu, its attack power reached 3 times of the moonlight gu. Actually, there are many different recipes to refine the moonlight gu, and it has many advancement paths. Fan Yuan took this path to raise the moonblade's attack power to the limit. The attacking range remained unchanged, it still had a scope of 10 meters. There was a route, using the moonlight gu and the stone scar gu to perform fusion. The result would be the moon scar gu. Its attack power remained unchanged, but the range doubled, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, which was using the moonlight gu with the whirlwind gu to fuse, creating the moonwhirl gu. Using it, the moon blade turns from blue to green, and at the same time its attack trajectory becomes curved. Gu Yu Qingshu took this path. As for Gu Yu Fanjing, he used the Moonlight Gu and Jade Skin Gu to create the Moon Raiment. This was a rare root and had an upper limit of rank 5, becoming the Moonlight Treasure King Gu. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean it was definitely possible to create a rank 5 Gu worm. Many rank 5 Gu masters did not have a single rank 5 Gu in their possession. What causes this awkward situation is not a lack of ingredients, but the success rate. Gu fusion was not a 100% success rate. The higher the ranking of the Gu worm you are trying to refine, the lower the success rate. In his previous life, Fan Yuan's spring-autumn cicada had a success rate of less than 1%, and it failed countless times. Sometimes, he was lucky and less Gu worms died, other times, all the Gu worms died together. To refine the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada, it needed all rank 5 Gu worms. Once these Gu worms die, all of Fan Yuan's hard work and accumulation would go up into smoke, becoming an illusion. Fan Yuan failed countless times and started over many times, fusing once again and collecting Gu worms and special ingredients all over again. Eventually, he caused too much of a commotion and incurred a public outrage, causing the will of the people to become disorganized, and many deaths forming seas of blood and floating corpses. He was lucky though, as he finally succeeded and obtained the spring-autumn cicada. But once he obtained this rank 6 Gu, all the righteous cultivators who were eyeing his Gu all along came to attack, and before he even got a chance to familiarize himself with the Gu, he suicided. Thousands of millions of years, it was because of this disgusting failure rate that caused many high-ranking Gu masters to waste their efforts, and go back to square one. The only way was to slightly curb this failure rate. And that is Vital Gu. No matter the fusion result, failure or success, the Vital Gu never dies. At most it gets injured. Why? Many people guess that it was because the Vital Gu is the Gu Master's first Gu worm and is linked to the Gu Master's life, forming a mystical relationship and connection. As long as the Gu Master is alive, if the Vital Gu's fusion fails, at most it would be almost dead. Of course, the other Gu worms used in the fusion had a possibility of death. Even so, a portion of the Gu Master's fruits and labor can be preserved and accumulated. The Vital Gu is the Gu Master's greatest fortune and fallback. Whatever the Vital Gu is, it can to a large extent affect the Gu Master's development path. Conversely, Gu Masters also find new recipes aggressively to raise the level of their Vital Gu. Some rank 2 and rank 3 garbage recipes, to Gu Masters, it worsened their future prospects. When Fan Yuan found that the spring-autumn cicada had become his Vital Gu, why was he so happy? This was why. The spring-autumn cicada was an extremely rare Gu worm, allowing others to rebirth. It was a heaven-defying ability. No matter how it is refined, it will not die. If this was Fan Yuan's previous life where the spring-autumn cicada was not his Vital Gu, if he continued refining, it could potentially die. Spring-autumn cicada was rank 6, something many Gu masters would never be able to reach in their lifetime. An extremely large number of Gu masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe, and are still desperately searching. Spring-autumn cicada, although unable to be used to its full potential by the current Fan Yuan, was still his greatest treasure. The flower wine monk's inheritance compared to this was a difference between heaven and earth. Chapter 107. Skillfully earning primeval stones, ill-intent customers come to wreak havoc. The cold snow came to an end, and spring wind took its place. Without realizing it, winter had already passed, and the days of spring arrived. The frozen mountain creek began to flow again. The ice cones under the eaves of bamboo buildings and trees were sparkling and translucent, dripping water in the sunlight. In the morning, the wine tavern was quite empty, there were not many drinkers. Fan Yuan sat inside at the seat near the window. According to his request, the surrounding was covered by wooden plank screens, creating a small room for him. A gust of wind blew in from the window, and the fresh and fragrant smell of the earth was wedged between the air, letting people who smelled it feel carefree and pleased. Jianya sat opposite Fan Yuan, his face full of smiles. "These are the primeval stones this time, please confirm it." He took out 4 money bags, placing them on the table and pushing it towards Fan Yuan. What was inside the money bag was naturally primeval stones. Fan Yuan did not open them one by one, but checked their weight by holding them in his hand. He had over 100 years of experience making deals and transactions, so he could easily tell the number of primeval stones in his hands. One less and he could immediately tell. This was nothing special, to be honest. On Earth, there was an oil seller who placed a coin on the bottleneck and dripped oil inside, where the oil dripped in a line and entered the bottle through the tiny hole without any spillage. There was another divine shooter who could shoot tree leaves at 100% accuracy from 100 meters away. There was also a butcher who worked for many years, using his hands to check the weight. He could tell their exact weight, and when scaled, was exactly as he said. How to train such a skill? Nothing else but practice makes perfect. Accumulation of experience, when enough, can stir up a miracle. After his rebirth, this kind of experience was naturally brought over as well. Fan Yuan used his hand to check, and on finding no problems, he then took out a small cloth bag and gave it to Jianya. Jianya received it with both hands and opened the bag, checking the quantity carefully. Although Fan Yuan had 9 vitality leaves in his possession, he did not plan to sell it himself. If it was Gu Yudong too, he would rather do this to sustain his social relationships and increase his influence. But Fan Yuan was reluctant to do this. It wasted too much time and effort. Thus, he sold them all to Jianya, who was a shop owner, so Jianya could sell the rank 1 healing grass Gu to the clansmen. Jianya is Jiang He's brother, and when Fan Yuan was searching for the liquor worm, they met before. His brother was even Fan Yuan's half-alliance mate, thus, having him take over the transaction and sell to the clan, was a reliable method. 1, 2, 3. 9. Indeed, it is 9 vitality leaves. Jianya counted 3 times before closing the bag and carefully keeping the bag close to his body. Next, he raised his cup, toasting to Fan Yuan. Lord Fan Yuan, happy doing business with you, let me toast you. His gaze towards Fan Yuan carried deep admiration, even turning into a hint of jealousy. A year ago, when it was also spring. The first time he met Fan Yuan, the latter was still a student at the academy, not even having the rights to wear the Gu Master's battle attire. But now, Fan Yuan was not only wearing battle attire, his belt was also red color, and a square steel piece in the center of the belt, a rank 2 Gu Master. However, he himself was still a rank 1, carrying a green-colored belt. Never mind that, what made him jealous was, after getting the inheritance, Fan Yuan turned from a pauper into a tycoon. He owned the wine tavern, bamboo buildings as well as the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was all fortune that Jianya would never be able to earn throughout his lifetime. But Jianya did not dare to show his deep emotion of jealousy. Fan Yuan sold the vitality leaves to him and allowed him to earn the difference in price. Fan Yuan is already his money tree, and Jianya no longer dared to offend this junior. Sigh, comparing among people is odious. Jianya held the cup, his face was full of smiles, but in his heart, he was sighing deeply. Fan Yuan raised his cup and drank it in one shot. Jianya's expression, although secretive, with Fan Yuan's old fox wits, how could he not tell? Fan Yuan did not put it to heart, for if Jianya was not jealous, it showed that he had much greater heart, and that would make Fan Yuan think more highly of him. But he stared at Fan Yuan's small fortune and got jealous. This showed how little his world was, insignificant. Drinking with him was solely because he still had some value to exploit. Jianya put down the cup, excitedly saying, "The clan's vitality leaves are sold at 55 primeval stones apiece. I followed your instructions and only sold our grass Gu at 50 primeval stones, and the demand is overwhelming. Lord, why don't you make more leaves daily, that way we can earn much more?" Fan Yuan listened and slowly shook his head, rejecting outright. "No, creating 9 leaves is already my limit, it is already wasting much of my cultivating time." This was the difference between Fan Yuan and a mere frog like Jianya. In Fan Yuan's perspective, primeval stones were just a cultivating resource, a tool. It is all for his cultivating needs. However, Jianya treated primeval stones as his life goal, thus he cultivates in order to earn more primeval stones. But even if Fan Yuan only made 9 leaves a day, he could earn 400 primeval stones daily, and with the accumulation, the fortune in his hands also grew to an amazing level. Seeing Fan Yuan's rejection, Jianya did not dare to push his luck, only moving his lips in pity, then continuing to pour wine for Fan Yuan enthusiastically, and then for himself. "Indeed," he exclaimed, "Lord has such great fortune, you do not have to waste time and effort daily. In my opinion, why does Lord have to stay in that poor old rented flat? Why don't you empty out a bamboo building and stay there yourself? Then marrying a beautiful wife, and having 7 or 8 family servants to take care of you. That is truly the dream life." Hee hee. Fan Yuan laughed lightly, not saying anything. How could a farmer understand the ambitions of the conqueror? He turned around, looking outside the window. House after house, the bamboo roofs had remnant snow, bathing under the bright and beautiful light of spring. Far away was a willow tree, the branches of yellow-green soft leaves rolling down, gently swishing in the soft spring breeze. Fan Yuan's gaze was slightly blank as he thought about his current predicament. After solving the problem of Fangjing, the family asset could be said to be in the bag. The white jade goo and moonglow goo were successfully refined. He now covered attack and defense. What came next was the liquor worm. But the liquor worm was troublesome. To refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, he needed a second liquor worm, as well as sweet, sour, bitter and spicy, 4 types of wine. These things, he had no idea where to get. I definitely have to refine the liquor worm. Without it, my progress will be slower by at least half. But to refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, I will need to wait for the caravan and borrow that chance to showcase my white jade goo. That way, I can show off my true fighting strength and stop hiding my abilities. Fan Yuan had the moonglow goo and the white jade goo. Together with his 500 years of combat experience, he was stronger than most rank 2 goo masters. Slightly famous group leaders like Sickly Snake Jiao San, if fighting one-on-one with Fan Yuan, might not be his match. But against Qishan, Mo Yen and Qin Shu, Fan Yuan was still weaker. One was insufficient cultivation level. Fan Yuan was only a rank 2 initial stage, but they were upper or even peak stage. Next was the lack of strong goo worms. Fan Yuan only had 2 battle goo worms, but they all had at least 3 and even hidden trump cards. Among the same age group, Fangjing, Mo Bei and Qiqing were already showing their dominance, no doubt. Especially Fangjing, now that he had obtained the rank 2 moon raiment, he already has the ability to fight with Fan Yuan. As time passes, his cultivation level will get higher and eventually he will leave Fan Yuan in the dust. Unless Fan Yuan can fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm and maintain the same cultivating speed as Fangjing. As for the higher ranks, those rank 3 or rank 4 goo masters. To Fan Yuan, battle results aside, even keeping his life is a difficult thing, not to mention challenging a higher rank. Transcending rank was very difficult. One was that Fan Yuan did not have trump cards, and 2, he does not have talent. Even with his rich fighting experience, a woman cannot cook without rice. Without a strong goo worm, his experience cannot display their worth. If I can successfully fuse the 4-flavor liquor worm, my cultivating speed will be satisfactory. But I also have to replenish my goo worms. Defense I have white jade goo, offense I have moonglow goo, healing I have 9-leaf vitality grass, but I need a movement type and recon type goo. These 2, although are support types, they can cover up my weakness and at least triple-fold my fighting strength. Fan Yuan pondered. He did not need to learn step by step. With his rich life experience, he already knew the direction to take. Beside him, Jiangya's voice came. I heard recently someone is finding trouble with you, Lord. Purposely finding trouble at your bamboo building and wine tavern? Fan Yuan frowned. His train of thoughts were broken. But Jiangya was right. Fan Yuan had investigated. This was his uncle Guyu Dongtu's act. After Guyu Qinshu warned his uncle, he did not dare to use Fangjing to instigate trouble anymore. But after waiting for a while, the indignance and anger in his heart rose, and using his relationships, he got a few goo masters to find trouble at Fan Yuan's places. People who do business hate these kinds of problems. Thus, recently, he had been finding time to look after the locations. Owner, someone is finding trouble again. At this time, a clerk carried a scared expression and walked towards Fan Yuan. Oh? Fan Yuan's brows raised, not expecting to encounter this immediately. Not waiting for Fan Yuan to react, Jiangya stood up abruptly, eagerly saying, Wait a moment, Lord, let me go see. He walked out of the partition and came back almost immediately. It is Guyu Manshur. Jiangya's expression was pale, suppressing his voice. His gaze revealed shock and worry. Guyu Manshur? Fan Yuan did things carefully and knew the importance of information. During this period, he had gotten the information of all the rank 2 goo masters in the clan, and memorized most of them. Guyu Manshur is a slightly famous goo master, specializing in defense and having a great strength, being the Manshur group's leader. In terms of fame, he was higher than Jiao San by a little. Bam! Smashing sound came from outside. Thereafter, a coarse and arrogant voice resounded. Blah, what sort of wine is this? Tastes like horseshit, you dare sell this to me? Humph. Fan Yuan's gaze shone with cold light as he stood up. Chapter 108. That pair of eyes! Jiangya saw that Fan Yuan intended to go out, and hurriedly stopped him. Lord Fan Yuan, a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. This man sure is very strong, one of the few people who managed to escape for their lives from Bai Ningbing. He cannot be underestimated. Using his loss as a glorious fame, what fear is there for these kinds of people? Fan Yuan laughed lightly, stretching his hand to put it on Jiangya's shoulder. Just sit here and drink away. Lord. Jiangya was about to urge again, but he met with Fan Yuan's icy gaze. The chilliness in Fan Yuan's eyes caused his heart to stop. He was tongue-tied, helplessly sitting on the chair again while Fan Yuan took a few strides and left the partitioned room, walking towards the main hall. He saw that at the center on a square table, a rank 2 Gu master had one foot stepping on a stool while another stepping on the table. His body was slightly short, but his arms and waist were thick. With a thick black beard, extending downwards from his cheeks to meet at his chin, his body emitted a strong aura of ferociousness. The ground near him had broken wine pot fragments, and most of the liquor had seeped into the ground along the concrete cracks on the floor. Only 2 or 3 puddles of wine accumulated on the surface, or in the broken pots. The shopkeeper old man bowed his head low as he apologized in trepidation. Lord, please be appeased. If this wine is not to your satisfaction, the shop will give you another brew free of charge. Humph, I don't want wine. Your wine tastes like shit. Why are you opening a shop? Compensation, I must be compensated. My good mood was ruined by you guys. You have to compensate me at least 500 primeval stones. Manshur demanded a ridiculous amount. This is the 3rd time already. It seems this wine tavern has offended some people. Sigh, let's not drink here anymore. Quick, go, when Gu masters fight, we mortals suffer. The surrounding people frantically left their seats. Only a few Gu masters remained and continued their chat. I heard this tavern is opened by Fan Yuan. Who is it that is finding fault with him? Oh. The one whose parents died and inherited their fortune, the lad who got rich overnight. No wonder people are doing this. Even if it is me, I'd be jealous. Just think, we fight for our lives out there for these fortunes to live a stable life. But Fan Yuan is merely a newbie. What rights does he have to obtain these things? That's right, even if his ancestors are taking care of their future generations, times have changed. The clan's resources are limited. Everyone can only get a small piece of the pie. How can he, a C-grade talent, enjoy such fortune at this age? Preposterous. Is Manshur trying to anger him into a duel? If they had a Gu fight, he might be able to get a piece of the pie. Someone shook his head. Hey, you think those clan elders are fools? Someone nodded. Could be true. The clan policies are there, haven't you guys understood from all these years? To a degree, they allow us to compete. The strong should get more resources, isn't that right? If the weak cannot protect their assets, they would have to give it up. It is all for the clan's prosperity. Makes sense. Let's see first. There's something going on here. I heard that Manshur has a retired elder behind him. Someone suppressed his voice and said, Who dares to leave? All of you stand there, no one is to leave. On the table, Manshur suddenly shouted. Those mortal drinkers were already at the doorstep, but did not dare to disobey. They all stood at the spot in horror. Some of the pedestrians found that there was drama going on and they went to the doorstep, stopping to watch the show. Purely here to find trouble. Fan Yuan, upon seeing this scene, his face was emotionless, but his eyes glinted with cold light. Manshur saw him. Oh? You are that Fan Yuan, right? Junior, your wine tavern is cheating my money with your horrible wine. However, since you are a newbie, I'll give you a chance to repent and apologize in public. If not, others will say that I, Manshur, is bullying a junior with my status. Ha! Manshur laughed loudly. As long as you apologize and bow to me, this matter will be over. I walk my talk, I will do as I promised. He patted his chest in thunderous volume, showing an air of magnanimity, but his intention could not lie to the surrounding Gu masters. What a bastard move! That's right, if Fan Yuan apologized, he would no longer be able to raise his head, and anyone would come over and step on him and bully his weakness. But if he does not apologize, that is disrespecting a senior, and with such an attitude, the entire community will keep him away. Yeah, he's stuck with 2 difficult decisions. Oh my, what the fuck? The Gu masters whispered, but suddenly someone's mouth went wide open, able to swallow a duck's egg. The remaining Gu masters were in a similar state. Some stared until their eyeballs almost fell out. Some choked and spilled out the wine in their mouths. Some stared in utter disbelief, like statues. They were here to watch a show, an enjoyable show. In the end, Fan Yuan not only satisfied their wish, but also gave them a great surprise. The young man instantly flicked his wrist and shot a moon blade out. Pew! The moon blade of the Moonglow Gu. The eerie blue crescent fang flew in the air, as large as a face. Trailing along a square desk, it was quickly cut like tofu into two halves. Eh? Mansher's laughter stood, his pupils dilated as the moon blade became increasingly larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie blue moon blade was already near his face, showing every single strand of his mustache with its glow. Facing strong feelings of death, at the very last moment, Mansher screamed out in panic. Monolith Gu! Immediately, his entire body had a deep gray light. His skin turned and became rock skin. But before it had fully grown, the moon blade had already hit his chest. With a light sound, the rock skin tore open and Mansher's chest became a large diagonal injury. Blood spilled and poured out of his large wound. Ah! Intense pain rushed through his nerves as Mansher shouted out in horror, his voice full of disbelief and shock. He had never expected Fan Yuan to attack immediately without a single word. He dared to attack. In the village, directly using a Gu worm and attacking a clansman? Not to say Mansher, even the onlookers showed utter disbelief, and were lost for words. What situation is this? Is this lad crazy? Not saying a word and immediately going for a fatal attack. Isn't he afraid of killing Mansher and being arrested by the punishment hall, paying for his crimes? Young men are way too rash. Did you guys see that moonblade? It is definitely not the Moonlight Gu but the Moonglow Gu. To think Fan Yuan succeeded in his fusion already. Fan Yuan, what are you doing? Mansher stood on the square table, tearing his throat and screaming in a thunderous volume with a face full of ruthlessness. His entire body's muscles bulged, growing into rock skin at a deeper intensity. The injury was also covered by the rock skin, but large amount of blood still poured out, although less of a fountain. Fan Yuan's face was calm as he continued his walk. He did not talk, or rather, he did not have the intention to talk. He made another move to reply to Mansher. Another moon blade. Pew! The moon blade flew across the short distance and shot out. You! Mansher had no time to talk, but raised his arms and protected his brain and chest. His limbs were covered with a thick deep gray-colored rock, as if arms made from a statue, sturdy and thick. The moon blade hit his arms, cutting a deep wound, numerous small rock fragments flying out. The moonblade's strength caused Mansher's body to fly backwards. His entire body was made of rocks, causing his weight to rise drastically. Finally, the table under him could not bear the weight, and with a crack, it collapsed completely. Mansher lost his footing and fell on the ground, his defenses revealing a weakness. Fan Yuan walked slowly, his eyes shining in cold light as he captured the weakness, and fired another moonblade at it. The moonblade tore through the air and emitted a swooshing sound of the wind. Mansher hurriedly raised his hands, but he underestimated Fan Yuan's intense battle experience. Although the moonblade was moving straight, it tunneled for an angle not parallel to the ground. Mansher's arm could block half of the moonblade, but the other half hit his chest. Injury on top of injury, Mansher's chest had even greater blood loss now. Is he going to kill him? The Gu masters who were originally sitting on the seat could not stand it any longer, and they all got up. The mortals did not dare to make any noise. They watched in fear and anticipation. Gu masters killing each other, it triggered something that had been repressed in their hearts all along. Mansher breathed heavily, wanting to climb up. But due to his injuries, the intense pain caused his hard work to be wasted as he crashed on the ground once again with a thump. Fan Yuan walked over slowly. Mansher lost a lot of blood, and his face was pale. He stared at Fan Yuan in horror. Fan Yuan was walking slowly with a cold expression, getting closer, bringing him greater pressure by the second. Fan Yuan, you cannot kill me! Killing me, you will be arrested by the punishment hall! Mansher pushed against the floor, trying to move backwards. He was still bleeding, and along with his body, carved a bright red line on the concrete. The gallery was silent. Everyone was stunned by Fan Yuan's cold aura and held their breaths as they wanted. Nobody felt that Mansher was a worthless piece of shit. Without any composure, they would not have fared any better if they were in his shoes. Fan Yuan walked to Mansher, raised a leg and harshly stepped on his chest injury. The pain caused Mansher to draw in a cold breath. Fan Yuan continued to stomp, and Manshur began to feel immense pain, like a wild boar charging around was trampling him repeatedly. He could not endure it any longer, screaming loudly. Even with the thick rock skin's protection, his chest was still enduring great pressure from Fan Yuan, and the injury area was still overflowing with blood. More importantly, Fan Yuan's right hand was covered in an eerie blue moonlight, held in place but not fired yet. This was the symptom before a moonblade attack. Manshur thought this worriedly as he did not dare to move a muscle. You cannot kill me! He stared with his eyes wide open, growling in difficulty. I won't kill you! Fan Yuan said the first sentence since he arrived. His tone was flat, and in the dead silent wine tavern, it reverbed into everyone's ears. But I can cripple you, breaking one of your arms or a leg. According to the clan rules, I have to compensate you a number of primeval stones and be imprisoned for some time. But what about you? Your remaining life would be spent in bed, your injury would reduce your battle capability greatly, and you shall no longer be able to execute missions. Do you think this result is acceptable for you? Fan Yuan stared down at the sprawling Manshur, slowly reasoning. The emotionless voice traveled into Manshur's ears, causing his heart to stop and his body to shudder. He opened his mouth, breathing heavily, his brain becoming more chaotic. Fan Yuan's leg exerted strength that made him feel like he was being crushed by a rock, making him feel harder to breathe. Damn it! If I was on guard, if I was not caught off guard and were injured at the start, how could he? Ugh! Manshur's voice came to an abrupt stop as his gaze met with Fan Yuan's eyes. He lay on the ground, staring upwards. Fan Yuan's half-narrowed eyes, dark and eerily looking down on him. Just what sort of pair of eyes was that? If it was full of killing intent, Manshur would not be afraid. However, this pair of eyes was filled with indifference. This indifference was like arrogance towards reality, the disdain towards people of the world, the trampling of life and the abandonment of rules. This pair of eyes. Manshur's eyes shrunk into pin-size as the deepest memory in his heart played. The nightmare of his life. 2 years ago, at night in the bamboo forest. A young man in white clothing, similarly trampling him under his feet. Damn it, God damn it! If I had refined the monolith goo, how could you break my defense? Death was impending. He screamed with his life, full of indignance. Oh, in that case, I shall not kill you! The white-clothed young man's lips curled, revealing a smile full of interest. Go back to the village and cultivate harder. Refine the monolith goo and let's have a match again. I hope that in the future, you can bring a tint of excitement to my life. Saying so, the young man lifted his feet, sparing him. Manshur breathed roughly, lying on the ground, not expecting this turn of events. He stared at this white-clothed young man in shock. The young man looked at him like an ant, saying indifferently, Why aren't you scramming? Manshur's body shook as he hurriedly got up and made his escape. This white-clothed young man was none other than Bai Village's #1 genius, Bai Ningbing. Back then, he was only rank 2, but could already kill rank 3 clan elders. Manshur escaping from him and preserving his life caused his fame to shoot up. Through the 2 years, Bai Ningbing's facial expression had become a blur in his memories, and he could only remember those eyes. Eyes that looked at the common life, the world with indifference. The high and mighty iris, hiding an unbelievable pride that mortals cannot comprehend. To think that in his own village, he could see these eyes. At this moment, Manshur's heart was filled with terror, the indignance and anger in his heart dissipating without a drop of fighting spirit left. Fan Yuan closely observed Manshur's facial expression. The young man was slightly shocked, not expecting Manshur to be so cowardly. But never mind. Just a cowardly mouse. Fan Yuan's objective was achieved, and he let go of his leg. You can scram now. Manshur felt like he had heard a divine mantra as he rolled, and climbed out of the tavern with a pale face. The audience were stunned. Fan Yuan stood on the spot, his gaze sweeping the area. The surrounding Gu masters, rank 1 and some rank 2, avoided his gaze subconsciously. The shopkeeper and clerks were all terrified and excitedly worshipped him. Who did not want a strong backer? Behind him, Jiangya was staring dumbfounded. He heard a commotion and ran out, but saw Fan Yuan chasing away Manshur. That is Guyu Manshur. His heart was shocked to the limit, and his gaze towards Fan Yuan changed. Jealousy had vanished. At this point, Jiangya understood why Fan Yuan had such an achievement. Because he was never the same kind of person as myself. Chapter 109. Treehouse hides the liquor worm. Guyu Manshur was defeated by the newbie Fang Yuan. The news spread quickly and caused small waves of gossip among Rank 2 Gu masters. Everyone was familiar with the two main characters of this event. Manshur was a slightly famous Rank 2 Gu master who had managed to escape with his life under Bindingbing's hands. He was not to be sniffed at. And Fang Yuan was the year's champion. Many had witnessed him defeating Fang Zheng at the yearly assessment. He also obtained his family inheritance and became rich overnight, causing many to become green with envy. The gap between the two was clear, but against all expectations, the weaker Fang Yuan had defeated the stronger Manshur. Such a discrepancy really caught the people by surprise. As more and more people continued to discuss the event, Fang Yuan's fame also rose. Rank 2 Gu masters began to take this young junior seriously. He directly attacked without saying a word. Young people are too impulsive. He has wealth and has also refined Moonglow Gu. He has some ability. He is a lunatic, he is too hard-handed. Reportedly, Guyu Manshur had to lie in bed for at least 3 days to recover from his injuries. People commented on Fang Yuan. He had made a sudden attack on Manshur, initiating a head start, inflicting serious injuries on the very first attack and establishing great dominance. It felt like he did not win honestly. However, victory was victory and loss was loss. The result was everything. Maybe on Earth, most would emphasize the process instead of the results, but in this world where survival was arduous, surroundings full of deadly dangers, victory often meant survival and defeat meant death. Losing everything. Winners gained everything, losers lost everything. Almost everyone approved this notion. Fang Yuan had won, it was the fact, no matter how he did it. A newbie had sprung up by stepping on Manshur, entering into everyone's eyes. Manshur had become a stepping stone, his reputation was destroyed. Once he recovered, he would resign from the group leader position. This was the outcome of a failure. Close relatives would sympathize with the losers, but they respected and acknowledged the winners even more. Winners represented strength, and strength meant better security to the people. After this event, Guyu Dong too sensibly stopped his dirty tricks. Guyu Manshur stepping down had finally made the astute uncle aware of the reality. Fang Yuan's growth made him feel helpless, resentment, and indignation. He knew he now had no chance of seizing the inheritance. Continuing was meaningless. He had used his connections and employed other people to find trouble for Fang Yuan. This consumed his primeval stones. Yet Fang Yuan had profits coming from all sides. In case the stalemate continued, even if he had a large amount of primeval stones, the final loser would definitely be he, himself. Because he lost the bamboo houses, wine tavern and 9 leaves vitality grass, he was now without any source of income. The used primeval stones would be difficult to replenish. By contrast, Fang Yuan lacked primeval stones, but it was increasing day by day. The main point was that Guyu Dong too dispiritedly realized that the stalemate would not have any benefits. Thus, when he heard Manshur running away in defeat, he immediately stopped these meaningless actions. In fact, when Fang Jing had not been able to create trouble for Fang Yuan, it already signified Guyu Dong too's defeat. With this, Fang Yuan's wine tavern's business returned to normal, which was a joyous thing. There was another joyous matter. The caravan would be coming early. March. In the bright and beautiful spring sunshine, the light song of the days of spring treaded a lively and cheerful beat as it arrived. With the warmth of spring, flowers bloomed and grasses grew wildly. Qingmao Mountain was a scene of green as far as the eye could see. Wild flowers blossomed on the sunny side of the hills, forming a colorful and gorgeous sea of flowers. The gurgling and burbling river surged up like a flame and entangled with the sunshine. Newborn dragonpill crickets came out of their eggs and formed a batch of new swarms, enlivening the night time. At daytime, a large flock of colorful peacock parrots hovered in the air, chirping and twittering. The warm spring spread its favor and kindness, letting all living things grow in brilliance. In such a scenery, a caravan was slowly making its way to Qingmao Mountain. Fat black beetles were slowly moving forward, their backs filled with people and goods. Proud ostriches with brightly colored feathers were pulling handcarts. Hairy mountain spiders disregarded the terrains, winged snakes twisted and snaked forward, occasionally opening its wings and flying forward. A treasure brass toad was leading the caravan. It was 2.5 meters tall, its entire body orange-yellow in color. On its back was the rank 4 Gu master, Jia Fu. After the caravan stationed in the village, Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. It changed again. In my previous memories, this caravan should have arrived in summer. According to the previous precedents too, the caravan should have only come in summer. Now, however, it has come in spring, 2-3 months earlier. And its scale is also much bigger. Fan Yuan's rebirth changed his current situation and similarly also influenced his surroundings, creating changes in the future. The root cause should be due to him killing Jia Jinxing. Fan Yuan had deceived everyone, so Jia Fu mistakenly believed Jia Jinxing's death was a conspiracy by his rival, Jia Gui. After Jia Fu returned to the clan, he had taken radical steps which made the competition between them more intense. To strive for exceptional achievements, the Jia brothers rushed out even before the year's snow had completely melted, leading the caravans to peddle their goods everywhere. The clan leader Gu Yubo received Jia Fu. The two rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of the both sides. Brother Gu Yu, I trust you have been well? Jia Fu was full of smiles and warmth, but his face had a long scar now. Ha ha ha, brother Jia Fu, you are quite early this year. Gu Yubo looked at the scar on Jia Fu's face. His heart jolted, but he didn't ask about it. The early bird gets the worm. This time, I have brought many precious goods and I believe the noble Gu Yu clan will have lots of needs. Jia Fu had made a big effort this time to fight for better achievements. Yes, this is good news. Gu Yubo's eyes flashed. Continuing on. It just so happens that the day after tomorrow is our clan's awakening ceremony, and I would like to invite Brother Jia to attend it. Haha, it is my honor to be able to witness the prosperity of Gu Yu clan. Jia Fu immediately cupped his hands and sincerely replied. Inviting others to watch the clan's awakening ceremony was treating them as honored guests. Jia Fu could feel Gu Yu clan's sincerity from this invitation. In fact, there is also another matter. Jia Fu hesitated. You have come from afar, so if you have any requests, please say it. Our clan will definitely do our best to fulfill it. Gu Yubo said. Jia Fu sighed. It is regarding Jia Jinxing's matter. I have especially brought over a few investigation experts from the clan, and I hope that in the course of our investigation, you can allow us some convenience. Gu Yubo immediately revealed a look of understanding. Apparently, Jia Jinxing's death had caused Jia Fu to fall into an awkward and passive situation in the competition for family assets. It was said that after returning to the clan, Jia Fu had squabbled with Jia Gui in public and the situation had erupted into an intense fight. The scar on his face could very well be a trace from that fight. It was no wonder he had come running over at the start of spring. He had a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Fan Yuan was strolling around tents and street stalls. The scale of this year's caravan was much bigger than any of the previous years. Not only were there more tents, there was also a Gu house. Gu house was something only large-scale caravans had. A large-scale caravan usually had 2 to 3 Gu houses. Jia Fu's caravan was at most a middle scale, but it had a Gu house. This Gu house was a large tree. It was 18 meters tall, and it really seemed to reach to the sky. Its roots and branches were twisted like the tangling of dragons and snakes. The diameter of the trunk at the base was 10 meters. It decreased as it went up, but the decrease wasn't that visible. The brown trunk was not actually a single entity, and had 3 layers of space inside. There were also windows on the trunk. Sunlight and fresh air passed through the window and entered the 3 layers of space inside. The branches and leaves seemed to be scarce on the trunk. Only at the treetop was it verdant and lush. The spring wind blew, and the tree leaves shook and created soft rustling sounds. This was the most common type of Gu house. The rank 3 plant Gu named 3-star cave. It could instantly grow once primeval essence was poured into it. There were 3 rooms arranged in these 3 layers of space. The defensive power of these rooms were incomparable to that of the tents. In the continuous stretch of tents, an enormous tree was standing aloft in the middle like a tower. It was like a crane among a flock of chicken. At the base of the enormous tree, there were 2 wide doors used as entrance. Fan Yuan followed the stream of people and walked into the enormous tree. The tree had 3 layers of space which were transformed into the layout of stores. There were rows of counters inside, and on them were displayed all kinds of Gu worms. These counters were made of wood, and were a part of the enormous tree. On top of growing green leaves and branches, the 3-star cave tree Gu could grow different designs according to the Gu master's will. Apart from these counters, there were stools and benches for the customers to rest upon. A rank 3 support Gu master was constantly operating and monitoring the situation from somewhere in this enormous tree. In case someone snatched the Gu worms in the counters, the monitoring Goo Master could operate the enormous tree to immediately close the doors and create a momentary prison cell. Countless branches would be madly grown and perform group attacks. At the same time, the security Goo Masters in the tree would also make their moves. The treehouse was much more secure than the tents, and so the goods sold inside were more precious. Fan Yuan had just entered the first layer when he saw a lone counter in the middle, and on it was a liquor worm. Many Goo Masters were surrounding this liquor worm, assessing it. Some clicked their tongues in admiration. Fan Yuan swept his eyes over the place, where the other counters also displayed many precious Goo worms. There were Jade Skin Goo, Whirlwind Goo, Scarstone Goo, and so on. All these Goo worms were compatible with the Moonlight Goo and could fuse into higher rank Goo worms. Jia Fu wasn't completely clear on these fusion recipes, but with his many years of business experience, he knew which Goo worms the Guyu clan might need more. Naturally, Jia Fu's caravan isn't just targeting the Guyu village, he is really making an all-out effort this time. It seems he was thoroughly provoked when he returned to the clan. Fan Yuan's heart moved when he saw this. Chapter 110. Old woman, you're too tender. Liquor worm. Fan Yuan lightly muttered, walking to the side of the center reception desk. He only needed this liquor worm, along with the sweet, spicy, sour, bitter, 4 types of wine, to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. Of course, such a fusion also entailed a chance of failure. But if Fan Yuan did not have a second liquor worm, he does not even have a chance to try. This is life after all. Hard work does not mean results, nor success. But if one does not work hard, they are destined to fail. The demonic path was the same. The demonic cultivators are good at clearing obstacles in their way, bravely advancing in their paths. To most people in the world, they were seen as extremists and adventurous. I was still worried earlier as to where to find a second liquor worm. To think that fate sent this liquor worm right to my doorstep. The chance is in front of me, how can I give up? I must get this liquor worm. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with determination. If my cultivation reaches rank 4 or 5, with a strong fighting capability, I would snatch it away without a thought, killing gods and slaying Buddhas in my way. If I was rank 3 or 4, with my ample experience, I can steal it without anyone finding out. Sadly, I am just a rank 2 now, in fact I'm just initial stage. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. I can only purchase it fair and square like this. He looked at the price on the counter. Liquor worm, 500 primeval stones. The liquor worm's normal price is 580 primeval stones. The price here was actually 80 pieces cheaper than the market. But if Fan Yuan really thinks he can spend 500 primeval stones to buy this liquor worm, then his 500 years of living would have been in vain. The low price was just to attract customers and trigger people's mentality and greed into buying it. This treehouse was obviously Jia Fu's asset. Grandma, this liquor worm is only 500 primeval stones. A young girl walked in, screaming in shock. The young girl's eyes were glowing, shaking her grandmother's hand. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise to give me a present? Why don't you give this liquor worm to me? The young girl's grandma had a white waist belt, and the belt had a square silver piece with the number 3 on it. Once a Goo Master reaches rank 3 cultivation, they automatically ascend to clan elder position. Only that among clan elders, there were differences. There were elders in power who held great political power. While others were not, they would only be controlling the departments with little profits. But this rank 3 elder was not those weak clan elders. Guyu Yaoji? Fan Yuan recognized her immediately. This was the Medicine Hall's clan elder. The Medicine Hall is the clan's support faction. It can be said to be the most lucrative department. Guyu Yaoji had very great influence due to her seniority. Even towards the clan leader, she could do away with paying respects and reply while sitting. She was the #1 healing Goo Master in the clan and had saved many lives of the clan elders, thus having very strong network in the clan. All right. If my obedient granddaughter wants it, Grandma will buy for you. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. She was a hunchback and had a walking cane in one hand, helplessly sighing and saying with a benevolent face. Grandma is the best. I knew Grandma dotes on me the most. The young girl happily grabbed Guyu Yaoji, joyfully planting her lips on her grandma's cheek. Then Grandma, let's call the shop assistant and buy this liquor worm immediately. Guyu Yaoji shook her head. My lovely granddaughter, the Goo worm here isn't bought like that. Let Granny teach you. You see that stack of paper and pen over at the counter? The young girl nodded. I see it. Gu Yaoji said. Go get a piece of paper and use the pen to write down the price of the liquor worm. After that, stuff it into the hole. If among all the bidders your price is the highest, this liquor worm will belong to you. So that's it, very interesting. The young girl took a bamboo paper and held the pen, but hesitated when writing down. Her lovely eyebrows frowned as she thought hard for a moment, then finally pouting her lips, she said, Grandma, what price would be appropriate? If I set it too low, other people will get the liquor worm, but if I set it too high, I would be making a loss. Gu Yaoji laughed, teasing her. How can it be so easy to buy the liquor worm? Let's see your luck. Grandma, the young girl said coquettishly, hugging Gu Yaoji's limp and shaking arm. All right, stop swinging, my body is going to collapse. The old woman sighed. Grandma will fill it for you. The young girl quickly jumped, saying, I knew Grandma is the best. Gu Yaoji wrote a price before putting her own name as the young girl watched in anticipation. After she had finished, she folded the paper and signaled to the girl. Go, put the paper in. The young girl obediently took the paper and found the hole in the counter and stuffed the paper in. She returned beside Gu Yaoji, feeling uncertain. Grandma, will this do? The old woman nodded. That's about it. But life is hard to predict, someone might put a higher price. But that price would be too high. If they really bidded so much, the person who bought this liquor worm is a fool. Don't worry, the liquor worm is in the bag. Oh. The young girl nodded with a cute expression. Let's go. Come accompany Grandma upstairs and look around. Okay, Grandma. Seeing them leave, Fan Yuan's eyes shone with severity. This Gu Yaoji, to him, was a tough competitor, not to be underestimated. But this situation, Fan Yuan had prepared and anticipated it. The liquor worm was precious. Although it was only usable for rank 1 Gu masters, the liquor worm could refine primeval essence, and that was very useful. Refining primeval essence and raising it by one small stage, this meant that the primeval essence storage increased, and this had a great driving force towards Gu master cultivation. The only flaw is that the liquor worm did not have a good prospect in the future. According to the popular recipes, liquor worm was only used as a fusion ingredient, and the new Gu worm created does not have the primeval essence refining ability. This was too much of a waste. In fact, it was not worth it. Thus, most clans have the liquor worm and did not use it to undergo fusion, but is used by the academy to allow the students to take turns using it. If Fan Yuan exposed his advancement recipe, the liquor worm's market value would rise drastically. Sigh, it is not easy to get this liquor worm. This grandma and granddaughter is just one competitor. I wonder how many others are there who have placed the paper into this hole? Liquor worm was a good thing, and people naturally want good things. Just that among these competitors, some were sincere about buying it, while others were just trying their luck. Some are affluent, like Gu Yaoji, while some were poor, like Fan Yuan. Luckily, I got back the family assets, and these few days I've sold some rank 1 vitality leaves, plus the wine tavern and bamboo buildings are all rented out. Thus I could accumulate some savings. If not, I would not even be able to compete. But he had too little time to save up. On one hand he had a lot of Gu worms to feed, and in terms of fortune he could not compete with an old woman like Gu Yaoji. Sigh, let's go. Lord Yaoji just tossed in a paper. I saw it too, it seems I'm not fated to have this liquor worm. The Gu masters surrounding this counter all left dejected. Only Fan Yuan still stood there. His eyes were like the abyss river, shining with cold light. The Gu masters who left were all scared off by Gu Yaoji's aura and backed out of their own accord. But how could Fan Yuan be scared away? Some chances are just in front of you, only that people choose to give it up. I still have a chance. Fan Yuan's brain worked intensely as he fell into deep thought. To compete fortune, Fan Yuan was not her match. Even then. That did not mean that Gu Yaoji's bidding amount was definitely higher than Fan Yuan. Even though the liquor worm was precious, it was still a rank 1 Gu worm. The price of any commodity would fluctuate, but it would definitely not rise or fall beyond a certain limit. Thus, all price deviations have a range. The crucial point now is, what price did Gu Yaoji give? She did not lack money, and for the granddaughter she doted, how much was she willing to pay? As long as Fan Yuan's price, if even a single point, is higher, he wins. This is a different kind of battle. The strong might not necessarily win, the weak might not necessarily lose. Guessing and gambling made the fight much more exciting. If it were others, they might not be able to guess it. Gu Yu Yao Ji, you purposely said some things earlier to scare away competitors? But in front of me, you are still too tender. Fan Yuan's lips curled into an angle as he smiled confidently. In this world, transactions were very interesting. If it was on Earth, the seller would definitely adopt an auction style when selling rare goo worms like the liquor worm. But in this world, auction did not work well. An important reason was that kinship is the greatest value here, it is the clan's cohesiveness. If an auction was held, the clan's members would have a subconscious animosity towards outsiders like Jia Fu. Once the auction items are priced too highly, they would step out of the competition and even try to appease the seller, making some leeways to exchange and compensate. This world's people had one viewpoint: losing to the family is okay, but for an outsider to earn from it, that is an insult to the entire clan. Unless a few clans joined in an auction together. In that case, there is competition, and it would be full of rivalry. But these auctions were hard to conduct. Because transport is inconvenient. Transport is the basis of trade, and if the transport system is not developed, the business and trade would dwindle. Because in trade, it was the movement of commodities that matter. Each village occupied a mountain and stayed far from each other. The roads that connected them are hard to travel, constantly having wild beasts, cliffs, coupled with dangerous terrain and weather, and even dangerous wild goo worms. It was truly full of difficulties. Such an inconvenient transport system made it difficult for different clans to come together for an auction. Even at Qingmao Mountain with its 3 clans, Jia Fu did not dare to organize an auction. Firstly, where would it be held? It isn't safe in the wilds, and if it is held in the Guyu village, the other 2 clans would not feel safe. He was only rank 4, and the head of the other 3 villages were also rank 4. He could not suppress the situation. Compared to Earth, trade here was not developed and had its own rules. Using his knowledge of business and enterprise from Earth, Fan Yuan managed to earn and also lose money. After some painful experiences, he finally learned from experience. Combining the complete business knowledge from Earth, along with his personal experience, without bragging, Fan Yuan had the top-tier knowledge in the business industry in this entire world. Just an old woman who had lived in the Qingmao Mountains village her whole life, she dares to obstruct me in getting the liquor worm? Old woman, you're far too tender. Chapter 111. Primeval stones are but material goods. Grandma, what goo is this? The young girl curiously pointed at the central counter in the 3rd floor. There were 3 floors in this treehouse. The first floor sold rank 1 goo worms, the second floor sold rank 2 goo worms, and the 3rd floor sold rank 3 goo worms. The higher you went, the lesser the goo worms and the more expensive the price. Naturally, the goo worms that were put for sale in the treehouse were all rare and precious. Gu Yu Yao Ji followed her granddaughter's gaze and saw a round bucket-shaped, tall and thin tree stump. The stump had 5 branches like 5 fingers of a human, and were intertwined in the middle. A sphere-shaped goo worm that was thumb-sized was wrapped around by the fine branches and covered by green leaves, emitting a white silvery glow. This is a white silver relic goo. It can only be used once and can instantly raise a rank 3 goo master's cultivation by a small realm. Gu Yu Yao Ji slowly explained. Relic goo was a series goo worm. Rank 1 had green copper relic goo which was specially targeted towards rank 1 goo masters. Rank 2 had red steel relic goo which was effective only on rank 2 goo masters, and rank 3 was this silver relic goo. Rank 4 had yellow golden relic goo. The price is 30,000 primeval stones, it's so expensive. The young girl was so shocked, she stuck out her tongue. Gu Yu Yao Ji nodded. Its final price should reach at least 50,000 primeval stones. All right, we have strolled long enough here. Let's go to the 1st floor reception desk. The results to the liquor worm's bidding should have come out. In the treehouse, a rank 1 goo worm would only be displayed for half a day once there was a bid on it. For goo worms that people had little interest in, it would be kept on display till someone made a bid. Rank 2 goo worms would be displayed for a day and rank 3 ones for 2 days. At first glance, this practice looked odd, but when put in practice, this was the most suitable way of doing business. At the reception desk. What, the liquor worm has been bought by someone else? Gu Yu Yao Ji immediately frowned upon seeing the results. She had put a high price and was confident in obtaining the liquor worm, but to think she had actually miscalculated. Humph! Who is it to be so bad as to snatch my dear liquor worm? The young girl angrily asked. Yao Le, Gu Yu Yao Ji reminded her granddaughter. The young girl pouted and obediently shut her mouth. The sales clerk behind the counter was a rank 2 female goo master. She slightly bowed and answered the young girl. I am sorry, we can't divulge our customers' information. Each business has special rules, please forgive me. It was this confidentiality that dispelled many customers' apprehensions and allowed them to freely take part in the bid. Sometimes people would have some things they clearly wanted, but they would yield to others because of feelings and courtesy. After all, they would frequently see each other in the clan. But such a method of doing transactions secretly allowed one to go around the problem of sentiments. Why would such a good thing need to go to you? Because you are my senior relative or friend? Never underestimate the dark side in everyone. Such secret transactions allowed this dark side to come out. Gu Yu Yaoji ruminated for a while and said, I know the rules. You don't need to worry, little girl. I won't ask the name of that person who bought the liquor worm. I only want to know what the final price was. The female goo master bowed again. I am really sorry, the price is also confidential. But please don't worry, the final price was definitely the highest among all the bids. Jia family's business has always centered around honesty. Humph, little girl, do you know who I am? Gu Yaoji's face sank and coldly snorted. What is going on? At this moment, a rank 3 middle-aged goo master hurried over. This treehouse was constantly being monitored. They would naturally know if anything occurred. Lord Supervisor. The female goo master immediately greeted this middle-aged man. The man waved his hand at the girl. You can leave now, I will handle it here. He turned towards Gu Yaoji and smiled. So it was Lord Yaoji. She should be your granddaughter, right? She looks smart and sweet. Gu Yaoji's expression softened upon seeing that this man was also a rank 3 goo master, but she still asked to know the final price. The male supervisor felt that the situation was rather tricky. He was an elder at the caravan, and also a trusted aide of Jia Fu. After doing business for many years, he had a deep understanding of the Guyu village's situation and knew the influence this old woman had. To them, even if they offended Guyu Qilian or Guyu Mo Qin, they wouldn't want to offend Guyu Yaoji. The latter's influence was second only to clan leader Guyu Bo. The male supervisor pondered and said, How about this, since Lord Yaoji wants to purchase the liquor worm, I could call the shots and secretly transfer one over. To be honest, the warehouse has 3 liquor worms and Lord Jia Fu personally decides where to sell them. You should know how precious the liquor worm is. As for the price, let's decide your bidding price is it. However, Guyu Yaoji slightly shook her head and knocked the cane on her hand on the ground. She said, I am not looking for a bargain. The price will be the same as the selling price of the previous liquor worm. This. The supervisor hesitated. He naturally saw Guyu Yaoji's aim. Guyu Yaoji pretended to be annoyed and continued to pressure the male supervisor. What? Is the price so high that you are afraid I won't be able to afford it? Of course, I didn't mean that. Sigh, alright, we will do like you say. The supervisor sighed and said a price. Upon hearing the price, the young girl first heaved a sigh of relief, but soon after that she felt somewhat indignant. What? It was only 20 primeval stones more than ours. Guyu Yaoji narrowed her eyes, but didn't speak. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan had already exited the treehouse and arrived at the wine tavern. The second liquor worm was already in his possession, and now the only things he needed were the 4 types of wines: sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. I already have the sweet wine. There is still quite a lot of the golden honey wine remaining from the family inheritance mission. Spicy and sour wines should not be a problem. My only concern is the bitter wine. Fan Yuan was a bit worried when he thought of this. If he had bitter wine, he could begin refining the 4 flavors liquor worm tonight. Many things in life were like this: whatever you fear, it will come true. Fan Yuan's worry became reality. He spent several hours rushing through countless tents. He found spicy and sour wines, but he didn't find bitter wine. Not everything in this world follows our wishes. Fan Yuan was very helpless. He could only set aside the fusion plan for the liquor worm. Without the 4 flavors liquor worm, his cultivating speed would be ordinary. In the afternoon, he went to the treehouse again. There were new goo worms and many counters on the first floor. The central counter where the liquor worm had been displayed was now occupied by a cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo resembled the leech on Earth, except it was much cuter than the leech. Its whole body had a light blue luster like that of the glimmering water. Cleansing water goo can remove the mixed aura in the aperture. To Qi Cheng, it is a goo worm that he must have. Fan Yuan thought of Qi Cheng when he saw this cleansing water goo. He knew Qi only had AC-grade aptitude and had forcefully raised his cultivation with the help of his grandfather Guiyu Qilian's primeval essence. Thus Qilian's aura was mixed inside Qi's aperture. If Qi didn't clean it off, then his future prospects would be jeopardized. Qilian will definitely buy this goo worm for Qi. Let me think. His quote should be between 630 to 640. This price was much more than the liquor worm's market value. The main reason was that Qi especially required this goo worm. If I quote 650, it should get me this cleansing water goo. Just by adding 10 primeval stones, this cleansing water goo is bound to fall in my hands. As for the liquor worm I bought this morning, my quote should have been about 20 primeval stones higher than Guiyu Yaoji's. Fan Yuan coldly smiled inwardly. He had this self-confidence. His 500 years of experience and the advanced business knowledge from Earth had combined to form this self-confidence. It was beyond ordinary. With his previous life's experience, when he just put 10 more primeval stones, he had an 80% guarantee of getting the goods. When he bought the liquor worm, the reason why he had put 10 more primeval stones was because of his cautious nature. Fan Yuan didn't make a quote, he didn't need the cleansing water goo. And if he obtained it, then it would be investigated by Qilian. Of course, the main reason Fan Yuan did not bid was because he needed to hold on to the remaining money to see if there were any good goo worms in the coming days. I lack 2 types of goo worms, a scouting type and a movement type. The wolf tide will come in the coming year, and the caravan won't come again. Although there is the Flower Wine Monk's hidden inheritance, that was hastily left behind by Flower Wine Monk after he was injured. Who is to say if it is complete or not, and what goo worm would be next? In his memories, the wolf tide next year will be very dangerous. Fan Yuan didn't want to be powerless just because he lacked goo worms, being injured or even perishing in the wolf tide. It would be a disaster for the current him if he were to be surrounded by wolf packs. Before that happens, he needed to make sufficient preparations. Both his cultivation and goo worms shouldn't be lacking. After this, he repeatedly went to the treehouse for 3 days. On the 3rd day, in the first floor of the treehouse, he discovered something to be happy about, a black boar goo. Black and white boar goo were goo worms that could increase the fundamental strength of goo masters. Fan Yuan had already used the white boar goo and received a power equal to that of a boar. If he used another white boar goo again, he wouldn't receive any increase in strength. But the black boar goo was different, its ability could overlay with the white boar goos. Hence at noon, there was 1 more goo worm in his possession. After that, there was nothing. Some scouting and movement-type goo worms appeared on the counters, but they couldn't satisfy Fan Yuan. These goo worms were displayed on ordinary counters and the price wasn't good, so there weren't many who would purchase them. Fan Yuan heard the caravan would be staying for 8 days, so he patiently waited without becoming anxious. It was the 7th day. In the 2nd floor of the treehouse, Fan Yuan discovered a red steel relic goo. It could instantly raise a rank 2 goo master's primeval essence by a small realm. Its price was marked at 3,000 primeval stones, attracting many rank 2 goo masters to bid over it, dropping papers in the counters. It was a very lively scene. If I obtained this red steel relic goo, I could push my cultivation to middle stage instantly. With the middle stage scarlet primeval essence, I would be able to use the moonglow goo and white jade goo many more times. Cultivation was the foundation of a goo master. An increase in cultivation meant an increase in fighting power. In terms of its effects, it was far better than getting the scouting and movement goo worms. Moreover, these 2 types of goo worms in the treehouse were all ordinary to Fan Yuan, with none catching his eyes. I have purchased the liquor worm and black boar goo. I also bought some wine. This red steel relic goo's final price will definitely cross 5,000 primeval stones, and could even reach 8,000. After all, everyone knows about the wolf tide, so raising one's cultivation by a small realm will be a lot of help. My primeval stones won't be enough if I want to get this relic goo. Fan Yuan instantly realized that an obstacle had appeared in front of him. Chapter 112. Truly a great resolve. Even though he inherited his parents' assets, to Fan Yuan, the time he had to accumulate wealth was still too little. Activating the vitality leaf, he could not do it daily as it consumed a lot of time. Every time he grew out 9 vitality leaves, half a day would be expended. Fan Yuan considered for a moment. The sale time of this red steel relic goo is only 1 day. In such a short time, to come up with these large amount of primeval stones, the only way was to mortgage his wine tavern or the bamboo buildings. This was nothing to feel pity over. A year later, it would be the wolf tide. Under the wolves' attack, Guyu village would desperately hold on several times, and during the most severe attack, even the front gate was broken through. The clan leader and the clan elders restrained the lightning crown head wolf, and Guyu Qingshu sacrificed his own life to block the gate and stabilize the situation. The wolf tide caused Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans to suffer a great reduction in clan members. Although not as much as 90% was gone, but at least half the population was wiped out. By then, there would be more property than people. What talk would there be about renting out the bamboo building? The wine tavern was facing the eastern gates. Who would dare to drink there? Even if they wanted to drink, the tavern would have gotten used by the clan and turned into a defensive tower. Right now, the clan and many people were underestimating the severity of the wolf tide. At this point, if he could get rid of the tavern and bamboo buildings, he would be able to sell it at the best price. Money and fortune are just material goods, only one's cultivation is the root. But selling it to the clan is too cheap. If I sell it to an individual, the price would be higher. But who would have the financial ability right now to buy my bamboo building and tavern? Such a huge transaction, it is not something that can be settled at one go. Both sides have to observe and haggle for the best prices. That would take too much time. I only have 1 day. Wait, maybe someone can. Fan Yuan's inspiration struck as he thought of someone. This person was none other than his uncle Gu Yudong. Tuesday uncle and aunt were both cunning and miserly. These decades of operating the tavern, bamboo buildings and selling the vitality leaves, they must have a huge stash of primeval stones. Moreover, these assets were originally operated by them. All in all, it can save a lot of observation time. The most important part was, they desperately needed this family asset to continue operating. No matter how much assets they had, without any income, this was like a river without a source. Their primeval stones would get lesser and lesser, anyone would also be anxious over it. It could be said, uncle and aunt were the best transaction targets. Thinking of this, Fan Yuan hesitated no longer, leaving the tree house and walking towards Gu Yudong Tu's estate. The one who opened the door was Shen Shui, his former servant. Ah, it's you! Seeing Fan Yuan, she was very shocked. Soon, she realized her slip of the tongue, and her face turned white from horror. Fan Yuan was now a rank 2 Gu master, but she was a mere mortal. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. More importantly, Fan Yuan was the ruthless person who dared to kill the Mo family servant, later mincing the corpse and sending it to the Mo family. This servant pays her respects to young Master Fan Yuan. Welcome home, young master. Shen Shui shivered from her fear and her knees went soft, kneeling on the ground. Home? Fan Yuan took a step into the courtyard. Seeing the familiar settings, his face showed a hint of mockery. There was no sense of belonging or attachment. A year later he had returned here once again. Compared to his mental impression, this place was much more vacant. Just as Fan Jing had said, some family servants were already sold away or retrenched. Fan Yuan's sudden appearance had alarmed uncle and aunt. As the housekeeper, Mother Shen arrived at the first moment, kneeling and bowing to invite Fan Yuan into the living room, and served him tea by hand. Fan Yuan sat on the chair, observing the living room. Many of the furniture was missing, and the decor was much more simple and plain. But this did not mean that uncle and aunt had no savings. Gu Yudong too is still very cunning. This is an act of self-preservation. He had already stepped into the background, and his battle strength had drastically slipped. Most importantly, he had lost the 9-leaf vitality grass, meaning that he had lost the trump card in maintaining his personal relationships, no longer able to exert influence outside. A man's wealth is his own ruin by causing another's greed. After Fan Yuan inherited the assets, many clansmen were jealous and eyed his fortune. As for uncle and aunt, they faced the same problem. The huge amount of savings they had was both a blessing and a problem. Not showing off one's wealth, to them, this was the correct method of living. At this time, footsteps could be heard. The footsteps got closer, and soon, and appeared at the doorstep. Fan Yuan, you actually still dared to come back here! Seeing Fan Yuan, the rage in her heart appeared out of nowhere, screaming shrilly. You traitorous scoundrel, how did we raise you? And to think you treat us like this, do you have a conscience? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You still have the cheeks to come here, and have the cheeks to drink tea here? Are you here to see our sorry states? Now that you've seen it, are you happy? Her finger pointed at Fan Yuan, her other hand at her waist as she screamed like a shrew. If not for Fan Yuan wearing a glaring rank 2 Gu master battle attire, reminding her, she would have pounced on him and strangled him. Fan Yuan paid no heed nor showed any expressions to Aunt's finger or her angry accusations. A year of not meeting, Aunt's yellow face, although full of rage and hatred, could not hide her haggardness. Her clothes had already changed to a simple hemp garment, and the accessories on her head had reduced. Without any makeup, her mouth looked sharp and her face small, like a monkey. Fan Yuan getting back the assets had caused a great influence and impact on her daily life. To her furious bantering, Fan Yuan paid no heed to them. He held up his cup and drank some tea before saying slowly, "My trip here today is to sell the tavern and bamboo buildings. Does Uncle and Aunt have any interest?" "Pa, you traitorous wolf, what good can you have, wanting to sell the tavern and bamboo?" Aunt's tone stalled as she finally reacted, her face showing disbelief. "What, you want to sell the tavern and bamboo buildings?" Fan Yuan put down his teacup, leaning back on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. "Better to get Uncle here to discuss with me." Aunt gritted her teeth, not believing it, her eyes like erupting flames as she stared angrily at Fan Yuan, saying, "I know, you're trying to toy with me, that's why you said that. Once I agree, I will get harshly mocked and ridiculed. You think I'm a fool, and would be played by you?" This was purely a way of thinking from a person of low social status. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart, before saying one sentence to change his aunt's attitude. "Say any more bullshit and I'm leaving. I believe others would be interested in these assets. By then, I would have sold it to other people, so don't you both regret it." And paused for a moment. "Do you really want to sell these assets?" "I am only waiting for 5 minutes." Fan Yuan opened a slit of his eyes to talk, before shutting them again. He heard Aunt stomping her foot before a series of quick and softer footsteps. Not long after, Uncle Guyu Dong too appeared in front of Fan Yuan, but Aunt did not accompany him. Fan Yuan looked at him. Uncle was already aging extensively, his originally well-maintained face had shrunk, and there was much more white hair on his head now. He had been worrying these few days. Losing the family assets, he lost his financial sources all of a sudden. Without the 9-leaf vitality grass, he also lost his outside influence. His hidden elder title was already falsifying. Although he had a huge amount of fortune in his hands, without his influence, these primeval stones had gotten troublesome. The clan's politics was to encourage the clansmen to compete for resources, especially the rules on Gu fighting. It was inhumane and non-friendly. But this could exterminate parasites, and the appearance of a good-for-nothing second generation, allowing the clan's people to maintain a sense of alertness. This also allowed the clan's fighting force to maintain at a strong position. In this world, only strong fighting force could ensure survival. Tornadoes, floods, and beasts did not speak sense with you. These years, Guyu Dong too had lived a life of peace, and his fighting ability had diminished. In order to reduce his burden, the Gu worms that he used to fight with, he had sold them away already. If someone sent him a challenge now, he would definitely lose more than win. Towards his uncle, Fan Yuan spoke openly about his purpose in coming. "Fan Yuan, I shall not beat about the bush. I don't understand something. Why do you need to sell the wine tavern and bamboo buildings? If you keep them, you will have a steady source of income." Uncle could not believe it, but his tone was much more acceptable than Aunt's. "Because I want to buy a red steel relic Gu," Fan Yuan said honestly. There was no need to hide such things. "So that's it." Uncle's gaze shone. "Then, you are selling the 9-leaf vitality grass too?" "That is impossible." Fan Yuan shook his head without any hesitation. "I am only selling the wine tavern, the bamboo buildings, the land, and the 8 servants." 9-leaf vitality grass was the most valuable thing in the asset. Fan Yuan needed its healing ability as well as selling them to earn primeval stones. It could sustain his cultivation and also feed the Gu worms. Furthermore, next year the wolf tide was coming, and the vitality leaves price would soar. With this 9-leaf vitality grass in hand, Fan Yuan would have no problems with primeval stones for his rank 2 cultivation journey. But if Uncle obtains the 9-leaf vitality grass, his hidden elder influence would instantly recover. Fan Yuan did not want to see this happen. Seeing Fan Yuan's determined attitude, Guyu Dong too's heart was very disappointed. At the same time, he felt helpless. The two had a secret talk for 2 hours, then they signed an extremely secure transfer agreement. Guyu Dong too regained the tavern, bamboo buildings, family servants and land, while Fan Yuan led 3 family servants who were holding a box full of primeval stones each, towards the treehouse. They each got what they wanted. Hearing the news, Aunt rushed over. Seeing Gu Yudong-tu's contracts and deeds in his hands, she stared with round eyes and showed overwhelming joy. Hubby, that lad got stupid from cultivating. He actually sold away such a profitable business. So stupid, wanting the eggs and not keeping the hen that lays eggs. Will you die if you stop talking? Shut up. Gu Yudong-tu sounded very irritated. Husband. And pouted. I'm just happy about it. Do not get complacent. With this tavern and the bamboo buildings, we have to be even more cautious now and keep a low profile. A huge tree attracts the wind. Although Fang Jing is our adopted son, we cannot misuse this relationship. After all, Fang Jing has not fully developed himself yet. Who knows what the future entails? Gu Yudong-tu sighed deeply. Got it, husband. Aunt listened while staring at the stack of deeds, laughing uncontrollably. Gu Yudong-tu's face was solemn throughout. The transaction went well, and he now had income. The primeval stones he spent would be replenished with 2 or 3 years of operation. But he was not happy at all. His mind was full of Fan Yuan's silhouette. For a relic Gu, Fan Yuan unhesitantly sold the assets. This was akin to giving up the comfortable life ahead. Gu Yudong-tu placed himself in Fan Yuan's shoes and thought, would I be able to do this? I can't. Even if he did not like Fan Yuan, filled with hatred and disgust, at this moment he could not help but exclaim in his heart. Able to give up and abandon his future comforts just like that, what great resolve he has. Chapter 113. Keeping quiet and earning a fortune. The competition is really fierce. Who knows who the final winner will be? I have been standing here for just 15 minutes, and have already seen over 10 Gu masters putting quotes in the counter. This is a game for the rich. People like us don't even qualify to compete. In the second floor of the treehouse, Gu masters were surrounding the central counter, discussing and sighing. As night approached, the competition for the red steel relic Gu had reached its peak. Many rank 2 Gu masters who were observing in the dark started putting their quotes in this final hour. Some Gu masters even made several bids. The final winner for this struggle should be either Mo Yen or Qi Shan. Someone guessed. That's possible. Mo Yen and Qi Shan are both at rank 2 upper stage. With this relic Gu, they can advance to peak stage and be at the same level as Jin Shu. In recent years, Gu Yuqing Shu has been hanging over their heads. I don't believe these two don't have any thoughts about it. We can't say for sure. It is not only us rank 2 Gu masters, there are even some rank 3 elders who have made bids. Just this morning, someone saw Lord Yao Ji casting her bid. Right, I also heard that. Lord Yao Ji's granddaughter Gu Yu Yaola is taking part in the coming awakening ceremony. Lord Yao Ji should be preparing ahead and paving the way for her granddaughter. How good would it be if I had such a doting senior? Fang Yuan was among the crowd, his gaze tranquil as he listened to the discussions. No one had mentioned his name. In the people's eyes, Fang Yuan was only a lucky kid who had just inherited the family assets. In their minds, Fang Yuan was still not at the level of people like Qi Shan, Mo Yen and Qing Shu. Great. The less attention on me, the more smoothly can I get this red steel relic Gu. But with these repeated purchases, I should have attracted his attention. Fan Yuan was 99% sure of getting this relic Gu. He began to think of another problem. If the following events develop according to his expectations, then there would be a perfect ending to his several days of effort. It was time. The leaves and branches on the counter suddenly grew and wrapped firmly around the relic Gu. The green leaves blocked the people's sight, and when these leaves again unfolded, the red steel relic Gu was not there anymore and was replaced by a revert Gu. The revert Gu looked like a flat, oval, palm-sized stone. Its surface was slightly bulging and smooth, forming an eye pattern. The base of the stone was flat and felt rough to the touch. The stone was black, whereas the eye's pattern was covered with white lines. About every 2 seconds, the eye would blink once and the white lines that portrayed the eyeball would swivel, giving the feeling that this stone was rolling its eyes. Revert Gu had a special function. It decomposed rank 2 Gu worm to rank 1. For example, if the revert Gu was used on Fan Yuan's white jade Gu, the white jade Gu would again change back to white boar Gu and jade skin Gu. This process was called reverse refining. Fan Yuan glanced at it and immediately lost his interest. He didn't need the revert Gu. The surrounding Gu masters began arguing. Revert Gu couldn't become everyone's focal point like the red steel relic Gu. Everyone was very curious on who the red steel relic Gu went to. Some people looked for the floor's caravan Gu master, and some people waited at the main desk. The crowd slowly thinned out, but Fan Yuan didn't move away. Young Master Fan Yuan, please come to the third floor. Our Lord Jia Fu would like to have a chat with you. A voice suddenly entered Fan Yuan's ears. Fan Yuan wasn't surprised. There were many types of secret sound transmission goo worms in this world. He followed the directions given by the voice and walked to a wall in the third floor. Branches and leaves stacked together and covered the wooden wall. Swoosh! The branches and leaves automatically parted to the sides and revealed a concealed door. Fan Yuan pushed open the door and saw an exquisite whirling staircase that moved up. He walked along the stairs and came to a small study room. In the study room, Jia Fu was handling some accounts, his hand writing away speedily. He raised his head when he heard Fan Yuan's footsteps, revealing the scar on his face. He gave a gentle smile. We meet again, little brother Fan Yuan. Respects to Lord Jia Fu. Fan Yuan clasped his hands and saluted. Come, sit here. Jia Fu pointed at a nearest desk. After Fan Yuan sat, his left hand pushed a bamboo paper on the desk towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan took a glance and immediately recognized that this bamboo paper held all his quotes that he had made in the recent days. Under every quote was his signature. He was inwardly happy, it had gone according to his expectations. But on the surface, he wore a doubtful expression as he asked, I am not sure what Lord Jia Fu wants to show me. Jia Fu's smile slightly decreased, his eyes flashing as he looked at Fan Yuan. These are your quotes you made along with the quote you gave for the red steel relic goo. I will be honest, I am amazed at your business talent. Do you know, every one of your bids was very close to the final sale price. Although you only succeeded in buying a black boar goo, a liquor worm and the red steel relic goo, your quotes for other goo worms only lacked by 10 or so primeval stones. Brother, do you have any interest in working for me? Jia Fu tried to recruit Fan Yuan. Here it comes. Fan Yuan laughed inwardly. He had repeatedly made bids these days and had intentionally lost on most of them, his bids differing from the final price by only 10 or so primeval stones. He had only successfully won black boar goo, liquor worm and red steel relic goo. And just like he wished, Jia Fu was interested in the business talent he showed and took the initiative to recruit him. However, in fact if Fan Yuan wished so, he had almost full guarantee of being able to purchase all the goo worms. Fan Yuan hesitated then shook his head. I am greatly honored to receive Lord Jia Fu's kindness, but I don't want to leave the clan. Oh, so it's like that. Jia Fu's gaze flashed. Brother might have some misunderstandings towards me. A year ago, I indeed doubted you, but after using the bamboo gentleman, the suspicions on you have already been removed. Jia Jinxing was my brother, I hope you understand what my mood was like then. There's another piece of good news, I have already invited Divine Investigator Tai Xueling. There isn't any case which he cannot solve. I believe he will definitely be able to investigate the truth and give justice to you. Divine Investigator Tai Xueling, this is a problem. Fan Yuan thought over this name. This was not good news to him. In this world, there were many magical places and also many amazing methods that could be used to investigate. When Fan Yuan killed Jia Jinxing, he had only been at rank 1. Even if he knew a lot of methods, he couldn't use them. In his memories, Tai Xueling had a profound cultivation and wouldn't even tolerate a bit of sand in his eyes. He followed the thought of punishing evil and rewarding the right throughout his whole life. He had an extremely rich sense of justice and his thoughts were meticulous. He was very good at finding subtle traces from any clues. Divine Investigator has a high reputation, I have also heard of him. But when will this Lord Divine Investigator arrive at Qingmao Mountain? Fan Yuan put on an anticipating look and directly asked. That. Jia Fu awkwardly smiled. Divine Investigator is very busy. From his reply, it might only be the year after the next. Fan Yuan immediately felt relieved, he had a lot of time to prepare. Brother, I think highly of you. I hope you can carefully consider my proposal. Jia Fu made attractive offers. Fan Yuan tactfully refused. Now was not the best time to leave Qingmao Mountain. If he went to a strange environment without enough strength, he was bound to be bullied and pushed aside. The caravan was also full of unwritten rules on bullying and pushing aside. That is really a pity for your talent. How about this? I will give you this token. If there comes a day where you want my help, this token will be the proof that I will always welcome you. Jia Fu had failed in recruiting Fan Yuan, but he didn't feel surprised. He had a deep understanding towards this type of clan's cohesiveness. If he was to know now that Fan Yuan was Jia Jinxing's murderer, who knows what his expression would be. Fan Yuan apologized in shame as he received the token handed by Jia Fu along with the red steel relic Gu. He kept the two items close to him and backtracked his way out. A young female Gu master was caressing the leaves on the wall, when suddenly she cried out in shock. The branches and leaves suddenly parted and revealed a door. The door was pushed open from inside and Fan Yuan walked out expressionlessly. You! The young girl widened her eyes and blankly looked at Fan Yuan brushing past her. Among the surrounding Gu masters who saw this scene, some were familiar with this, some gave a knowing smile, and some threw amazed looks. Fan Yuan paid no heed to these gazes and walked down to the second floor. Some Gu masters were still waiting there, excitedly discussing who the red steel relic Gu went to. Some people brazenly made guesses, whereas some people gave some little news. Mo Yen had a mysterious smile when she walked out of the treehouse. Qi Shan's face was ashen, and so on. And to top it all, some people pledged that so and so had bought the relic Gu, even making an oath. Fan Yuan went past this bored group of people. No one knew that at this moment, the red steel relic Gu was so close to them. When Fan Yuan walked out of the treehouse, he bumped into Qi Shan. His face indeed looked unsightly, and at his side, Qi Qing was asking about the whereabouts of the red steel relic Gu. After seeing Fan Yuan, Qi Qing snorted and turned his head, intentionally not looking at him. Qi Shan silently nodded his head towards Fan Yuan as a greeting. Fan Yuan also nodded his head as a reply, his face carrying a wisp of smile. The last of the sunshine shone on this young boy's face. He was indeed happy. With the red steel relic Gu, his cultivation would instantly advance by a level. And there was also the token. A year ago, Fan Yuan wanted to build a friendship with Jia Jinxing and rely on him to take part in the future large-scale Gu fighting competition, reaping benefits in that period of upheaval. Unfortunately, life was unpredictable. The final outcome made Fan Yuan not know whether to laugh or cry. Unexpectedly, he ended up killing Jia Jinxing with his own hands. No matter. Without Jia Jinxing, relying on Jia Fu also worked. This token was equivalent to the admission ticket to the future large-scale Gu fighting competition. Chapter 114. Monkey King in the Cave. 3 days after the caravan left the village. In the rock forest inside the mountain, filled with dark red light. Huge stone pillars extended down from the ceiling, resembling long and gigantic tree trunks, forming into a majestic gray-colored stone forest. Fan Yuan was retreating from battle in the rock forest. Chirp chirp chirp. A bunch of stone monkeys stared with their green circular monkey eyes, chasing after Fan Yuan relentlessly. Moonglow Gu! Fan Yuan called in his mind, his right arm chopping towards the direction of the monkey gang. Pew! An eerie blue moon blade as large as a face formed into a crescent and pierced through the air, cutting into the monkey gang. A jade-eye stone monkey was jumping in the air. With no foothold to escape on, it was hit directly by the moon blade. Before it could scream, in the next moment, its entire body was split into two from head to toe. It had lost all its remaining life force and was enveloped in a deep aura of death. In a split second, its lively eyes became a pair of jade pearls. As its body descended, it turned into a rock statue. Bam! With a crisp sound, the statue fell onto the ground, smashing into pieces. The moon blade only dimmed a little, and after killing this stone monkey, its force remained as it rushed for the monkeys behind. Kachak! After a few cries, 5 or 6 stone monkeys were killed on the spot. Chirp chirp chirp. Their companions' death fueled the monkey gang's rage as they screamed furiously, their influence doubling, imposingly leaping at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was unfazed by the danger, his heart remaining as calm as ice. He fought and retreated appropriately. As the stone monkeys neared, he attacked with the moon blade. The moonlight Gu in the past, even with the boost from little light Gu, each moon blade could only kill 1 or 2 monkeys. But now, with one attack the Moonglow Gu could kill 5 or 6 stone monkeys. But there were positive and negative impacts. The Moonglow Gu, to the current Fan Yuan, had a huge cost. Each moonblade used 10% of his red steel primeval essence. Fan Yuan only had 44% primeval C in his aperture. This meant that he could only use 4 moonblades in one go. If I can successfully fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm and refine my primeval essence, I would be able to shoot 8 moonblades. What a pity! Even though I have the second liquor worm and 3 out of the 4 flavors of wine, I am lacking the final one. I'm stuck at the final step. Fan Yuan sighed deeply. 3 moonblades later, his aperture only had 14% light red primeval essence left. To play safe, he no longer used the moon blade, but activated the white jade goo. The stone monkeys encircled him, the closest monkey jumping to Fan Yuan's leg and going into a frenzy. From down to up, it used its monkey head to hit Fan Yuan's chin. Fan Yuan snorted. He wanted to use his fist to crush this overconfident monkey. But suddenly he had a thought and stopped his hand, using his chin to receive the blow instead. A moment before the point of impact, his chin shone with white jade cold light. A loud bam sound resounded. The force of the attack caused Fan Yuan's head to tilt back. But that monkey laid on the ground, hugging its head and rolling around the ground screaming in agony. Without the white jade goo, Fan Yuan's chin would have been smashed. But now, Fan Yuan only felt slightly dizziness with no injuries. But even with the white jade goo's defense, he still had to withstand the impact of the attack. Fan Yuan took a few steps back before recovering and seeing the scenery clearly before his eyes again. He had intentionally withstood the monkey's headbutt earlier. It was to have this body get used to such attacks and get used to the slight dizziness. This way, in the future when he falls into a life-and-death crisis, encountering such an attack, he would be able to recover much more quickly and fight for a survival chance. Fan Yuan was always ruthless with his methods. This ruthlessness was not only towards enemies, but also himself. He came here to kill stone monkeys almost every 3 days. His motive was not just the flower wine monk's strength inheritance, but also another motive, to utilize the stone monkeys to train his own fighting ability. A goo master's physical stats, physical combat proficiency, aperture primeval essence, battle experience, and every goo worm, they were all elements that affected the overall battle strength. Only by gathering all these elements tightly together can one exert the greatest fighting strength. The stone monkey group was like a hammer, and Fan Yuan was the ingot that had just came out of the cauldron. With every hit of the hammer, he would become more sturdy, more refined, and more compact. 15 minutes later, this battle ended. On the ground, there were rock fragments all over the ground, and within those were dozens of jade pearls. I killed 41 jade-eyes stone monkeys this time. Fan Yuan counted in his heart, and every time he would collate the battle results. From each battle, he'd reflect upon himself and improve upon what he did not do properly. At the same time, he would feel his own improvement speed. In the earlier battle, the Moonglow goo was the most contributing factor, with 3 moon blades killing at least 17 or 18 stone monkeys. That is about half of the entire battle results. The remaining monkeys were all killed by my close combat. Moonlight goo's effect on the stone monkeys was not very obvious. But after advancing to Moonglow goo, it jumped to being Fan Yuan's most powerful attacking method. Not only was its attack power strong, but more crucially, its efficiency was very high. Fan Yuan utilized 3 moon blades only in the span of a few breaths' time, but when he used his fists and kicks to smash the stone monkeys, that took over 10 minutes. These stone monkeys were very agile and had swift movements. When the stone monkeys were on the ground, there was no point thinking of hitting them physically. With a jump, they could easily leap away and avoid Fan Yuan's attack. The only weakness was that when they jumped in midair, they couldn't change their moving direction. Fan Yuan being able to kill them was due to this weakness. But this was owing to his rich fighting experience. If it was any other rank 2 goo master, even Qishan, Mo Yen or Qing Shu, they would not be able to catch the weakness every time like Fan Yuan. His previous life's memories could allow Fan Yuan to sensitively catch the opportunities in battle and seize them. He could meticulously use every ounce of his strength. Even though he was rank 2, he could already utilize his fighting strength to the limit of his abilities. He was definitely not like Fang Jing, having the jade skin goo, but on the arena after being overwhelmed by Fan Yuan's aura, could not even display his supposed strength. Of course, Fan Yuan's cultivation was still very low, and against the monkey group, he could not overwhelm them by brute force. Every time, he had to fight while retreating. Luckily, the monkeys did not have high intelligence. They could not adjust their attack patterns, and even after seeing Fan Yuan crushing them in midair many times, they still leapt towards Fan Yuan while attacking. At the same time, every time they chased Fan Yuan, if it was too far from their homes, their longingness to their homes would overwhelm their anger. Many monkeys gave up on the chase due to this. Goo are the essence of heaven and earth, humans are the spirit of all living things. Fan Yuan is relying on the intelligence of humans to understand the stone monkey's habits, and using the correct fighting methods to get deeper into the rock forest. At this point he was already near the central area of the rock forest. After many attempts, Fan Yuan finally exterminated the monkey group on this rock pillar. Right now, in front of him, was the final pillar. It was the largest and thickest rock pillar in this rock forest. The pillar extended downwards from the ceiling, almost touching the ground. It emitted a majestic aura amidst the silence. Fan Yuan counted the number of rock caves on the pillar, getting an estimation of at least 500 stone monkeys. This was the largest monkey group he had encountered up till now. But no matter how many jade-eye stone monkeys there were, to Fan Yuan, it was just a small bit of trouble. At most he'd have to exert more effort and waste a few more trips. What caused his gaze to become serious was the rock cave at the most upper level. The entrance of this cave was larger than any of the surrounding caves, at least twice as large if not more. And below it, the caves were tightly cluttered together, forming and resembling a position where they were worshipping and revering. It seems that there is a monkey king in this rock cave. Fan Yuan frowned. This was where the problem lay. As long as a beast group is large, there would be a beast king created. There was a wild boar king in the wild boar group. Obviously, there would also be a monkey king in the monkey group. The threat of a beast king was multiple times higher than a normal wild beast. The reason was that their bodies had 1 or 2 goo worms inside. These goo had a mutual partnership with the beast kings, and once the beast king is attacked, they would come out and assist. This jade-eye stone monkey king should not be very strong, at least weaker than the wild boar king. Otherwise, the surrounding monkey groups would have been under his control already. Fan Yuan, using his experiences, gauged the monkey king's strength. Normally, the bigger the beast group, the stronger the beast king. Weaker beast kings did not have the ability to rule over a large number of its kind. According to the beast group's size and classifying of the beast kings, from low to high, they could be classified as 100 beast king, 1000 beast king, and myriad beast king. The wild boar king that sickly snakes group hunted was 1000 beast king. It ruled over 1000 wild boars. The stone monkey king before Fan Yuan was 100 beast king. It only had several hundred stone monkeys under its rule. The culprit behind the wolf tide, the lightning crown wolf, was a myriad beast king. Every single lightning crown wolf ruled over at least 10,000 lightning wolves. The difference in ability between the 3 beast kings were huge. 1000 beast kings needed 3 teams to cooperate together to be able to barely kill it. The sickly snake group was able to deal with the wild boar king, mostly due to it being injured beforehand. A myriad beast king required the clan elders and clan leader to work together to be able to go against it head on. As for 100 beast king, a regular 5-man group would be able to handle it. But for Fan Yuan, who wanted to deal with this monkey king, he could not borrow outside strength, and could only rely on his own power. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence is ineffective here. It seems it is time to use the red steel relic goo. Fan Yuan eyed the rock cave deeply, then left the second secret room and closed the rock door. If what stands in his way is 1000 beast king like the wild boar king, Fan Yuan would retreat without thinking. But if it is only 100 beast king, if Fan Yuan had rank 2 middle stage cultivation, he could give it a shot. Of course, the results could go either way. Even with middle stage cultivation, he still had roughly 75% chance of failure, his chances of success not even hitting 30%. Chapter 115. Advancing to middle stage. The translucent light membrane, faint red primeval sea and the surging waves. On the sea surface, 2 fat white liquor worms were absorbing the water. In the air above the sea, a black ladybug-like black boar goo was shaking its wings and hovering around the red steel relic goo. The pebble-like white jade goo had sunk to the depths of the sea and was motionless. Spring-autumn cicada had concealed itself. It was in a deep slumber to recuperate. It is time. Fan Yuan willed. The sea waves paused, and a portion of primeval essence surged up and poured towards the red steel relic goo. The red steel relic goo immediately shook and flew up, giving off bursts of red rays of light. It was like the slowly rising sun, its rays of light shining upon the aperture wall. The rays of light were as hot as fire, and as dazzling as a sword. The black boar goo was soon unable to bear it, and fell down to the primeval sea. The 2 liquor worms also sunk down to the depths of the primeval sea. White jade goo was flashing inside the sea. For Fan Yuan to advance to rank 2 middle stage with normal methods, he could only use the method of grinding, using his light red primeval essence to cleanse the light membrane aperture wall. But now, red steel relic goo gave off majestic red light which replaced the light red primeval essence and poured directly into the aperture wall, giving astonishing results. Fan Yuan could see the whole light membrane thickening at an astonishing pace. The light on the light membrane condensed into streams of light, gradually changing to a water membrane. The white shimmering rays flowed continuously, becoming clear one moment and dark in the next. Right now, Fan Yuan had advanced to middle stage. However, the relic goo was still bursting with red rays of light. The rays of light filled the whole aperture. It replaced the primeval essence and continuously injected its essence and foundation into Fan Yuan's aperture. The water membrane accepted it all, and the shimmering rays of light on it was like water as it flowed freely. This continued on for about 15 minutes. Red steel relic goo had thoroughly exhausted all its energy. Its body turned transparent and disappeared in the red light. The penetrating red rays of light also suddenly dissipated with its disappearance. The aperture recovered its tranquility once again. However, the water membrane had become much thicker. Using the red steel relic goo had saved Fan Yuan from wasting a lot of time and effort. A thread of scarlet red primeval essence appeared in the primeval sea. This was the rank 2 middle stage primeval essence. It was more condensed than the light red initial stage primeval essence. It sank to the depths of the primeval sea and lingered around the white jade goo. A red steel relic goo could directly strengthen the foundation of the aperture. To a goo master, this meant advancing by a small realm. This type of goo worm was naturally better if used early. To a goo master, higher cultivation meant stronger fighting force, better survival rate, more mission completions, and also more primeval stones earnings. It had a great influence on every aspect. After reaching the middle stage, Fan Yuan took several primeval stones and started recovering his primeval essence. He stopped only after the 44% primeval sea in his aperture had completely filled with middle stage scarlet primeval essence. Half an hour later, he once again stepped into the stone forest, heading towards the central area. He stepped into the warning zones of the monkey groups. Immediately, furious jade-eye stone monkeys came out of the stone pillars. They screeched and pounced upon Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan's expression didn't change. Most of his attention was on that cave at the highest layer of the stone pillar. When encountering a common jade-eye stone monkey, there was no need to be nervous as long as you weren't surrounded by them. The main problem was the stone monkey king. What goo worms resided on it? Fan Yuan didn't know. Fan Yuan slowly retreated while cautiously observing, but the stone monkey king didn't appear. Fan Yuan was baffled. Is there no monkey king in this monkey group? If there was a monkey king, then it would no doubt be the first to come out if someone infringed on its territory. Hold it, maybe it has already come out. Just as he thought of this, the sleeping spring autumn cicada in his aperture suddenly floated into appearance. Its body was trembling as it gave a weak startled cry that resonated only within Fan Yuan's mind. The vital goo's warning. This appeared only when the vital goo felt there was an intense threat against the goo master's life. In that split second, Fan Yuan's hairs stood up. Without thinking twice, he directly used the white jade goo. A layer of bright white jade light covered his whole body. In the next instant, the stone monkey king, who was 3 times bigger than a normal stone monkey, suddenly appeared on the left side of Fan Yuan and fiercely struck out with its sharp claws at Fan Yuan's left shoulder. Bang! The stone monkey king's attack was blocked by the white jade goo's defense. Its attack failed. In the instant Fan Yuan received this attack, the white jade goo in his aperture suddenly lit up and consumed 5% of the scarlet primeval essence. If it was when Fan Yuan was at the initial stage, 10% of light red primeval essence would have been used up. From this, one could see how sinister and vicious the stone monkey king's sneak attack was. Despite Fan Yuan having a calm character, he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat at this moment. If it were not for him sharpening himself these days and polishing his condition to a peak combat state, he might have really been hit by the stone monkey king's attack. Had his reaction been just a bit late, his left shoulder would have become crippled and unusable. Fan Yuan would then end up miserable just like Gu Yumanshi not long ago. There is actually a wild concealing type goo worm residing in this stone monkey king. Fan Yuan hurriedly retreated. He had no way to detect a concealing goo worm and ended up in disadvantage all of a sudden. The stone monkey king seemed to be more cunning than normal stone monkeys. After its attack missed, it again hid itself away. This undoubtedly was a huge mental pressure on Fan Yuan. He used the white jade goo to form a defense around his whole body. Such a method used primeval essence every moment, and it was impossible for him to maintain this defense. Even when he had fought with the stone monkey troops before, he would only use the white jade goo at the crucial moment. If he continued to maintain this state, then his primeval essence would completely dissipate not long after. Over 500 stone monkeys encircled Fan Yuan aggressively. Fan Yuan used his greatest speed to retreat and pull some distance. Some stone monkeys' momentum became weaker, whereas some stomped on the ground and began to head back to their homes. Chirp! Right at this moment, the Jade-Eye Stone Monkey King appeared and commanded in a loud voice. Chirp, chirp! The stone monkey groups immediately responded. Their confusion and hesitation disappeared and again started their chase after Fan Yuan. Over 500 Jade-Eye Stone monkeys were persistently chasing after him, but Fan Yuan didn't panic, his lips revealing a cold smile on the contrary. This accident was already in his expectations. He had chosen the easiest route towards the central area of the stone forest, opening up a passage. In the surroundings of the passage were large numbers of stone monkey groups. Fan Yuan was very familiar with this passage. However, with the low intelligence of these stone monkeys, how could they know? Under the supervision of the Stone Monkey King, they stormed through the stone forest, infringing on other monkey groups' warning zones and resulting in counterattacks from the other monkey groups. The stone forest was in a great chaos. Countless Jade-Eye Stone monkeys stood at their place, starting a massacre to defend their homes. In 10 or more years, the Stone Monkey King might even advance to become a 1,000-beast king and completely unify this stone forest. But now, it was only a 100-beast king and didn't have the ability to control so many stone monkeys. The different groups of stone monkeys fell into a chaotic battle with each other. For a moment, all Fan Yuan could hear was the screeching and screaming sounds of the stone monkeys. Those 500 stone monkeys that were chasing him were quickly entangled with the other stone monkey groups. But the Stone Monkey King still persisted on chasing after Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was attacking and retreating. In this period of time, he suffered many sneak attacks from the Stone Monkey King, and every attack would consume great amounts of his primeval essence. Luckily, he had advanced to middle stage before this. Otherwise, with the initial stage primeval essence, he wouldn't have been to handle this consumption. Fan Yuan landed in absolute disadvantage. He had not found any weakness in the Stone Monkey King. The only chance to attack lay in the moment the Stone Monkey King was about to attack. But even if Fan Yuan was able to react, he had no time to even make an attacking movement. The Stone Monkey King possessed a concealment-type goo worm and firmly held the initiative. It could attack Fan Yuan whenever it wanted to attack. Even if Fan Yuan injured it, it could use the concealment-type goo worm to safely escape. It was in an invincible position. Without a stealth removal goo worm, the probability to win this battle is extremely low. If I had a wide area attacking method, maybe I could give it a try. But Moonglow Goo, I will only be able to hit this Stone Monkey King if I am lucky, but the probability is too low. Fan Yuan clearly understood the battle situation and immediately retreated. However, the Stone Monkey King seemed to be determined to kill him. Fan Yuan retreated to about 100 meters from the rock door when he suddenly stopped. I only have a bit over 10% of my primeval essence remaining. It won't be enough to cover this 100 meters of distance. And even if I am able to enter the second secret room and close the rock door, this Stone Monkey King might just break the door. Fan Yuan had thought that the Stone Monkey King would give up after chasing him for such a long period of time. Yet who could have thought that it still persisted on chasing him? He was already out of the stone forest now, and around him was a patch of empty ground. Countless stone monkeys were fighting chaotically in the stone forest, causing an uproar. Their noisy sounds kept on echoing within this empty space. Fan Yuan didn't budge. His battle intuition told him that the Stone Monkey King was hiding somewhere, waiting for him to show a gap before making a fatal attack. Fan Yuan knew he had already fallen into an impasse. Normal rank 2 Goo masters would have already fallen apart from the sphere, unable to endure this formless pressure. But Fan Yuan was still calm. This situation was also within his expectations, though its probability was very low. According to logic, the Stone Monkey King should also possess the Stone Monkey's habits and be reluctant to leave its home. But for some reason, this Stone Monkey King was hell-bent on chasing and killing Fan Yuan. If you choose to take a risk, you need to be willing to risk your life. Fan Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. He then took off his upper garment. Chapter 116. Killing the Monkey King and getting new goo. 11% primeval essence, this means 2 moon blades or sustain the Monkey King's sneak attack twice. Relying solely on the Moonglow Goo or White Jade Goo will not do. My only chance is the instant where the Monkey King attacks me. I have to grasp the opportunity and shoot the moon blade, instantly killing it. Fan Yuan's thoughts sparked like flint, thinking of the most optimum strategy. Stone monkeys did not have outstanding defense, and since the Monkey King chose a sneak attack approach, it revealed that defense was its weakness. One Moonblade could slaughter 5 or 6 Jade-Eye stone monkeys. Even if it couldn't kill the Monkey King, it can still heavily injure it. But do not think that this is easy. Getting to this point is difficult. Even if a group of goo masters came, without a stealth removal type goo they would still lose their lives. This monkey is cunning, choosing not to attack. Is it waiting for my primeval essence to be used up? Never mind, I shall trust the spring-autumn cicada once and bet on this chance. Fan Yuan instantly decided, his eyes shining with a cold and ruthless light. He stood on the spot, both hands hanging beside him, holding the collar of his shirt. At the same time, he closed his eyes, only leaving a slit of visibility. What is more shocking is that he removed the defense of the white jade goo. The expenditure of the primeval essence in his aperture finally stopped. At the same time, he was no longer under the protection of the white jade light. The rock forest continued to reverb with the cries and anguish of the monkeys, but Fan Yuan could feel that these noises were getting closer and closer to himself. A type of calmness enveloped his heart and mind. He was silently waiting for the Stone Monkey King's attack. When it attacks, that is when the match is decided. Waiting. Waiting. Suddenly, the spring-autumn cicada vibrated in the aperture. Pew! The very next moment, Fan Yuan heard an explosion and the Stone Monkey King appeared on his left. White jade goo! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance as the white jade light covered his entire body. Bam! The Stone Monkey King hit Fan Yuan's body with a strong force, almost causing him to topple, his primeval essence dropping by 5%, only left with the other half. Seeing that his attack did not finish Fan Yuan off, the Stone Monkey King tried to escape. Fan Yuan had no time to counterattack, but it was enough for him to flick his upper shirt. Suddenly, he felt that there was someone on his upper shirt, tugging towards the outside direction. The shirt was not made of steel, and to prevent it from tearing, Fan Yuan let go of both hands, seeing the floating shirt fly around the place at a shocking speed. Now! Fan Yuan's eyes shone with cold light as the battle's outcome would be decided with this moonblade, his heart cold and calm as ice. The Monkey King was after all a wild beast, and after having its face covered by a shirt, it flew into a panic. It emitted a shrill scream, calling its stone monkeys to help. At the same time the shirt continued to move around, changing directions and going all over the place. An eerie blue moonblade flew out and hit the Stone Monkey King. The Monkey King cried in pain as its camouflage was exposed. Its appearance was the same as a normal stone monkey, but its body size was 3 times bigger, and at the same time its eyes shone with a bloody red light. A long and deep wound stretched from its chest to its left leg, blood continuing to pour from it. Although not dead, it had already suffered a heavy injury, and the aura of death permeated its entire body. It covered its wound in shock, going invisible again. Fan Yuan's upper shirt was cut open by his moonblade, falling onto the ground. But the blood traces exposed the Monkey King, and it hurriedly retreated, no longer having the idea of killing Fan Yuan. With such a grave injury, if it did not deal with it, it would lose its life. At this time, Fan Yuan also retreated to the rock door. After activating the moonblade, his aperture only had a little bit of primeval essence left, and his battle strength dropped drastically. Although it looked like a draw, Fan Yuan had won. The Monkey King's injury could not be recovered shortly. The more blood it lost, the weaker it felt. But Fan Yuan could use the primeval stones to recover his primeval essence, and recover his battle strength. Even without a stealth removal type goo, nor a wide area attack method, with his rich fighting experience, and the will of steel in the face of danger, Fan Yuan could beat the strong in a weaker state. Monkey, fox, bay, these wild beasts have extraordinary intelligence compared to ordinary wild beasts, and are more cunning. Because of this, they lack the wild courage and often retreat while injured. If it were a wild boar or bull, they would go into a frenzy while injured. This Monkey King seems to only have one goo worm. Although the goo worm could grant stealth, it cannot hide blood traces, and if my guess is correct, it should be the rank 1 stealth rock goo. Fan Yuan pondered in his heart, and relying on his memories, the Monkey King had no more secrets in front of him. The results has been decided. Fan Yuan returned to the rock room, closing the door and replenishing his primeval essence. A moment later, his primeval essence went back to its peak state, and Fan Yuan opened the rock door, being in the rock forest once again. The rock forest was still a mess, but better than before. After this chaos, the entire rock forest forces will be reset. The stone monkeys will relocate and regroup, and the roaming and isolated stone monkeys form into new monkey gangs. The path that I painstakingly created would thus vanish. Fan Yuan's heart sank. He needed to kill the Stone Monkey King before this path is completely gone. If not, opening this path would expend much of his time again, and by the time he got to the center again, the Monkey King would have completely healed. He shall chase after and annihilate lingering enemies with bravery, rather than be easily contented with fame and compliments like Xiang Yu. Fan Yuan trailed along the open path, invading the rock forest. The stone monkeys who appeared in his way were all exterminated. 15 minutes later, he appeared at the central pillar once again. The Stone Monkey King laid on the ground. It had turned into a statue and was already dead. A jade-eye stone monkey was stepping on its corpse, screaming about. Replacing the title of king, with the death of the former king, a new king takes its place. Regardless of the beast group or human society, this was the cruel elimination system. Saved some effort of mine. Fan Yuan slowly got closer. At this moment, a goo worm slowly floated from the corpse of the Stone Monkey King, flying towards the new king. Moonglow goo! Fan Yuan shot out a moonblade just in time, chasing away the new Stone Monkey King, then walking up and grabbing the goo worm. This goo looked ordinary like a gray rock, with an uneven surface that was not even squarish nor spherical. If this goo was thrown on the road, no one would notice it based on appearance. But in reality, it was the essence of a rock, a natural goo nurtured by Mother Nature. It seemed like an inanimate object, a rock. But in fact, it was the real deal, a living being with its own consciousness and thought. As Fan Yuan predicted, it was the stealth rock goo. Grabbed by Fan Yuan, it desperately struggled, trying to be free of his demonic grasp. Spring-autumn cicada. Fan Yuan called in his mind, and a spring-autumn cicada appeared in his aperture, leaking a trace of its aura. The stealth rock goo instantly went dead, not daring to struggle, like a mouse meeting a cat. Fan Yuan's red primeval essence activated and instantly refined it. Another goo in the bag. The stealth rock goo was kept in the aperture and sunk to the bottom of the primeval sea, side by side with the white jade goo. The stone monkey watched helplessly at the side, and on seeing Fan Yuan keep the stealth rock goo into his body, it frantically jumped about, screaming incoherently. It had just gotten the new position, so not many monkeys obeyed it. With another moonblade, Fan Yuan took a few more monkey lives. Those that gathered around their new king instantly dispersed. The new Stone Monkey King gnawed its teeth at Fan Yuan. Scram! Fan Yuan stared at it, saying a word, with his expression cold as ice. The Monkey King shuddered, feeling the intense killing intent from Fan Yuan. It stared at Fan Yuan blankly before gulping and turning around to escape, showing its superior intelligence compared to wild beasts. Fan Yuan chased these stone monkeys away and ignored them, getting to the bottom of the rock pillar as soon as he could. As he got close, he found a cave below the rock pillar. The cave was not big, and some rock stairs extended downwards into the darkness. Fan Yuan had no investigative goo worm, so he could not tell what was down there. With the situation unclear, Fan Yuan did not enter the cavern and walk down the stairs. He had barged his way in earlier, and his body condition was not at its prime. Furthermore, the chaos in the rock forest was disappearing and was stabilizing. He had spent much effort and time to open the path, but many stone monkeys were starting to reside in the pillars along the way. Haste brings no success. Now that I have found the inheritance clue, I have achieved my goal. It is time to return. Fan Yuan controlled the urge to investigate, and returned via the same route. On the way, the pressure intensified, but eventually, he endured the pressure as he was chased by hundreds of monkeys, tragically rushing out of the rock forest. Time passed quickly, and summer replaced spring. Unknowingly, it was the scorching summer again already. Fan Yuan spent every second of his time cultivating diligently. Using the red steel relic goo, he instantly caught up to Fan Geng's cultivating speed. He did not have a special goo that could hide his middle stage aura. After killing the Monkey King and obtaining the stealth rock goo, a day later, his cultivation level was exposed. The clansman only knew then that he was the one who obtained the red steel relic goo. It was actually Fan Yuan. At the same time, he intentionally revealed the black boar goo. Fan Yuan sold such a huge amount of assets to get the black boar goo and red steel relic goo. Many people could not understand his thoughts, calling him a fool, dumbass, maniac and short-sighted, as they became his new nicknames. With a rise in attention, Fan Yuan had to reduce the number of times he ventured into the flower wine monk's inheritance. He continued to nurture his aperture, as he steadily moved towards rank 2 upper stage, while collecting the ingredients to fuse the liquor worm as well as the stealth rock goo. At the same time, he used the vitality leaf to earn primeval stones, sustaining his cultivation. July, the start of autumn. At the foot of the mountain near the village, a wild rank 5 goo suddenly appeared, causing a huge tremor at Guyu village. Bei, a legendary wolf in Chinese mythology. Xian Yuqing Dynasty Conqueror. Chapter 117. Bitter Shell Wine and River Swallowing Toad. A solemn and serious atmosphere filled the conference hall. A group of elders silently sat on their seats. Their faces were either indifferent, gloomy, or serious. Clan head Guyu Bo was sitting on the main seat, his gaze also filled with unconcealed worry. 3 days ago, a river-swallowing toad appeared near the village by the foot of the mountain. This toad flowed along with the Huanglong River and accidentally reached here. Right now, it is blocking up a river channel and sleeping there. If we ignore it, the village will constantly be in danger. So I would like to ask the elders if you have any good ideas to drive this toad away? The elders looked at each other. For a moment, no one spoke. River-swallowing toad was a rank 5 goo. It had an enormous might and could spit out a river. If this was not handled properly and it was provoked, over half of the Qingmao mountain could be submerged with water, and the whole village would be destroyed. After a long silence, Guyu Qilian spoke. The situation is grave, and we need to resolve this as quickly as possible. If this news gets leaked, we can't say for sure if those with evil intentions might not secretly go and intentionally provoke this river-swallowing toad to entrap our Guyu clan. Elder Qilian is right. Guyu Mo Chen nodded in agreement. Although he and Guyu Qilian were political enemies, but at such a critical time for the village, he let go of his past prejudices. He continued speaking after a moment. There is another more serious problem. If the river-swallowing toad floods the Qingmao mountain, the wolf lairs will be submerged, and for their survival, the wolf hordes will move up the mountain. At that time, the wolf tide will break out before its time. And we will have to fight with countless wild beasts to fight for the space at the top. The elders' complexion turned pale when they heard this. Guyu Bo spoke with heavy tone. Everyone, don't forget the foundation of our village. The first-generation ancestors set up the village in this place because of the underground spirit spring. If Qingmao Mountain gets flooded, this spirit spring might also be destroyed. What should we do? Sigh, even if we withstand the beast tides and survive at the mountaintop. After the flood subsides, the spirit spring will have disappeared, many beasts will have died, our surroundings will turn to a wasteland, and we will be lacking cultivation resources. If we are to die, then why not ask help from Xiong and by villages? We are 3 boats tied with 1 rope. I don't believe they won't help. The elders whispered to one another with panic hidden inside. Some had already started thinking of asking for reinforcements. It is too premature to ask for help now. Guyu Bo shook his head and denied this idea immediately. It is not the most challenging period now. When the first-generation ancestor had just established the village, a rank 5 blood river python attacked the village, but the first-generation clan had killed it. Compared to the blood river python, the river-swallowing toad is just so much more adorable. It has a warm temperament, and is harmless to ordinary people. Only if it senses the aura of other goo will it be alert. If it receives serious injuries, it will be angered and spit out a river. By chance, I heard the previous clan head talk of a rumor about the river-swallowing toad. Guyu Bo's composed and calm voice resounded within the conference hall. The group of elders listened attentively, their nervous and panicked expressions eased up. He is really worthy of being the clan head. He calmed their hearts with just his words. Guyu Yaoji sensed the change in the atmosphere. She gave a profound look at Guyu Bo and praised him inwardly. If we follow what clan had said just now, chasing away the river-swallowing toad wouldn't be a difficult thing. An elder spoke. We can't say that. Guyu Bo shook his head. These are only rumors. I haven't personally seen it or even put it to use. The important thing is that we can't be careless. I suggest we first send a group of goo masters to test it. All the elders agreed. Guyu Qilian spoke. Then how about I send a member of my Qi family? If he can't do it, then no one among our clan might be able to do it. Everyone knew who Qilian was speaking of, and they approved of it one after another. Clan head Guyu Bo smiled. Since it is so, then we shall just assign it to the Qishan group. It was early autumn, the weather was gradually turning cool. On a table by the window of the tavern, Fan Yuan was sitting alone, calmly tasting some wine. The tavern shopkeeper was standing beside him, bowing his head. "Shopkeeper, is there progress on the matter regarding bitter shell wine that I asked you to look into a few days ago?" Fan Yuan asked. Fan Yuan was lacking a bitter wine for the liquor worm fusion. However, bitter wines were difficult to find, and because of the matter regarding the red steel relic goo, people had been focusing on him. Wherever he went, people would point him out. Thus, it was not easy to make inquiries of bitter wines. The disturbance had settled down only recently, and maybe because extreme sorrow turns into joy, Fan Yuan had accidentally found a clue regarding the bitter wine. The old shopkeeper promptly replied, "Young master, the bitter shell wine you wanted me to look into, someone had drunk it in Bai village. The raw material of this wine is a type of conch found in deep ponds. This type of conch is completely black, with circles of white lines on its shell resembling a tree's growth rings. We call it a bitter shell. Normal conches can form pearls. The bitter shell swallows the sands and stones in the water, dissolving them and forming bitter water instead. Someone pried open its shell and obtained this bitter water, using it to brew wine, making the bitter shell wine. Its taste is very unique, bitter and fragrant." Fan Yuan slightly raised his brows upon hearing this. "Does that mean Bai village has this bitter shell wine?" The shopkeeper hurriedly bent down. "I don't dare to guarantee it, I have only heard people talking about it occasionally. However, the truth is Bai village is famous for its white grain liquid. This wine along with our clan's green bamboo wine and Xiong village's bear gall wine are called the three wines of Qingmao. Bitter shell wine. I think even if the Bai village possesses it, there wouldn't be much. Even if there is little, I have to find it," Fan Yuan said in his mind. But this matter was troublesome. Bai village had been gradually showing signs of coming to emergence these years, starting to shake the Guyu village's position as the overlord. If Fan Yuan wanted to enter the Bai village without permission, the patrolling Bai village's Gu masters might kill him before he even sees the village gate. Even if it was so, Fan Yuan still wanted to attempt it. After all, getting this bitter shell wine was more reasonable than the green AI wine that was immeasurably far away. As he broke away from his contemplations, Fan Yuan found that the old shopkeeper was still standing beside him. He waved his hand. "All right, you can leave, there is nothing for you here." The old man didn't leave, his face revealed hesitation, not speaking out what he was about to say. He finally summoned his courage. "Young master, could you please take back this tavern again? All the waiters and I want to work for you. You don't know that when the old landlord came back, he deducted most of our wages. With such little primeval stones each month, it is really difficult for us to support our families." Fan Yuan shook his head, his face without any expression. "I have already sold this tavern to him. I can't take it back according to the contract. Moreover, I don't want to engage in this tavern business. You can leave now." "But, young landlord..." The old man still didn't move. Fan Yuan frowned in annoyance. "Remember, I am no longer your landlord." He had previously increased their salaries, only to arouse their passion for their work. It was all for himself. However, these people mistook it for his tolerance, and wanted to push their luck. Right now, by selling the vitality leaves, he could only fulfill his own needs. On top of that, he was feeling vexed due to the bitter wine. So why would he take back the tavern for these people? "But young landlord, we really can't keep on living like this. Please show mercy and have pity on us." The shopkeeper knelt on the ground and implored. The sound immediately attracted the surrounding guests. Fan Yuan laughed coldly. He picked up a wine jar from the table and smashed it on the shopkeeper's head. Kachak! The jar shattered, the wine splashed all around and blood flowed from the old man's head. "Did you think I won't dare to kill you? You tactless fool, get lost!" Cold light flashed out from Fan Yuan's eyes. The old shopkeeper's whole body trembled from this killing intent. He was startled and hurriedly left. No matter which world, there will always be a group of weak people who will brazenly and indiscreetly ask charity from the strong. As if helping them was the manner of the strong, and not helping them was wrong. The weak should have the manners of the weak. They should either resign to their fate and act like slaves or try hard while keeping a low profile. The strong helped the weak only as a charity when they were in a good mood. The weak refused to work hard, shamelessly begging from the strong, and even demanding definite results, acting like a leech. They deserve getting rejected. People who are content with being weak, who don't put their own effort and only think of begging from the strong, simply aren't deserving of sympathy. Shopkeeper! Quick, bandage the wounds! The waiters hurriedly surrounded the old man whose face was covered with blood. The old shopkeeper was only a mortal, it wouldn't be a problem even if he was killed on the spot. Such an ending took away the interest of the surrounding guests. They turned back and continued with their discussions. Do you know? Something big happened recently. Are you talking about that river-swallowing toad? Right now, who wouldn't know of this? This is a rank 5 goo. If it isn't dealt properly, the village might fall into crisis. It is said that this river-swallowing toad's food is water. When it is hungry, it opens up its large mouth and directly sucks a river in. If it is angered, it can release the water into the Qingmao mountain. Its power is extremely horrifying. We might die. Then what should we do? We just have to see how the clan's higher-ups will deal with it. After all, we can't escape. Where can we escape to? Bewilderment and confusion pervaded the air in the tavern. River-swallowing toad. Fan Yuan inwardly smiled. When he heard this, fear was infectious, it increased the more it is spread. Actually, the river-swallowing toad was very gentle and was not dreadful. Its natural disposition was to sleep, and people would often see it flowing with the river. The toad would lie down on the water surface with their white bellies facing up, and sleep soundly. When it wakes up, it would swallow the river water up to its fill and return back to sleep. They had no interest towards fighting and killing. If they meet an enemy, their first reaction would be to flee. Only if they fall into an impasse and couldn't escape will they make fierce counterattacks. They were very powerful and could release torrential river from their mouths, engulfing the lands instantly and turning them to marsh. This river-swallowing toad probably fell asleep, then drifted along the Huanglong River and accidentally entered a tributary, reaching the foot of the Qingmao mountain. Fan Yuan guessed the truth. Huanglong River, the name means Yellow Dragon River. Chapter 118. Legend of the River-Swallowing Toad. It is said that every single river-swallowing toad's stomach carries a river. Fan Yuan did not use the river-swallowing toad in his previous life, but he has a strong impression of this goo, because of one person. A normal person, a family servant. Around 200 years later in his previous life, a very special goo master will appear, Jiang Fan. His existence shocked numerous goo masters, and his story would be spread around by the mortals. Once he appeared, he became a legend. His entire success was attributed to a river-swallowing toad. Jiang Fan was a mere family servant, single-handedly taking care of a fishery for his master. One day, a river-swallowing toad arrived at the coast with its belly side up, lying in the water, asleep the entire time. Jiang Fan was initially scared and shocked, but slowly he felt that this toad was dead. Why was it not moving at all? The toad corpse blocked the upflow of the river water, and this caused many problems for Jiang Fan, who was taking care of the fishery. Jiang Fan tried many different methods and ways to move this toad corpse away. But he was just a mere mortal. How could he move something as heavy as the river-swallowing toad? His master was stingy and cruel, and if he could not meet the monthly quota, his head will be decapitated. Jiang Fan did not dare to report it, as someone not too long ago did not manage to fulfill his quota and reported it with a proper reason, but ended up getting killed on the spot. Seeing that the due date was getting closer, and the corpse still remained there blocking the water, it greatly affected his revenue. Gradually, Jiang Fan became more frightened, and his temper became more abusive and frustrated. Although he knew that he could not move this corpse away, he would still go to it every day, to punch and kick the toad corpse, crying and making a din, letting go of all the fear and anger he had in the face of death. But one day, the river-swallowing toad woke up, and with its half-opened eyes, stared at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan's legs went soft from the shock. The river-swallowing toad was half asleep and half awake, but it still laid there like it was a corpse. After some time, Jiang Fan regained his composure. He was not afraid, he was going to die anyway, what is there to be afraid of? He climbed to the top of the river-swallowing toad's belly, and lied down face up, staring at the sky. Toad, oh Toad! You are the same as me, with only one last breath left in you, you're about to die too, huh? He did not know about the characteristics of the river-swallowing toad. Looking at its half-dead state, he thought that it was going to die. After saying so, Jiang Fan's face flooded with tears. The river-swallowing toad squinted its eyes, listening to Jiang Fan's words while staring at the sky. For the next few days, he continued to lie on the river-swallowing toad's white and soft belly, crying while talking, complaining about the pain and the repressed feelings of a mortal. Finally, the deadline was here. The person in charge came down from the village to the fishery to collect the fish. Where could Jiang Fan find fish to meet the quota? Left with no choice, he could only give an excuse that he needed to do some packing, and ran to the river-swallowing toad to bid farewell. He patted the river-swallowing toad's belly. "Old toad, to think that I'm going to die first. It must be affinity that led to me knowing you. I hope that in your remaining days you will have a better life." At this moment, the river-swallowing toad started move. Jiang Fan was taken aback. Seeing that the river-swallowing toad's actions were becoming larger, he quickly jumped off. Plop! The river-swallowing toad turned around, with its belly side down and back facing upwards. It had fully woken up. Jiang Fan's body was drenched, and on having seen this scene he became angry and stomped his foot. Old toad, so you can still move? Oh, you have caused my death. If you had moved a few days ago, I would not have to die." The river-swallowing toad ignored his words. It had just woken up and felt hungry. Half of its body was submerged into the water as it opened its mouth, starting to suck in the river water in order to sate its hunger. Seeing this, Jiang Fan was dumbfounded. He shockingly saw that the water level was receding, dropping at an observable pace, rapidly falling. Large amounts of river water were swallowed into the toad's belly, but its belly did not even expand a bit. It was almost like a bottomless hole. A moment later, the river-swallowing toad stopped its meal. The river water had already dropped to an extreme level, and the bedrock was exposed. If a person stood in the river, the water would only reach their knees. Jiang Fan stood at the coast, at a loss for words. The river-swallowing toad glanced at him and suddenly burped. Its stomach expanded and contracted, its mouth opening wide and it vomited out a large amount of seafood. Fish, prawn, turtle, crab, snails, eels, everything. The river-swallowing toad only ate water as its food, but did not consume the seafood, hence it vomited all of them out. At this point, it seems like it was raining seafood. In the blink of an eye, the seafood gathered into a mountain, and Jiang Fan, upon seeing this, was overwhelmingly exhilarated. He screamed loudly, I'm saved! These seafood is enough for me to hand up for 3 months. Old toad, it is all thanks to you." He packaged those seafood, and quickly handed them to the person in charge. The person in charge was both shocked and suspicious. How could there be so much? He quickly reported it, and the goo masters in the village also found out that the water level had changed drastically. After investigating, they found out about the river-swallowing toad's existence. It was a rank 5 goo. The village fell into a panic and they formed into large groups, trying to expel the river-swallowing toad. Jiang Fan did not want the river-swallowing toad to be harmed. These days he had treated the river-swallowing toad as his only friend. He kneeled in front of the goo masters and pleaded hysterically. But why would goo masters care about a mere mortal? They kicked him aside and were about to murder him. But at this moment, the river-swallowing toad arrived. Nobody knew if it had treated Jiang Fan as its friend, or felt that being with Jiang Fan was interesting and could cure boredom. The point is, it struck. It carried Jiang Fan and vomited out a stream of river water that engulfed the whole village and drowned half the hill. This battle startled the entire southern continent. Thereafter, Jiang Fan's name spread throughout the 100,000 mountains. With the river-swallowing toad staying by his side, it meant that he owned a rank 5 goo worm. After all, even a rank 5 goo master might not have a rank 5 goo worm. Rank 5 goo masters were rare. Even in the Guyu clan's history, there were only 2 people, the 1st-generation clan leader and the 4th-generation clan leader. But Jiang Fan did not have an awakened aperture, yet as a mere mortal he had a river-swallowing toad. His existence stunned the entire goo master world. After that, Jiang Fan built a hamlet at the village's location. He was endearing to people and sympathized with mortals, aspiring to reach equality among all people. It was a village without oppression. He became a flag, and the mortals in the surrounding villages came to him and wanted to depend on him. But eventually, he was still assassinated. With just a river-swallowing toad, it could not make him truly powerful. He was not a goo master after all, and after his death, the river-swallowing toad left. Goo masters razed his hamlet to the grounds, and slaughtered the mortals who dared to oppose them. With his mortal self, Jiang Fan challenged the entire system of society, and that brought forth the rage of the goo masters. I wonder if Jiang Fan will still appear this time after my influence. After his recollection, Fan Yuan laughed. But Qi Shan could not laugh. His face was grim as he returned. The villagers at the mountain foot were waiting for the Gu masters to deal with this problem. But the great Gu Yuqi-shan arrived and still could not solve the issue. This caused the villagers to panic, and the panic spread and reached a high point. They dragged their families, brought big and small bags, and rushed up to the village. They naturally did not dare to step inside, thus more and more villagers kneeled outside the village's doors, begging the Gu masters to have mercy and let them in. In the hall. What? These lowly commoners dare to surround the main gate. Atrocious, they are getting more and more daring, kill them all. The Punishment Hall clan elder screamed. Medicine Hall's Gu Yaoji's face was also grim. Although these lowly commoners deserve death, killing a few is enough to threaten the rest and chase the group away, but it would be like a joke for the other villages to observe. Gu Yuqi-lian said. The important thing now is not this. If even Qishan cannot wake this river-swallowing toad, who else in our clan can? It seems we have to get reinforcements. The Xiong clan specializes in strength. He sighed and continued. For the safety of the clan, we should get them to do it. Even if we have to pay a price, it is worth it. These words got the consent of the other clan elders, and even clan leader Gu Yubo was moved. Clan leader and the other clan elders, this junior has something to report. Gu Yuqi-shan had been standing in the hall, listening to the clan elders, but suddenly he bowed and spoke. Gu Yubo nodded. He had an appreciative attitude towards Gu Yuqi-shan. Qishan, if you have any ideas, you might as well say it. Qishan asked instead. Elders, to push this river-swallowing toad awake, does it really need one person's strength? Gu Yubo said. According to the previous clan leader's words, the river-swallowing toad has a mild temper and loves to sleep. Even if it is awakened by someone pushing it, it would not rage. Thus, we asked you who has the greatest strength in the village to wake it. But it ended in failure. Qishan said. Then can clan leader grant me a brute force longhorn beetle Gu? With one bull's strength and my inborn strength, I would be able to push this river-swallowing toad awake. You definitely cannot use a Gu worm's strength. Just as Qishan finished speaking, a clan elder denied his request. A Gu worm's aura will invite the vigilance of the river-swallowing toad. If this causes it to feel threatened and rampage about, who would face the consequences? That's right. Gu Yubo nodded. By using a Gu worm, even if we wake up the toad, we cannot get its approval. It has to be a single person, using his own strength to wake it and get its approval. Gu is the spirit of heaven and earth, but it behaved more like wild beasts. Wild beasts have their territories, and roaming wild beasts, when encountering the king of a territory, would have a battle. The victorious takes the territory and the loser roams. The formation of a beast tide is also based on this wild beast instinct. Strong beast groups will invade and conquer neighboring land. Weaker groups would be exiled, and this forms the beast tide. To chase the river-swallowing toad away, they have to abide to its habits. River-swallowing toad has a mild temperament, not enjoying conflict, and as long as the territory's beast king can be recognized, it would leave. Thus, using Gu worms is a no-no. The Gu worm's aura will be sensed and cause the river-swallowing toad to take unpredictable actions. Using everyone's strength was not possible too. Once there are many people, even if it is moved, the toad would not leave. That is because everyone acting together was not fair, and would not be recognized by it. Thus, the clan leader got Qishan to go ahead, as he had the greatest strength in the village. So that's it, I understand. Qishan finally understood the situation. He cupped his fists. In that case, I will recommend someone to the clan elders. He has greater strength than me. Oh, who? There's such a person. Why did we not know? Qishan, don't keep us waiting. Quickly say it. This person is Gu Yufanyuan. Qishan said a name. Chapter 119. This lad is stubborn. He needs more polishing. Gu Yufanyuan? The elders couldn't help but look at each other upon hearing this name. They clearly recognized this name. In fact, from the beginning, Gu Yufanyuan's name would occasionally reach their ears. Especially after the awakening ceremony, when his Gu master cultivation started, this lad had been getting restless. He frequently caused some disturbances that attracted attention. Ah, I remember him. Isn't this kid the one who sold his family assets and bought a red steel relic Gu? An elder came to realization. Gu Yuqi-lian and Gu Yu-mo Chen's faces turned ugly. If Qishan or Mo Yen had used the red steel relic Gu, they could ascend to rank 2 peak stage and be equal to Gu Yuqing Shu. This would reflect towards the higher-ups. Whether it was the Mo faction or Qi faction who got the relic Gu, it would be a political victory. But to think that this prodigal kid had ruined it all. Returning to the main topic, this kid is truly strong. At the arena previously, he used his bare fists to shatter Jade Skin Gu's defense and pummeled Fang Jing down, achieving the championship. An elder recalled. This time, it was the clan head Gu Yubo's turn to be embarrassed. He had especially nurtured Gu Yu Fangjing, thus Fang Jing's defeat, in some sense was his, the clan head faction's, defeat. As long as one entered the system, anyone would be labeled with factions. There were neutral political factions, but absolutely not a person without any faction. But in terms of power, his strength shouldn't be comparable to yours, right? Qi Lian doubtfully asked Qishan. Qi San respectfully answered. Elders, perhaps you might not know, Fan Yuan not only bought Red Steel Relic Gu, he also purchased a Black Boar Gu. These few months, he has been buying pork to nurture the Black Boar Gu and increase his strength. Once, I even saw him moving a huge rock in the mountain to measure his strength. I am not sure how much strength he has, but from what I have seen, his strength absolutely doesn't lose to mine. So it was like that. To think this kid, Fan Yuan, has grown to this stage. Gu Yubo nodded his head. Then let's assign Fan Yuan's group to give it a try. Hearing this, the Internal Affairs Hall elder awkwardly stood up from his seat. Lord Clanhead, this Fan Yuan is a loner and hasn't joined a group. What is that supposed to mean? Gu Yubo frowned. The thing is, after the first beast tied, his group was completely annihilated and the only survivor was him, alone. The Internal Affairs Hall elder replied. Even if it is so, why was he not considered during the group reorganizing? An elder curiously asked. Sigh. The Internal Affairs Hall elder gave a heavy sigh. I also urged him about this, but he didn't have any intention to join any groups. Honestly speaking, I don't approve of this kid. He is very good at goofing around. It might be that he has lost the will to fight after inheriting that inheritance. Goofing around? How can that be? He hasn't joined any groups, so how could he complete the monthly clan missions? An elder doubted. The Internal Affairs Hall elder's face sank. Every month, he receives the compulsory mission, but the results are all failure. I haven't seen records worse than his. Almost all the missions are recorded as failures. I have already tried talking with him several times, but he still wants to continue in his way, without any repenting. However, he hasn't violated the clan rules, so I can only give light punishments to this unruly and crafty kid. The elders looked at each other. They had never seen such a younger generation who didn't want to advance forward. Mission failures represented a narrower career progression within the clan. This kid has become muddled. He is too unruly. He is destroying his own future. If I had such an indolent child, I would directly slap him to death. Enough. Gu Yubo raised his hand, putting a stop to the elder's private chats. One couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. Gu Yubo's gaze moved around and finally stopped on the Internal Affairs Hall elder. Send a compulsory command, let Gu Yu Fan Yuan try his strength on River Swallowing Toad. This kid is stubborn, rebellious and unruly, he needs to be polished. If he fails, we can use this pretext to give some punishments. It will be as Lord Clanhead says. The Internal Affairs Hall elder promptly agreed. There was a racket in the tavern. Do you guys know, the clan sent the Qishan group to the foot of the mountain, but they ended up returning in defeat. The villagers living at the foot of the mountain are all kneeling in front of the clan's entrance, blocking the gate. These lowly commoners don't even have a bit of knowledge. River Swallowing Toad is a rank 5 Gu, do they really think they will be safe in the village? Although this was said, the air was dense with panic. These Gu masters were all forcefully calming themselves. Fan Yuan listened for a short moment before no longer paying attention. This was no longer fresh news. He stood up and was about to leave when a person entered the tavern. This person was tall with a thickly built body. The upper half of his body was naked and his muscles were the color of bright red, seemingly wanting to erupt. It was Gu Yu Qishan. The chatters within the tavern immediately stopped. Countless gazes landed on Qishan. Qishan ignored these gazes. He glanced around and found Fan Yuan. You were here. Under the numerous gazes, he walked in front of Fan Yuan. Let's go. The clan has already given a compulsory order. Let's head to the foot of the mountain. I will tell you the details on the way. Fan Yuan's gaze flashed. He couldn't refuse a compulsory order. Moreover, there was not much danger when facing the River Swallowing Toad, thus he agreed. Only after Fan Yuan and Qishan left the tavern did the racket start again in the tavern. Shopkeeper, the heavens have eyes. Look at this, such a quick karmic retribution. That is a rank 5 goo, even other Lord Goo Masters are helpless facing it, whereas he is so young. Isn't this just losing his life in vain? We thought young Master Fan Yuan was different from other Goo Masters and would empathize with us mortals' pain and sufferings. Humph, to think he would also be of the same mold. Screw him, we wouldn't have any regrets even if he dies. Shopkeeper, you didn't suffer this wound in vain, getting a Goo Master's life for it is absolutely a profit. The old shopkeeper's head was bound with circles of white bandages. Right now, he continued to groan, leaning weakly against the corner. Several waiters were by his side consoling him. The old man's eyes flashed with resentment, but his mood slightly eased up upon hearing these words. However, after a while of listening, he hypocritically berated them in a low voice. Shut your mouths, is this something we can talk of? Aren't you afraid of losing your lives if the other Goo Masters hear it? The waiters giggled. Shopkeeper, you are too worried. It is so noisy in the tavern, who could have heard our whisperings? They had just said this, when a Goo Master sitting nearest to them spoke. I heard it. The shopkeeper and the waiter's complexion changed greatly. They were extremely terrified. Lord. The old shopkeeper ignored the dizzy feeling in his head and hurriedly walked towards the Goo Master to ask for forgiveness. This Goo Master raised his hand and stopped him. You all spoke very well, I liked what you said. Fan Yuan, this bastard, even if he dies, it shouldn't be regretted. Speak more, I will give you great rewards if I like what you say. The Goo Master took out a primeval stone and slammed it on the table with a bang. If Fan Yuan was here, he would recognize this person. This person was that healing Goo Master of the previous small beast tide. Fan Yuan had used the girl this Goo Master sought after as a shield to cover his body. Thus, this Goo Master had a deep hatred towards Fan Yuan and it was irreconcilable. The waiters looked at each other. One of them with more guts started staring at the primeval stone on the table with wide eyes. The Goo Master's 3 companions frowned, but didn't stop him. They could only listen to the waiters scolding Fan Yuan as if they were in a competition. It was early autumn and the scenery was good. In the forests, some leaves were of dark shade and some were of light. Green leaves had started changing to yellow, and yellow leaves faintly showed red. In the paddy field, fields of yellow-orange rice crops waved along with the autumn wind. In some lush vegetable fields, the vegetable leaves were fat, tender, and pleasing. Fan Yuan sped all the way from the middle of the mountain, following the Qishan group down to the foot of the mountain where he saw the rank 5 river-swallowing toad. It was huge and resembled a small hill. It lay belly side up in the riverbed and blocked the river channel. The upstream of the river was already filled with so much water that it was almost spilling to the riverside. And there was almost no flow of the river downstream, only a shallow moist riverbed could be seen. The river-swallowing toad's belly was exquisite snow-white, and was covered with a layer of luster. Its back was clear sky-blue color, and also had a glossy shine to it, with no warts like the ones found in common frogs and toads. It was sound asleep at this moment. But there were no sounds of snoring, it was sleeping very quietly. Sensing its aura, the 2 liquor worms in Fan Yuan's aperture curled up into a ball. The black boar goo's lively appearance seemed to have been wiped out as it flew down. The moonglow goo that resided in his right palm hid its glow. Only the spring-autumn cicada was still sleeping peacefully. Fan Yuan withdrew the moonglow goo into his aperture. As long as he didn't take the initiative to use these goo, their aura wouldn't leak out. Putting them in the aperture was very safe and reliable. Fan Yuan, it's your turn next, Qishan spoke from the side. He had already explained most of the details on the way. Fan Yuan also approved of this method. Of course, the simplest way was to use spring-autumn cicada. Once a rank 6 goo worm's aura leaked out, this river-swallowing toad would be frightened and immediately flee. This was also because the river-swallowing toad didn't like fighting. If it was a vicious goo like the blood river python, spring-autumn cicada's aura would instead cause it to go berserk and retaliate madly. Fan Yuan stood at the riverside, trying out to push at first. The river-swallowing toad's skin was slippery, making one feel that his strength has been nullified. In addition, it was extremely heavy, one simply couldn't even budge it. Can you do it? Qi sneered from the side. Fan Yuan ignored him and said to Qishan, although I have the increased strength from black boar goo, my strength is probably only a little more than yours. As for pushing this river-swallowing toad, it is not hopeless, but I need your help. What help? Qishan immediately asked. Fan Yuan slowly explained it. Qishan was doubtful. If we do this, wouldn't it be teaming up? Even if the river-swallowing toad wakes up, will it still acknowledge you and then willingly leave? Fan Yuan smiled. You don't have to worry about it. As long as you guys keep a distance and not let it detect you, it will be possible. After all, it is a goo, don't think it as too intelligent. Chapter 120. Literally effortless. At the height of autumn, the air was refreshing, and the breeze moderately flowed under the beautiful sun. The blue dome of heaven was clean and clear like a crystal. The wind blew gently, brushing Fan Yuan's appearance into motion. Looking from afar, the nearby villages had little people. Nearby, the hill-like river-swallowing toad was slumbering, blocking the river bed. Fan Yuan, who was standing at the river edge, looked like a tiny monkey beside a large elephant in comparison to this rank 5 goo. Fan Yuan's heart was calm as water, without a trace of nervousness, thinking internally. I used the white boar goo and the black boar goo to enhance my body and raise my strength, having the strength of 2 boars. Together with my own strength, I have around the strength of 5 or 6 adults. But to push this river-swallowing toad, I need to have around 2 bulls' strength. With just my current strength, it will not do. But if I borrow the power of the tides. It's here. Swish, swish, swish. Fan Yuan turned his body around and saw that waves were crashing and approaching, causing a huge movement in the peaceful river water. The tides got bigger and continually crashed against the river-swallowing toad, causing the waves to fly high into the sky. Fan Yuan only stood for a while before he got drenched. He did not mind it, and began to push the river-swallowing toad with vigor. The river-swallowing toad was still dead asleep. It was originally a goo worm that lived in the rivers and sea, and to it, the force of the waves was normal and could not awaken it. With the force of endless waves, Fan Yuan tried for some time and finally managed to push the river-swallowing toad away from its original location. The riverbed was wider as the river got downstream. Along with the flow of water, it made Fan Yuan's pushing easier. After about 300 meters, the river-swallowing toad opened its sleepy eyes. A pair of deep green eyes, in its sleepy state, gradually contracted and stared at Fan Yuan, who was beside it. Fan Yuan was fearless as he matched its gaze. From its dark, eerie eyes, Fan Yuan could see his own reflection. Jiangong! River-swallowing toad raised its head, suddenly opening its mouth and emitting a strange croak. The cry spread out and reverbed throughout Qingmao Mountain. At once, Fan Yuan could feel his ears going deaf from the ringing noise. River-swallowing toad lowered its head, its mouth sucking at the river water that was approaching. Swish, swish, swish! The river water flowed at 10 times the original speed as it was all sucked into its stomach, and the water level could be seen decreasing at an observable pace. Fan Yuan stood beside the river-swallowing toad, clearly seeing a large amount of seafood also being sent into the river-swallowing toad's stomach along with the river water. Sensing the river water's change, the Qishan group also hurried over, and as the 3 observed the river-swallowing toad who was ingesting water, they were stunned. What a spectacular sight! Qi observed, unable to hide his shock. You succeeded? Qishan looked at Fan Yuan. Seems so. Fan Yuan nodded lightly. The water level decreased until the water stopped flowing, and the river-swallowing toad raised its head once again, its stomach expanding and contracting, vomiting out numerous fish, prawns, turtles, etc. At once, a large amount of seafood fell onto the ground, emitting a crisp sound. A fish splashed on the ground, a turtle fell on its back confused, the crabs walked away horizontally, and then they were smashed by the falling seafood. Fan Yuan did not mind it, and only looked casually, but suddenly he smelt some wine fragrance. Strange, why is there a wine smell? Qi sniffed, a face of surprise. It should be the 100-year bitter shell, the female goo master in the group said and pointed at a disc-sized broken black shell. This shell was black as ink with white round markings on it, like the rings in a tree trunk. That's right, bitter shell can turn the sand and rocks into bitter water juice. 100-year bitter shell's bitter water, after the accumulation through time, can turn into wine. Bai Clan's current clan leader loves to drink this bitter shell wine. Qishan added on. He needn't go into detail. Fan Yuan had already long taken up this seashell, starting to collect his bitter shell wine. Not too long ago, he was still worried about how to get this bitter shell wine, but to think it appeared in front of him like this. Truly the phrase spending lots of effort looking for something fruitlessly, but it appears in front of you when least expected. The river-swallowing toad had pretty much swallowed all the water in this river. Deep in the riverbed, there had been some 100-year bitter shells buried in the soil, and because of the river-swallowing toad, the shells were exposed. Fan Yuan quickly collected 6 little 100-year bitter shells. 2 of the shells were broken, but the other 4 were intact. I've finally collected the bitter wine. This way, I can start refining the 4-flavor liquor worm. This moment, Fan Yuan was overjoyed, but had no one to share the joy with. Jian Gang. After the river's swallowing toad vomited the seafood, it croaked again, and then looked at Fan Yuan once before moving its large body to swim downstream along the river. He really succeeded. Shishan muttered, his heart feeling relief. He observed the river swallowing toad leaving until its shadow was completely gone, away from his vision. What, he scared it away so easily. If I knew this earlier on, we could have done it ourselves, but now we let Fan Yuan become a hero so easily. Qi Qing pouted, his tone full of jealousy and indignance. Fan Yuan, no matter what, this time you have done a good deed. You are the Guyu clan's hero. Qi Shan stared at Fan Yuan with a complicated expression. Oh, Fan Yuan replied absent-mindedly, giving a half-hearted feeling. At the same time, his gaze shone as he continued to rummage and search for 100-year bitter shells among the seafood. What hero? It was merely a title. Between praise and slander, they were all views and expressions of others onto oneself. What opinions others had of him, Fan Yuan did not give a damn. You can think all you want, I live my own life. Hero? Zero? Hee, I rather have a bitter shell. News of chasing away the river-swallowing toad reached the village at once. Guyu Bo said good 3 times continuously, and the solemnness in the hall was swept away at once. Only the internal affairs elder's face was complicated. He did not think well of Fan Yuan. Not too long ago, he even criticized Fan Yuan, but now that the village was in danger, Fan Yuan was the one who resolved the issue. With these 2 issues coming together, wasn't it a slap in his face? Guyu Fan Yuan has the credit of chasing away the river-swallowing toad. We'll make an exception to promote him to team leader and reward him 500 primeval stones. Guyu Bo thought, before giving the order filled with a special meaning. In the wine tavern. What, Fan Yuan actually succeeded? Strange, he's just a newbie. How can he chase away a rank 5 gu worm? Even Shishan failed miserably, but he did it. The news spread, and everyone was filled with shock. Fan Yuan became the savior of our clan? The male gu master who had animosity with Fan Yuan was lost for action after hearing this news. His group leader suddenly shouted, pointing at the clerks in the tavern. You mere mortals, you dare to slander our clan's hero, you deserve execution. Even before finishing his words, he shot a moon blade. The elderly shopkeeper did not expect that such a life-threatening situation would occur, and after being hit by this moon blade on his neck, he was beheaded. Lord, spare us. The clerks upon seeing this were first stunned but quickly kneeled on the ground, begging for mercy loudly. Group leader, what are you doing? The male gu master stood up. What am I doing, huh? His group leader moved his brows, sighing solemnly. Times have changed, ah. Fan Yuan has turned into a hero suddenly. The higher-ups will pay attention to him. If words of our slander towards him spread, what do you think will happen? There are lots of detection-type gu masters around, and if someone wants to harm us and said several bad things to the clan elders, our future would be ruined. The male gu master broke out in cold sweat from fear. It was indeed like this, clan relationships ruled above all. Fan Yuan had gone and dealt with a rank 5 gu worm, risking his life to defend his clan. At the same time he was slandered and insulted by them. What mindset was this? This was ungratefulness, coldness, emotionless and utter disregard for relationships. Like history on Earth, Yu Fei fought in the battlefields, defending his country, but Qin Hui framed him as a spy in court. Although these gu masters did not go as severe as framing, but if this matter was spread out, would the higher-ups feel safe with these people around? If it was Mo Yen or Qi Chen, people with tough backgrounds, that would still be alright. But these few were people without backing. Trying to climb up the system's ladder, it was push and shove, stepping on each other. If others used this incident and attacked them, to their future, it had a destructive influence. It is still not too late to salvage the situation, we just have to express our attitudes, and outsiders won't say much. These mortals have cheap lives, so be it if they die. But they can be sacrifices for us, and this is their honor. You guys should immediately strike. Each one of you must kill one each. After killing you should praise Fan Yuan and express our stand, the group leader shouted. Damn it! The male gu master cursed. Between hatred and his future, he unhesitatingly chose the latter. With a moon blade, a clerk died on the spot. Lord, please spare us. At once, all the other clerks were paralyzed on the ground, scared until they peed their pants. The male Gu master did not care about them, and under everyone's watchful gaze, he pointed at these pitiful clerks righteously, shouting, "You lot deserve death." Gu Fan Yuan is a hero, and with his own strength, he defended the clan. What gave you the courage to slander him? The male Gu master said this while frowning. This was his true emotion. Fan Yuan was someone he deeply hated, but he had to praise him in public. He felt a strong sense of disgust and irk for himself. Lord, didn't you ask us? Ugh! A clerk felt feelings of injustice deeply, shouting out loudly. But he could not finish his sentence before he stopped. A moon blade went flying, splitting him in half. A bunch of lowly slaves, not only slandering Fan Yuan, but also wanting to implicate us. A female Gu master struck, her expression cold as she shouted fiercely. Other Gu masters seeing this, felt like they were watching a soap opera. Some smirked, some were indifferent, and some continued chatting, but nobody stopped them. So what if a few mortals died? Just compensating a few family servants would do. Everyone was part of the clan, they were family. No one would interfere or pursue the matter for these outsiders, causing conflict for themselves. Chapter 121. Four Flavors Liquor Worm. Guyu Clan! Xiongli stood at the mountainside and gazed at the distant Guyu village, a complicated expression on his face. Cool autumn wind was breezing gently. The color of autumn dyed the mountain. Tree leaves were a mix of yellow and red, with wild fruits growing all over the place. Only the Qingmao bamboo remained green and erect. Not long ago, Guyu Clan was like these Qingmao bamboo, evergreen all the year, the overlord of Qingmao Mountain. Now they are actually falling behind. Xiongli's lips curved with a cold mocking smile. But quickly he thought of the Bai village and the curve of his lips smoothed out. His mood turned serious. Bai village's uprising had already broken the old balance of Qingmao Mountain. The traditional hegemon, the Guyu clan, had weakened. Xiong village's operations were not running properly. All these were pushing the situation in the Qingmao Mountain towards an upheaval. Xiongli knew this upheaval hadn't erupted yet because of the pressure from the wolf tide. The three villages needed to collaborate if they wanted to overcome this wolf tide, thus they tacitly maintained peace and threw away grievances for the time being. Once the wolf tide is gone, Qingmao Mountain's old structure will be shattered. Bai Ningbing has already reached rank 3 in only a couple of years. It's really terrifying. Xiongli recalled the figure of a white-clothed youth, and he felt stifled as if he was pressed down by a huge rock. He, Xiongli, was the top amongst the Xiong village's rank 2 Gu masters. He had fought all sorts of battles and won most of them, establishing his name. He held the Grand Bear Gu and could erupt with a bear's strength. He was also known as the strongest person in Qingmao Mountain. He had already made his debut and had personally seen the rocket-like emergence of Bai Ningbing, so he was clearer than others regarding the terror of this youth. Group leader, that is Guyu village. It's still far away, why are we stopping here? From the side, Xiongling raised his 2 hands and clasped them behind his head as he curiously asked. In this 5-person group, Xiongling was the youngest and was a newbie who just made his debut. He was the same age as Fan Yuan and was this year's top genius of Xiong village. His stature was short, and he had shaved his head, which seemed to shine under the sunlight. Xiongli looked at this new talent of the clan. His heavy mood eased up a little. He answered in a deep voice. We are here on a diplomatic mission and not on a scouting mission. This area is already the warning area of the Guyu clan, and we will probably be treated as enemies if we boldly enter. Oh, so it was like that. Xiongling realized. We have 2 objectives this time. One is to hand the clan head's personal letter to Guyu's clan head. Another is to investigate the matter regarding the river-swallowing toad. Guyu village is not our area, so make sure to keep your temper in check when we get there. However, you absolutely can't degrade the prestige of our Xiong village, understood? Xiongli's gaze swept all around and shouted. The rest of the Gu masters' expressions all turned serious and silently nodded. Group leader, someone's here. The scouting Gu master in the group suddenly spoke. We have revealed our movements for so long, they should be here by now. But who would it be? Him. So it was Qishan. Soon after, Xiongli also discovered Qishan group. His eyes flashed. Wow! That person is so tall, is he Qishan? He is even taller than the group leader. Such muscles piece by piece. Group leader, isn't he the guy born with super strength who has been trying to seize the title of the strongest person of the Qingmao Mountain? Xionglin immediately looked straight at Qishan. Humph, it had to be him. Xiongjiang spoke gloomily and twisted her lips in disdain. Xiongli! Qishan! The two groups were 50 steps apart from each other. The two group leaders came face to face, their gazes clashed in the air and seemed to form sparks. Looks like you are Xiong village's special envoy this time. Qishan snorted coldly. He had fought many times with Xiongli. That's right. Has the special envoy from the Bai village arrived? Xiongli's expression steeled up. Why ask so much? Follow me. Qishan cautiously turned and invited. Meanwhile, in the second secret room, 4 wine jars were in front of Fan Yuan. Sour, sweet, bitter and spicy, 4 flavors of wine. Sweet belonged to golden honey wine, spicy was white grains liquid, sour came from red berry wine, bitter was from bitter shell wine. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. He then willed the 2 liquor worms to fly out of his aperture. The fusion process of 4 flavors liquor worm was slightly different from normal fusion. The 2 liquor worms followed Fan Yuan's will and entered the red berry wine jar. They started the fusion within the red berry wine. A white ball of light formed in the wine jar, its majestic light pierced out of the wine jar and shone on the wall. Fan Yuan threw primeval stones in the wine jar, 1 piece, 10 pieces, 50 pieces. When it reached the 100th piece, the light ball shrunk to a fist size and floated in the wine jar. The red berry wine was completely used up. Fan Yuan picked the second wine jar golden honey wine and poured it into the jar. The white ball of light was immersed in the honey wine, suddenly swelling up to its original size. Fan Yuan's head was soaked with sweat. He was constantly maintaining the fusion of the 2 liquor worms' consciousness, and such multitasking was extremely taxing on the mind. He continued to throw primeval stones towards the wine jar. Every piece of primeval stones caused the ball of light to shrink by a bit, until it condensed to a fist size again, reaching its limit. Fan Yuan followed the pattern and successively poured the bitter shell wine, then the white grains liquid. When the 4 types of wine were completely used up, the light in the wine jar suddenly flourished before disappearing completely. Success! Fan Yuan knew he had succeeded without even looking in the wine jar. He willed and a goo shakingly flew out of the wine jar. It was the 4 flavors liquor worm. Comparing it with the liquor worm, there wasn't much change in its external form, except that it was slightly bigger. It also resembled a silkworm and had a tiny pair of shiny black eyes. The difference was that the liquor worm's body was completely white, but this 4 flavors liquor worm's body continuously flickered with 4 colors, red representing spicy, blue representing bitter, green representing sour, and yellow representing sweet. Fan Yuan couldn't help but associate it with the neon lights on Earth. Huff! Fan Yuan let out a big sigh of relief. His luck was good this time and didn't encounter failure, succeeding the first time. If it failed, the liquor worms could suffer serious damage, and one of them could even die, or the bitter shell wine might be used up. Either of these outcomes would be troublesome. Fortunately, this situation didn't occur. A goo master needs to use, nurture, and refine goo. None of them were easy. And in the aspect of fusing goo worms, many goo masters would go through a lot to look for recipes and collect materials. There were various recipes and they might not necessarily be suitable. As for collecting materials, goo masters might even spend over 10 years of efforts on it. Even if they find the recipe and collect all the materials, if the fusion failed, the materials would be used up, and all their previous efforts and preparations would go down the drain. Goo master's cultivation is difficult. Fan Yuan sighed. Fusing goo worms were easy at the beginning stage of the cultivation. But the success rate for rank 4 and rank 5 fusion would often not reach even 1 in 10 times. Rank 6 fusion success rate was even as low as 1%. Every failure when fusing high-rank goo worms meant a loss of a great sum of resources. However, once succeeded, the benefits would be extremely high. Taking Fan Yuan's newly refined 4 flavors liquor worm into account, it could refine rank 2 primeval essence and increase it by a small realm. Fan Yuan used the red steel relic goo to advance to middle stage. Now, with the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would have upper stage primeval essence. His fighting strength was now doubled. At the same time, the 4 flavors liquor worm would nourish his aperture, which meant faster cultivation speed. However, with advantages comes disadvantages. Using the 4 flavors liquor worm to refine his primeval essence would definitely lead to an increased consumption of primeval stones. Just by relying on the income from selling vitality leaves was already not enough to maintain his cultivation expenditure. Next, I need to fuse the stealth rock goo into stealth scales goo. This will add on to another expenditure. Fusion, whether success or failure, used up primeval stones every time. Fan Yuan had used up over 400 primeval stones earlier for refining the 4 flavors liquor worm. The clan had awarded him with 500 primeval stones for chasing away the river-swallowing toad. 500 primeval stones was enough for other goo masters to spend for a long while, but Fan Yuan had almost used it completely. Fortunately, from the reselling of the assets, after using up most of it to purchase the red steel relic goo, some of it still remained. There was no need to worry for a short period of time. But it was necessary to refine the scales stealth goo. Fan Yuan had obtained the stealth rock goo after he killed the Stone Monkey King. However, it had no practical use. It could only conceal the body. That meant, once Fan Yuan used it, his body would be concealed and be invisible to people. But the clothes on his body, his wrist guards, leg wrappings and bamboo shoes would still be visible to the naked eyes. The Stone Monkey King had no worries about this. It was a wild beast and didn't need clothes. But Fan Yuan would be in an awkward situation. To use the stealth rock goo to the best of its ability and be invisible, he would need to take off all the clothes on his body. Otherwise, even if he concealed his body, others would see a set of walking rank 2 goo master's uniform. Stealth rock goo was a rank 1 goo worm. Once it advanced to rank 2 stealth scales goo, this problem would be resolved. Stealth scales goo could conceal even the clothes. If the Stone Monkey King had stealth scales goo, then even if Fan Yuan's shirt covered its body, the shirt would also become invisible. Supposing that the Stone Monkey King had stealth scales goo, then the matter of whether Fan Yuan could defeat it was rather suspenseful. Refining a stealth scales goo naturally required other materials other than the stealth rock goo. These materials were quite common and Fan Yuan had already requested Jian Ye's help to gather them. If I could refine stealth scales goo, it will become very convenient for me to enter the secret cave. Moreover, during the wolf tide, I could easily attack and retreat with this method. Fan Yuan pondered. It was getting late. He retrieved the 4 flavors liquor worm into his aperture and exited the cave, walking towards the village. He had instantly attracted a lot of attention after successfully chasing away the river-swallowing toad. It was not easy moving about these days, so he was slightly worried that if he stayed for long in the secret cave, people would harbor suspicions. At the village gate, a bout of strength contest had concluded. Xiongli's group was proudly standing, whereas Qishan's group along with the goo masters guarding the gate had heavy faces. Xiongli wasn't as tall as Qishan, but his gaze seemed to be overlooking everything at this moment. He slowly spoke. Qishan, you are indeed blessed with super strength. But I have brown bear innate strength goo and I possess the strength of a bear. You saw from the battle just now that you are still not my match. Wanting to get the title of the strongest in Qingmao Mountain, dream on. Xiongjiang sneered from the side. Qishan's face was ashen. He knew the other party had intentionally challenged him, and their conduct was filled with political intentions. His loss now was no longer just his personal affair. Rather, it was tarnishing Guyu clan's name. What are you being proud over defeating me? You don't know that I am no longer the strongest person in the clan. If you have skills, then speak after defeating Fan Yuan. Qishan had no choice but to mention Fan Yuan. Oh, Fan Yuan? I heard an A-grade genius emerged in Guyu clan and his name was Fang Jing. But who is this Fan Yuan? Xiongli asked doubtfully. Qishan sneered. Fan Yuan is Fang Jing's older brother. He is also blessed with innate super strength and similarly possesses a strength-increasing goo worm. Previously, he alone pushed the rank 5 river-swallowing toad over 100 meters, finally driving it away. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone in the village. Xiongli group's expressions couldn't help but change. Rank 5 river-swallowing toad. Fan Yuan! This name was instantly engraved in their minds. Chapter 122. There are many blizzards in life. Whiz! 3 face-sized moonblades slashed through the air, carrying an eerie blue light. Screech! Instantly, 16 to 17 Jade-Eye stone monkeys were killed on the spot. The stone monkey groups chasing after Fan Yu were instantly cut down by a small half. Fan Yuan stood on the spot and didn't retreat. Instead, he lifted his right hand and slashed the air 3 times. 3 moonblades ran through the stone monkey group, beheading any stone monkey in its way. The corpses of the stone monkeys fell on the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Their eyes turned into jade pearls and rolled on the blood-filled ground. Fan Yuan inspected his aperture. he still had greater half of dark red primeval essence remaining. The Moonglow goo required 10% of light red primeval essence to use a moon blade. Fan Yuan could only use 4 moon blades repeatedly at rank 2 initial stage. The number increased to 8 when he reached the middle stage. And at the upper stage, the number doubled once more, reaching 16. Fan Yuan wasn't really at rank 2 upper stage, but with the 4 flavors liquor worms refining of upper stage primeval essence, he could be considered to be at false upper stage. His fighting strength was rising sharply. Before, he would have needed to fight while retreating when chased by these 70 or 80 stone monkeys. Now, he just attacked with the moon blades, rapidly killing most of them. The remaining stone monkeys had escaped. I cleared up 3 stone pillars within just 2 days. This speed is many times faster than before. If this goes on, I will be able to reopen a path to the central area in about half a month. Fan Yuan pondered. From the flower wine monk style, the underground cave in the central pillar should be the next barrier. It is very likely that there will be another earth treasure flower goo at the barrier. I reckon the flower wine monk's strength inheritance is almost over. After all, he was seriously injured and his state was far from good, thus he hurriedly set up this inheritance. At most, there will probably be 2 more obstacles remaining. Fan Yuan recalled the scene on the image wall, the blood-soaked flower wine monk on his last breath. With his previous life's deep experience, he reached this conclusion. Flower wine monk had too little time to set up this legacy. There was no way for him to do more. However, this was a special case. Goo masters normally used years to set up their legacies. There were some large-scaled legacies that would only open once every 10 or more years. Some legacies were even divided and scattered across different areas and could even be at the different ends of the world. The latter generations would need 10 or more years or even decades of time to go through all the tests of such legacies. Some legacies might not even be explored completely throughout a Goo master's life. The Goo master would often leave this incomplete task for their descendants. Flower wine monk's inheritance can be classified as a microscale legacy, its shortcoming being the small amount of inheritance items. But this also has its advantage. The first barrier is arranged according to the local conditions and is thus simple. I have successively obtained white boar goo, jade skin goo and liquor worm from this inheritance. Stealth stone goo can be barely considered as the inheritance. Next, there are probably only 2 more earth treasure flowers remaining. I hope that the goo worms in them will be related to scouting or movement type. Time passed quickly, autumn went and winter arrived. Early winter, the first snowfall had come. The sky was gray, snowflakes floated and fell on Qingmao Mountain. Fan Yuan was moving alone through the snow. He had just come out from the secret cave in the stone crack and was hurrying towards the village. Over 2 months have passed, but my progress in clearing the stone pillars has not been good. Fan Yuan's countenance carried a dark scowl. It was not because he hadn't put in effort, but rather the prelude to the wolf tide had already shown its signs. Food was scarce during the winter. The growing wolf packs started to increase their hunting scale to gather enough foods to eat their fill. The wild beast groups in the surroundings were purged due to this. Small beast tides frequently started to occur due to the disorder. Similarly, there were also the crippled wolf packs. These crippled wolves were expelled from the nest. These wolves gathered together and formed a group. They had started making frequent movements near the village. It hadn't reached the wild stage of attacks on the village yet, but the hunter families no longer went up the mountain to hunt. Similarly, there were occasionally some villagers who lost their lives to the wolves. Guyu village mobilized many Goo masters to carry out a cleanup operation. Due to this, there were many people moving about, along with a lot of scouting Goo masters among them. Thus, Fan Yuan sensibly decreased the amount of times he went to the secret cave inside the stone crack. No doubt, this caused the speed of his progress in the stone forest to fall steeply. The cold wind was getting stronger. Snow was also falling heavily. Huh! A deep beastly howl suddenly spread through the wind and snow. Fan Yuan swiftly stopped and looked around, alert. A small-scale wolf pack with about 20 or more lightning wolves quickly appeared in range of his sight. Here we go again! Fan Yuan muttered. This was already the 8th beast group he had encountered this month. However, this time was somewhat different. The wolf packs are starting to make their moves so near to the village. Next, the clan's Goo masters will make their moves more often. The stone crack's secret cave is not far away. Looks like I can't go there for some time. Fan Yuan's heart sank upon this thought. The journey was difficult. There would always be some obstacles preventing people from progressing. The wolf pack closed in on Fang Yuan. Huh! 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 They howled before charging at Fang Yuan, coming at him one after another. Moonblow goo! Fang Yuan willed. A moonblade flew out from his hand. The eerie blue moonblade slashed through the wind and snow, going through the sickly wolves. It instantly beheaded 3 wolves, but when it reached the 4th wolf, the wolf suddenly rolled and cleverly dodged the moonblade. Although most of these crippled wolves were handicapped, blind or missing their tails, they had plenty of battle experience, and were very cunning. A normal rank 2 middle stage goo master would be in intense danger if they ran into such a group of crippled wolves, and especially if they were surrounded by these wolves. But Fang Yuan was calm. His plentiful battle experience, and the refined upper stage dark red primeval essence were the source of his confidence. Kill, kill, kill! He nimbly moved under the joint attacks from the crippled wolves, calmly dodging and decisively attacking. The wolves continued to die by his hands. After a short while, the number of the lightning wolves in the pack had sharply decreased by half. Huh! A wolf gave a mournful howl. The wolf pack immediately stopped their offensive attacks and began retreating. This was the cunningness of these wolves.